Chapter 951. Chance. The fans of Team 100 Blossoms often wished they could witness Blossoms and Blood again, but no one had thought that when they did, it would be in such a situation. This was a Blossoms and Blood with more splendor than any pro match they had seen before. This was because, in the online game, there were many more people to kill. The blood that splattered amongst the bright lights of flashing explosions created a blood-drenched scene. The players of Blossom Valley fell continuously. They were shocked, seething, unaccepting, but also unwilling to back down. That was when another flash of blades joined. Yifan had finally struck back, and the two broadswords locked together aggressively. The Blossom Valley players were panting for breath. They stared dumbly at the berserker called Another Summer of Sleep. Just who was this? He bore the words Heavenly Justice over his head, so was he that berserker from Team Heavenly Swords? Originally, normal players weren't nearly as perceptive as pro players, who could estimate the player behind a character from their playstyle alone. However, for many of 100 Blossom's old fans, Sunjaping was a name they would never forget, and his wild and crazed playstyle was burnt deep into memories. As they watched Another Summer of Sleep, this long unthought of name surfaced in their minds. However, they didn't get the chance to question it further. Another Summer of Sleep and Dazzling Spring, a berserker and spitfire duo that was once the target of their admiration and love, was mounting a furious offense against them. Yufan's berserker jumped out to defend, but was quickly consumed by the scene of Blossoms and Blood. It wasn't at all difficult to realize who, exactly, was protecting them now. The Team 100 Blossom fans also suddenly realized, had they been neglecting their new core player? All healers, heal Captain Yu. Blossom Valley's guild leader, Blooming Blossom, was the first to react and yelled out a command. He was a 100 Blossoms fan, but was also a department head in the club. At times like this, he could still keep his cool, and was the only member of their guild that still remembered what they had come here to do. He didn't want to see things like this, meeting Zhong Jiala's Dazzling Spring and getting into such a mess. His wishes also represented Club 100 Blossom's wishes. The club was much more rational than the fans. They didn't want their fans to cling to Zhong Jiala's shadow like this when the man refused to look back. Zhong Jiala's influence in Team 100 Blossoms had become a handicap they wanted to overcome. The club had recently been continuously brainstorming a way to negate the effects that Zhong Jiala's return to the glory scene as part of Team Tyranny had on Team 100 Blossoms. Blooming Blossoms had also attended many such meetings. Team 100 Blossoms fans were too stuck on the past, and didn't seem to care about their new core player, Yifan. This was a problem that the club was helpless against, and it gave them quite the headache. Yet now, seeing Yufan's berserker charge forth like a hero, defending against Zhong Jiala and someone who was possibly Sunjaping's offense, Blooming Blossom realized that this was a chance they had to grab. The new hero of Team 100 Blossoms would be born on this day. No matter what, he had to make him shine. So Blooming Blossoms used his yell to make all of Team 100 Blossoms notice Yifan, to make everyone notice who it was that protected them when their once beloved duo had turned against them. Captain Yu. As expected, 100 Blossoms normal players soon yelled out this encouraging shout that came from their hearts. Don't worry about me. Everyone spread out, pull some distance and use ranged attacks to cover the area with firepower. Yufan's voice came out from within the Blossoms and Blood. It wasn't any sort of incredible plan, but it was like a light in the darkness for Team 100 Blossoms. All the Team 100 Blossoms players ran to obey. However, this was nowhere near enough to break Blossoms and Blood, only to lower its effectiveness. Under the cover of Blossoms and Blood, the extremely experienced veterans, Zhong Jiala and Sunjaping, could still easily move about in this sort of AoE firepower coverage. The only one who was fighting the two head-on was still Yufan's berserker. Though Blooming Blossoms called for healing, they couldn't see Yufan's berserker at all amongst the flashes of light from the Team 100 Blossoms' former playstyle. If they got any closer, they might accidentally step into the Blossoms and Blood. Two healers whose names immediately darkened and were automatically kicked from the team showed everyone the consequences of approaching without careful consideration. The reason why Yifan had wanted everyone to not worry about him, scatter and keep their distance, was obviously because he didn't want them to get consumed by Blossoms and Blood and get killed. Captain Yu. In that moment, all the Team 100 Blossom players finally completely accepted their new core players. However, could Yifan alone break Blossoms and Blood? Zhong Jiala and Yifan's Blossoms and Blood had been a coincidence. It was probably impossible for them to repeat it or continue it. The real Blossoms and Blood had been crafted through an entire season of trying to sync up from the extremely talented Zhong Jiala and Sunjaping. In the third season of the Alliance, Blossoms and Blood had been refined and had swept through the Alliance. All the powerhouses were shocked by this unseen playstyle and lost, disoriented. It was that season that Blossoms and Blood reached their peak, and were also stopped at that peak. Team 100 Blossom, who had stormed their way to the finals, eventually fell to Team Excellent Era, who didn't allow them to stop the attainment of their yet unchallenged third consecutive championship. Blossoms and Blood had been struck through by one autumn leaf's evil annihilation. God Yi Qiao, having made that mark in history, made a shocking move after gaining the championship and accepted an interview. Though it was only through QQ, he had managed to leave a sentence that would be remembered by all. A few times is enough for a play style, so using it too much, doesn't that get tiring? However, even with this mocking sentence, Blossoms and Blood didn't become a joke because the only one who had the right to make light of it was God Yi Qiao. If others wanted to say the same, they needed to break Blossoms and Blood first. No playstyle or tactic was unbreakable, but Blossoms and Blood was something invincible in the hearts of 100 Blossom fans, yet now they were hoping that Yifan would be able to break Blossoms and Blood. This was because this title no longer belonged to Team 100 Blossoms, but rather their enemies. Blooming Blossoms was secretly sweating in nervousness for him. This was a good chance for Yifan to take the lead, and the club had been hoping that he would be able to truly take the Team 100 Blossoms flag sooner than later, bringing Team 100 Blossoms fans away from clinging to the memories of someone who was no longer a part of their team. And now, this chance was right in front of them, but it really was a little too difficult. With Sunjaping's injury forcing his retirement, Blossoms and Blood disappeared from the Alliance. In those 2.5 seasons, the only one who had managed to break Blossoms and Blood alone was Yi Qiao in the third season. Yifan was a very talented player, but had he reached the level Yi Qiao had back then? There was probably no one who would believe that. Speaking of, no matter if it was Zhong Jiala or Sunjaping, they had both passed their peak. Sunjaping had even retired for so long due to an injury, but now he was somehow back. It was debatable if it was actually him or not, though. These two weren't at the same level they had once been. On the other hand, Yifan was at his peak condition to play, so maybe he could really break this Blossoms and Blood. Blooming Blossoms was filled with hope. After all, using this to make an impression in the hearts of 100 Blossoms players would be far better than using your own pain to do its star. This sort of tactic wouldn't be able to truly vanquish the lingering emotions 100 Blossom fans had for the past. Thoughts flew through Blooming Blossom's mind wildly, and he even considered if there was any way they could cheat to help Yifan. It was a shame that he couldn't think of any. This sort of pro-level face-off wasn't something that normal players could get involved in. Watching the party window, Blooming Blossoms noticed the health of Yifan's berserker dropping lower and lower, and he became more and more anxious. Then, he suddenly realized that because of the flashing light and shadows, they couldn't see Yifan struggle at all. In the end, it was probably just be a corpse, tossed out. With that, Yifan's efforts would be no different from that of someone who died as soon as they stepped in. How much acceptance this suffering could gain could be argued. A chance! A chance! Chance? This thought didn't exist in Yifan's mind. Stepping out like a hero was all a thing of the moment. He had heard Sunjaping and Zhong Jiala's conversation. Did he want to end things like this? Yifan couldn't accept that. He was even furious about it. Since he was now part of 100 Blossoms, he understood better than anyone what Zhong Jiala meant to this group of fans. So when Zhong Jiala raised his gun at the Team 100 Blossoms players, he had charged out to stop it. Not only was this for Zhong Jiala, but also because he didn't want the players of 100 Blossoms to be hurt in such a way. Yet it was another Summer of Sleep who had popped up. He wanted to truly, cruelly, use this method to bid farewell to the Team 100 Blossoms fans. Yifan couldn't accept that at all. He stepped out to fight, not thinking of the consequences. He just wanted to do everything he could. He just wanted to battle. They were hard to deal with, as expected. Team 100 Blossoms had wanted to recreate Blossoms and Blood through having Yifan join. Yifan, of course, had researched this playstyle extensively as well, watching recording after recording of the old Blossom duos matches. So, he was more certain than anyone that this berserker in front of him was truly the old first berserker, Sunjaping. And when he was really up against Blossoms and Blood, he found that this playstyle was truly hard to deal with. I don't think I can do it. Watching his health fall to the bottom, Yifan took a deep breath. His protection of 100 Blossoms would have to come to an end here. Let him burn this last slither of health as brightly as possible. Yifan didn't spare a thought for anything else, directly activating Bloodthirst. This was a powerful status skill that berserkers gained at level 75. After their status was in Bloodthirst, berserkers could use their own health to increase their strength. Yifan's berserker didn't have much health left, so Bloodthirst's effects were limited. However, what was more important was the fight until the end attitude that this decision represented. When his health only had 1 point left, he struck his final blow and burned the rest of his life. A crimson flash of energy from his blade streaked out from the Blossoms and Blood, and yet that was when Blossoms and Blood was brought to an abrupt halt by this single slash. Dazzling Spring's attack stopped and the flashes of light and shadows dispersed. Everyone saw that Dazzling Spring was lying there, somehow knocked down by Yifan's berserker. Chapter 952. A confusing, chaotic situation. He broke through. Blooming Blossom was ecstatic, but after checking the health on Yifan's berserker, for a second, his smile wouldn't come out. Fortunately, the players from Blossom Valley reacted quickly. In an instant, the healers worked together and healed Yifan's berserker back to full health. However, Yifan's berserker just stood there staring into space. It was as if he didn't know that he had been rescued and thought he had died. Yifan really did think he had died. The outcome had astonished him. He should have been able to dodge that attack. This guy? You've become soft-hearted. Yifan heard another Summer of Sleep say. These words weren't directed at him. Ha ha. Dazzling Spring laughed, but didn't say anything. Another Summer of Sleep turned to look at Yifan. Little one, Blossoms and Blood looks as if it's birthed from the Spitfire's 100 Blossom style, but in reality, the berserker is the one in control of this playstyle's rhythm. If you want to see Blossoms and Blood reborn again, you'd better work hard. Sunjaping said. Not waiting for Yifan to regain his composure, everyone in Happy entered the battle in an orderly fashion under Yixiao's instructions. Yixiao's Lord Grim led the charge. His myriad manifestations umbrella shook. It transformed into its spear form and shot forward. Zhong Jiala and Sunjaping saw it from the corner of their eyes. What are you doing? Zhong Jiala shouted. You good for nothing. Cheating us to give the stage to you. What a waste of time. Give us control of the battle now. Yixiao said and moved his spear. Zhong Jiala thought he was about to be attacked, so he had Dazzling Spring roll off to the side. However, Lord Grim was just faking it. He also moved to the side. From behind him, a handful of sand came flying out. Steam Bun Invasion had also joined the fray. Zhong Jiala dodged quite quickly, but Yifan's berserker was still just standing there staring blankly. The handful of sand hit him directly. Yifan's screen went black. He had become blind. However, that had woken him up in an instant. He couldn't see and he didn't know what was happening, but he could still hear the sounds from the game. You want to break our Blossoms and Blood again? Yifan heard Zhong Jiala shout. Ha ha, your information is too outdated. Old son, stand aside. It'd be embarrassing if I accidentally hit you. Yixiao replied. Zhong Jiala was startled. He turned around and saw another Summer of Sleep moving aside. It didn't seem like he was planning on fighting alongside him. At this moment, Zhong Jiala finally noticed the guild tag above another Summer of Sleep's head, Heavenly Justice. Zhong Jiala instantly realized something. Soon afterwards, Windward Formation summoned a chaotic rain. 1 inch drew an ice boundary. Concealed light summons lined up and attacked. Dawn rifle and chasing haze shot stingers into the sky. The artillery shell exploded in the air and a dense forest of thorns rained down. Zhong Jiala didn't say anything more. Dazzling Spring nimbly maneuvered through these attacks. It was tragedy for Yifan's berserker though. While he was out of it, sand had hit him, inducing a blind. No matter how experienced he was, there was no way he could suddenly defend against an attack from 4 sides without being able to see anything. However, ever since Yifan's berserker produced a Blossoms and Blood, he had already been recognized by Blossom Valley as their core god. The players from Blossoms Valley failed to remember that they were here to hunt the boss. Everyone rushed forward desperately to rescue their god. If they could do so, they would be delighted if they could also give Zhong Jiala's Dazzling Spring a blow in the passing. It wasn't hard to imagine how difficult the situation was for Zhong Jiala. The players from Blossom Valley were easier to deal with, but the group from Happy being led by Qiao was very painful. He dodged left and right, but he couldn't avoid so many attacks. Dazzling Spring's health continued to fall. In this chaotic battle, Zhong Jiala's spirit wavered. He couldn't react in time for the next wave of attacks. Suddenly, a figure came in from the slide, rescuing his Dazzling Spring. Zhong Jiala turned around absent-mindedly and clearly saw who it was. It was Lin Jingyan's brawler. Zhong Jiala's spirit shook. Correct. This was his teammate. A partner who he could rely on. The past was the past. Zhong Jiala looked around. Sun Jiping's Another Summer of Sleep was on the other side of the battlefield swinging his greatsword. Zhong Jiala returned to that summer many years ago. It had been a chaotic battle too. In the end, they were the only 2 remaining. That youth carried his greatsword on his shoulders and charged into the fray in a berserk state. Zhong Jiala no longer had the will to keep fighting and thought he was definitely dead when he heard that person say, "Hey, you're pretty good. Do you want to be my partner?" The 2 joined Team 100 Blossoms together that year, forming the Dual Blossoms. They studied the tendencies of their opponents and created an unheard-of playstyle together. Blossoms and Blood shocked the entire glory scene the following year. And today, in the same kind of chaotic battle, the 2 were on different sides. The blood shadows from his greatsword were as wild as before. The 100 Blossoms style was as dazzling as ever. However, Blossoms and Blood would never appear again. Goodbye. Just like how he raised his gun towards Guild Blossom Valley, Zhong Jiala's Dazzling Sprint lifted up his right hand and shot accurately at Another Summer of Sleep. Blood splattered from the bullet hole in Another Summer of Sleep. He roared and slashed in this direction using Wild Blood Strike. The player in front of him was sent flying away. Zhong Jiala seemed to see a smile on Another Summer of Sleep's expressionless face. Another Summer of Sleep lifted his greatsword onto his shoulders and then turned around carefreely. Leave! Finally, after saying goodbye, Zhong Jiala regained his composure and quickly realized that participating in this chaotic battle was meaningless. Everyone was here to snatch the boss. Where's the boss? With Herb Garden. Why were these people even fighting? He immediately told Lin Jingyan to leave. The 2 wanted to run, but Happy refused to comply and did not let the 2 off. Have you gone senile from old age? Why aren't you letting us go? Zhong Jiala angrily rebuked. It's more like your eyes have gone blurry from old age. Are you the only ones we're not letting go? Qiao retorted. Zhong Jiala focused and saw that they weren't the only ones being trapped by Happy. As soon as a pro player on the battlefield passed by, it didn't matter if he didn't provoke them, Happy would take the initiative to attack them. How low? Zhong Jiala exclaimed. Lin Jingyan was perplexed. Why do you think he's acting so lowly? Happy's crude and rough training method wasn't within the scope of the imagination of these pro players. We can't let them keep doing this, Zhong Jiala said. But I feel like taking the initiative to attack is exactly what they want, Lin Jingyan said. Could he be threatening from the east and striking from the west? Zhong Jiala reflected on it from a tactical perspective. luring a tiger from its home in the mountains. Lin Jingyan added. The two turned to look at Herb Garden. Happy and the Guild Alliance had surrounded them. Sure enough. The two slapped their thighs. Happy's training method was to restrict these pro players, stopping them from attacking the boss. The two were incomparably experienced gods. They saw through Qiao's scheme and obviously wouldn't let him go through with it. They had to escape by any means possible and rush over to aid in the boss battle. The pro players weren't cooperating, making it difficult for everyone in Happy. Happy encircled, chased, blocked, and intercepted. In any case, they got to fight with these gods, so it could be considered as accumulating high-level combat experience. The two from Team Tyranny were nipped at the heels fiercely. Team 100 Blossoms Yifan had been dragged into the fray. There was also Team Blue Rain's Huang Xiaoqian. He had never tried escaping from the very beginning. And ever since Lu Hanwen's Blade Master was killed, he kept on spouting out word bubbles filled with declarations of revenge. Sun Song, who had entered the battle on his own accord, had finally been urged back by Xiao Shiqin. In the end, Excellent Era wasn't able to be dragged in. Those who had been watching for a while, like Guild Samsara and Guild Misty Castle, had an easier time making a move after clearly seeing what the situation was. The pro players from those two teams circled around Happy as if they were stinking piles of dung towards Herb Garden. The pressure on Herb Garden multiplied. With so many guilds and so many pro players, even with a god watching over them, it was still extremely difficult to hold their advantage. However, if Wang Jieshi wasn't able to predict such an outcome, then his 2 championship titles and narrowly recreating Excellent Era's reign over the scene would be unjustified. When the guilds and pro players surrounded them, Herb Garden created a path. This path wasn't a welcoming path, but an exit path. Wang Jieshi's which zoomed through the sky on his broom and moved bizarrely through the crowd. Behind him was the boss, Shadow Commander Shan. When the guild saw this, they wanted to cry. It was clear that Shan's #1 target was Wang Jieshi's witch. Usually, this target should be the first to be killed, making it easy to transfer the aggro to someone else. However, the target was the Alliance's mysterious magician. How many could catch up to him? Team Misty Rain's newly joined beautiful sisters were newborn calves who didn't fear tigers. The 2 sharpshooters rushed forward to block him. However, Wang Jieshi's witch made a few right-angle turns and several feints, confusing these 2 sisters. By the time they recovered, Shadow Commander Shan reached them and slashed at both of them. How could a level 75 wild boss's attack power be a joke? It looked like a plain and simple slash, but it nearly killed the 2 of them instantly. The 2 couldn't help but feel fear. When they went to intercept Wang Jieshi again, they needed to be more careful and shoot from afar, but Wang Jieshi's was moving around in the crowd. In the end, their bullets only injured the normal players of other guilds. The pro players on the battlefield sympathized with these beautiful sisters. In the end, rookies were still green. They were being led around by the nose by Wang Jieshi. Chapter 953. Knowing when to stop. If Wang Jieshi was just simply rampaging about on his own, no one would bother him and risk drawing his attention. However, the problem was that he held the aggro of the boss. From the perspective of boss stealing, Wang Jieshi was a core problem that everyone had no choice but to face. Before dealing with him, they couldn't take the boss. Otherwise, they would just be helping Herb Garden kill it. Wang Jieshi wasn't a target normal players could even dream of dealing with though. Even pro players, the ones just starting out, like the Misty Rain sisters, would only end up in an awkward situation if they tried. However, apart from these 2, the pro players had popped up today were all big names in glory, perfectly capable of causing Wang Jieshi a lot of trouble. The problem was, these pro players didn't have the time to do so, because they were struggling with their own troubles. Team Happy. Qiao and his group's goals were simple and direct. They didn't care about the wild boss at all, so they didn't bother spending any effort on Wang Jieshi, who was flying all over the map. On the other hand, the other pro players were perfect targets for them. As they fought furiously with the pro players they had already engaged, they ran about harassing new targets as well. The pro players were extremely vexed, but didn't want to waste time on Happy either, so they all began to take an avoidance approach towards Happy. As for Yixiao's group, they really didn't like the avoidance approach the pro players were taking. We came to get battle experience, so if you keeping dodging about and running away, then we can't use this to our advantage. They couldn't provoke most of the pro players to fight them, and the ones that they were entangled with, they couldn't finish off. The pro players weren't fighting on their own either. No matter if it was Yifan or Huang Xiaoqian or Zhong Jiala and Lin Jingyan, they all had guilds supporting them. None of them would sit by and watch their gods get led around by the nose. A few people to provide range support or healing was already a great help. However, Yixiao wasn't worried about this, because their goal really was too simple. Victory didn't matter. If these pro players were impossible to kill, then it would be great if they could fight them for 3 days and 3 nights. The situation was chaotic, but it somehow managed to maintain this chaotic balance to the end. Team Happy and the pro players they had managed to engage were locked in a stalemate. As for stealing the boss, no one could really do anything to Wang Jieshi, so the guilds began to strike at Herb Garden's normal players, so Wang Jieshi began to lead the boss rampaging through the guilds and destroying their attack formations. Was Shadow Tactician Shan even a boss anymore? No one thought it seemed like one anymore. It was evidently Wang Jieshi's summons, following Wang Jieshi's witch, attacking and causing chaos among the guild players wherever it went. The normal players had learned something new today, that the magician was so incisive, even when stealing bosses. Seeing that their pro players didn't seem to be able to do much, they also began to lose hope. Shadow Tactician Shan's health was rapidly falling as he barged through the crowd. In addition to Herb Garden's relentless attacks, the damage it took from the crossfire was probably upwards of 10% of its health. It was until Shan's health fell to 10% and entered the enraged state that the situation began to unstabilize. In an enraged state, Shan would summon shadow soldiers. Many masked assassins in black cloaks appeared together, killing anyone they came across. Normal players wouldn't be able to win against these assassins one-on-one. Pro players had the ability to, but they didn't know if they should. What would they gain from killing these shadow assassins? Nothing. They would only be helping Herb Garden. The situation had already come to this and they had no way of dealing with Wang Jieshi, so the guilds finally began to give up. After giving the order, Samsara, Misty Castle, Excellent Dynasty, and the other guilds had already recalled their troops. However, many people came over to watch Happy fight the other gods out of curiosity. Seeing everyone clearing the field, Zhong Jiala and the others knew that the conclusion was set. They seethed at Yixiao in their hearts. If it wasn't for Yixiao causing trouble, then Wang Jieshi definitely wouldn't have had such an easy time, what with all them gods here. What the hell were you thinking, fucking around like this? Now look, have you managed to get the boss? Zhong Jiala said with contempt, believing that Yixiao had completely miscalculated. Yixiao laughed. What the hell are you laughing about? Zhong Jiala was enraged, and Dazzling Spring directed his fire at Lord Grim. Lord Grim hurriedly dodged. Speaking of, Yixiao was a little disappointed. He had hoped that Tangru, Steamed Bun, and the others could get the chance to gain some experience by fighting pro players, but these pro players just seemed to love coming at Lord Grim. To be honest, Yixiao's Lord Grim was more like a bystander in this battle, mostly taking command. The few times he went up to fight, it was only when he was forced to. Let's crush this guy together. People N units away could even still see the speech bubbles coming from Huang Xiaoqian's Blade Master. Sun Slong, who was about to leave with his guild, immediately raised his spear, eager to come over when he saw this. We probably shouldn't waste any more time here, yeah? Xiaoshkin's mechanic quickly came over to talk him down. Yixiao looked around then and saw that the boss fight was over and the guild members were shuffling over to watch them. If they continued to fight, Blue Brook, Tyrannical Ambition, and Blossom Valley's players could participate wholeheartedly. Like that, if Yixiao and co continued to fight without the help of a guild, they wouldn't be able to do much training before being annihilated. If they called their guild over to fight, that would just become a massive guild war. Not only was such a thing probably not helpful to Happy's training, but their guild would also take heavy casualties. Continuing this was meaningless. What are we still fighting for, now that the boss is gone? Seeing that there wasn't any use in continuing, Qiao immediately expressed his opinion. This meaningless fighting wasn't something that any rational guild leader would want, so they all came to try and talk down their gods. With the gods complying, the other normal players were easy enough to persuade. The battle over on Happy's side petered out just like that. Everyone looked towards the boss fight then, seeing that Herb Garden, with Wang Jieshi present, were easily taking down the boss, now that the other guilds weren't making things hard. It didn't take much before Shadow Tactician Xian was finally announced by the system. Okay, let's all leave, Qiao called to his people. Are we not fighting anymore? Tang Ru seemed disappointed for it to end. For the current her, there was no fun to the in-game arena anymore, because it was far too easy. If it wasn't for the fact that she had seen that there was more to the world of glory, she would have probably completely lost interest already. Yes, let's end things here for today. Everyone is probably exhausted, right? Qiao asked. In this chaotic free-for-all, there had been no clear goal. All they did was fight until they ended up rather befuddled. Hearing Qiao's words, everyone came back to the present, and only then did they realize that this battle really had been exhausting. They had been tense, unable to relax, a continuous stream of high-intensity mechanics. This was true exhaustion. Even Tang Ru, who had been unsatisfied just now, found that she really was burnt out after being reminded by Qiao. This was also one of the reasons Qiao had called for them to stop. The Glory Pro League had a match every week. This wasn't just to lengthen the match season. Though in esports, it seemed like you only needed to sit there and there was little movement involved, it still took a lot out of you. Especially for certain areas, like your hands, which had to complete an immense amount of actions. Losing feeling in them when walking out from the match wasn't uncommon. Many players even had lasting symptoms. For example, Sun Jiping's injury wasn't really some sort of accident. His battle style had taken a toll on his hands, and his injury was the result of the accumulation of overwork. The better your skill in glory, the larger the toll on the player, but the pro teams took careful consideration of this. Through the use of science, they obtained ways of practice while caring for their hands, and the career lifespans of pros were constantly on the rise. For Happy, they had limited resources. Sometimes, everyone had to keep playing under exhaustion and stress. If they didn't know when to stop when fighting these high-intensity battles with pro players, it wouldn't be a good thing for Happy's players. Happy's current situation was like those teams from the beginning of the Alliance. They didn't have good foundations, so everything they gained had to be earned themselves, so the pro players had to expend a lot of effort. It was because of this, as well, that the players from the beginnings of the Alliance found it hard to endure until this day. After Qiao's retirement, Han Wenqing had become the very last of the first generation of Glory Pro players that was still fighting matches. Compared to Sun Jiping, who had a similar play style, but debuted in the second season and retired from injury in the fifth, you couldn't deny that natural talent did exist. Compared to the first generation, the Golden Generation was much more fortunate. When they joined, the Alliance had already seen great improvements, and the majority of club structures were very wholesome already. Under these great competitive conditions, the career lifespans of these players were far better than the first generation. By this season, the Golden Generation had been in the Alliance for a full 5 seasons. Compared to the first generation, who had all gradually been forced to retire and part ways within 5 seasons, the Golden Generation were all still in peak competitive condition. Their experience, mechanical skill, and awareness, all of it was still at its peak, making their current state optimal for their performances. Although, when you thought about it, another reason for the first generation's rapid retirement was because a lot of players were like Wei Chen, they weren't young even before they had entered the Alliance. In 2 or 3 years, their performance would naturally drop. After this, the Alliance began to develop further, and the debuting ages of the players would only get lower and lower. For example, Lu Hanwen, the 14-year-old all-star, could keep his title for at least 10 years, if no accidents happened. This was enough for the veterans that could only stay in the league for 2 or 3 years to cry a face full of tears. Considering all of this, Team Happy, whose goal was the Pro League, couldn't be too careless either. Everyone should do some hand exercises before going to bed, Qiao ordered the others, who were all logging off and preparing to rest. Chapter 954. An explosive increase in mistakes. As the name implies, hand exercises were exercises to stretch and relax the hands and wrists. For pro esports players, the hands were their most important physical assets. Happy had limited conditions. They could only do some general exercises. The powerful clubs had their own medical team that would design more focused hand exercises depending on the habits of each pro player. The effects were much better. Apart from needing to protect their hands, their mental health had to be maintained as well. If their hands were fine but they felt exhausted, that wouldn't be good either. Taking care of their mental health was more complicated. Food, a healthy lifestyle, a proper biological clock, and so on all affected their mental health. Team Happy's various practice routines were mainly to help Tangru, steamed bun, Luo Ji, and Anwen's skill level. But in pro teams, apart from helping their players improve, another important part was regulating the conditions of their players. Every person had their ups and downs. Through the scientific regulating, they had these ups and downs conform to the pace of the competitive format. Every team hoped to have their players be at their peak condition every Saturday night. As a result, how to design practice routines was actually a very deep school of knowledge. There were glory specialists, who constantly researched this area. As for Team Happy, as they gradually moved towards the standards, these areas naturally had to be looked into. Unfortunately, Qiao didn't understand the scientific basis for these practice routines, so he could only rely on his own experience to design practice routines for each person. As for the training currently being carried out at Happy, in a pro team, that sort of training would only be directed towards practicing for their matches. A more comprehensive training wouldn't consist of practicing for the match every day because that type of training consumed too much energy. Practice was for improving, not to squeeze their players dry. Today's practice made everyone feel exhausted. The next day, Qiao didn't organize everyone to hunt pro players in the game. Instead, he arranged for a more relaxing practice routine for recovery. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. That marked the end of the week. A new week started and the bosses refreshed. After everyone in Happy went through a day of recovery, they were once again ready and waiting. Waiting in the game was too much of a waste of time. With the advantages of a guild, they could simply go on once they received the news. As for the big clubs, when the new week started, the pro players rubbed their fists and wiped their palms in anticipation. However, the teams clearly weren't willing to have their pro players waste their energy here. They had set up a rotation system. Each team had pro players come, but it wouldn't be the same few every day. Everyone would rotate each day. When match day approached, most would beat the gong and have their troops retreat to focus on the upcoming match. Happy had grasped the timing of these big clubs and took advantage of it. For example, there definitely wouldn't be any pro players in the early morning. They needed to keep a good sleep schedule to maintain their condition. As a result, Happy followed the pro team schedules and also kept a good sleep schedule. At daytime, they waited for news from their guild. As soon as news came up, they would immediately set out. Their target wasn't the boss, but the pro players. They weren't picky with their food. It didn't matter if the pro player was a god or a main roster player or a substitute player. If he or she was a pro player, then he or she would be attacked. As a result, because Happy wasn't focused on killing the boss and instead focused on causing trouble, the various teams viewed them as thorn in their side. It had to be known that going wild boss hunting wasn't a fun get-together. It was a competition. Even though other pro players would fight each other, from an overall perspective, the boss was the objective. If fighting wouldn't help them get the boss, then they wouldn't fight. However, Happy wasn't proper. As soon as those guys saw a pro player, they would fight. It didn't matter if it was related to the boss or not. One time, they found a character, who was suspected to be a pro player, inside the city and they also mercilessly killed him. because of Happy causing trouble, quite a few guilds failed to take down bosses that should have been theirs, and quite a few pro players ended up snatching a bellyful of anger when they tried snatching the bosses. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Glory Alliance completed 4 matches this month. At the end of the month, they began summarizing this month's matches like usual, including the number of seats filled in the stadium, their TV ratings, the numbers for their online streams, as well as several other general statistics. The Glory Alliance wasn't just the tournament organizer. The Glory Alliance was also the manager that needed to keep track of the profits from running the league. From one perspective, the Alliance could be seen as a company. The Alliance's chairman was this company's chief executive officer. When the February briefing came out, many of the numbers were startling. The most noticeable was that in February's matches, the number of mistakes made by players shot up in a straight line. In comparison to January's matches, it was an explosive increase. The distribution of these mistakes was outrageous. From the numbers, the top 10 teams contributed to 70% of this explosive increase of mistakes. What happened to these teams? The staff members of the Alliance analyzed one step further and discovered that the following distribution of mistakes was quite even. Each team and each player had contributed. When they compared this data to the other data throughout the Alliance's history, the staff members would realize that this February was a new record. Numerous teams and numerous players had broken the record for the highest number of mistakes this February. In fact, many jokes and discussions had come up because of the number of mistakes in the matches this month. It was only until they summarized everything did they realize how unprecedented it was. What did mistakes mean? It meant that their condition of the players wasn't at its peak. A poor performance led to a lackluster match. A lackluster match would not be looked at well by spectators. If the spectators didn't like it, it meant a loss in revenue. It was a very scary thing for the Alliance. What had happened for all these teams to collectively be in a slump? These were all the powerhouses in the Alliance too. In fact, it was the bottom 10 teams whose increase in mistakes made appeared rather modest. Their strong suit in making mistakes actually lost to these powerhouses. The Alliance didn't dare be negligent. After organizing the data for February's matches, they immediately convened to analyze and discuss this issue. The Alliance had many talented people, and there was no lack of retired pro players who held a position in the Alliance. This February, what exactly happened to these teams and players? These specialists quickly found the answer. The new update made it so that teams needed new materials to upgrade their silver equipment. Starting from January, the teams gradually began having their pro players go into the game and help. After the Spring Festival, this phenomenon reached its peak. There were even players, who didn't have much of a goal this season, that went to the game on match day. I have some information here. A staff member in the meeting handed a piece of paper with information to everyone. This paper shows the monthly summaries of the league after each glory update. Everyone, take a look at the green numbers and compare it to the red average. You can clearly see that the league is affected by each update. The most direct observation is the increase in mistakes made. There are many reasons: change in equipment, different skills, and splitting their attention to obtain materials in the game. Haven't we already discussed this reality long ago? The Alliance chairman Feng Xianjun skimmed over the information and then placed it back onto the table, but this time, the number of mistakes has increased explosively. It clearly doesn't conform with our past data. That's the reason why we urgently convened this meeting. From the information we have, even though the level 75 update had taken several years to complete, it wasn't an overhaul of the game engine. Everything was developed according to the original rules, so from conventional reasoning, the effects of this update should conform to our past data. No, it should even be said that as glory grows, the ability for teams to adapt should be even better. The effects this time should actually be less than before. That's what the data should tell us. But this time, the number of mistakes actually increased explosively. There must be another reason. How about we have an informal discussion with these teams and these pro players? The numbers are so clear. I think they must have the whole story. Someone suggested. Let's do that then. The chairman Feng Xianjun approved of this idea. Soon afterwards, the Alliance sent people to visit these teams to inquire about this matter and understand the whole story. They soon got the information they wanted. They didn't need to summarize anything. The story that every team talked about was astonishingly all the same. Qiao. Team happy. These two key terms made the chairman Feng Xianjun speechless for a long time. This punk. Seeing this name, Feng Xianjun could feel a headache coming. As Glory's most glorious pro player, Qiao's status didn't need to be discussed. However, despite his outstanding achievements and his countless fans, the Alliance didn't like him very much. The Alliance's former chairman, Jin Qingyi, had once sighed ruefully. Qiao's existence had slowed the growth of the Glory Alliance by at least 2 years. Many people would interpret these words as Qiao's reign over the championship title, making the matches less suspenseful during the early years of the Alliance. But those who knew the inside matters would know that Chairman Jin Qingyi was talking about Qiao not cooperating with publicity. As the founder of Excellent Era's Great Dynasty and the undisputable #1 player in Glory at the time, Qiao should have absolutely been that era's representative. Unfortunately, this #1 player refused to participate in any activities. The Alliance could not borrow his popularity to promote themselves. In the end, all of the players that had been propped up by them were defeated by him. This put the Alliance in a difficult spot. Countless Glory fans even suspected that there's some dark secrets going on. Was there some sort of unwritten rule? If not, why would they not be supporting Qiao? Even after Qiao made an announcement to make things clear, the players were more than happy to use their imagination. Their guesses made the Alliance feel dejected and depressed. Unable to ride on the east wind, Qiao, the Alliance's publicity team had to do twice the amount of work for half the results. This was why Jin Qingyi sighed ruefully, saying that Qiao's existence had slowed the Alliance's growth by 2 years. Chapter 955. Let's talk. Compared to his predecessor, Feng Xianjuan's luck was quite good. When he started managing the Alliance, Qiao's era had ended, and the golden generation had emerged. The competitive scene prospered with the explosive advent of new talents. However, even though his luck was good, Feng Xianjun had his worries due to his luck. It was because there were too many talents. No player like Qiao, who had the ability to dominate the scene and become the Alliance's representative, had appeared since then. It truly made Feng Xianjun feel distressed. In terms of achievements, after Qiao, there were a total of 3 teams that had become champions: Tyranny, Tiny Herb, Blue Rain. Team Tyranny's ace player and Qiao's rival, Han Wenqing, finally toppled Team Excellent Era's reign of 3 consecutive championship titles. Feng Xianjun had taken up his position as the Alliance's chairman that year. As soon as he took office, he wanted to raise Han Wenqing up as the #1 player in Glory. However, no matter how they tried marketing it, Han Wenqing's aggressive appearance made it seem like they were promoting a crime film. Games were viewed as terrible things in many people's eyes. Having someone who looked like he was a violent criminal as their representative would not be different from having their alliance beat down. In the end, Feng Xianjun had to hastily put a stop to this plan. After Team Tyranny, Team Tiny Herb won the championships. Their ace player Wang Jieshi was a player with the title Magician. Unfortunately, Wang Jieshi had a clear flaw in his appearance. He had one big eye and one small eye. In front of the camera, he would often look very terrifying. Wang Jieshi's appearance wasn't easy to work with. After Qiao, Wang Jieshi's 2 championship titles was more than enough. He could be considered as the leading figure during that period of time. In the end, the Alliance didn't directly shirk away from Wang Jieshi like they did with Han Wenqing. However, they didn't display too much enthusiasm for him. In between Team Tiny Herb's 2 championship victories, Team Blue Rain won 1 championship. The 2 leading players were from the famous Golden Generation. Their appearances and personalities were easy to work with too. Unfortunately, Feng Xianjun personally detested Huang Shaoqian. In the eyes of older people, his chatty personality was very frivolous behavior. Feng Xianjun didn't want the Alliance's representative to be this type of person. In the blink of an eye, for seasons passed since Feng Xianjun took office. Without any suitable targets, he could only spread the net wider. As a result, the campaign to build a star became very successful. Numerous all-stars deeply loved by countless fans emerged in the alliance. This could be seen since the start of the All-Star weekend. However, even though the group of stars shined brightly, it was always missing the very brightest one up until Juzukai came. When this player rose and swept the skies, the alliance's campaign to build a star reached its peak. He innately possessed many desirable characteristics. Later on, he perfectly piled on one glorious achievement after the other. Team Samsara was the alliance's nouveau riche. Before Juzukai's addition, Team Samsara was part of the mid-tier and bottom-tier group that couldn't even make it to the playoffs. But because of Juzukai's addition, they were like a salted fish that moved once more. They transformed from a weak team to the current defending champions. Team Samsara's abrupt rise was unprecedented in the alliance. Besides Samsara, the former champions' excellent era, Tyranny, Tiny Herb, and Blue Rain had all been established names since the start of the alliance. All of them possessed powerful guilds. It was the best proof of their solid foundation. As for Samsara, this weak team broke through the monopoly formed by these powerhouses. Everything had started with their new star, Juzukai. The current Samsara had joined the ranks of the powerhouses. Juzukai became the undisputed #1 player in glory. The leading figure that Feng Xianjun had been waiting for had finally appeared. In fact, starting from Season 7, the Alliance's support for Juzukai was already very obvious. However, Glory was still a competitive esport. Without a championship cup, Juzukai was still a bit lacking. Everything changed after Season 8. From the public to the officials, Juzukai was indisputably placed at the top. Numerous media outlets rallied for him, declaring that Juzukai had pushed the Alliance to new heights. From the Alliance's statistics, Feng Xianjun would not deny this point. After Team Samsara won the championships, the Alliance's overall revenue had increased explosively compared to the previous few seasons. The new season had numerous widely discussed transfers, further pushing the Season 9's viewership to an all-time high. The Glory Alliance was moving towards an even more prosperous era. At this moment, a sudden increase in mistakes couldn't help but make Feng Xianjun worried. From the data, the epidemic of mistakes this month and its effects on the quality of the matches had yet to be extensively noticed by their players. For one, very few players closely followed everything that went on in the Alliance. Secondly, players wouldn't pay much attention to this statistic. But even if the players didn't notice, how could those media outlets specifically looking for topics to write about ignore it? The media also did a monthly briefing on that month's circumstances. The abnormality in February wouldn't escape the media's attention. They would certainly be reporting it without restraint very soon. After the players became aware, the Alliance needed to provide an acceptable explanation. The truth found through asking the various teams wasn't a beautiful story. They couldn't just tell these players that the lackluster quality and increased number of mistakes in the matches this month were because the pro players were absorbed in the game, right? That would be too comical. What made it even worse for Feng Xianjun was that he had no way of stopping these teams from competing in the game because this ensured that the Alliance would continue to grow. The league that was established could not be separated from the game. This had always been one of the features of the league. When the league first started, it had been designed to be extremely close to the players and fans, making the Glory competitive scene stand out among the numerous other esports and prosper until today. Esports was dependent on the game. Whether it was an online game or a standalone title, keeping such popularity for so long could be considered a miracle. This was a win-win for the Glory game and the Glory Alliance. Neither side had considered breaking up this format. What made Feng Xianjun depressed was that if it was just the teams competing against each other in the game, it wouldn't result in this type of outcome. Their past data explained this point. This time, everything was because of Qiao and his team happy. The feedback from the various teams seemed to prove this point. Qiao, did he have to find him and tell him to stop messing around? Feng Xianjun thought about it, but shook his head. Let alone this request being too broad, the other side had no reason to listen. Even if the request was reasonable and fair, was Qiao the type of person who would just listen to orders? If not, the former chairman Jin Qingyi wouldn't have sighed, saying that Qiao's existence had slowed the alliance's growth by 2 years. In the end, the most reasonable decision that could be made by Feng Xianjun was to advise the teams and to communicate with them. He could not directly prohibit them. After thinking about it, he might as well convene a private conference for the appropriate people in the alliance's top 10 teams. Convening a conference for every team was very normal. Because of February's abnormality, the various teams also had their own thoughts, so they quietly responded to this time's conference and ran over to the alliance headquarters to drink tea together. Feng Xianjun hadn't called for anyone in particular, so the various teams just arranged for their usual participants, the club manager and the team captain. 10 teams. 20 people. At the big round table in the alliance headquarters meeting room number 1, everyone was familiar with each other. Sure enough, this conference didn't seem too official. There weren't even seating arrangements. The various teams came, greeted one another, and then picked a seat to sit down on. When it was about time to start, Chairman Feng Xianjun also came to the meeting. The room was silent. Everyone knew what they were here to talk about because in front of everyone was a newspaper, the 28th of February Friday edition of the Esports Home. In eye-catching font, the headlines had put the total number of mistakes made in the Alliance's February matches. Below, there were comparisons to past numbers, letting the readers know just how shocking the total number of mistakes were. Ahem. Feng Xianjun seemed to accidentally but also intentionally put his hands on the newspaper on the table. He cleared his throat before starting to speak. This situation isn't too good. Feng Xianjun got right to the point. Now that it's been reported, the effects cannot be avoided, so I hope that everyone can hurry and go back to their regular routine. Feng Xianjun said. The managers and team captains forced a smile. How could they have not thought about it? But if there was fish, how could the bear not want some? They had to fight for materials in the game, but they also didn't want the conditions of their players to be affected. How could they not want the best of both worlds? But what could they do? Honestly, if it wasn't for Qiao making trouble, it wouldn't turn out like this. The team captains would also need to fight for bosses. They had been on the front lines, so they had the most authority to make any statements. The captain of the 10th place team, Team Thunderclaps Liu Hao, decisively brought out the topic of Qiao. The former vice-captain of Excellent Era, Liu Hao, had been transferred to Team Thunderclap this summer. Along with his teammate He Ming, they became the bargaining chip for Excellent Era's purchase of Xiao Shiqin. At Team Thunderclap, Liu Hao was chosen as the general among the dwarfs, and became appointed as the team captain. But how could the current Team Thunderclap be anything in Liu Hao's eyes? From the very start, Liu Hao had always been seeking for a better path. But even if he thought of a better path, he first needed to perform well. As the team captain this season, he had actually performed spectacularly, bringing Team Thunderclap to 10th place. They even had hopes of making it into the playoffs. Liu Hao would obviously cherish this type of achievement. As a result, he put more and more effort and even fought for wild bosses for Team Thunderclap, naturally in order to strengthen his team. Any pro player would spare no effort if they had the chance to enter playoffs. Unfortunately, their guild strength wasn't that strong. Along with Qiao making trouble, they were doing so poorly at snatching bosses that it made Liu Hao feel ashamed. Liu Hao would obviously do his utmost to push the blame onto Qiao. His resentment towards Qiao was unrelated with him being in Excellent Era or not. Chapter 956. Discussing the details. Liu Hao decisively pointed out Qiao. The other team captains didn't have much of a reaction. They sipped on their tea, peeled their tangerines, or peeled their bananas. Qiao was the main culprit. Liu Hao wasn't wrong. It was just supposed to be fighting some bosses. How could that be any burden for pro players? Competing against one another? That didn't need to be as intense as competing in a match. However, Qiao's existence changed everything. Happy went all out fighting these pro players. Even worse, they never stopped. What's more, both sides were supported by their guild, so even if they wanted to die, it wouldn't be easy. It was easy to imagine how exhausting such non-stop intensive fighting was. Then, they had to play in a high-level match, which didn't allow for even the slightest bit of negligence. How could they not keep making mistakes? Everyone understood this reasoning. However, none of the team captains uttered a word, mainly because they didn't want to increase Qiao's might. They were also thinking of ways to deal with Happy causing trouble. Only Liu Hao directly said it because of his personal grudge towards Qiao. Feng Xianjun saw everyone's reaction and knew what was going on. Today's meeting was mainly towards these team captains. As for the managers, playing in matches and snatching bosses weren't their responsibilities. What they said about the players' conditions and whatnot didn't count. Ha ha, Qiao, no one is a stranger to this name. Feng Xianjun said. Since everyone's so familiar with him, I'll put it bluntly. I understand everyone's feelings towards Qiao. Wenqing, you and Qiao have been rivals for many years. He's already retired. You still won't let it go. Feng Xianjun smiled in Han Wenqing's direction. Jieshi, you almost built a new dynasty like Qiao. Are you perhaps a bit unwilling to accept that your legacy cannot compare to Qiao's? Feng Xianjun looked towards tiny Herbs Wang Jieshi. Wenju, Li Xian, Yunxiao. You three are from the golden generation. How could you guys claim the world belongs to the young under Qiao's oppression? Ha ha, you guys aren't too happy with him either, no. Feng Xianjun looked towards these three team captains. As for you others, perhaps you've been oppressed by Qiao too. Or perhaps when you come out with your proud accomplishments, someone always splashes a bucket of cold water on you and compares your accomplishments to Qiao's, so you're also not accepting of him either. I know all that. Feng Xianjun smiled. These team captains were smarter than a majority of normal players. When they first heard Feng Xianjun call out their names, they were startled, but when he finished speaking, they suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Feng Xianjun was implying that when they came across Qiao, they were unable to put down their past grievances and refused to let Qiao go. But it was in fact the opposite. Everyone was focused on snatching bosses, but it was Qiao and his team that refused to stop bothering them. Chairman, you've reversed the main relationship. We're the ones on the defensive. The team captains looked at one another. Liu Hao once again rushed out excitedly, why don't we ally together? If we see Qiao, we first get rid of them before doing anything else. Feng Xianjun heard his suggestion and was truly angry. F*CK, didn't I just say all of that to advise you guys not to split your attention when you see Qiao? Good, good. You even want everyone to split their attention together and make trouble for me, is that it? Feng Xianjun glared at Liu Hao, but Liu Hao was so excited that he didn't notice. He was even looking at everyone expectantly. Seeing how the team captains appeared to be in deep thought, Feng Xianjun was truly afraid that they would ally together to go hunt Qiao down. If that happened, was there still going to be a league? We might as well just organize the players to go to the game and watch you guys chase him down. Ahem. Feng Xianjun cleared his throat and got everyone's attention. What I have to say is very simple. We're under special circumstances right now. Everyone needs to put some effort into the game. We all understand that. It's one of the selling points and features of the Glory Alliance. However, everyone needs to focus when they're in the game. Don't let your personal feelings interfere with proper business. It wouldn't be good if it affected your matches in the league. This time of year is when everyone needs to perform at their best. Feng Xianjuan's final words weren't wrong. This season, all of the teams appeared very ambitious, allowing such an exciting season to form. If the teams wanted good placings, the matches would naturally be more fun to watch, and the alliance's growth would be more powerful too. This was why Feng Xianjun was worried of a minor problem growing out of control. The problem is that this isn't the current situation. This time, the team captains didn't stay silent. The first to speak was Team Blue Range Yu Wenju. Chairman, we all understand what you're saying. We aren't that unprofessional. Wang Jieshi said. Right now, it's Qiao who's taking the initiative to make trouble for us. Han Wenqing said. As a result, we aren't able to concentrate on the bosses. We have to split our attention to face them. Team 100 Blossoms Yifan said. It was easy to see that he had been deeply affected by it. Everyone would thank the heavens if he didn't give us trouble. Who wants to provoke him? Team Mrs. Chu Yunxiu said. Last time, our team's Li Zun hadn't even left the city yet and he was killed by Yi Qiao's group. Team Void's Li Xian said unhappily. He did prove a rumor though. Happy had killed a character who was suspected to be a pro player. It turns out that it really was a pro player. It doesn't seem like he's here to snatch bosses. It seems like he's deliberately looking for trouble. Team Wind Howl's Tang Hao said. He's specifically targeting pro players. Team 301's Yang Song said. Yeah. Team Samsara's Juzakai. Let's ally together and get rid of him. Liu Hao immediately suggested, but this time, he saw the chairman glare at him. Liu Hao thought he had been seen through by the chairman. He instantly shrunk back and didn't dare let out a peep. What is this Yi Qiao doing? Feng Xianjun seemed to be talking to himself, but everyone still heard him. Bothering us and diverting our attention is convenient for his group. Wang Jieshi replied. Everyone nodded their heads, looking at it from a tactical perspective for snatching bosses. It had been a month, and the team still hadn't figured out that Yi Qiao was actually bringing his team to get experience from them. After all, from a tactical perspective for snatching bosses, Happy's behavior was very logical, so no one was imaginative enough to think about it from another perspective. They all thought Yi Qiao's actions were appropriate. It was just that his appropriate actions were harming them. His Happy was still playing leisurely in the Challenger League. They had plenty of energy and time. On the other hand, the other pro teams still needed to maintain their peak conditions to face their upcoming matches. But every week, they needed to waste so much of their energy on snatching bosses. How could the quality of the matches not go down? The one comfort was that it was everyone who fell, not just one team. As a result, even though the quality of the matches this month decreased, it didn't really affect the placings in the alliance. The pro players only cared about their placings. They didn't care too much about the alliance's growth or whatever, so even though they were all grumbling about Yi Qiao, in reality, they weren't nearly as worried as Feng Xianjun. It was everyone playing poorly, so who cares? Ban his account. The alliance doesn't have that sort of authority, does it? Remove their qualifications for the Challenger League. That way they can't fight back. Yeah, that's good. Remove them. As a matter of fact, the team captains were even in the mood to joke around. It truly made Feng Xianjun burn with anxiety. The alliance obviously had the power to remove their qualifications for the Challenger League, but they couldn't just randomly abuse it. They had to follow the rules, no? They didn't have a proper reason to remove Happy's qualifications. How could the team captains not understand that? As a result, they were just messing around. Those guys sounded all depressed, but in reality, no one was taking it seriously. Honestly, I feel like Liu Hao's suggestion could be one solution. Yu Wenju suddenly said. Feng Xianjun was startled. Why are you also making trouble for me? Most players wouldn't consider things from a manager's perspective, but Feng Xianjun didn't think Yu Wenju was that type of player. In his eyes, Yu Wenju was a talent that could join the alliance's management level after retiring as a pro player. Why did he make this kind of suggestion? At this moment, Yu Wenju continued, everyone knows how many people are in Yi Qiao's team, right? 10 Wang Jieshi said. You count that one. Han Wenqing said. Are you talking about chasing Hes? Wang Jieshi said. Everyone was clearly someone who fully understood the matter. They even knew the names of everyone in Team Happy. Chasing Hes is weak, but if you draw the line with her, then there are a few other ordinary ones among them. Wang Jieshi said. Little cold hands. Concealed light. The captains of the alliance's top teams could already name everyone in Team Happy. These were just the rather weak ones in Team Happy, yet they were still very familiar with them. It doesn't matter if they're strong or weak. In any case, my suggestion is that the next time we hunt for bosses, everyone be on the lookout for them. We'll take the initiative to send out a few players to form a team and specifically contest against them. They want to fight with us, so we might as well fight with them. If we have people specifically to deal with them, then we won't need to worry about wasting too much of our energy. The others can then focus on the boss. The faster we finish, the earlier we can leave. What do you think, everyone? Yu Wenju said to everyone, but his eyes were still focused on Feng Xianjun. Feng Xianjun let out a sigh of relief. He nodded his head with a smile. This Yu Wenju truly was a talent. This method was one move, two gains. With each one having a specific goal, they wouldn't be splitting their attention. It was an excellent idea. Yes, I think Yu Wenju's solution is good. Feng Xianjun approved and immediately supported it. He didn't wait for everyone's response and first declared his position. If the chairman approved, then everyone had to give him face. What's more, Yu Wenju's solution was truly a good one. Soon afterwards, everyone discussed the details. Liu Hao was the most fervent and he actively came up with many plans. You punk, are you planning on destroying Happy? Who would have thought that even after leaving Excellent Era, you still care about them so much? Li Xian suddenly said. What are you talking about? Liu Hao panicked slightly. He really wanted to destroy Happy, but he definitely had no intentions of helping Excellent Era. It would be wonderful if Excellent Era could be destroyed too. He still needed to hide his personal feelings though. Do you guys really think that this team can threaten Excellent Era? Who can say? All of the team captains smiled. Chapter 957. League Influence. It was a good thing that the conference had started feeling like a tea party because the atmosphere became more and more relaxed. Chairman Feng Xianjun became more at ease and couldn't help but give a bit of encouragement to every team. Of course, he didn't care whether the team was the current first-place Tyranny or the 10th-place Thunderclap. As the chairman of the Glory Professional Alliance, he had to treat everyone equally. If he showed even a little bit of favoritism, it would be hard to avoid being trapped by people making a fuss. Soon afterwards, the managers and captains of various clubs all thought about what had happened. This meeting had been resolved with just a few words from Yu Wenju, succinctly offering a resolution. Everyone had been called in from distant areas, when in fact just communicating over QQ for a bit could have led to this idea. It seemed that the chairman had indeed been very nervous. Only, the big club teams hadn't thought of the fact that the explosion of mistakes in February had been reported on by the media. But despite the discontent from the pro players, the number of players in the Glory Heavenly Domain was actually rapidly increasing. Why? Just going online to the Heavenly Domain and taking a look would give the answer. In the global chat, everyone was asking where the boss fights were. Everyone wanted to witness pro players battling at a close distance, especially the popular gods, whose whereabouts were directly asked for by players. For a short while, this kind of enthusiasm from the players covered up quite a bit of the discontent caused by the poor competition quality. But the Alliance didn't dare neglect what was happening. Feng Xianjun was even worried that the large clubs, seeing this reaction from the players, would take the situation even less seriously. He personally called each of them on the phone, repeatedly warning them to be careful and protect the current state of affairs. How to cope with the players' enthusiasm, each club sent specialists to deal with the enthusiasm of the players. At the same time, Yu Wenju's proposal was also decisively put into practice. Thus, the new week began. For every level 75 wild boss that spawned, all the teams once again used their power to gather players together. When Qiao began to search the guilds for pro players, he was astonished to discover that a group of troops had directly appeared in front of Team Happy. This group of players had mixed names and tags, coming from 9 different guilds. At this very moment, however, they resolutely stood together. Before Qiao could figure out what was going on and react, these 9 players actually took the initiative to begin fighting. Exchanging blows, Happy was caught by surprise and put in a bad position. But after they reacted, Qiao was wild with joy. These pros were really too reliable. Knowing that we were looking for them to train, they now specifically dispatched people to form a group specifically to PK. This was simply too considerate in every way. After coming to an understanding, all of Happy's members felt very moved, to the point that they were reluctant to fight back against these 9. However, these 9 weren't polite at all in their attacks, looking like they wanted to quickly send Team Happy back to the city. But although these two teams appeared to be fighting against each other alone, in reality, they were both backed up by guild troops. With that much healing, even if they wanted to die, it would really be quite difficult for them to do so. As a result, the two sides could only exchange blows to kill time until the boss was killed. In this way, the conclusion was unexpectedly joyous for everyone. Every pro team finally thought that Happy had stopped being a nuisance. Happy, on the other hand, would no longer have to use every means possible to get close to and harass those pro players, who were using every means possible to avoid them. Now, everyone lined up in an orderly manner in front of them, volunteering to fight. This is good news. Qiao was happy to the point where he couldn't keep quiet. The professional teams continued to do this time after time, fighting Happy again and hunting bosses one after another. This saved them quite a bit of energy. On Happy's side, Qiao and the rest could also focus on fighting pro players hand to hand, not having to randomly run around like in the past. The effectiveness of their training naturally increased as well. Previously, Happy had trained every other day. But seeing this Happy occasion, they couldn't bring themselves to give it up. They would just need to train a bit harder. Even pro players couldn't have this kind of training method. Their competition training would at best involve dividing the team into 2 groups to fight 5v5, practicing with a few fixed strategies. With the same few opponents every time, they wouldn't be able to break away from their familiarity with their teammates. But now, because the teams in the alliance rotated the players that they sent to fight Wild Boss, the players Team Happy faced also rotated every day. In this way, it was as if the pro players were coming out one by one to specially train with them. This was a unique way of refining their skills and accumulating experience. They also an opportunity to better understand future opponents. Even in the Pro Alliance, if the two teams didn't face one another in the playoffs, they would at most fight on stage twice. This kind of first-hand fighting experience wasn't as common as most people thought. Happy could finally face pro players in combat without any distractions. Pro players could finally stop trying to do 2 things at once. Both sides were content with the present arrangement. This went on for many days. Happy appeared as if they couldn't break through the pro players' formation, but they continued to persevere in their attempts. All the clubs felt conflicted, hoping that Happy would finally retreat, but they also afraid that after retreating Qiao would also think up some new evil idea. After weighing the pros and cons, they decided that just continuing the status quo might be for the better. In a flash, March had passed. This month the Alliance didn't dare look up the numbers only after the end-of-month competitions. They closely followed the whole trail of statistics throughout the month. There was still a higher-than-average number of mistakes, but it wasn't anything like the weird explosion that had happened in February. Rather, it returned to a consistent level. Level Feng Xianjun finally let go of his worries. He couldn't stop himself from calling up each of the teams to give more encouragement and praise, while calling for the other teams to watch and learn. The other teams appeared to not be affected too much, but their strength was weak to begin with. They already made more mistakes on average than the other teams. They were not that competitive in these boss fights either, so it wasn't easy to be affected by this. There was an even more important reason though. This time within these other teams, Heavenly Justice, Conquering Clouds, Parade, and Radiant were in an alliance with Happy. Qiao's group had decided to make increasing their skill level a priority, but it wasn't like they could attack their allies, right? That would obviously break up the alliance between these guilds. This was a safeguard for materials when fighting for a boss, so they wouldn't break it up for now. As a result, these teams weren't affected in the slightest, ensuring that the data for the other teams became worse. And in the process of fighting for Wild Boss, these pro players could also continue fighting together. This allowed them to make repeated gains during the boss fights. And in splitting the materials dropped, none of them really took issue with the current method, because as far as they were concerned, Happy's valiant fighting off to the side stalled a lot of the pro players. This was one of the crucial factors in their success. This was also a merit that the players of small teams possessed. Being the disadvantaged group within pro players, they didn't possess any arrogance or self-importance. Thus, they could easily see the value contributed by others. Their frequent displays of strength only magnified Happy's tactics. The large clubs remained unaware that they were being used as Happy's training partners. The alliance management really wasn't easy to deal with. Pro players had to directly come out. From time to time, some temporary alliances would be formed. With this new generation special background, these temporary alliances were not similar to the usual guild alliances, where the groups turned on one another at the earliest opportunity. After all, pro players all cared quite a bit about their public images. On the other hand, those who played dirty suffered. To the other pro players, these players stabbing them in the back was a certainty, so it was very difficult for these players wanted to make an alliance with others. No matter what, another month of bustling activity passed. This month, in-competition skill statistics weren't as strange anymore. However, the team placements after this month were turned upside down. These changes mainly came from the bottom half of the rankings, with Heavenly Justice, Conquering Clouds, Parade, and Radiant in the lead. In reality, these changes had been visible during February. It was just that the difference between strong and weak teams in the alliance was also quite scary. The divide between the top half and the bottom half seemed like a wide ravine. Thus, although the accumulated points had changed during February, the placements remained relatively steady. Everyone simply treated this as a fluctuation, not taking it seriously. It was only in March, when these so-called fluctuations persisted, that everyone discovered that these four teams had improved by leaps and bounds. From their initial positions among the weak, they had drilled their way through the bottom-tier teams, steadily climbing towards the top half. March 30th came, and the fifth round of battles in March finished. Among the four teams, Radiant had actually climbed to 10th place, and Conquering Clouds had reached 11th. The 9th place team, 301 Degrees, was only 3 points ahead of Radiant by 3 points, and 5 points ahead of Conquering Clouds. The original 10th place team, the unexpectedly well-performing Thunderclap, was now kicked to 12th place, with Heavenly Swords and Parade hot on its heels. It looked as if the team standings could continue to drop at any moment. Based on performance data and points, the abrupt rise of these four teams was due to the fact that they had performed more steadily than other teams in this shaky environment. However, looking one step further, the reason was more obvious. In the online game, these teams were the ones in an alliance with Happy. Happy was Happy, but Happy was also Qiao. Feng Xianjun was speechless. The teams that were in the Challenger League, by means of the competition in-game, actually affected the state of the alliance. If this continued to develop, these four teams might actually have a chance of making the playoffs. Of course, this was something that Feng Xianjun couldn't easily say to the teams. Even if he secretly wanted the playoffs to include as many current all-stars as possible, a competition is still a competition, and first and foremost the competition had to be fair. This kind of thing, he could only hope in his heart. He couldn't just go and underhandedly influence the results. This Qiao only creates trouble. I don't know what he's going to do to the Challenger League. Regarding the Challenger League, the Alliance chairman usually cared little about it, only appearing to follow what was happening, but now, he had truly become interested. Chapter 958. Proactive Preparation. Because the competition for materials affected a team's placing in the Alliance, it wouldn't be good for Feng Xianjun to push this matter further. He could only console himself by saying that it was a feature of the Glory Alliance. In any case, the main offender being Happy made Feng Xianjun filled with interest towards this year's Challenger League. On the 1st of April, the teams participating in the Challenger League received official notifications from the Alliance. The teams would need to report in on the weekend of 4/19th and 4/20th. The Challenger League's offline tournament would officially start on the 21st of April. The teams were notified early to make it easier for players to plan out their schedules. After all, apart from pro teams, most players were either studying or working. The Challenger League offline tournament would last for at least a month. To clear out a schedule for such a long period of time required some work. At Happy, Luo Ji and Anweni were 2 students. However, Qiao had told them about it a long time ago, so the two had even more time to get ready. Did they request a leave of absence or were they just going to skip class? Qiao didn't ask, but he preferred if they handled it appropriately. Skipping class was very worrying. It could greatly affect a player's condition. In the beginning of April, the pro players were still busy on both ends. Qiao's side had dwindled somewhat. Their 2 months of training consisted almost entirely of fighting with pro players every day. How much time they got to fight with these pro players depended on what bosses spawned that day. The pro players would be most active towards level 75 wild bosses. Level 70 wild bosses were okay too, but pro players would almost never show up for bosses lower level than level 70. Apart from that, they often wouldn't show up for past midnight or on match days. As a result, Team Happy's sleep schedule started conforming to the sleep schedules for the pro teams. During these 2 months, not only did their skill levels improve immensely, everyone was in a good mental state. Their equipment had also improved another step. The blueprint for the level 70 upgrade of Lord Grimm's Myriad Manifestations umbrella had been ascertained. The team was only missing a solution for skill books. Their understanding of level 75 materials was still very poor, so Qiao didn't have plans on getting his umbrella to level 75 for now. The current Happy didn't have the resources to do brute force it by trial and error. Whatever extra materials they had would better be used for other silver equipment. Right now, it seemed like Soft Mist would be the first besides Lord Grimm and Windward Formation to get a silver weapon. After all, Qiao's experience towards battle mags was too deep. Let alone a silver weapon, Soft Mist would have an enormous advantage for how to develop her other pieces of silver equipment because of Qiao's knowledge base. As for the other classes, even though Qiao was proficient with them, his experience with those classes couldn't compare to his former main class that he had played as for so many years. Silver Spear, Dancing Fire Flowing Flame. Although it hadn't been created yet, the blueprint had been completely drawn out. Luo Ji had performed some calculations and confirmed that there were no mistakes. It just hadn't been created yet because they lacked a few materials. The uncommon material requirements from the normal servers were the most difficult for Happy. They truly didn't have the energy to spare to split their attention and participate in the boss competitions in the normal servers. Even though they had trained their guilds in the normal servers to a certain extent, they still couldn't improve so quickly in such a short amount of time. Qiao was prepared to trade for these materials because despite these being wild boss materials, the club guilds enjoyed a monopoly on these materials in the normal servers. Those game studios were out of stock. In the end, Qiao could only look for his good friends Conquering Clouds, Radiant, and Parade. These 3 guilds might be relatively small, but it wasn't like they were extremely poor. Seeing how their relationship with each other was good, the 3 guild leaders expressed that they could help out and ask if a trade could be made. The value of uncommon materials wasn't ordinary. A single guild leader didn't have the authority to make a trade on their own. They needed to talk to several departments in their club. Qiao wasn't in a big hurry. He still had many things to do. Their recent training routine continued, but it was dying down. Everyone was saving energy for the upcoming offline tournament. Before it began, they needed to finish as much as possible in terms of their equipment. Dancing Fire Flowing Flame was only one part of their work so far. Qiao's knowledge wasn't limited to just one weapon. During these 2 months, while organizing their materials, Qiao and Wei Chen thought up of numerous ideas for silver equipment. Then, they gave these ideas to Luo Ji to check. If their blueprint had been confirmed and there were enough materials, they could immediately create one. If it wasn't for them already creating quite a few pieces of silver equipment, they wouldn't be stuck on creating Dancing Fire Flowing Flame. Most of the 2 million renminbi worth of materials from Samsara's trade were mainly from the normal server because Qiao had been clear that his future activities would mainly be in the heavenly domain. He wouldn't be able to manage their materials problem in the normal server, so he had planned ahead one. They used bits and pieces of those 2 million renminbi worth of materials, so their set of materials gradually became incomplete. The number of missing materials for their silver equipment increased as time went on. But before dancing fire flowing flame, they had already created 19 pieces of silver equipment. All of them had reached level 70. Along with the myriad manifestations umbrella and Death's Hand, if they hadn't gotten anything from when Team Everlasting disbanded, they would have one more piece of silver equipment than Team Heavenly Swords. At Happy, Qiao and Wei Chen came with their own silver equipment, the myriad manifestations umbrella and Death's Hand. When Team Everlasting disbanded, they had purchased 3 pieces of Warlock silver equipment. After a period of time, they had created 19 of their own pieces of silver equipment, bringing their total silver equipment count to 24. Among these, Wei Chen's Windward formation stood out the most. He had his own silver weapon, and the 3 pieces of silver equipment purchased from Team Everlasting had been for his Warlock. Later on, he and Qiao researched silver equipment, and just like how Qiao was most familiar with battle mags, Wei Chen was obviously the most familiar with Warlocks. Of those 19 silver equipment, 4 of those were for Warlocks. Windward formation currently had 8 silver equipment on him, far surpassing the average of 5.23 silver equipment on a character in the Alliance. He was almost at the level of the god characters. Team Blue Rain's number 1 Warlock, Swaxa, only had 10 silver equipment. It was only 2 more than Windward formation. But then again, Windward formation silver equipment were only at level 70. He couldn't compare to Swaxa in that area. Besides these for Warlock equipment, there were also 5 Battle Mage equipment among these 19 silver equipment. These 2 classes took up half of the total silver equipment. There were 3 Brawler equipment, 2 Cleric equipment, 2 Ghost Blade equipment, 2 Summoner equipment, and 1 Ninja equipment. Ninja equipment was for Mo Fan's deception, which made Cheng Guo a bit worried. Mo Fan also followed along when they practiced, but because both sides had the support of their guilds, there were very few deaths in battle, so his scrap-picking talent couldn't be fully displayed. His combat experience had improved significantly from fighting pro players though. However, Mo Fan was still as emotionless as ever. Cheng Guo could never feel reassured about him. She always felt like one day, Mo Fan would suddenly leave without saying a word. At best, it would be in front of everyone. Cheng Guo was worried that giving Mo Fan ninja equipment would result in a loss. Qiao was quite imposing though. He didn't hesitate to hand over the silver equipment that he made to Mo Fan. Mo Fan was even more imposing. He took it without even saying thanks and directly put it on. Cheng Guo couldn't say anything about her displeasure. She really wanted to grasp Mo Fan by the neck to make him understand, but with Mo Fan's personality, Cheng Guo wondered that even if she did it, she still wouldn't get a response. After these 19 pieces of silver equipment, it was either they didn't any ideas on how to create any more silver equipment, or they didn't have enough materials like with dancing fire flowing flame. It would be best if those materials could be traded for as fast as possible. As for coming up with ideas for other silver equipment, Qiao and Wei Chen no longer spent all their energy on it. After all, the offline tournament was approaching. The two also needed to rest and adjust their mental state. Moreover, compared to Tang Ru, Steen Bun, and the others, the two were old. Keeping up their energy wasn't as easy. Under Qiao's experienced control, the day before the offline tournament, Team Happy slowed down their pace. If it was said that Happy had learned like crazy over the past year, then it was finally time for exam day. Before that, they needed to properly digest the accumulated nutrients obtained during this period of time in order to completely display their full potential. For fifths. On the first Saturday of April, a guest came to visit Happy early in the morning. Su Muqing. Every time Cheng Guo met with her, the two would chat about random things forever, but today, when Cheng Guo saw her, they only did some small talk before quickly changing into the appropriate attire. Cheng Guo knew why Su Muqing had come today. It was the tomb sweeping day ***. Su Muqing, Qiao, and her would all be going to the same place. When the three went out the door, they called a taxi and headed over to Nanshan Public Cemetery. Along the way there, the three chatted casually. The mood was neither heavy nor light. I'll go find you guys later. Just like last year, Chengguo's destination was slightly closer, so they left the group for now and first went to visit her father. See you. Yishio and Su Muqing called out and then headed over towards Su Muqio. Dad, I'm here. Chengguo placed fresh flowers in front of the grave, while cleaning up the surroundings. Chengguo didn't only come once a year on the Qingming festival. She would often come ordinarily. She just didn't tell anyone, that's all. However, Chengguo was more formal on the Qingming festival. She would be more traditional and explain how her year went to her father. It's been a busy year. Who would have ever imagined that our team would actually be formed? I didn't see wrong. Even though the guy gives me mixed feelings, he's truly very reliable. I honestly feel like I haven't helped him at all, but even so, we were still able to form a team. Right now, we're participating in Glory's Challenger League. If we win, then we'll officially become a pro team. Happy. It won't just be the internet cafe. It'll be a professional club. But no one is too optimistic about us because there's a Team Excellent era in this year's Challenger League. Team Excellent era. Did you know? They're our next-door neighbors. I used to love that team. Not anymore though, of course. Because now they're our opponents and because they're not nice. Then again, if they were nice, I would never be able to have this type of opportunity and I would never have experienced everything I did this year. I've been very happy and my life has been filled with things to do. In the last third of the month, we'll be playing in an offline tournament. We have to win. Don't you think so? Chengguo said with a smile. Equals 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 asterisk asterisk TLN, sorry, another long TLN. I wish there was a better way to post long notes and images, sad face. The Qingming festival is also known as Tomb Sweeping Day. It's a day where people visit the graves and pray to their ancestors. They sweep the tombs of their ancestors and give offerings such as flowers, food, joss paper. There are other traditions often celebrated on this day too, such as going for a walk, planting trees, flying kites, and a bunch of other things. They engage in physical activities so that they don't harm their bodies after the Cold Food Festival, where you're not supposed to eat cooked food 3 days before the Qingming Festival. The origin story comes from the Cold Food Festival. The story, or at least the prince, is pretty stupid in my opinion, but here it is. During the spring and autumn period, Prince Chang'e of the state of Jin endured many hardships while he was exiled from his home state because of the Li Ji unrest. While heading towards the Beidi, only 15 men accompanied him, one being his friend and subject Jie Zitui, or Jie Shitue. Jie Zitui was the only one who followed the prince through his 19 years of hardships, seeing his final ascension to the throne as Duke Wen of Jin. Once, when Chang'e and Jie Zitui passed through the state of Wei, all their provisions were stolen. In order to help the prince who was tormented by hunger, Jie Zitui cut off the flesh from his thigh and offered it to the prince for sustenance. Later, when Chang'e became Duke Wen of Jin, he ordered a search for Jie Zitui, who had gone into hiding in the remote mountains with his mother. Jie Shitue had no political ambitions and felt ashamed to work with his hypocritical fellows, hence refused invitation of the Duke. Duke Wen ordered the mountains to be burned down in order to force Jie out of hiding. However, the fire ended up killing Jie and his mother. Filled with remorse, Duke Wen ordered that each year during these 3 days the setting of fire is forbidden, all food was to be consumed cold. Therefore, the festival is thus named, for. Thus, there exists a Chinese proverb that goes, while one can burn off an entire mountain, others are refrained even to light up to eat their rice, depicting what transpired in the burning of the mountain and the subsequent annual banning of using fire on that day to commemorate. Wiki. Chapter 959. Everything ready. Chenghua finished talking to her father. Just when she was about to say goodbye and leave, she saw Yifan and Su Muqing returning. They were standing along the side of the path, waiting for her. Ah! That was fast. Chenghua was surprised. Yifan and Su Muqing chuckled, but didn't say anything. Chenghua checked the time and was even more surprised. It's already been so long. After looking at the time, she realized that it wasn't that Yifan and Su Muqing had been fast, but her being too slow. Sure enough, it's been an eventful year. Chenghua turned her head to look at her father's gravestone and mumbled happily to herself. The three immediately headed back and chatted with each other along the way. They were still talking shop the entire time, but when they got to the offline matches, Chenghua felt a bit awkward because Su Muqing would be their opponent in these offline matches. It was hard for her to accept. However, seeing how Yifan and Su Muqing were chatting without caution, Chenghua was very curious how Su Muqing really felt about the situation. Chenghua didn't think that Su Muqing favored excellent era even 1%, but if that was the case, how could she be allowed to stand on stage? Chenghua could already feel how twisted her feelings would be when the time came just thinking about it. In the end, she never asked before the two sides parted. Once the Qingming festival passed, there were only 2 weeks left. Their request to trade materials with those 3 guilds was finally approved. In addition, the good relationship between Happy and their guilds had spread to their clubs as well. When Happy took the initiative to request a trade, the 3 guilds didn't take the opportunity to raise the price and happily reached an agreement on the trade for materials. Yifan used some of their heavenly domain materials to trade for some urgently needed normal server materials. The silver weapon, Dancing Fire Flowing Flame, was immediately crafted. The process went smoothly, and it was successful on the first try. Happy now had 3 level 70 weapons along with the myriad manifestations Umbrella and Death's Hand. Dancing Fire Flowing Flame. Weight, 3.3 kilograms. Durability, 33. Attack speed, 4. Physical attack, 920. Magic attack, 635. Strength plus 57. Attack speed plus 1. Physical critical strike chance plus 12%. Fire attribute damage increase plus 11%. Fire chaser level plus 3. When attacking, there was a 5% chance to inflict a burn. Compared to the current orange weapon held by Soft Mist, Falling Moon Piercing Cloud, Dancing Fire Flowing Flame had slightly higher attack and also had increased strength by 2 points. Apart from that, it was lighter by 0.2 kilograms and had 1 higher attack speed. Weight and durability were directly linked, but in a normal match, 30 durability was more than enough. 33 durability and 35 durability didn't make any difference. However, a lighter weight weapon was a small advantage. A lighter weapon meant that the character's overall weight would be lower, resulting in a slight increase in speed, even if it was a minute 0.2 kilograms difference. But 1 point of attack speed was not a minute difference. A plus 12% increase in physical critical strike chance was the same story. Falling Moon Piercing Cloud had a light attribute, while Dancing Fire Flowing Flame was neutral, but because it increased fire attribute damage by 11%, if it were a fire attribute weapon, it would be a powerful buff, but as of now, the effectiveness of a fire attribute damage increase was rather worthless. The only skills with attributes that a battle mage had were chasers. There was only one type of chaser with a fire attribute too, so this seemingly powerful stat wasn't too useful. Self-made equipment should have this kind of flimsy support stat, but Yifan still crafted it like this, naturally with a plan in mind. The current Dancing Fire Flowing Flame couldn't get a fire attribute, but with Yishia's understanding of level 75 materials so far, he was certain that when it was upgraded to level 75, it would gain a fire attribute. Thus, this fire attribute damage increase of 11% was like a salted fish flipping its body. It would be an extremely formidable stat bonus. It also increased Fire Chaser's level by 3. It was a stat that increased a skill's level. With this type of stat, even if a skill was maxed out on the skill tree, it could still gain these levels. A Fire Chaser could be level to 9. With Dancing Fire Flowing Flame, the max level would be 12. Skill points didn't need to be used for those 3 levels either. An extra level in Fire Chaser not only increased its base damage, but it also increased the strength buff received from landing the chaser, so it directly improved the Battle Mage's overall damage output. A 3-level increase was very good. Finally, it had a 5% chance of producing a burn. Qiao had created this stat, so he obviously knew what it did. He had considered Tang Ru's playstyle and habits when choosing this bonus effect. When making the choice, Tang Ru herself offered some ideas before confirming this burn effect. With Dancing Fire Flowing Flame, along with 5 other silver equipment, Soft Mist now had a total of 6 silver equipment. However, One Autumn Leaf was considered Glory's #1 character. Admittedly, some of it had to do with Excellent Era's 3 consecutive championship victories, but it couldn't be refuted that their victories were closely related to One Autumn Leaf's superior fighting strength during that time. One Autumn Leaf claimed that title back then, and after many years, it still remained unshaken, so it was naturally considered the #1 character. Soft Mist currently had 6 silver equipment. She had surpassed the average silver equipment per character in the Alliance, but she was still far from reaching One Autumn Leaf's level. One Autumn Leaf had a total of 12 silver equipment, just 1 away from a complete set. This had been when Qiao was still around. He didn't know what One Autumn Leaf was like now. After all, every player was different. When Qiao was there, One Autumn Leaf was still missing a badge. It wasn't that Excellent Era couldn't craft a silver badge. It was just that Qiao felt like his current orange badge was more suitable. Right now, One Autumn Leaf's player was now Sun Slong. Perhaps because Sun Slong had different habits, that orange badge had been replaced by a silver one. As for whether One Autumn Leaf had any level 75 pieces of silver equipment, Qiao didn't know. Even if it did, it wouldn't be a lot, because when the new update came out, Qiao would specifically target Excellent Era during the wild boss activities. It was taking drastic measures for a desperate situation. The goal was to stop Excellent Era from upgrading their equipment as much as possible during this period of time. This way, Happy could rely on level 75 orange equipment to pull their disparity in equipment closer. From the looks of it, Qiao's strategy was very successful. To Excellent Era, this move was similar to cutting off their food supply. The cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. No matter how great Excellent Era's R&D team was, without materials, there was nothing they could do. Of course, if Excellent Era threw their money to purchase materials, Qiao had no way of stopping that. Even though level 75 materials were extremely important to teams, the Alliance was becoming more and more businesslike. Too many owners sought after money. If they saw a heartbeat-raising price, selling their materials wasn't impossible for them. Short-term benefits easily enticed them. If Excellent Era truly chose this path, they would bleed quite a bit, but it would definitely solve their materials drought. The last 2 weeks before the offline matches passed by in a flash. These final 2 weeks were everyone's last opportunities to strengthen themselves, and during these 2 weeks, Happy did not create any new equipment. New equipment would lead to a change in a character's stats. For a high-level competition, this type of change required some time to get used to. Although the Challenger League could not compare to the Pro League, those who could reach the offline matches could not be underestimated. Moreover, the final boss would be a formidable team like Excellent Era. That detail alone was more than enough for them to not be careless. On April 19th, Happy boarded a plane to City B, where the Alliance headquarters was located. In the offline matches, all participating teams would gather together in one place. Food, drink, and living quarters were all complimentary via the Alliance. The accommodations were quite nice. As for the stadium, the Alliance had only just begun utilizing projections. The Challenger League clearly didn't have this kind of luxurious arrangement. Everything was in accordance to the previous season. However, rumors said that this year's group stage would be using the new tournament format. If it all went well, it might even be used in the playoffs. Everyone in Happy arrived at City B. Lu Guanning had sent people over to pick them up. It was Saturday today though, and Team Heavenly Swords had a match, so Lu Guanning didn't personally come. Instead, Sun Shiping came. The former number 1 Berserker, as agreed upon, would be helping Team Happy face the Challenge League. These days, even though Sunjaping was still at Team Heavenly Swords, his Another Summer of Sleep was frequently together with everyone in Happy in the game. They would be playing together in a tournament, so the players needed some time to get used to each other. Sunjaping had even gone along with Happy to attack pro players, but because of his injury, he couldn't participate in too many of this type of highly intense practice. He was an experienced pro player though. Even with the limited amounts of practice, he easily integrated himself into the team. The Alliance set up check-in places throughout the hotel lobby. When Happy came, they saw many people there. There were 20 teams participating in the offline matches. If each team followed the standard guidelines, there would be at least 200 people. However, most of these teams were player teams. They had reached this step, so they had strength, but they couldn't be compared to a pro team. Nearly half the teams only had 6 players, the minimum requirement. As for Happy, along with Sunjaping, they had 11 players. This was about standard for a pro team. When they arrived and went to a check-in location, the other players felt like they were very professional. "You guys are?" An Alliance staff member went over to welcome them. Before Qiao and the others could reply, someone forced his way through and shouted, Sis Chen, you're here." Everyone in Happy turned their heads and saw that it was esports home City H reporter, Chang Xian. The offline matches had finally come. This young reporter seemed very excited because once the offline matches started, the esports home would give a page specifically about the Challenger League. Usually, the offline matches took place in City H. There were quite a lot of esports home reporters there, so just 2 or so reporters was oftentimes enough. But this season's Challenger League had Team Excellent Era and Team Happy, both teams with many stories. As a result, City H required the reporters from City H to follow these teams. Challenger League teams also having team reporters? Esports Home hesitated when thinking about this treatment, but they also knew that the City H reporters this season were quite lonely. Moreover, Qiao Guangqing was Excellent Era's team reporter, so it was approved in the end. Chapter 960. Special Treatment. Chang Xian had came specifically for Team Happy, but Qiao Guangqing wasn't the same. As a well-known reporter in the esports circle, he wouldn't have bothered to come to such an insignificant event if it wasn't for Team Excellent Era's presence. So while he might have come along this time, he only came for Team Excellent Era and was completely uninterested in the other teams. There was quite a bit to talk about in regards to Happy. Qiao Guangqing was willing to admit that. Yet even then, so what? No matter how hot of a topic they were, being in the Challenger League meant that they still wouldn't garner much attention. More importantly, the topic of Happy had no future, since they were eventually going to be eliminated anyways. Qiao Guangqing was more than happy for Chang Xian to not compete with him for Excellent Era, so he encouraged the other to work on his reports on Happy. From Qiao Guangqing's perspective, his bitter days this year would finally come to an end as the Challenger League did. With their current lineup, Excellent Era would definitely be able to compete for the championship after they return to the Pro League. Speaking of which, Su Muqing would definitely leave the team after the end of this season. Then, they would be one all-star short. But after returning to the Pro League, Qiao Guangqing was certain that Excellent Era would invest more into washing off the blemish of being in the Challenger League for a year. With the 2 gods Sun Srong and Xiao Shiqin overseeing things, Excellent Era already had incredible competitive ability. If they managed to bring in another god, the new season's Excellent Era would be even more spectacular, creating even more news, and he, as Excellent Era's team reporter, would reach new heights. Thinking of this, the awkwardness he had to experience this year suddenly seemed not as terrible. Watching the boisterous round of welcomes as Chang Xian approached Happy, Qiao Guangqing gave a sardonic grin. To him, it seemed like a last celebration before leaving for the execution grounds. He didn't bother joining in. Qiao Guangqing left after completing the registration for reporters at the reception and obtaining his reporter's pass. He didn't linger because he knew Excellent Era wouldn't come here. For the arrangements of the Challenger League, all the teams would be treated the same, even Excellent Era. However, since Excellent Era was an old powerhouse, it was awkward enough for them that they were even in the Challenger League in the first place, there was no way they would want to stay with these grassroots teams to mingle. So they refused the Alliance's arrangements, preferring to pay out of their own pockets and find another place to stay. As for Qiao Guangqing, he was a reporter, so the Alliance wouldn't have made arrangements for him anyways. He had to take care of his own food and board. He felt like he was a cut above all of these others, so he didn't bother lingering to mingle either, booking a room in the hotel Excellent Era had also chosen. As he left the hotel arranged by the Alliance, Qiao Guangqing saw two H-City reporters who had been assigned to the Challenger League standing in front of the main entrance, looking around with eager anticipation. Qiao Guangqing knew what they were waiting for, laughing internally. However, as he passed by, he was still recognized by his two colleagues, who hurried over to stop him. "Hey, Reporter Qiao, when did you get here?" The two approached hastily upon seeing Qiao Guangqing. Qiao Guangqing might not have published any good pieces, but he hadn't fallen to the point where even these two could look down on him. Anyone who was sent to report on the Challenger League wouldn't be any important person in esports home. "Ha ha, I just got here," Qiao Guangqing greeted the two with a smile. "We don't really have anything to do right now, so how about we interview you, since you're a big shot reporter?" One of the two reporters suggested jokingly. "How could you have nothing to do? Aren't there many teams that have already gotten here?" Qiao Guangqing pointed towards the registration area inside. "These teams." The two turned to look, their disdain evident. They obviously didn't think these grassroots teams were worthy of their attention. "What's there to ask these teams?" "Hey, let me ask you, when is Team Excellent Era coming, huh?" One of the two asked. Qiao Guangqing smiled. How could he not know what these two were trying to do? These two had the same idea as he did. To be blunt, they wanted to take this chance to grab the high-quality resource that was Excellent Era. After all, what everyone paid attention to wasn't the news from the Challenger League, but the future of Excellent Era. This was a great source and Qiao Guangqing was in no way willing to hand it off to someone else. After having to hold it in for a year, he wouldn't give anyone else even half a chance. Excellent Era? I'm not sure either. I looked around for them, but didn't see them. They probably didn't come yet. Okay, I have to go because I have something to do. I'll catch you later, bye. Qiao Guangqing waved and bid farewell. Yet these two reporters had their eyes set on Qiao Guangqing's luggage. For convenience, reporters like them would usually just live in the hotels the Alliance arranged for the teams, but Qiao Guangqing seemed to be leaving for a different place to stay if his luggage had anything to say. The observation abilities of reporters were rather good. The two exchanged a glance and, seeing Qiao Guangqing hail down a taxi, hurried after him and hailed their own taxi to follow. Inside the hotel, the registration continued neatly. Happis members finished their registration and subsequently obtained the key to their assigned rooms. Chang Xian followed and even offered to carry the ladies' bags. Hey, little Chang is pretty strong, huh? Here, try mine. Seeing this, Steamed Bun gave his luggage to Chang Xian as well. Ah. Chang Xian had already taken Tang Ru and Chen Guo's bags. Their journey this time was to another city and it was for a month. Their luggage was far more terrifying than a guy's. Chang Xian had taken both of their bags, already reaching his limits. Now with Steamed Bun shoving another bag at him, he immediately turned to stone. The group went upstairs as they laughed and joked amongst themselves. The rooms were all standard 2 beds. Happy had 11 members, so they were arranged more or less the same way as they were back home. Yishio and Wei Chen had a room, Chen Gui and Tang Ru had a room, Steamed Bun and Luo Ji, Qiao Yifan and Wenyi. Sun Chiping had only just joined, and ended up rooming with Wu Chen. The only one to experience the pleasure of having a room to themselves was, naturally, Mo Fan, who didn't interact with anyone else. Being a hotel arranged by the Alliance, it wouldn't be far from the stadium, and in addition, it had another important feature, training grounds. It was unimaginable to not have training for a Nipro competition. So the Alliance would always arrange for training grounds for the Challenger League teams. After settling in, Happy found the staff manning the registration and asked about the training grounds. As expected, there were immediately people there to show them the way. The training grounds the Alliance had arranged for them lifted Qiao and company's spirits. This environment was too familiar. It was the hotel's internet cafe. The reason for the Alliance choosing a hotel with average commodities was clear now. They had probably chosen the hotel for the fact that it came with an internet cafe. The hotel internet cafe had since become closed to the public and became the Challenger League's exclusive training grounds. The interior had been arranged as well so that each team had their own area, separated by temporary partitions. By the time Happy got there were already teams working inside. The Alliance wouldn't bother with if they were using these computers to train or to do something else. During the Challenger League, they were free to use the area they were assigned as they pleased. Team Happy's 11 members were a massive group relative to the other teams in the Challenger League and was assigned the innermost corner of the internet cafe. As an experienced internet cafe owner, Chenghua gave the environment and equipment of the internet cafe high praise. After they took a small tour and familiarized themselves with the place a little, Happy's members weren't impatient to start using the equipment like some of the other teams. Having traveled quite a ways over, it was important for them to rest. After their small tour, Happy's members returned to their rooms to rest. At the same time, Team Excellent Era had checked into their own hotel upon arriving, but they still had to register. The Alliance couldn't arrange for a registration spot in their hotel just for them, so after settling in, they still had to go to the hotel arranged by the Alliance. Yet as Excellent Era made their way into the lobby, 3 people immediately stepped forth to meet them. Reporters. Excellent Era's members immediately knew this, seeing the manner of the 3. As a powerhouse team, Excellent Era had no need to pander to the media outlets. Usually, reporters would be falling over themselves to interview them. There was no need for them to pay reporters to come, unless they needed the media to express a certain voice to the public, of course. Though the season had lost them their face, they had never lost their status as a powerhouse. However, thinking of all the ruckus in the past when they entered the playoffs, 3 reporters seemed very bare. Among the 3 reporters, Qiao Guangqing was a familiar face. They had been in contact before coming, and if it wasn't for how there was some business they couldn't manage to adjust around, Qiao Guangqing would have definitely departed on the same flight as Excellent Era. He was the team reporter, after all, so he would usually stick close like that. As for the other 2? Excellent Era's gaze fell to them. The 2 ignored the fire that seemed to spit from Qiao Guangqing's eyes and came up to introduce themselves. They were also from esports home? Excellent Era was stunned. However, as the club manager, Kui Li had a lot of experience dealing with reporters outside of the player interviews. He was pretty clear on the going ons about the media. Seeing Qiao Guangqing's pissed-off expression, he immediately realized what was happening. They were fighting amongst themselves. This sort of thing would be something that would make Qiao Guangqing depressed, but not Excellent Era. They wouldn't neglect any side. Qiao Guangqing was seething. He had never thought these 2 shameless colleagues of his would follow him. These 2 had gotten off their taxi right after he had gotten off his. When they came to greet him with faces of triumph, he felt like he had the will to eat them. And now, they had engaged Excellent Era like this right under his nose. During Excellent Era's peak years, they might even be disdainful of talking with unfamiliar reporters, but had an Excellent Era fallen? They had to play nice with the media, so they wouldn't give the 2 the cold shoulder. Qiao Guangqing understood this all too clearly. The 2 chatted on one after the other, engaged in an enthusiastic conversation with Excellent Era and making Qiao Guangqing like a little sidekick. This made his rage flare up further. However, Qiao Guangqing hadn't followed Excellent Era for so long for nothing. Seeing the 2 clinging to Kui Li and chattering, he decided to switch targets to one of the players. Yet as he turned his gaze, he managed to get a glimpse of Excellent Era's owner who was standing behind the team, Dao Xian. Qiao Guangqing was delighted. The owner of a club wasn't a person one could easily get a chance to interview. He was about to approach and engage the other when he suddenly heard the 2 others suddenly ask Kui Li, "There's always been the rumor that Team Happy was a team created by Qiao, but just now, we obtained the finalized name list of registered players, and Team Happy didn't have the name Qiao in it." "This? What did you say?" The other hadn't even finished speaking when Dao Xian heard, and immediately began to rush forward. Chapter 961. Team Reporter. The two reporters had come especially to conduct interviews for the Challenger League. They had more or less done their homework. Team Excellent Era was naturally one of the most important parts of their homework. The team's owner, Dao Xian, didn't appear in public too much, but the two still immediately recognized him. Boss Xian. The two were pleasantly surprised. Hello. Dao Xian nodded his head and greeted them. Then, he started asking about Team Happy's situation. You just said that there was no Qiao among the list of registered players in Team Happy. Yeah, take a look. The reporter took out his phone. The final name list was displayed on the phone screen. Dao Xian glanced suspiciously at him. This reporter seemed a bit unnatural, but what could he do? They hadn't gotten this information from behind the scenes. At that time, the two had been running over here with Qiao Guangcheng. In fact, the final name list had just been released on the Glory website's Challenger League page. From the list of names on the screen, Dao Xian clearly saw that the name of the player behind Team Happy's Lord Grimm was Qiao. Qiao and Qiao was a difference of one letter, but for an official competition, which examined the identities of the players very strictly, this tiny difference was huge. Dao Xian glanced at Qi Li and couldn't help but look at Su Muqing too. His intuition told him that Su Muqing definitely knew what was going on, but he didn't think he could get anything out of her. In fact, not letting Su Muqing play was something that he didn't want to talk about. Excellent Era's group of people left the hotel. As a powerhouse, lining up and waiting for a taxi would be too lowly. Excellent Era had already arranged a vehicle for them. Their boss, Dao Xian, didn't arrange anything specifically for himself and went on the luxurious bus together with the other players. Esport Home's three reporters followed Excellent Era's people onto the bus as well, but they soon discovered that their main targets, Excellent Era's boss and manager, didn't have any open seats. The three tactfully found an open seat in the back to sit at. Afterwards, those two reporters smiled exuberantly as they looked for interview targets. Qiao Guangcheng glanced coldly at them and sneered. Those two didn't have any experience as team reporters. Team reporters had much more time and many more opportunities to interview a player compared to normal reporters, so there was no need to chase after targets and bombard them with questions. Great team reporters would try to become members of the team, thus allowing them to know the true face of every player. Their interactions with each other would be like friends chatting together. They would use their eyes and ears to look for interesting material among the countless trifling details. Then, they would use that to supplement their writing to produce an article that could not be done by another reporter in terms of content and perspective. But these two were grabbing players as if they were conducting an interview. That was too inappropriate. True, all of Team Excellent Era was here, but did they plan on doing 8 interviews in one trip? It wasn't that easy. If they wanted to conduct an interview, then even as team reporters, they had to follow the standard procedure and request the clubs first. Two reporters excitedly went around in a circle and soon realized that the players from Excellent Era weren't happy with them. Unfortunately, the two still didn't know what they had done wrong. They went back to their seats and grumbled to themselves in fear. They snuck a glance at Qiao Guangcheng and saw that he didn't seem to know what a rare opportunity it was right now. He was sitting with so many newsworthy people, yet he was actually leaning on the window and dozing off. The two reporters didn't dare to randomly look for players again. They could only strain their ears and try to listen to what the Excellent Era players were chatting about. However, the bus was completely silent. Only boss Dao Xian and Qi Li, who sat together, were chatting about something. However, the two didn't dare move closer to eavesdrop. There's actually no Qiao. After Dao Xian sat down, he spoke to Qi Li. Qi Li also took out his cell phone and went online to check. Not only did he look at Lord Grimm, he checked everyone in Happy. There was no Qiao, but what was going on with the berserker at the bottom of the list? Sun Zhiping. Dao Xian had only seen Lord Grimm on the reporter's cell phone. He didn't scroll down. When he looked at the list on Qi Li's phone, he was dumbfounded. He had been in the scene since the start of the alliance. How could he forget Sun Zhiping's name? Why did he end up on their team? Dao Xian couldn't understand. Li didn't know either. He only knew that this addition would only make Team Happy even more terrifying. Was Team Excellent Era's chances of beating Team Happy still 100%? Li wondered, but he didn't dare say it out loud. Let's put that aside for now. What's going on with Qiao? Dao Xian was puzzled. After exposing Qiao for forming Team Happy to esports home, confirming that Team Happy had no Qiao in their roster, they had discussed this matter not just once. In the end, they always believed that when the offline matches came, Qiao would have to join. As for Qiao, it was probably some random person that they found. In any case, the online matches weren't supervised, so there was no evidence that Qiao was the one secretly controlling Lord Grimm. There was nothing they could do about that. Why would they go so far as to find a Qiao? In Excellent Era's eyes, it was so that Happy wouldn't expose to the public. If that happened, the pressure from the fans would be too great. But in the offline matches, the organizers checked identities very strictly. Only the real person himself could come. Who would have thought that in the offline tournament, Qiao would still be Qiao? Was Qiao not going to be appearing on stage? To Excellent Era, this should have been very good news, but neither Dao Xian nor Li could smile. Their intuition told them that this wasn't good news. There should be a scheme somewhere in here. It looks like we'll need to personally pay him a visit. Dao Xian said. When they arrived at the designated hotel provided by the Challenger League, the Excellent Era players needed to go to the reception desk and sign in. At this moment, there weren't any other participating players in the hotel lobby, so Excellent Era didn't receive too much attention. Did Team Happy's Qiao arrive yet? After signing in, Li immediately got right to the point and asked an Alliance employee. No. The employee shook his head. He didn't recognize Qiao, but he was the person responsible for signing players into the hotel. He hadn't the name Qiao appear yet. In fact, there was also quite a big discussion going on among the employees in private. Then what about this Qiao? Which room was he placed in? Li asked. Team Happy is in Section A 7th floor room 721 to 726. We don't know which room he's in exactly. The employee answered. Okay, thanks. Li didn't ask further and returned to tell Dao Xian. Cao Guangqing was neither close by nor far away. He had a general understanding of what was going on and was also astonished. Soon afterwards, Dao Xian and Li went towards the Section A elevators. It wasn't convenient for Cao Guangqing to follow them. He could only follow the Excellent Era players back and go back to the bus. The other two esports home reporters were feeling awkward. Should they go onto the bus or not? Excellent Era didn't invite them. If they went on the bus, they would still be sitting quietly in the back like before. Even if they went to the hotel, there might not be any interview opportunities either. No. It's still better to go. The two discussed with each other for a bit. If they didn't go, they might not be able to get any piece of the big fish. When the time came, Cao Guangqing's article would definitely be related to Excellent Era. If they wrote about other teams, how could they view for the front page? They had to go onto the bus. They even changed their hotels to live together with Excellent Era. The two came to a decision and then immediately pretended to laugh as they boarded the bus. How brave! Cao Guangqing guessed their intentions and gave them a thumbs up in praise. The two knew that he was mocking them. They didn't answer back. After boarding the bus, they found a seat and didn't even dare to worm their way closer to a player. Cao Guangqing sat in the middle of the bus. He was wondering about what was up with Qiao too. That kid Chang Xian had been following along Team Happy the entire time. Maybe he knew something? Even though he felt that the teams besides Excellent Era were beneath him, his reporter's intuition told him that he should ask Chang Xian. He immediately took out his phone and made a call. He was familiar with Excellent Era. From the top to the bottom, he was just like a member of Excellent Era. He didn't feel any qualms about doing this. When he got off the bus and started dialing, Cao Guangqing saw a person get off a car in front of the hotel main entrance. This person seemed very familiar. Who's that? Qiao Guangqing looked from a different angle. He moved closer 2 steps and suddenly remembered. This was the Alliance's chairman, Fengxian. Getting an interview with such a powerful person was even more difficult. A team reporter like him had many opportunities to meet, chat, and even be on friendly terms with a team owner. He might even have the possibility of requesting an interview. However, a team reporter didn't have the status to request an interview with the Alliance's chairman, Fengxian. Only the editor-in-chief of Esports Home had the appropriate status. Usually, getting a reply to 1 or 2 questions at a press conference was enough to feel blissful. Those 2 idiots were only fixed on excellent era and missed such a grand character. Qiao Guangqing laughed inwardly at his 2 colleagues. He stopped caring about his phone call and immediately walked over. Feng Xianjuan's group had 3 people. When they arrived at the lobby, the Alliance employees obviously recognized their big boss and got up. Qiao Guangqing moved closer and easily overheard their conversation. The first thing he heard was, where was Team Happy placed? Section A, 7th floor, room 721 to 725. The employee replied. Qiao Guangqing was shocked. It looked like the Alliance's chairman had come here for Happy? How capable was Happy? Wasn't Happy just going to be another team that would be eliminated in the offline tournament? Was that worthy of being noticed by the Alliance's chairman? Even if this team had the halo of Qiao surrounding it, that still wasn't enough, no? Qiao Guangqing was completely at a loss. Chapter 962. Real and Fake Identity. Qiao Guangqing really wanted to pounce on Fengxian and pry some answers out of him, but even if he had 10 guts, he wouldn't have enough to do that. Feng Xianjuan's group of 3 merely asked for Happy's room numbers before turning and leaving for elevator A. The staff that received them looked nothing but confused. The staff began a whispered discussion among themselves, but when they turned their head, what they saw was Qiao Guangqing gaping like a fish. Qiao Guangqing was a well-known journalist and had checked in, obtaining his pass today, so the staff recognized him. Reporter Qiao. The call woke Qiao Guangqing from his stupor. How could Qiao Guangqing, who had returned to the present, still have his mind on the problem of interviewing or not? His mind had already supplied a scene for him, inside Happy's room, excellent errors, 2 big heads and the chairman of the Alliance. What scene would all these big shots sitting together make? As his thoughts turned to this, Qiao Guangqing couldn't stand standing around and waiting anymore, dashing to elevator A like a cheetah. However, out of the 3 elevators, 1 had just left and 2 were still at floors above 10. Qiao Guangqing was extremely impatient. Then he thought, well, it was just 7 floors, and whirled around for the stairs. As he ran, he took out his phone. Was Changxian still with Happy's members? Hey, brother Qiao. Changxian answered the call, and by his tone, he seemed pretty cheerful. Where are you? Qiao Guangqing asked. In the hotel. Changxian replied. Which room? Qiao Guangqing asked. 723. Changxian had noticed the anxiety in Qiao Guangqing's tone. Who's in the room? Happy's team members. Steamed Bun and Luo Ji. Changxian wasn't a stranger to the members of Happy anymore. He was even playing around in Steamed Bun and Luo Ji's room now. Though no one had ever taught him, Changxian had a talent for being a team reporter. He didn't try to pry information out of these guys as soon as he saw them, but truly became friends with them, especially with the younger few. Which room is that guy called Qiao in? Qiao Guangqing asked. 722. Go over there, Qiao Guangqing ordered. Why? Changxian couldn't understand. Room 722 was Qiao and Wei Chen's room. In front of these 2 veteran players, Changxian always felt under pressure. So when he was free and wanted to relax, he wouldn't seek those 2 out. Changxian was closer to Steamed Bun and Qiao Yifan. Since Luo Ji and Wenyi weren't often at Happy, so he was more distant with them. Even though he wasn't as close with them, it was much less nerve-wracking than being with Qiao and Wei Chen. Thus, hearing that Qiao Guangqing wanted him to go to Qiao, Changxian involuntarily questioned him. Hurry up and go, I'll be there soon, Qiao Guangqing yelled. Ah! Chang Xian was stunned for a moment. The call had already been ended, but by now, he had realized that this was probably implying that there was huge news to report. I'm going to visit the room opposite, Chang Xian informed Steamed Bun and Luo Ji before charging out. Yifan and Wei Chen's room 722 was just on the other side of the hall to 723. Room 722's door was unlocked, and as Chang Xian approached, he immediately heard voices coming from inside. It didn't sound like Qiao or Wei Chen. Chang Xian didn't dare dawdle, hurriedly knocking on the door. Hearing a voice inside telling him to enter, he immediately charged inside. There were many more people inside than he had expected. There were 4 from Team Happy alone. Yifan, Wei Chen, Chen Gui, and Tang Ruo were all inside. There was also another 2 who were standing inside, having yet to sit down. Hearing Chang Xian entering, everyone looked towards him. Chang Xian instantly recognized the 2 people standing. It was Excellent Era's owner and its manager, both big shots. Dao Xian didn't know Chang Xian, but Kui Li felt that he was a little familiar. As a reporter stationed in H City, Chang Xian had come to Excellent Era a few times, but he was usually there to run errands for Qiao Guangqing. For Excellent Era, he might recognize others, but others usually didn't recognize him. You're here, little Chang, Yifan greeted him then, but didn't say anything after that. Ah. You seem rather busy. The average person would leave upon seeing that the others seemed occupied with something. However, Chang Xian was a reporter and it was his job to be a bit more nosy than was usually expected. Seeing the 2 big heads of Excellent Era here, he knew there was bound to be drama, so there was no way he was going to leave. He stood there dumbly and Happy's members didn't chase him out. Kui Li, in the end, didn't manage to figure out where he had seen this familiar young man before. Dao Xian had the air of a boss, merely glancing over before dismissing Chang Xian. Even if you wanted to ask someone to leave, it wasn't the job of a boss. He turned away, saying what he wanted to say without caring about anyone else. So this is where you are. What about that captain of yours, Yifan? Where is he? I want to meet him. Dao Xian said. Hearing this, Chang Xian was confused. Captain Yifan? Wasn't he right in front of them? Was the boss of Excellent Era drunk? Chang Xian sniffed, not smelling any alcohol, and then he saw Captain Yifan smile and say, Yifan? Isn't that me? You really dare to admit it? Dao Xian gazed at him. Why wouldn't I dare? Yifan smiled uncaringly. Are you crazy? Kui Li, standing beside them, couldn't figure out Yixiao's attitude. You're using a fake identity to play. Do you think everyone is blind or something? Who said that this identity is fake? Yifan retorted. Ha ha, Dao Xian laughed dryly after hearing this. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. If this identity isn't fake, then are you going to tell me that Qiao is a fake identity? Don't think that because barely anyone recognizes you, you can go around changing your identity freely, Qiao. Bang! The door to the room suddenly slammed heavily. Everyone looked around and saw that it was Chang Xian, who hadn't really moved after coming in. Hearing Dao Xian's words, he had been unable to stay standing straight, stepping back and slamming the unlocked door into its place, which was now locked. He stared, dumbfounded, at Qiao, his face full of surprise. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but couldn't manage to make a sound. Captain Qiao was Qiao? So that meant he had seen the god Qiao that brother Qiao had never seen multiple times? And spoke to him a lot? He had even interviewed him already? But how could he also be Qiao? And how could he use Qiao's identity to register? Using a fake identity to enter the alliance? That was a serious violation of rules. The entire team might be punished because of it. How could they get through this? Though not many people recognized God Qiao, there were still some. Like his ex-teammates from Excellent Era, they must recognize him, so wouldn't he be caught easily? Chang Xian's head full of question marks had quickly turned towards Qiao in worry. That's when he saw Qiao rise and look towards Dao Xian with a smile. You guessed it. In reality, Qiao is the fake identity. This isn't a joke, but a lie. What did you say? Dao Xian and Qiao stared in shock at this. Back then, the alliance was just starting out and the teams had only just been formed. Management wasn't as structured and ordered. Many people had to go against the rules to become pro players, especially when it came to age. You weren't of age. Dao Xian frowned. When the alliance was just starting, without the same industrial system and commercial outlook of the present, there were naturally many strict rules regulating things. For example, those who weren't 18 yet couldn't become pro players. That was a rock-solid rule of that time. After all, video games had long since been seen as a sort of digital heroin. A pro alliance was a gathering for this addiction in the eyes of many people. They couldn't do anything but prevent underage people from entering, or else there would be an unbearable pressure from the outside world. However, while there might be policies from above, there were ways to deal with them down below. To avoid the restrictions placed by this rule, faking your age became a trend of the early years of the alliance. But Dao Xian knew Qiao from before the alliance was formed. He had known Qiao's age before that and it made the requirement set by the alliance back then. It wasn't possible that Qiao would have predicted the formation of the alliance and the rules and made a lie preemptively. No, Qiao shook his head. My situation was much worse than being underage. Back then, I didn't have an ID card. So you made a fake ID? Dao Xian exclaimed in shock. Not exactly, I just borrowed someone else's ID card, Qiao said. Someone else's? Dao Xian and Qiao looked like they were listening to a cultivation novel. Yeah. Does having a twin make this seem like the plot to a novel? Qiao asked. Twin? Dao Xian and Qiao thought that cultivational novels were far too weak compared to this. Yep, that's how it is. I used my younger twin brother's ID to register and the Qiao I'm using now is my real identity, Qiao summarized. This. Dao Xian felt a little dizzy. Something seemed a little wrong about this, he needed to think for a moment. Qiao managed to react rather quickly though and immediately sneered. You can't possibly think that now that you're using your real identity everything would be like nothing had happened. Do you think people are stupid? Of course not. Qiao shook his head. So that's why we all have to deal with this problem carefully. We? Qiao looked like he had just heard a joke. Yes, we. Qiao nodded solemnly. Back then, I was in excellent era, no? And I even used this identity to win 3 championships for excellent era, or have you forgotten? Qiao didn't know how to react and Dao Xian finally realized what he had felt was wrong about this. This guy's use of a fake identity was strapped to excellent era's name. So now, not only could Dao Xian no longer use this fake identity issue to bring Happy down, he had to do his utmost to cover this up. He had to do it, not for this guy, but for excellent era. Chapter 963. Let's make the storm even more violent. Reporter Chang Xian felt the urge to rush out the door. It was true that he was a reporter and that he needed all sorts of news topics, but the information he just heard was too fierce, so fierce that he was having trouble standing up. The greatest god in the history of glory, Qiao, was actually a fake identity. Since the founding of the Glory Alliance, this was the biggest what? Chang Xian wanted to use the word scandal to describe it, but from the bottom of his heart, he didn't consider it as a scandal. The person in front of him was using a fake identity, but he was still the one playing in the competitive matches. The opponents were defeated by him, and the victories were won by him. Qiao monopolizing all sorts of honors and being a three-peat champion were genuine accomplishments. However, these accomplishments didn't belong to Qiao, but the person in front of him. His actions may have violated the alliance's rules, but they didn't have an effect on anything from a competitive standpoint. He was borrowing an identity, but he was the one playing. In comparison, those players, who lied about their age, broke the fairness of the competition more heavily, no? This was why Chang Xian felt conflicted. It was groundbreaking information. If it was revealed, he might even become famous in an instant. However, at the same time, he would cause a lot of harm to many people. Qiao, Team Happy, Team Excellent Era, and their countless fans would need to bear the pain. If it was a scandal like taking stimulants during a match, Changxian wouldn't feel ashamed to reveal it. However, Changxian didn't feel like this could be considered that type of scandal. It was just borrowing an identity. Everything else was real. Every match, every victory, and every championship win were genuine. The only exception was that the person called Qiao wasn't actually Qiao. That didn't affect the outcome of a match though, did it? Qiao said he didn't have his ID card back then, so he used someone else's. That was clearly out of helplessness. Afterwards, he never changed it after so many years because once you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. Perhaps there were other reasons too, but Changxian didn't know. He just felt like using another identity in this way shouldn't be counted as fraud. It was because of this thinking that Changxian didn't know how to handle this information. He was very conflicted. Going left and going right made him feel bad. He regretted entering this room. He wished he could travel back in time. He would definitely avoid this room and walk away. Thinking about all of this was already too late. Changxian's thoughts were in a whirl. How could Excellent Era's Dao Xian and Kui Li not be the same as him? This news was like thunder to them. But what the two even more annoyed was that after Qiao leaked such a huge secret, he looked as nonchalant as ever. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with him. He looked like he was sitting there watching a show. If this is taken seriously, you would have to undertake legal responsibility for identity theft. Kui Li couldn't bear seeing that guy's nonchalant look any longer. He suddenly spoke coldly. His threat was clear as day. But Qiao still had that annoying nonchalant look on his face. Yeah. Do you guys plan on taking this seriously? Kui Li coughed blood. This guy was truly shameless. Take this seriously? What did that mean? Take Qiao into court and accuse that he stole someone else's identity to sign several contracts with them? How was that any different from exposing the truth? Shouldn't Excellent Era be trying to cover this up and not get involved? What's more, if an investigation was made, although Excellent Era would legally be in the right, they would certainly receive criticism from a moral perspective. Qiao may have impersonated as someone else, but his contributions to Excellent Era were genuine. If Excellent Era made such an investigation, it would be a model example of gaining a favor and calling it a disfavor. This move would not be wise. As for bringing in the person who got his identity stolen, that was even more of a fantasy. That guy was his twin brother. It's not like they could count on the other side to stand out and tell his own brother to get punished by law for stealing his identity. I want to confirm something. Dao Xian finally spoke. Over all these years, you were the one completing the entire time, right? Your brother, the real Qiao, never appeared in a match before, right? It's always been me. It's not as much of a mystery as you're making it out to be. Qiao smiled. That's good then. That gives us a lot of room to work around with. Dao Xian had been struck by thunder too, but he was stronger than his subordinate, Kui Li. He didn't lash out because of Qiao's attitude. He had already calmed down and started thinking about how to deal with this matter. The Alliance wouldn't want to accept this truth either. A three-peat champion, the greatest player of all time, the Alliance's #1 god, yet that player's identity was actually fake. It would be a big blow to the Alliance's reputation. Dao Xian thought about things from a management perspective. The Alliance wouldn't want this information to be known to the public. But he's about to appear in a match. There has to be good explanation for that. Kui Li said. As long as we communicate it with the Alliance internally, an explanation to the public would not be difficult. Dao Xian said. That makes sense. Qiao nodded his head. It's best if we hurry and talk with the Alliance. How should we go about telling them this? Dao Xian started thinking when he heard a knock on the door. Everyone in the room suddenly felt like thieves that had been caught. The one closest to the door, Changxian, hadn't regained his calm yet. He asked with a trembling voice, "Who is it?" "It's me. Feng Xianjun." "Feng Xianjun? Who's that?" "It sounds kind of familiar." The reporter interacted with lower-level people, so it was hard to avoid reacting slowly to such a big name. As for the two from Excellent Era, after being struck by thunder, they were dealt another blow. Kui Li had to support himself up with the wall. Dao Xian no longer keep his calm like before. He had analyzed things well and was preparing to find someone in the Alliance to talk to, but who would have thought that the F*King Alliance chairman would directly come over? The ones from Happy could no longer keep up their spectator mentality. Chenghua decisively suggested, "Should we hide?" "The restroom?" "Underneath the bed." The calmest one was still Qiao. He had a smile on his face like he didn't care. "Forget about it. What's to come will come." Dao Xian's analysis of the pros and cons was very clear. "I don't think it'll be difficult to making things clear." "Okay. Open the door." Dao Xian knew that they would need to face Feng Xianjun sooner or later. He was already at their door, and Dao Xian wasn't the type of person who ran away. Chang Xian had finally realized that the person outside was the Alliance chairman. He was extremely shocked. It made him feel like the storm was about to get even more violent and began to calm down. He opened the door quite calmly. "Oh, there's quite a lot of people here." Feng Xianjun entered and saw Excellent Era's Dao Xian. He was quite surprised. Dao Xian smiled and went forward to greet Feng Xianjun. Feng Xianjun looked around the room and saw Qiao. He laughed and pointed with his hands, "Qiao, so you're really here." Chang Xian suddenly felt that an even more violent storm was about to come. At this moment, the two others with Feng Xianjun entered the room. At the stairway, Cao Guangqing had just sprinted up 7 flights of stairs and was gasping for air. He saw them go in and immediately sprinted forward again. He saw that the door was slowly closing and hastily shouted, "Wait." Chang Xian stretched out his neck to look. It was Cao Guangqing. He was immediately filled with joy. He had no idea what to do with this piece of information, but everything would be fine with Brother Cao here. From when he entered the room to now, it was his first time feeling relaxed. Just when he was about to open the door to let Cao Guangqing in, Kui Li immediately asked, "Who is it?" "It's our correspondent station's Brother Cao." Chang Xian hastily answered. "Correspondent station? Brother Cao?" Kui Li realized who it was and immediately responded, "Cao Guangqing?" "Shut the door." "Ah. Shut the door." Chang Xian didn't dare utter no. He promptly closed the door in panic. Cao Guangqing was almost there. He could see that Chang Xian had ignored his shout and locked the door. He was furious. That little brat. He was usually so well behaved and kind. Who would have thought he was so cunning? "You plan on monopolizing this piece of news?" Cao Guangqing was in a rage, but he didn't dare go out of control in front of the people in the room. When he reached the door, he calmed down and knocked politely. "Reporter Cao, right? Please go back. It's not a convenient time for an interview." Kui Li's voice came through the door. Cao Guangqing listened and his body turned ice cold. He understood Excellent Era's people. Kui Li was saying that he'd better not think of even trying to get in. Not a convenient time for an interview? That F*King brat Chang Xian was in there. Why? Why did things turn out this way? You'd let Chang Xian watch on the sides, but you won't let me in? What method did that little brat Chang Xian do? Impossible. He was a young and green little kid. What method could he have to monopolize Excellent Era all for himself? Cao Guangqing was furious, but he didn't dare make trouble. He took out his phone and called Chang Xian, but Chang Xian's phone was turned off. F***CK. Cao Guangqing cursed. He couldn't go in, but he wasn't willing to leave. He went up against the door and tried to see if he could hear anything. However, the hotel picked by the Alliance wouldn't have such poor walls. If the people inside talked normally, he had no chance of hearing them. Cao Guangqing despaired. In the room, Feng Xiangjuan felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Kui Li was angry again because when he heard Chang Xian talk to Cao Guangqing, he finally realized who this person was. He was a reporter. Internal communication, how could a reporter count as someone from the Alliance? At this moment, the people that they needed to guard against the most were reporters. But they actually talked about all of this in front of a reporter. He and Dao Xian didn't know Chang Xian was a reporter, but how could those from Happy not know? Yifan, did your brain turn to mush? When he came in, how could you not know to shoo him away? Are you deliberately trying to make things harder for us? Kui Li really wanted to strangle Yifan. As for Feng Xiangjuan, he felt like the atmosphere was a bit strange, but he didn't ask about it. He continued to the main subject. It seems like you're happy has someone called Yifan. Ha 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 ha. Yifan laughed. He kicked Wei Chen, who was sitting on the sofa. Chairman, have a seat first. What is it? Feng Xiangjuan once again felt the strange atmosphere in the room. He walked over and sat down. How's your heart these days? Yifan asked. If your heart's fine, then listen up. Yifan said. What do you want to say? I'm Yifan. Yifan said. Chapter 964. To seize an opportunity. Feng Xiangjuan deserved to be the Alliance's chairman. He had seen all sorts of winds and waves. To Dao Xian, Kui Li, and Chang Xian, this news was like thunder to them, but after Feng Xiangjuan heard it, his expression remained calm. His eyebrows only wrinkled a bit. Soon afterwards, he extended his hands to his attendants. Medicine. Medicine. Author's note, the attendant sang yo, check it out, kieku nao. Could I have a jianbing, and then quickly rushed out to buy jianbing. The chairman's heart failed, and he passed away. I really wanted to write it like this, but I don't think everyone would be able to accept it. Okay, forget about this apart, asterisk. Yishuo's concern for Feng Xiangjuan's heart wasn't without reason. The attendants by Feng Xiangjuan's side took out some heart-relieving pill in a panic. Yifan, on the other hand, already had a cup of water in his hand. The others looked at the painful expression on the chairman's face and felt sympathy for him. After swallowing the pill, Feng Xiangjuan rested for 5 minutes before fully recovering. He let out a long sigh. Do you need to go to the hospital? Yifan asked. Feng Xiangjuan glared at him and then sucked in a deep breath, asking, what's going on? Everyone fixed their attention on the chairman's reaction. The room was completely silent. Dao Xian felt sweat running down his palms. From his understanding, Feng Xiangjuan cared very much about the Alliance's development, so Dao Xian felt like they should be able to reach a consensus on this issue. But before the chairman gave his statement, he still felt very nervous. What if Feng Xiangjuan shook his head and said no? Retreating back a step after that would be too difficult. Right now, it wasn't that the arrow was pulled back on the bowstring waiting to be released, but rather that the arrow was already flying and they were just waiting to see if it would hit. What does your brother do? Feng Xiangjuan suddenly asked. He does many things. You're not thinking what's wrong is wrong and treating him as the original Yiqiao, right? That loophole is too big. Yifan said. There's no need for that. I just wanted to confirm that you were the only one playing in the matches. Definitely. Yifan nodded his head. Feng Xiangjuan's concern was identical to Dao Xian's. Now that this issue came up, Dao Xian let out a sigh of relief. He knew that the Alliance's test had been passed. How do you plan on explaining this issue? Feng Xiangjuan looked around the room. Pseudonym, name change, anything works. Dao Xian relaxed. After all, this matter violated this Alliance's rules, so the Alliance's attitude towards this matter was extremely important. As long as the Alliance was willing to cover it up, any reason would work. Feng Xiangjuan kept silent. He got up, walked around the room, and mumbled, "What was I here for originally?" Then, he left the room along with the two attendants. In the end, Feng Xianjun didn't give a precise statement. Dao Xian's heart rate immediately rose again. He understood that the Alliance's stance on this issue was still blurry. Their final stance would depend on how they handled it. The Alliance wasn't going to be their errand boy. They could only provide the appropriate support to whatever Excellent Era did. If this issue exploded into a huge mess and couldn't be covered, the Alliance would certainly come out with a devotion to righteousness, giving a fair and impartial judgment. Qiao is your online name. Your real name is Qiao. Dao Xian suddenly said. Qiao understood the implications and nodded his head with a smile. We're leaving. Dao Xian called out to Kui Li. Kui Li glanced at Chang Xian with unease. He chased after Dao Xian and whispered to him his worry. Dao Xian turned his head fiercely and glared at Chang Xian. Then, he glanced at Qiao. Qiao wasn't stupid. If he was willing to let this reporter listen, then this reporter was most likely trustworthy. Thinking of this point, Dao Xian didn't say anything and turned around to leave. When he left, he suddenly thought of Feng Xianjun unexpectedly coming over to Happy himself. He probably hadn't come to give the team a warm welcome. Team Happy was able to get the Alliance's chairman to personally give a greeting. Dao Xian suddenly became uneasy again. He wasn't able to get a good sleep that night. Room 722. After everyone left, apart from looking at one another, no one knew what to say. This entire thing was caused by Qiao, but in the end, the one to wipe his butt wasn't just Excellent Era, but the Alliance too. It felt like it had nothing to do with him? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but show admiration for Qiao. The few from Happy felt very moved. When they looked at Chang Xian, they saw that he was still standing dumbstruck by the door. Little Chang. You'd better not treat this as interview material and leak it out. Cheng Guo said to Chang Xian in a normal voice. Usually, whenever Chang Xian visited Happy, if he saw anything fun, embarrassing, humiliating, he would say, "I'm going to talk about this." It soon became his catchphrase. However, none of the things he reported ever appeared on the papers. He obviously knew about Happy's current fame. Details about their daily lives couldn't be considered news material. However, this time's information was more than ferocious enough. Chang Xian was certain that if he wrote a piece on it, he would be able to make the headlines on the weekly paper. Headlines. For a small reporter like Chang Xian, if he could get his manuscript passed and onto a tofu-sized block on the paper, that was already enough to make him happy for many days. A chance to make the headlines was in front of his eyes. Cheng Guo only told him gently not to report it. This wasn't Cheng Guo not understanding the severity of the situation, but rather her trust in Chang Xian. She didn't put her guard against him as if he were an outsider. Chang Xian had originally been conflicted on what to do. Cheng Guo's trust in him only added fuel to the fire. Exposing the truth should be the goal of a reporter, but if he revealed the truth, he would feel too evil. Cheng Guo expressed her trust in him. If he turned his back and spilled it, Chang Xian would feel too guilty. Don't worry. I won't talk about it. Chang Xian finally made his decision. While this decision made him feel relieved, he couldn't help but feel regret at letting go of such a huge opportunity. Feelings of regret and annoyance continued to poke at him. Really, neither going left nor going right feels good. Chang Xian wanted to find somewhere with no one around and yell loudly. That would feel great. Just when he was about to leave, Qiao suddenly laughed. That type of report isn't too meaningful. Even if you wrote about it, you might not get praised for it. In fact, your choice to follow us was very wise. There will be many more things worthy of being written in the future. I understand. Chang Xian replied with surprise. He understood Qiao's meaning. Team Happy beating Team Excellent Era and entering the alliance was obviously much more interesting. Chang Xian looked forward to it too, but it wasn't too much. How could it be so easy for a newly formed team to beat Team Excellent Era? But Qiao expressed his confidence in what everyone thought was impossible. It was as if this conclusion was set in stone. Others might feel that he was overestimating himself and would laugh and jeer at him. However, Chang Xian felt like while this possibility was small, it wasn't zero. In competition, there was never such a thing as a guaranteed win. Every powerhouse had been toppled by weak opponents before. Why couldn't that happen to Team Happy and Team Excellent Era? Go to bed early. Qiao smiled. Chang Xian nodded his head and left. Chengguo didn't plan on sleeping yet. She first recalled with delight how scared Excellent Era and the Alliance chairman had been frightened. Then, she began thinking about how Excellent Era and the Alliance would handle this issue. In the end, she was worried about what would happen if it wasn't handled well. Wouldn't that be a disaster? You're thinking too much. You probably won't get any information on it in a short amount of time. Whether it's Excellent Era or the Alliance, they can't just suddenly jump out and start talking about Qiao. Trying to force the issue would only make it worse. In order to cover it up, they have to wait for it to get revealed. Whether this reveal is natural or planned doesn't matter. I reckon that they'll plan it themselves. That way it'll be more controlled. Especially after seeing Old Feng's stance, I think Dao Xian would rather be more proactive. Oh. Chengguo listened to Yixiao's analysis and felt more confident. Only then did she pull Tang Ru away to go to sleep. On the afternoon of the second day, the 20 participating Challenger League teams had all gathered together. The Alliance had arranged a reception for all of the players. There was a slight adjustment in the schedule. Instead of Monday, the offline matches would start on Tuesday. When the esports home paper on Monday came out, besides the highlight matches of the league, there was an eye-catching section of a topic unrelated to the league, Qiao. Yixiao? Chengguo bought that day's newspaper. She rushed over to Yixiao's room and handed it over to Yixiao to look. Oh? They've started. Yixiao was calm. He checked and saw that an Excellent Era player found in astonishment that the Team Happy player behind Lord Grim, Qiao, was actually their former team captain, Qiao. In view of the past. When looking at the past, there were many questions towards Qiao and Qiao. Fortunately, this reporter didn't directly point out that Qiao was a fake name. The reporter discussed about why Qiao would change names. Then, the reporter collected material from the Alliance and Excellent Era. This dual identity of Qiao and Qiao was actually legal? Why did he do that? The article switched topics, pushing the issue into this direction. Qiao looked and didn't doubt that this was Excellent Era's writing because afterwards, the reporter analyzed whether Qiao was worried that his new team would encounter a lot of pressure from his fans, so he changed his name to Qiao and so on. Excellent Era knew that Qiao would jump out and explain the true reason, so they used this opportunity to splash a bit of black paint onto him. They successfully seized this opportunity. The fans were in an uproar not about the issue of Qiao and Qiao, but that Team Happy really had been created by Qiao. Sure enough, he really planned on destroying Excellent Era and even put on a fake name. It was too despicable and shameless. Chapter 965. Controversy. Excellent Era has no shame. When Chengguo heard what Qiao had said, she immediately tore the newspaper into pieces. How should we counter that? Chengguo asked Qiao lividly. Beat them. Qiao said. What else? Chengguo asked. Isn't that enough? Qiao was astonished. That's a must, sure. But what about right now? How should we strike back? Chengguo asked. We don't really need to. Qiao's expression seemed as if he feared more trouble. Do you have a future? Why are you always taking the blame? You're being smeared to *T. Chengguo yelled. Too vulgar. Wei Chen watched with disdain, while he laughed hysterically. Stop laughing. Chengguo glared. She wasn't in the mood to joke around. She was actually angry. Wei Chen hurriedly refrained himself from laughing, and seriously analyzed the situation. It's not that easy to strike back on this matter. We can't actually tell the truth, right? This was something Excellent Era chose to do. I'm so angry. Chenghua looked around, as if she was searching for something to smash. However, they would need to pay for things they break at a hotel, so Chenghua couldn't find anything suitable to throw around. In the end, Qiao stuffed a pillow into her hands. Chenghua received the pillow without throwing it, she merely held it while being lost in thought. Don't be angry. We have a competition tomorrow, so let's just leave these matters to them. Don't be distracted. Qiao consoled for the first time. We must beat Excellent Era. Chenghua said. Of course, of course. Qiao agreed. Chenghua left. After hearing Qiao's analysis, she knew what sort of storm Excellent Era's manipulation would bring up. Chenghua also knew that whatever stays unseen remains clean, but she couldn't help but to care about the matter. But after taking a look online, she deeply regretted why she couldn't control herself. Last time Excellent Era revealed the fact that Team Happy was recruited by Qiao, the fans got worked up. They even went to besiege Happy Internet Cafe in order to protest. However, Excellent Era and their fans' face were brightly slapped from the esports home paper. Now, Excellent Era finally found a chance to return the new and old grudge, and had a reasonable explanation for the unfinished matter last time. See? We weren't in the wrong. This guy changed his name, so he managed to slip through it. As a result, it seemed as if using the name Qiao was to avoid responsibility. This was why the reaction from Excellent Era's fans was even fiercer than last time. A lot of fans even expressed having complete heartbreak and that they would change from fans to haters. Chenghua was annoyed. She explicitly organized what information she knew about the situation and posted on the forums. She hoped that the fans would reflect on it objectively and logically. The reaction from the post was quite fierce, and there were countless replies. When Chenghua looked through them, she nearly died from anger. Though there were some who believed her words, the majority of the players were mocking her. Chenghua thought what she wrote was reasonable, but those people picked some quotes out to mix up truths with lies. Chenghua tried to speak up and argue, but after disputing for several pages, Chenghua received a nickname, Qiao's dog. Chenghua wasn't sure if it was someone from Excellent Era, since they deliberately twisted black and white after seeing the truth. She didn't want to give up, so she continued to debate according to the facts. After several pages, Chenghua upgraded. She was no longer Qiao's dog. Someone gave her a new nickname, Ultra Villain. Chenghua finally gave up. On Tuesday the 23rd of April, the offline tournament finally began. There weren't any opening ceremonies. The league's chairman Feng Xianjun personally came and announced the start of the tournament. There were 4 groups of 5 teams. 2 pairs of teams went against each other, so there would always be a team without an opponent. Apart from pro teams, the majority of the players didn't have experience on stage, so even if that team wasn't required to come, they would still like to witness the stadium atmosphere. Team Happy managed to pick an empty slot on the first round, but they still came. The biggest difference between the stage now and on match day was naturally the crowd. For many, being watched so attentively by so many people made everything feel unnatural. As a result, this was something the newbies had to learn to adapt to. For Team Happy, it was obvious that people like Qiao wouldn't have such obstacles. As for the newbies, Qiao felt that it wouldn't be much of a problem for Tang Ru and Steamed Bun. So the ones who needed to adapt were the remaining members. Despite being a participating team, they couldn't just go on stage to look around since they had no opponent this round. Happy could only sit in the dedicated seats for the contestants on the side and enjoy the match like a crowd member. The stadium didn't have too many people, but there were teams like Excellent Era who were competing, so the number of seats occupied was already much better than the years before. The Alliance had considered making an exception by setting the Challenger League in City H, so there would be a good box office. However, on second thought, it meant that they were making it a home ground for Excellent Era. They would be siding with Excellent Era too much, so they could only drop the idea. However, Excellent Era was a powerhouse, so they had fans supporting them all over the country. Let alone those fanatical fans who would pursue their teams everywhere to watch their matches and activities. Many fans in the crowd held up banners and placards in support of Excellent Era. Other teams could only take part in admiring and envying. They weren't on the same level, so they wouldn't fantasize about those treatments. The 8 matches began at the same time, but they didn't finish at the same time. Excellent Era, who was the strongest team here, undoubtedly finished the quickest. Simply put, it was instant destruction for the other team. As for the other 7 matches, some were even tangled up in the individual competition still, while Excellent Era had a complete victory of 10 o'clock. The difference in strength was fairly great. When the pro players of Excellent Era went off stage, they weren't really proud or arrogant. The team that lost also wasn't dispirited or crestfallen. It was as if all of this should happen. What losers! Chenghua just had to look down contemptfully at such attitudes. The ones that Team Happy cared about most had to be the 2 matches within their group. The 2 matches formed Group B, Team Trader versus Team 10 Steps 1 Kill, Team Mysterious Fantasy versus Team Cloud View Pavilion. Teams that could make it to the offline matches had to be fairly strong. They were worthy of being watched. Every year, quite a few pro teams would pick out players that made it this far, and would immediately sign them as pro players. There were active players that entered the pro scene with this as the springboard. The most well-known players had to be Li Xian of Team Void, and Fang Rui of Team Wind Howl. Those 2 were discovered at the Challenger League, and they were now all stars. They were constantly used to advertise Challenger League. Qiao had the same intentions. He paid attention to every match in the competition. Compared to the victories and losses, he cared more about every player's performance. However, until now, there wasn't anyone who could make his eyes light up. Even if they were especially outstanding, Qiao didn't dare to have high hopes. It was unknown how many teams were sitting in the crowd searching for potential stars. It took over an hour for the 8 matches on the first day to completely finish. After the matches in Group B, Team Mysterious Fantasy gained 9 points, and was ranked first. Team 10 Steps 1 Kill was ranked second with 7 points. Team Trader was ranked third with 3 points, and Team Cloud View Pavilion fourth with 1 point. After watching, Qiao had a clearer idea of the strength of the 4 teams. Team Mysterious Fantasy was a pro team, so their strength was obviously stronger. However, they were only strong to a certain point. They weren't able to get a clean set of 10 points like Excellent Era. Instead, they had lost a point in the individual competition. The second round would take place Friday night. In this round, Team Cloud View Pavilion of Group B would be vacant. Team Happy would go against Team 10 Steps 1 Kill, while Team Mysterious Fantasy would go against Team Trader. In the few days before their match, there was no peace at all. There was a huge wave of controversy over Qiao in the esports home. This wave had nothing to do with the matter of Qiao's identity, which everyone had been worried about earlier. No one had any suspicions about this matter. What people cared about was that God Qiao was clashing with Excellent Era in Challengers League. The fans weren't able to understand, while other people merely watched for fun. As a result, it was extremely heated. As for Happy, they immediately received many requests for an interview from media all over the country. They wished that Happy would make some sort of response towards the matter. The majority of the requests for interviews was ejected. It wasn't until the esports home paper with a page layout just like last week's did everyone see an interview with Qiao from Happy. The interview was with Qiao, who was also Qiao, which was something very rare to see. However, no one really cared about this fact at this point. In this interview, everyone was able to see Qiao's response towards the heated question. I created a team to join the Challenger League. Excellent Era also joined because they were eliminated, so we happened to meet. That's all. So you're saying that you were already preparing to create a team before Excellent Era was eliminated? The journalist asked. That's right. After I left Excellent Era, I picked up my current character in the newly opened 10th server. I met some companions along the way, so we decided to create a team. Judging from what you just said, you guys didn't have that ambition at the start. The journalist asked. Yep, everyone was just playing for fun in the beginning. If I had such ambitions, why would I retire? What was it that caused you to make such a big resolution in the end? From what I know so far, your team was formed in an internet cafe across street from Excellent Era. There was even a lot of unpleasant disagreements with Excellent Era fans at the time. The journalist mentioned. That's because I later found out that the people in my team had a lot of potential. They definitely had the skill, so they should have the opportunity to perform on a better stage. That's why I decided to give it my all in the Challenger League. Then why are you targeting Excellent Era in particular? Some people think that it's your way to promote the hype. The journalist asked. Of course we need to target Excellent Era. This is because Excellent Era is undoubtedly the strongest opponent in the Challengers League. By targeting Excellent Era, we can show our ambition. But you were once a core member of Excellent Era. Now you have to compete with Excellent Era in the Challengers League to get the one and only spot. How do you feel about it? The journalist asked. Do all I can to beat them. This is my respect towards glory. Have you ever thought that doing this would hurt a lot of people? The journalist asked. This is not something I can decide. This is the nature of competition. There can one champion. Then what about the champion of this season's Challenger League? The journalist asked. I would like to say that it's going to be happy, but wouldn't that seem disrespectful towards our opponents? Let's wait and see. But you still said it. This remark came from Chang Xian, the interview. Chapter 966. On stage for the first time. Owing to Excellent Era's leadership, why did Qiao change his name to Qiao? Although this question wasn't asked, it already wasn't the main point of the interview. During the whole interview, she couldn't help but wish that she would hear simple answers like Excellent Era is a piece of **T. This senior is going to destroy it. Except, Chen Gui also knew that everything Qiao said was true. Revenge? In reality this was just something Chen Gui thought of every day. Qiao had never revealed such thoughts. He only wanted to defeat Excellent Era because the two sides had encountered one another in the Challenger League, and only one could survive in the end. It was that simple. It was a pity that saying this truth in an interview sounded like empty and polite words anyone would say in the situation. When the Friday news report came out, Chen Gui immediately went online to search. Sure enough, people were mocking Qiao's hypocrisy and false politeness. However, Chen Gui had learned her lesson from last time. This time, she didn't dare go to fight with those guys again. Returning to the team, she also didn't dare tell them the news, afraid that it would affect everyone's moods for the match that evening. She could only smother her anger and endure. 8 o'clock, the second round of the offline portion of the Challenger League began. Team Happy's opponent was Team 10 Steps 1 Kill. Through the first round of the competition, they had gathered some information about 10 Steps 1 Kill. Before the match, Qiao had created a few targeted plans. A normal player team didn't have the qualifications and balance of a professional team. The strength of the players within these teams often varied greatly. 10 Steps 1 Kill had a total of 7 players, in order to avoid forcing a healer to fight during the individual part of the match. However, their 7th member served more as a placeholder. With his skill level, which was close to that of any regular player, he would have trouble beating even Chen Gui. In addition, among the remaining 3 players, there were 3 that were clearly at a level far above the others. In the past, the tactics employed by 10 Steps 1 Kill relied heavily on these 3 winning in the group arena, earning 2 points. During the team competition, these 3 would also lead, usually being able to win and get the 5 points. As for the individual competition, they would let the other 3 non-healers fight. If one of them managed to earn a point, well, a point was a point. From the previous round, it was obvious that this kind of arrangement had already become habit for them. During the individual competition, the 3 weakest members didn't earn a single point between them. This kind of opening would usually mean very low morale. However, because the players in 10 Steps 1 Kill were all very used to this kind of situation, they weren't affected one bit during the group arena, having 3 experts who could steadily take 2 points. Only, during the later team competition, Team Trader displayed a much more harmonious team strength and coordination. 10 Steps 1 Kill finally lost a team competition, only obtaining 2 points against the other's team's 8 points in round 1. The group placements were determined through total accumulated points. Every point could potentially affect a team's final standing, and so every point should be fiercely fought for. Team 10 Steps 1 Kill, using their present arrangement, was left in a helpless situation. On Happy's side, if speaking about individual strength, there were also large disparities. However, at least every member was above the level of a normal player. Outside of Chen Gui, no one was merely serving as a placeholder. Thus, they didn't have to use this kind of sacrificial strategy ***. They would vigorously strive for every point. However, outside of fighting for points, Qiao also hoped to let every player, especially the newcomers, experience the atmosphere of an official match. Therefore, in the space for the final individual round, Qiao wrote in Luo Ji's name. By this point, Luo Ji had played Glory for more than a year already. Having trained under the guidance of Qiao, he had also greatly improved his skill. At his current level, beating Chen Gui wouldn't be a problem. This made Chen Gui feel both gratified and depressed. After all, she was also a veteran player of Glory. In the end, she had still helplessly watched as Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, Luo Ji. One by one, all these new players that had started from scratch quickly left her behind in a cloud of dust. Chen Gui couldn't just not accept this. Happy's various training methods, she had obviously tried them all herself. While she had indeed gotten better, she was still far behind these new players, who had improved like lightning. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun were both extremely gifted from the start. With only on their hand speed, both had already been at a higher level than Chen Gui, so she didn't feel too strongly. However, Luo Ji had truly started from nothing, steadily improving until Chen Gui was far behind him. Throughout this entire process, every minute, every second, Chen Gui had vividly felt it all. She really was a bit envious of these guys' youth, of them having so much room to improve, whereas she was entirely lacking. This, she knew well now after receiving so much high-level training. She knew exactly what her limits were now. It was like that whack-a-mole game Qiao had given her. At a certain level, no matter how hard she tried, she wouldn't be able to pass. Therefore, after reaching the offline tournament, Chen Gui never again made a fuss about going on stage to play a round. She knew that her days as a player had since passed. Here was the stage, and it belonged to the ones who truly had the ability to stand atop it. The individual competition would be fought by Wei Chen, Luo Ji, and Tang Ru. The group arena consisted of Steamed Bun, Qiao Yifan, and Qiao himself. In the team competition, Tang Ru, Luo Ji, Qiao Yifan, Qiao, and Wenyi would fight, with Wei Chen as the substitute. Young people really had so many opportunities. Except one guy. Although Mo Fan had come together with them, he still maintained a completely indifferent attitude. As a result, Qiao continued his old method of ignoring the guy. During the match that night, when their opponent's first player went on stage, Qiao was dumbstruck. Team 10 Steps 1 Kill, which had always given up the individual rounds in the past, had actually sent out one of their 3 experts this time. What? They changed their strategy. Qiao scratched his head. The player from Team 10 Steps 1 Kill appeared very confident in this tactical move, taking sure and measured steps onto the stage. Seeing that Happy had sent out a raggedly old coot, one who had only tossed his cigarette after being berated by the referee, he silently laughed harder. Wei Chen, this name really did sound ancient. Although the online newspapers had given him an introduction once before, they had only mentioned him in once. There hadn't been any buzz at all. After all, there were very few people who would watch the Challenger League that closely. Soon afterwards, both sides took a seat and loaded their characters from their account cards. The player from 10 Steps 1 Kill took a look at this Windward Formation's equipment. Silver letters, no description available. Silver letters, no description available. Silver letters, no description available. The player from 10 Steps 1 Kill moved his mouse quickly, seeing that there was indeed only a silver name for each piece of equipment. Silver equipment. 8. The player felt numb. He really wanted to kneel 8 pieces of silver equipment. What level was this character at? At the same time, the stadium was in uproar. By watching from this player's viewpoint, everyone was able to see that Windward Formation had actually been equipped with 8 pieces of silver equipment. The commotion didn't just come from the spectators. The competitors were in uproar as well, including those from Excellent Era. A character with 8 pieces of silver equipment wouldn't be considered weak even in the Alliance. The first match quickly began. 10 Steps 1 Kills player was already entertaining thoughts of directly kneeling in surrender. The battle came to an end without suspense, with Wei Chen seizing the point. Afterwards, as Wei Chen walked off the stage in an exceedingly lofty manner, he turned to the audience and waved, drawing a lot of boos from the crowd. A majority of those who came to watch would be fans of Excellent Era, and in the eyes of Excellent Era's fans, Happy could only be called demonic. How about it? Seeing me suddenly come out with 8 pieces of silver equipment, I bet the opponent directly wet his pants in fear, right? Returning to the player's preparation area, Wei Chen continued to brag. Amazing! Qiao said half-heartedly. At this moment, the second pair of fighters had already begun to walk on stage. 10 Steps 1 Kill had sent out another of their 3 great experts, against Happy's Luo Ji. Although this expert's level was a bit higher than Luo Ji's, he had clearly been affected by last round's conclusion. He looked a bit panicked. On the other hand, Luo Ji's concealed light was equipped with 2 pieces of silver equipment. This, along with a full set of orange equipment, including the orange tiger seal, gave him a stunning aura. The opponent was nearly trembling with fear. Yet, he quickly gained the upper hand, because in reality Luo Ji was even more nervous than he was. This kind of competition stage was completely new to Luo Ji. He was so nervous that his entire body was stiff, from his fingers to his facial expression. His mechanics were a mess. He made mistakes everywhere. His movements were choppy and not at all fluid. His opponent had practically no difficulty at all in annihilating him. Victory? This match had been won far too easily. The player from 10 Steps 1 Kill couldn't believe it, stepping off stage with a blank look on his face. Luo Ji also had an upset expression. Although, as a high IQ math major, he was well aware of why he had lost, it was unlikely that this one defeat would destroy his confidence. After all, Luo Ji had grown together with Team Happy. When the team members compared notes with one another in the arena, even Chen Gui had been able to suppress him easily in the beginning. To think that Luo Ji would be affected by one loss was completely unfair. Who knew how many times he had lost in the past year? How was it? It's quite different from normally fighting online, isn't it? Qiao smiled. It's really very different. Luo Ji sighed regretfully. For a second there, I even forgot where I was. It's good that you're getting used to it. Qiao didn't say more. He let Luo Ji go on stage in order to help him adapt to this kind of atmosphere. Losing points because of this was to be expected. After Luo Ji, Tang Ru was up. 10 Steps 1 Kill sent out their third expert. After a crushing defeat and a decisive victory, it was obvious that this player was at a complete loss. However, seeing Soft Mist's name, immediately his mentality was shaken. Soft Mist was currently Happy's most famous character after Lord Grimm. Pretty much everyone knew that this person was a very powerful expert. The match proved this point. In the third round, although the fight wasn't entirely one-sided, Tang Ru still won directly and efficiently, not giving her opponent the least bit of hope. And so, the other side's 3 great experts had only obtained 1 point in total. These last-minute tactics appeared as if they hadn't helped at all. Yet in the later group arena, there would be no suspense about who would come out to fight. 10 Steps 1 Kill only had 7 people total, so it could only be 2 weaklings and a placeholder. From Team Happy, Steamed Bun was the first to go up, completing a magnificent 1v3. As he came off stage, he brandished his arm, showing off his biceps. Do you see this? Study this point well. After coming down, Steamed Bun actually had an excuse to lecture his little brother Luo Ji. The team competition afterwards ended with even less suspense. With Qiao personally watching over, a win was basically guaranteed, so it was more about hoping everyone could adapt to the competitive atmosphere. This match was also the debut of Wenyi, who appeared completely unflustered and performed steadily. Even Liu Ji, who had been helpless during the individual match, returned to his normal self under the support of his team members. In the team competition, they won another 5 points. Chapter 967. Setback. Even when Team Happy concluded their match, they had no idea that the other match in their group had finished even faster. This round, Team Mysterious Fantasy had taken their turn not fighting. The other matchup had been between Team Trader and Team Cloud Viewing Pavilion. Team Trader's strength wasn't bad at all. After beating 10 steps 1 kill 8-2 in the last round, they acted even more boldly this round, cleanly slaughtering Cloud Viewing Pavilion 10-0. Up until now, 2 rounds had been completed. Surprisingly, Team Trader led the standings in Group B with 18 points, well above the other teams. Both Happy and Mysterious Fantasy had amassed 9 points, and were tied for second. However, compared to Team Trader, these two teams had competed in one less match. As for 10 steps 1 kill and Cloud Viewing Pavilion, both these teams were very pitiful. After 2 rounds, one of them had 3 points, the other had 1. Their futures looked very dim. The other groups all finished at around the same time. In Group A, Team Jade Dynasty, the so-called king of the revival tournament, was proving that their strength really wasn't the same year after year. After 2 rounds, although they had taken the lead with 14 points, they didn't show any of the strength that a pro team should have. The future of Group A wasn't obvious at all. In the other half of the tournament, because Group C didn't have any pro players, they received the least attention. However, in reality, this group's matches were the most interesting to watch. Because all of the teams had a similar level of strength, the fights between them were very intense. The rankings were very close, and even more chaotic than what could be seen in Group A. As for Group D, Excellent Era's overwhelming strength couldn't be measured through points alone. For them, getting 10 points was no trouble at all. Their strength was better reflected in how much time they took to finish each round. For the past 2 rounds, they had concluded in 20 minutes or less. Thus, in the next issue of Esports Home, in the headline for the least suspenseful Challenger League in history, the writers reported on the overpowering dominance exhibited by Excellent Era. As for the circumstances in the other groups, after the 2 journalists offhandedly mentioned the results, they silently lamented, "Do we really need to pay attention to this stuff?" These 2 had attached themselves to Excellent Era's legs, sparing no efforts in trying to climb up. The article was filled with flattering statements. Qiao Guangqing, on the other hand, using the resources and connections he had amassed after years as Excellent Era's team reporter, he had been allowed to write a special column on the Challenger League to discuss Excellent Era. Qiao Guangqing's commentary was far more leisurely than those other 2. He certainly disdained those 2's method of yelling compliments until they were hoarse. With Excellent Era's strength and status, wasn't this kind of performance in the Challenger League expected? With you 2 yelling and making a big fuss like this, people who didn't know better would think it was some kind of fresh news. Are you guys writing satire or slapping faces or what? The main focus of Qiao Guangqing's commentary wasn't Excellent Era's victories at all. After years of reporting about the Glory Pro scene, Qiao Guangqing had gained quite a bit of knowledge about Glory as well. In the special column, he focused on analyzing the matches in order to let the readers know that this was how Excellent Era had always been. Even when giving examples of Excellent Era's strength, there was no way he would use the teams in the Challenger League for comparison. Rather, he would directly use one of the powerhouse teams in the Pro Alliance as a reference. This season, Excellent Era was in fact one of the teams that had made major changes during the summer. It was unfortunate that they had sunk into the Challenger League, and as a result didn't have that kind of specialized reporting on their tactics. Only now, after they had reached the offline portion of the Challenger League, did they have specialized reporting. The new Excellent Era's tactics were only beginning to emerge before the eyes of the masses. Consequently, Qiao Guangqing's special column received positive reviews for 2 issues in a row. However, Qiao Guangqing himself didn't feel proud at all. During these 2 issues, he was far more concerned with the news regarding Yi Qiao's name change to Yi Qiao. Qiao Guangqing had always thought that within the reporter circle, he was the one who was closest to Excellent Era, and thus the mysterious character that was Qiao. However, this time he discovered that in these two recent reports, both had nothing to do with him at all. In the first report, Qiao Guangqing could easily see that Excellent Era was using this event to create pressure on Happy through the mouths of the media. This kind of matter, Qiao Guangqing had long become accustomed to. The thing that made him depressed was the fact that this information had been put in the hands of those two idiots. Through what means had those two obtained this information? There weren't many people who could recognize Qiao. If Excellent Era had been the first to discover this information, why had they gone to some other reporter instead of him? However, in comparison to the first article, the second article, which had been Happy's response to this topic, had made Qiao Guangqing even more depressed. Qiao, who was also Qiao, had actually personally accepted an interview. However, in the past seasons, God Qiao hadn't been less talked about than he was now. When had he ever cooperated with the media to respond like this? Why had he broken his own rule now? Furthermore, why did this have to help that kid Chang Xian? Qiao Guangqing could in fact be considered a pretty good senior, always giving Chang Xian plenty of opportunities in the past. Except that day, Chang Xian unlocked him outside the door, making sole use of all the juicy information in the room. Afterwards, when Qiao Guangqing had asked about it, he had directly brushed it off and replied nothing. Just afterwards, this guy had actually gone and got an interview with Qiao. This punk. Seeing this issue of esports home with Chang Xian's name, Qiao Guangqing could only grind his teeth. In this issue, Chang Xian had also provided commentary on Happy's first public match. Chang Xian's didn't have Qiao Guangqing's knowledge or his insider information about Glory, but how could Happy not have things to talk about? A warlock with 8 pieces of silver equipment, a beautiful battle mage player, a former member of the championship team Tiny Herb, and the 2 other members who hadn't appeared on stage this round. One was the infamous Deception, the guy who had made countless players in the heavenly domain gnash their teeth in anger, and had also caused headaches for many teams. This guy, who ignored all the suffering he had caused, had unexpectedly joined Team Happy as well. As for the other member, he was even more well known. Sun Zhiping. This former god, who was a senior to all 3 of Excellent Era's current All-Stars, had also surprisingly appeared on Team Happy's roster. Flipping through the information on the Challenger League, it was possible to confirm that Happy previously didn't have this member. However, when the offline tournament arrived, the team couldn't hide this person any longer, and suddenly a god had appeared out of nowhere. Just how many experts was Happy hiding? Even Qiao Guangqing had no choice but to admit that while the Challenger League was in session, Happy was an even more eye-catching topic than Excellent Era. Excellent Era's current popularity came mostly from their original fans, who strongly supported and paid close attention to the team. Happy, on the other hand, used their fresh appeal to steal away the attention of the more neutral fans. The third round of the offline tournament was set to begin the next day. In Group B, Team Mysterious Fantasy would be fighting Team 10 Steps 1 Kill, while Team Happy would face Team Trader. Team Cloud Pavilion would sit this one out. During the matches against the non-professional teams 10 Steps 1 Kill and Team Cloud Viewing Pavilion, Team Trader had collected 18 points, exhibiting the strength similar to that of a pro team. In reality, this team wasn't really strong enough to be compared to a pro team. Their miraculous performance had been entirely caused by their mentality. Group B had Mysterious Fantasy and Happy, and so it was publicly recognized as the Death Group. With these 2 teams locking in the spots at the playoffs, the other teams appeared as if they had become cannon fodder, without any opportunities. After that day when the lots had been drawn, the 3 teams that had drawn Group B had been in low moods, mourning as if they were attending a funeral. However, after this, Team Trader had proactively adjusted their attitude. Even in this death group, even faced with unshakable opponents, they still weren't willing to give up. In the first 2 rounds, they had faced the other 2 cannon fodder teams. Team Trader had displayed a far more energetic and proactive style than the other 2 teams. In comparison, Team 10 Steps 1 Kill had employed their usual defensive strategy, looking as if they hadn't used their brains. With Group B's circumstances, if they had made any attempt to think at all, the 3 should have done their best to completely crush the other 2 cannon fodder teams. Afterwards, facing Mysterious Fantasy and Happy, they could use a defensive strategy to accumulate as many points as possible. Only by observing the Tigers fight could they potentially gain an opportunity. A team like 10 Steps 1 Kill, which couldn't understand the current circumstances, would only thoroughly become cannon fodder in the end. In contrast, the energetic and active Team Trader had already pinned down the situation after 2 rounds. The next step would be to steal points from the 2 more powerful teams, and afterwards watch the 2 fight. Having such a good opportunity in front of them, Team Trader's players were in an outstanding mood. In fighting against Team Happy, a few of their completely unknown members shone. They actually managed to suppress Happy 7 points to 3. The entire competition had many twists and turns that day. In the 8 matches that took place that day, this match was the last that took place. However, none of the previous teams had left. All of them had been attracted to this fierce battle. The final team competition had lasted a full 30 minutes. When the result finally came out, Trader's 6 participants went crazy, rushing off the stage in a group hug with their 7th member. Like 10 Steps 1 Kill, Trader also had 7 players. However, their 7th player was definitely not a placeholder, also possessing quite a bit of strength. The final victory had caused the 7 to laugh happily as a group. What they had accomplished, gaining 7 points from Team Happy, made them absolutely ecstatic. The other competition in Group B had long since concluded, with Mysterious Fantasy winning 10-0 against 10 Steps 1 Kill. This gave them a small chance. After 3 rounds, Team Trader had amassed 25 points. After 2 consecutive rounds at the top of the death group, their morale surged. Mysterious Fantasy had obtained 19 points, in line with what was expected from a professional team. On the other hand, Happy, which had previously been considered a powerful team as well, had only taken 12 points. This kind of result unexpectedly led to celebration among the crowd. Team Happy had never had a good reputation to begin with, especially in places where lots of excellent era fans were gathered. They had been hoping for Happy's boat to capsize for so long, yet round after round in the online matches, their faces had been slapped. Now, in these extremely important offline matches, Happy was met with unexpected failure ***. This made them even happier than Excellent Era's heroic 10-point wins. The entire stadium was filled with sounds of heckling and jeering laughter. Happy walked off the stage with their heads hung low. Chengwei, seeing Qiao next to her, felt extremely conflicted. For the team competition, Qiao had actually not arranged for himself to go on stage. Chengwei thought this was very unusual. In the end, her premonitions were right, no matter how much she wished they weren't. Happy had lost the team round, throwing away not a small number of points. How would Qiao feel at this moment? Would he also regret not going on stage himself? Would he blame himself? Seeing everyone come down, Chengwei directly went to offer greetings, giving everyone encouragement. Everyone fought very well. Can you not talk nonsense? Qiao's voice came from behind. If they had played well, they wouldn't have lost. You. Chengwei swiveled her head around, quite angry. At times like this, how could this guy continue being this straightforward? As she turned around, she saw that Qiao was completely ignoring the stadium's rules about no smoking. He lit a cigarette, giving it to Wei Chen, who had just come down. Not bad, eh? It's really fucking exhausting. Wei Chen took the offered cigarette and brought it to his mouth, collapsing sideways into one of the seats. Chapter 968. Problem. Wei Chen sat paralyzed at his seat. He stretched his neck and sucked in a deep breath of air. He took his cigarette and adept flicked cigarette ash to the side. A puff of cigarette smoke rolled out from between his fingers. Wei Chen looked at his slightly trembling hands. He stared blankly for a bit before forcing out a smile, refusing to give in to old age really doesn't work. Calling yourself old at 31 years old sounded like a joke, but in the pro scene, this truly was a grandpa's age. Up until now, no one this old had ever appeared before in the pro scene. Look at that guy. Wei Chen pointed. Qiao followed his finger and saw the unwilling face on Steamed Bun, who had just gone down from the stage. However, Steamed Bun wasn't the type of person to get angry. He was talking with Luo Ji about the round he just played in. He was a real person acting like a brawler in real life. He gestured with his arms and legs like a lively dragon and animated tiger star. In contrast, even though he wasn't as exhausted as Wei Chen, a half-hour team competition was truly very tiring. Right afterwards, he needed to listen to Steamed Bun's non-stop chatter. He could almost see stars spinning in the sky at this point. Tang Ru, Qiao Yifan, and Anwenny were the other three that participating in the team competition. They sat down at their seats silently. Their weariness was also obvious. At the same time, none of them were happy with the results. Everyone was brooding over the outcome of the match. They didn't pay any heed to the boos from the crowd though. "Yo, you're resting." A delighted voice floated over. Everyone turned their heads and saw Sun Song excitedly walking over towards Happy. Sun Song saw them look his way and immediately clapped. "A brilliant match. Not bad, not bad. But if it's just that, how are we going to meet in the finals? You're really making me worry," Sun Song said. Chen Guo was furious. Just when she was about to shoo him away, Sun Jiping suddenly said, "Who are you?" Sun Song was startled. He hadn't seen this person in Happy before, but he had seen the other two, who had pretended not recognize him, before. Sun Song wouldn't fall for the same trap twice. He sneered and asked back, "And who are you?" "Your grandfather," Sun Jiping replied calmly. F***CK. The others on Team Happy had been too tired and too lazy to mind Sun Song, but when they heard this response, they felt spirited again and looked at Sun Jiping with all sorts of reverent gazes. This reply was too powerful and too unexpected. Sure enough, Sun Song couldn't hold back his anger. He shouted furiously, "What nonsense are you saying? I'm not talking nonsense. Go back home and ask your father. Stop being such an annoying fly in front of me." Sun Jiping was as calm as ever. You. Sun Song said "you" a bunch of times, but he couldn't say anything else. Sun Jiping ignored him and waved his hands. He called out to everyone, "Let's go back." "We're going already? I still want to sit for a while longer." "That was so tiring," Wei Chen said, but he had already stood up and was hobbling over to the player passageway. Who knew how he injured his leg? The others followed behind him. The crowd saw Happy leaving and immediately gave their loudest boos. Chen Guo was indignant, but Sun Song had helped make her feel better. She waved her hands at the crowd as if those boos were cheers. When they returned to the hotel, they obviously weren't in a good mood. Slapping Sun Song a few times wasn't enough to cover up their disappointment from losing. Chen Guo was hoping Qiao would say something, but Qiao remained silent. When everyone got back to the hotel, he told everyone to take care like it was a normal day and went back to his room. Seeing the others go back to their room one by one, Chen Guo couldn't help but worry. She chased after Qiao. In the room, Wei Chen was lying flat on the bed like a corpse. Qiao had turned on his computer and was browsing internet with much interest. "You're feeling quite good." Chen Guo wasn't happy towards Qiao's reaction. She felt very dissatisfied. "Don't be so nervous." Qiao turned his head and smiled. "What do you mean?" Chen Guo asked. "It's very normal for new players to be unstable. After all, our opponents can't be beaten with just a few clicks anymore," Qiao said. "Then shouldn't you at least say something to them?" Chen Guo said. "Say what?" "Tell them losing is very normal. Don't be discouraged and work harder." "You tell me. Do you think anyone in our team needs to hear those kinds of words?" Qiao said. Chen Guo stared blankly. She felt like Qiao should be consoling them and encouraging them, but when she heard Qiao speak, she had second thoughts. Happy? Tang Ru? Losing only made her more spirited. Did she need encouragement? Qiao Yifan? He had previous experience as a pro player, but he was an invisible person that had never gone on stage. He had experienced these kinds of difficult setbacks before. How could a loss be put in his eyes? Luo Ji? He was the one bullied the most in Team Happy. He knew he was weak. Losing was something he could be considered as skilled at. And when he was extremely rational and calm. The feeling of losing was just light appetizer for him. As for steamed bun? Right after losing, he started reviewing the match exuberantly with Luo Ji. How could that be called being struck a blow? As for Wei Chen? He had already started snoring. He was sleeping very soundly. He had probably already forgotten about all the booze from losing. Chen Guo stared blankly. She realized that Qiao was right. Console? Encourage? No one in Team Happy needed that because all of them had their own ways of coping. Losing right now is actually a good thing. Everything had been going very smoothly for us the entire time. Even when we met with Team Everlasting, we beat them in an overwhelming victory. That sounds great, but it will actually hide a lot of problems. You're not thinking our team is already perfect and without flaws, right? Qiao said. Of course not. Chen Guo said. That's why discovering these problems early makes it easier for us to resolve them. It's much better than suddenly finding about these issues when we encounter a truly formidable opponent. Qiao said. Then what's the current problem? Chen Guo asked. From this match, the problem isn't anything new. It's just that new players aren't consistent. Qiao said. His screen already had a recording of the match playing. I won't talk too much about steamed bun. He sometimes goes off the rails. Sometimes, that will make things difficult for the opponent, but sometimes, it makes it difficult for us. Just like when he got lost against Team Everlasting. This problem will happen once, and it'll keep happening. This comes from his personality and it won't be easy to fix. In terms of the team, we can only increase our margin of error in our strategies. In terms of the individual, experience would be the best way to resolve this problem. The experience he has towards the same situation, the more options he'll have. Probability-wise, the chances of him going off the rails will be lower. The other thing we can do is pray. Pray that when he goes off the rails, the ones that'll be injured will be the opponents and not us. Qiao said. His screen was playing Steamed Bun's match. In this 3v7 match, Steamed Bun had lost a point in this individual competition. The reason was because of external circumstances. As for the others, their weaknesses were more obvious in the team competition. Little Tang is tenacious and eager to win. The harder the adversity, the better she performs. For a player in the group arena, she couldn't be more suitable. But in a team competition, her explosiveness will sometimes make the team fall apart. This is particularly obvious in this match. Speaking of which, Little Tang really should look at two players as references. Qiao said. Which two? Sun Slong. That fool. Chen Guo despised him. Sun Slong is a reference for what not to do, especially in excellent errors matches last season. There were many cases where his individual prowess made the team fall apart. Little Tang should take a look. They're the same class too. She can think about what she can do in those situations to truly be the turning point in a match. Qiao said. Ha ha, I know. Chen Guo said happily, then what about the other one? Juzakai, of course. He's also an explosive player, but he can use his explosiveness to lead the team to victory. In terms of actual individual skill, Sun Strong is no worse than Juzakai, but in terms of his accomplishments in tactics and his ability to read the flow of the match, Juzakai is n times better than Sun Strong. Little Tang needs to improve in this area. Qiao said. Oh, what about the others? Chen Guo asked. Yifan is the most stable out of all the young ones. But even though he has prior experience as a pro player, he doesn't actually have any official match experience, even more so after he switched to a Phantom Demon. In a chaotic situation, his thinking isn't clear enough. This hesitation has to do with his mentality. Another part of it is because a pro player, who came from learning by the books, can't help but match his style with the standard methods. He needs to find his own path as a phantom demon. He's studied other pro players more than enough now. Qiao said. Oh. As for Luo Ji, he's still rather weak. When the others go all out, he can't keep up. That can't be forced. We can only wait for him to continue improving. He still has a lot of room to do so. As for Nweni, his foundation is quite good. He improved immensely during that period of specialized training. During these 2 months, he's accumulated a lot of high-level experience. His problem is the same as when he first came. His reactions are somewhat slow. However, he's very smart. He's trying to use more precise control of the pace to reduce the impact of this flaw. Qiao said. But this is a match and not a boss. If it's just controlling the pace, that won't work in many sudden situations, no. Qiao said. He's also found a solution to this problem. Qiao smiled. What is it? Prediction. He'll try to predict what will happen and respond to that. Relax. As he accumulates experience, he'll become an outstanding cleric. Qiao said. Okay. As for old Wei. Qiao turned his head to look at the sleeping corpse. Wei Chen, age is his problem. He can only rely on his own willpower to overcome it. Chapter 969. Mysterious Fantasies Coach. The age problem. Chengguo could understand this problem the easiest because she also had this problem. When she was just playing around for fun, age wouldn't really affect anything. But once she started delving deep into the game, this problem instantly stood out. If you discovered so many problems, shouldn't you talk to them about it? Chengguo said. Of course I will. Aren't I currently organizing everything right now? Qiao said. Chengguo looked. It turned out that Qiao was taking clips from today's match. Then, he would talk about these problems with everyone. Now, she could finally feel at ease. Is there anything I can do to help? Chengguo asked. Qiao felt his pockets. He nodded his head and looked at Chengguo eagerly. Yeah, help me buy a pack of cigarettes. Black lines went down Chengguo's head. She turned around and left. She originally wanted to directly go back to her room, but before she closed the door, she saw Qiao working in front of the computer. Her heart softened. In the end, she couldn't steal her heart and ran to buy Qiao a pack of cigarettes. When she returned, she gently placed into beside his hands and then quietly left. When she returned to the room, Tang Ru still hadn't gone to bed. She was also in front of her computer. Chengguo walked closer to take a look. Tang Ru was browsing through Battle Mage-related material such as videos. Chengguo smiled. Qiao was right. Their team happy members didn't need consolation or encouragement. Everyone was actively working to face their problems. Don't sleep too late. Go to bed early. Chengguo was originally going to chat a bit with Tang Ru, but seeing how she was focused on studying battle mags, she softly said a few words and didn't bother her anymore. How'd you guys sleep yesterday? Qiao smiled as he asked everyone. Everyone looked at each other. For a moment, no one said anything. We've been strolling through the Challenger League with ease the entire time. We only considered Excellent Era as our final opponents and overlooked our other opponents. In the last match, we've paid the price for that because with this loss, our current situation in Group B is grim. We must do our best and win points in our following 2 matches. We can't be even the slightest bit careless. Qiao said. Understood. Everyone nodded their heads. The atmosphere was unexpectedly solemn. It was truly a bit different from the usual atmosphere at Happy. Then let's first review our previous match. Qiao said. It was just like what Qiao said. Winning concealed their problems. Losses exposed their problems. When they dominated their first match, Qiao didn't really review the match much, but this time, the match review took up the entire morning. The team was a whole. Every individual's problem was the team's problem. As teammates, everyone needed to understand each other's characteristics. This included weaknesses and strengths. Only by completely understanding one another could they coordinate well with each other. As a result, Qiao directly took out every individual's problem and discussed it together with the team. An individual's efforts and the team's help would make solving the problem half the work with twice the results. In the morning, the team analyzed the problems that happened during yesterday's match. In the afternoon, they underwent the usual training. The next day, Qiao had already put together information on their next opponent, and they began making preparations. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The fourth round would begin Friday night. Group B: Team Happy vs Team Cloud Viewing Pavilion, Team Mysterious Fantasy vs Team Trader, Team 10 Steps 1 Kill vs No Team. Team 10 Steps 1 Kill only had 3 points and had already been eliminated early. Today, they didn't even come to the stadium to watch. As for Team Cloud Viewing Pavilion, they had one last hope. This one last hope was originally no different from disappointment, but after seeing Team Trader capsize Team Happy, Team Cloud Viewing Pavilion spirits were high. They were ready to put their all into this fight. How could Team Happy give their opponents any chance? Like breaking a dead branch from a tree, they crushed Team Cloud Viewing Pavilion. After just half an hour, Team Happy ended today's match. But in this round, Team Happy still lost a point. In this Team Cloud Viewing Pavilion, there was an assassin called Brilliant Move. He was mediocre in every aspect, but he had extremely good mastery over life-risking strike. In the match versus Team Mysterious Fantasy, he had also been the one who won them a point. This Brilliant Move clearly wasn't good in the group arena, so in their confrontation versus Team Happy, he appeared in the individual competition. Qiao had pointed out this person during their preparation stage. But in the individual competition, Tang Ru was still cheesed by him. Tang Ru was incredibly depressed with the result. Tang Ru liked to fight face to face. She didn't like fighting dirty. She had trouble facing players like that. This match reflected another one of her problems. As a result, after this match, Team Happy had 21 points. Team Cloud Viewing Pavilion was eliminated early as well. On the other side, the match between Team Mysterious Fantasy and Team Trader was still underway. Because Team Happy lost quite a few points against Team Trader in the second round, their chances of making it out of groups went down. The outcome of this match was very important for Team Happy. After finishing up with their match, they directly headed over to watch that match. Chenghua was a spectator, so she could pay attention to both sides. Her expression was not looking good. The match between Team Mysterious Fantasy and Team Trader had already entered the team competition. In the individual competition and group arena, the results were unexpected, 2-3. In the individual competition, Team Trader actually took 3 points from Team Mysterious Fantasy. If they beat Team Mysterious Fantasy in the team competition, they would have 2 upset victories under them, completely displaying their colors as a dark horse. With 8 points, they would be guaranteed to make it out of groups. In the final round with Team Happy versus Team Mysterious Fantasy, one of the teams would be eliminated. But even if Team Mysterious Fantasy won against Team Trader in the team competition, would that make it any easier for Team Happy? Qiao glanced at the player seats. A person caught his eye. He had a little notebook in his hands, and he also looked over at Happy. When he saw Qiao looking at him, he let out a smile. "Hey! Grey Gunner!" Qiao greeted. "Ha ha, I wouldn't dare call myself that." The other side laughed. He turned his head back and continued to watch the match. This person wouldn't go on stage, but in reality, he was the true core of Team Mysterious Fantasy. Zhong Yiwei. He was a pro player who joined the Alliance in Season 2. That year, he was an extremely famous sharpshooter. However, nowadays, his glory had been masked by the younger generation. Nothing could be done about that. Zhong Yiwei's successor was too dazzling. Most of Zhong Yiwei's career had been with Team Samsara. His character was Cloud Pisser, which was now the Great Gunner. It was the character currently being used by the #1 player in the Alliance, Juzakai. Qiao called him Great Gunner, but Zhang Yiwei didn't dare to call himself that. He wasn't being modest. When he was still playing on Cloud Pisser, it hadn't been called Great Gunner yet. Having such a successor was a blessing to the team, but for the senior, it was a rather sorrowful matter. Juzukai's dominant performance with Cloud Pisser made him seem incompetent. After Juzukai succeeded Zhang Yiwei, he sadly left Team Samsara and drifted for 2 seasons. In the end, he announced his retirement in Season 6. He had a beautiful turnaround though and became Team Mysterious Fantasy's coach. It could be said that he flipped a new chapter in the history of glory. Before him, pro teams didn't have a coaching position. That year, the new Team Mysterious Fantasy successfully remained in the alliance. Others immediately took after them. The next year, the new Team Bright Green also hired a coach to help the team. Zhang Yiwei was responsible for at least half of Team Mysterious Fantasy's achievements. As a result, Team Mysterious Fantasy's true core member wasn't on stage, but on the side as the coach. Even when the team was relegated last season, it looked like the owner of Team Mysterious Fantasy had confidence in Zhang Yiwei and had him stay on the team. It seems like Team Mysterious Fantasy's situation is quite good. Chengui asked Qiao curiously. In the team competition, Team Mysterious Fantasy held a stable lead. It didn't seem like the Dark Horse Team Trader wouldn't be able to stay dark. As long as they aren't careless, Team Mysterious Fantasy shouldn't lose to Team Trader. Qiao said. He glanced at Zhang Yiwei again. That's good. Chengui smiled. Good? What's good? Qiao asked. If Mysterious Fantasy wins, won't that it make easier for us in the final round? Chengui said. Look more carefully at the points, please. Qiao said. What? Chengui was startled. She started calculating the points according to the current situation. If the outcome turned out as expected and Team Mysterious Fantasy beat Team Trader, the final score would be 7-3. With that, after the 4th round, Team Trader would be completely done with their 4 matches. They would be in first temporarily with 28 points. Team Mysterious Fantasy would be done with 3 out of 4 matches and would be second at 26 points. Team Happy would be done with 3 out of 4 matches and would be at third at 21 points. The other 2 teams didn't matter. In the final round, Team Trader would not have to play. Team Happy would be against Team Mysterious Fantasy. The other match didn't matter. The final point total made Chengui pale. Team Trader's 28 points wouldn't change. The point total for Team Happy and Team Mysterious Fantasy would change though because of the final round. Team Happy was behind Team Mysterious Fantasy by 5 points and behind Team Trader by 7 points. In the final round, how many points did Team Happy need to win? 8 points. Qiao gave the answer. Only with 8 points would Team Happy have 29 points and make it out of groups. If they had 1 fewer point, Team Mysterious Fantasy would take first with 29 points. Team Happy and Team Trader would both have 28 points, but according to the tournament rules, if 2 teams had the same number of points, the match between the 2 tied teams would be looked at. Team Happy had lost to Team Trader 3-7, so Team Happy would be eliminated. In this match, Team Mysterious Fantasy's advantage became more and more obvious. They still had all 5 players, but 3 players on Team Trader had already been killed. Zhang Wenyi let out a satisfied smile. He turned his head and looked at Team Happy again. Chapter 970. Desperate Times. The 4th round of the match had come an end. Team Mysterious Fantasy ended up defeating Team Trader in the team competition, winning this round 7-3. The 2 teams left the stage. Team Mysterious Fantasy's players seemed in high spirits, though the players of Team Trader didn't seem too down from their defeat either. As a grassroots team made up of normal players, Team Trader had the best performance among all the grassroots teams. Despite being seen as nothing but cannon fodder, they had managed to snatch 10 points in total from 2 strong teams. After the 4 matches, they were in the lead with 28 points in a group thought to be a lost cause. An average score of 7 per round was already very amazing. Group A's pro team Jade Dynasty had only managed to gain a total of 29 points after 4 rounds. Team Trader had already done the best they could and the audience applauded for them. After Team Trader's players accepted the liberal applause from the audience, they left the stadium with their heads held high. Many people had already begun to understand what the situation of Group B was like. Many people reveled in Happy's misfortune, jeering at them. Chengguo couldn't spare any energy to be angry. The situation was very worrying. "We should go, too." Qiao called out and Happy's members rose to leave as well. Yet, they managed to bump into Team Mysterious Fantasy on the way out through the participants' passage. Despite how this last battle would decide their respective fates, Team Mysterious Fantasy's players all seemed very relaxed, as if they had this in the bag already. The coach, Zhong Yiwei, looked over and saw 3 familiar faces from the past. However, these 3 were both top gods back then, and as for Zhong Yiwei, he might have been a core member of Team Samsara, but the Samsara back then wasn't the champion team it was now. As a core member, he couldn't compare to these top gods. Yet now, these big shots of the past had been tightly suppressed by him. This was a delightful feeling he had never had before. Zhong Yiwei hadn't ever, though he'd be able to have such an experience in the Challenger League, and he looked to be the happiest out of all the Team Mysterious Fantasy players. "Hey there, you guys." This guy even greeted them personally. Happy's members looked at him, silent. "It's the last round. Keep working hard, everyone." Zhong Yiwei's words were directed at all of Happy's members, but his gaze was fixed on the 3 old gods. "If you accidentally get eliminated by Trader, then you would be a disappointment to all this attention you've gained." A member of Team Mysterious Fantasy cut in from behind Zhong Yiwei. In the Challenger League, Happy was definitely the team that gained the most attention, if you didn't count Excellent Era. Meanwhile, Mysterious Fantasy hadn't gained any sort of attention ever since they had fallen to the Challenger League, making them a bit jealous. Now, seeing how this popular team was close to being swept miserably out of the competition, the team members of Mysterious Fantasy were no less delighted than their coach, even though it was directed at something different. "We won't be eliminated," Qiao replied calmly. "Ha ha, as expected of God Qiao, you're so confident. Have you calculated how many points you have to get in the last round yet?" Zhong Yiwei asked, smiling nicely. Wei Chen then took a step forwards, staring directly at Zhong Yiwei. "Brat, are you trying to play some dirty trick on us?" Zhong Yiwei had been a core team member once, having been a part of the alliance for several years. Wei Chen's threatening demeanor didn't scare him at all, and he instead stared right back at Wei Chen. "What on earth are you talking about, Captain Wei?" He used Wei Chen's old title when referring to him. "Do you think I can't tell?" Wei Chen asked. "So what if you can?" Zhong Yiwei sneered, "I'm only choosing the best result for Mysterious Fantasy. Not only for now, but in the future, too. Your strength is undeniably above that of Traders, so it'd be in my best interests if you were squeezed out of the competition." "Heck, don't talk as if you've already won," Qiao suddenly said. "It's the last round, keep working hard, everyone." Qiao returned what Zhong Yiwei had said before to Mysterious Fantasy verbatim. "If you accidentally get eliminated by Trader, then you would be a disappointment to your ex-pro status." Heck, Zhong Yiwei laughed lightly after hearing this. A veteran player like that wasn't easy to enrage, as expected. "Then let us see what happens. See you at the match." "See you at the match." The 2 teams returned to the hotel. Though Happy hadn't at all been at a disadvantage in the clash just now, it was undebatable that the last round of the competition did. Returning to the hotel, none of them could calm down enough to rest, and soon enough they found themselves all gathering in the hotel internet cafe, one by one. Chengguo saw their unity in this unspoken gathering, and was quietly excited. "In the last round, we have to get 8 points and wipe the floor with Mysterious Fantasy." Chengguo didn't bother to lead in, going straight for the kill and encouraging their morale. Yet then she heard Mo Fan, who was in the corner, say stoically without even raising his head, "We won't be able to wipe out Mysterious Fantasy with just 8 points. "What?" Chengguo paused in shock, and the others all turned their head to look. They had never thought it would be Mo Fan to respond first. Yes, that's right. If it's just 8 points, Mysterious Fantasy would get 2 points and tie with Trader at 28 in total. However, they had won 7-3 in their match against Trader, so then it would be Trader that's eliminated, according to the rules. Qiao said before glancing over at Mo Fan. I wouldn't have thought you cared. Mo Fan didn't respond. Do you want to play this round? Qiao asked. I can. Mo Fan's answer wasn't I do, but I can. Everyone stared at Mo Fan. They might not have interacted with him much, but they had lived together for quite some time and everyone was used to having this emotionless, silent guy in the training room. Mo Fan wasn't exactly their friend, but he was still a part of their team, that's what everyone thought. As for Mo Fan's skill in glory, everyone acknowledged it. Even though he might have not been able to integrate himself into the team at first, he had become part of the system after teamwork training in the new dungeons and training against the pro players. However, his personality meant that he would never really be a team player and Qiao wouldn't force him on that front. Being a team player had nothing to do with having a place in a team. So long as their tactics were reasonable and they were able to carry them out well, a non-team player could also be a very important part of a team. Tactics were also something that depended on people. Mature teams already had a tactical system they were used to, so finding players that suited their set of tactics was a big benefit for them. However, Happy was a new team so they didn't have their own set of tactics. This was why they needed to build up their own set of tactics according to the individuals where everyone could work efficiently. Hearing Mo Fan's response, Qiao smiled and nodded and then looked towards Luo Ji. In the last round, we need to make sure we win by as large of a lead as possible, so I'm afraid you won't be able to play for now. I understand. Luo Ji nodded, though he was still a little dejected. In these critical moments, he was unable to contribute to the team. It didn't feel good. Continue to work hard, Qiao said. The reality of Luo Ji's skill wasn't any sort of taboo for Happy, so Qiao could easily announce his arrangements at times like this without needing to make any excuses. Then, Qiao's gaze turned to Sunriping. Are you all right with taking part in this round? If I don't take part now, why am I even here? Sunriping replied. Qiao smiled. Sunriping wasn't Happy's future, so Qiao would usually give him less chances to take part, although those matches probably wouldn't be any trouble for Sunriping. However, if he didn't have Sunriping take part in these critical moments, then there would be no point to his presence. Are you all right with participating in both the individual and team competitions? Qiao asked. He wasn't very clear on Sunriping's injury. I'll have no problem dealing with these characters, Sunriping responded. Okay, then you can take on the first individual competition, Qiao said. Being the first to participate would allow him to have more time to rest before the team competition. Then the second person had better prepare earlier. The match will probably end quickly, Sunriping said. Qiao didn't say anything about his underestimating of their opponents. This was his pride and freedom. A veteran like him wouldn't make the rookie mistake of truly underestimating their opponents. Mo Fan, you'll be second, Qiao decided. Mo Fan nodded. As for the third, Qiao was a little hesitant. He had narrowed it down to two choices, Wei Chen and Wu Chen. Wei Chen had expended a lot of energy against Team Trader that day and had yet to fully recover. Qiao could tell he wasn't in top form. As for Wu Chen, he had good skills. His form had been preserved quite well after coming to Happy, but the character he was using, Dawn Rifle, didn't have very good equipment. Compared to the fortifications done to the other characters, Dawn Rifle wasn't a character that Happy put importance on. After all, Wu Chen didn't come to Happy to continue being a pro player. The third competition is very crucial. So it seems like this is something only I can shoulder. That was when Wei Chen shamelessly recommended himself. Qiao smiled and accepted this arrangement. Group Arena, Steamed Bun, Little Tang, me. Steamed Bun and Tang Ru nodded, seeming to have guessed that they would be in this arrangement. And lastly, the team competition. Qiao looked over the gathered. No healer? That's crazy. Even Sun Zhiping was shocked at the team competition arrangements. You sure this will work? Chen Guo was even more worried now. Qiao looked towards Wenyi. We'll be using as fast of a pace as possible in the team competition, so the current you might not be able to keep up. Okay, and Wenyi nodded calmly. He could accept any arrangement, so long as there was logic behind it. We have 2 days. Let's practice this formation as much as possible. Qiao finally said. Chapter 971. God setting out. The weekend passed by quickly, and the Pro League continued to attract a lot of attention. However, Challenger League's offline tournament entered its most crucial time, so in this week's Monday Esports Home, there was an additional half a page. The suspense in Group A and D had ended after the 4th round. The 2 pro teams, Jade Dynasty and Excellent Era, had locked into first place in groups. The teams that had reached second place in groups stood out as well. However, Group B and C entered into a greater state of chaos in the 4th round. In terms of suspense, Group C's matches were decent. All 5 teams still had a chance of making it to next round. Real suspense was when one would need to go through the matches in the last round in order to determine who would win. As for Group B, although there was a chance for all 3 of the teams, Happy needed to snatch over 8 points from Team Mysterious Fantasy this round. Quite a lot of people believed that Happy had no hope. On the forums, players that looked down on Happy finally found a topic to express themselves, so there were all kinds of residuals being flung around. As for people who put their hopes in Happy, they constantly brought out the evidence that Happy had swept away Everlasting to prove the former's possibilities. However, their voice was weaker compared to the ridicule. In the Esports Home issue on Monday, there were 2 complete reports that specifically analyzed Group B's situation for the readers. In this round, Team Mysterious Fantasy only needed to get 2 points to get by safe and sound. If they got 1 more point, they could kick Happy away. They had a greater psychological advantage, so the 2 believed Team Mysterious Fantasy had higher chances of winning. However, the Esports Home represented the country, not of a certain region, so they couldn't show too much of their personal preferences. Contrary to this, the regional evening reports for Team Mysterious Fantasy gave a positive report on the team's excellent situation. They didn't even try to hide their genuine praises and expectations. While in City H, where Happy was located, the media had previously praised Excellent Era highly. If Excellent Era had stayed in the Pro League this season, then the media would definitely give more positive compliments towards such an eye-catching team in the Challenger League coming from their city. Unfortunately, Excellent Era happened to join Challenger League this season, so the 2 teams became opponents who had to fight to the death. Furthermore, Happy challenged Excellent Era when it came up, so this situation was hard for the media in City H. When Happy and Excellent Era were compared, it was obvious that no one would think of them being equals. However, before both sides even have a chance to clash, Happy was already stuck in a dangerous position of being eliminated. The media from City H could finally speak up for the local team. However, what they said was nothing new. What the media could find was the fact that Happy had beat Everlasting. With this as evidence, they hoped that Happy could perform a miracle once more. Miracle. When Qiao saw this word constantly pop up in the report, he laughed. They're using this word already. What word would they use when we beat Excellent Era? I'm pretty worried for them. Ha ha ha. Chen Guo laughed dryly. The past few days had been hard on her. She was anxious and worried in every way possible. Especially after seeing Qiao's confident plan of not including a healer. Chen Guo wouldn't be herself if she could stay calm. Although she knew that Qiao's Lord Grim had a bit of skill in healing, but just having level 20 and under healer skills didn't mean he could take up the healing responsibilities of a real cleric or paladin. Chen Guo was worried over making such a bold strategic move at such a crucial moment. Chen Guo feared that they would slip up like when Qiao decided not to join the team match in the round against Team Trader. However, the morale within the whole team was pretty good for the past few days. Chen Guo didn't want to speak out her concerns and create an unexpected change of mood. Even though the day of competition had arrived, Qiao still had the mood to mock the words in the report. Qiao couldn't find any way to be at ease. "All right, call on everyone to set off." Qiao got up and exited through the door. This was followed by the sound of a door opening and locking in the corridor. Team Happy set out. In this last round, the stadium for this offline match was much more packed compared to the previous rounds. After going through some random interviews, it was found that many of the audiences in the stadium came to watch the match between Happy and Mysterious Fantasy. I'm not a fan of Mysterious Fantasy, but I'm definitely not a fan of Happy. I hope Mysterious Fantasy can get 3 points this round, so Happy can just F***ck off. This was the majority of the responses from the random interviews. However, at the same time, everyone found that a new banner appeared on site: "Welcome back, Qiao." Now that Qiao matter had been cleared up, nothing went out of hand under the protection of the league. It was said that Qiao was a name Qiao came up with when he joined the competitive scene, just like a stage name. As for now, he finally returned by using his actual name. The final confirmation of his identity verified the hot news of God's return. The influence of the first God on the competitive scene was obviously immense. His action of creating a team to fight to the death against Excellent Era in Challenger League attracted a lot of resentment from many Excellent Era fans. However, there were still a lot of players who liked this God, but felt nothing towards Excellent Era. Many of these fans were extremely welcome towards God's return. There were even fans from other teams who started to try to help their team recruit Qiao. Although it was wishful thinking, they called for God to join their team. There was an increase in all kinds of analysis having to do with reasons Qiao should join XX Team Online. Among all this, there was one tragic Tyranny fan. He cried out for Qiao to join Tyranny so that the most extravagant team in the history of Glory could be formed. However, he received attacks from Tyranny's die-hard fans. It was evident that, as a loyal fan of Tyranny, Qiao was the most hated pro player in Glory. The die-hard fans even seriously threatened Tyranny that if they recruited Qiao, they would boycott all of Tyranny's future competition as a form of protest. It was as if Qiao joining Team Tyranny was already a reality. As a result, at the site of Challenger League, supporters of God Qiao gradually gathered. This was the most relieving thing for Qiao to see for the past few days. At the same time, Sun Jiping appearing in Team Happy also attracted a lot of attention, especially fans of Team 100 Blossoms. There were all kinds of astonishment and awe. The journalists contacted Team 100 Blossoms. However, the clubs expressed that they didn't know about Sun Jiping's return. They also didn't express any intentions of contacting Sun Jiping at the moment. This meant that the future of 100 Blossoms still revolved around Yifan as the ace. Surrounding news and events continued to emerge, but for Happy, their current match was what mattered most. The round between Team Happy and Team Mysterious Fantasy would be played live on the side. This was a match in the offline tournament that had things to watch for. The competition started at 8 o'clock sharp. Since there were 7 other matches going on at the same time, they couldn't put too much of their focus on one particular match. The match between Happy and Mysterious Fantasy wasn't able to get more part on screen. It was obvious that they wouldn't announce the list of the contestants' names whom were playing. After all, there were 8 matches going on the same time, they wouldn't be able to broadcast them all. The list was shown through the electronic screen. As for Happy, first up was Sun Jiping. This created a stir in the stadium. After all, for an old Glory fan, this name held brilliant radiance. Finally going on stage, Zhong Yiwei spoke. His face was filled with confidence, and he turned his head to see the members of Happy. The seats for the 2 competing teams in the match were quite close, so they could interact directly with each other. There are still a lot of finally moments to come. Take it easy on that word, Qiao said. Ha ha, I'll be looking forward to it. Zhong Yiwei laughed. The first player from Mysterious Fantasy was also announced at the same time, Fang Daxu. He was a knight player who had been in Mysterious Fantasy's roster for the last 2 seasons. When Mysterious Fantasy was eliminated, he didn't receive invitations from any other teams. It could be seen that his skills weren't too outstanding. The 2 players entered into the match and started to load in their characters. Zhong Yiwei turned his head to look at Qiao. Is Sun Jiping's hand injury all right? What do you think? Qiao said. I say he should use it more cautiously. Zhong Yiwei said. Chen Guo was alarmed when she heard this. He even knew about this? Could there be traitors on the team? However, Qiao remained cool. He laughed and didn't reply. He knew that although Zhong Yiwei wasn't an outstanding player, he had been in the circle for quite some time, so was experienced and had knowledge. Sun Jiping's condition wasn't hard to guess, but he wasn't able to confirm about it. Qiao wouldn't let him worm that fact out. This matchup is quite good. Zhong Yiwei laughed. Seems like you've done your research. Qiao said. Teams wouldn't normally reveal the player's playing order beforehand. As a result, guessing the opponent's order and making targeted arrangements was one branch of study in a match. Judging from Zhong Yiwei's look and expression, it seemed like he guessed that Happy would send Sun Jiping to play first. You guys are in a hurry to snatch the points. If Sun Jiping doesn't play, then there would be no point for him to be in your team. If there's pressure from his hand injury, it's better if he plays earlier. Then, he would be able to rest for a bit longer before he plays in the team match. Zhong Yiwei said. Chen Guo was startled. Why would the opponent know all of these? Is it really from guessing? So you sent a knight on stage. It seems like you are planning to drag on the fight. Qiao said. Zhong Yiwei laughed without speaking, and focused his gaze on the competition screen. The two characters had finished loading. Both sides pressed ready and were about to be loaded into the map. There were no home and away games, so there were no home and away teams. The maps in the offline tournament were all chosen by the league. All of the maps were made specifically for competitive glory. No team would have the chance to practice with it beforehand, so it was relatively fair. The map would also be used for the other matches. This was confirmed and announced on the first day of the competition, so people could download the maps. From that moment onwards, every team would train with the map they would use. The two loaded characters started to head towards the map center. Since Sun Jiping was a god, the broadcast commentator would definitely emphasize mentioning and introducing him. The commentary introduced his previous glory, playstyle, and achievements, while feeling pleased. It was much easier to broadcast a match with professional players because they had stories and content to talk about. Contrastingly, he could only dully explain the match for the teams made of online players. There were no spice to it. The two characters met before the commentator could finish introducing Sun Jiping's background. He could only stop hurriedly and pay attention to the match. Oh, the two sides have met. Seems like Mysterious Fantasy's Fang Daxu is putting out a defensive stance and prepared to strike back. Sun Jiping is fighting straight on. Wow! A big move. He started with a big move the moment the fight started. This confidence is worthy of a former god. Combo. Oh, it's linked up beautifully. It seems that despite not fighting in competitions for so many years, Sun Jiping didn't lose any of his abilities. Fang Daxu is at an absolute disadvantage. A wave of combo with 12 hits. Although the hits weren't heavy, the damage output is very impressive. It's concise and practical. The attacks have connected. Here comes another wave. The one from before was a fake combo, so the combos were disconnected according to the system's calculations. However, the attacks still connected. Fang Daxu must be having a hard time, isn't he? Fang Daxu's situation is very passive. Fang Daxu should hurry up and come up with an idea. Fang Daxu's situation is dangerous. Fang Daxu. Dead. Let's continue to talk about player Sun Jiping's situation after the matches. The commentator started to sweat. He didn't even have another chance to continue to talk about Sun Jiping's past because the round had ended. Chapter 972. Extreme Contrast. It was impossible to know the reactions of those watching the live broadcast, but the audience present was silent like the grave. Most of the audience had been watching this match closely, so what they saw was the two characters meeting and then Sun Jiping's another summer of sleep attacking, and then his opponent died. Did Fang Daxu's knight even use any skills? Everyone's memory of it seemed blurred. Even if skills had been used, they didn't seem to have done anything, buried amongst another summer of sleep's attacks. 1 minute and 17 seconds. This was the amount of time the first individual competition had taken. It wasn't until the statistics were shown that the audience went crazy. This was a pro-level match, right? Even though Mysterious Fantasy might not be the strongest, they were still a pro team, right? Even though Fang Daxu hadn't been taken in by any of the other pro teams, he still managed to stay in the pro circle a full 2 years, no? 1 minute 17 seconds? And a knight as well? He just lost with seemingly no resistance like that? Most of the audience came to see Happy humiliated, but in this moment, they couldn't help but boo Mysterious Fantasy. They had seen fast, but not this fast. A tanky knight being wiped out in 1 minute and 17 seconds, did he grab the wrong equipment and go up in cloth armor? Amidst the booing, Sun Jiping had already come down from the stage. He had immediately stood and left as soon as the result was out. So fast. Qiao smiled, stretching his hand out to Sun Jiping. I wanted to rest earlier. Sun Jiping high-fived Qiao before returning to his own seat, turning to glance over at Zhong Yiwei, tilting his head up and saying, "A knight, huh?" Zhong Yiwei's face was clouded over, and that was when he saw their team's Fang Daxu walk out from the stands in bewilderment, listen to the booing increase by several decibels with further bewilderment, and come down from the stage with even more bewilderment. Seeing the dumb look on his face made Zhong Yiwei irritated, and he wanted to go up and kick some sense into the player. However, he knew that this was nowhere near appropriate. He had to keep calm, otherwise it could affect the morale of the entire team. Having been a coach for 2 years, Zhong Yiwei understood the ins and outs of leading a team. In his heart, he might have been about to erupt, but after Fang Daxu came down, he only said, lightly, "You were too impatient." Ah. Fang Daxu, whose mind had cleared a bit, was bewildered once more. Had he been impatient? However, before he could say any more, Zhong Yiwei was already continuing, "Go and take a break." Fang Daxu sat to one side dumbly. He had no idea that this was one of Zhong Yiwei's leadership techniques. He had been clearly and completely suppressed by the opponent, yet from Zhong Yiwei's mouth it sounded like Fang Daxu had simply underestimated his opponent. This way, he didn't let the opponent's spirits rise too much and reminded the other players to not lower their guard either. "Luo Tian, it's your turn," Zhong Yiwei then called for the second player to go up. His tone calm and keeping his inner shock well hidden. He understood very clearly that Happy's reasons for arranging Sun Jiping to play first didn't just stop at the fact that Sun Jiping needed rest. At the same time, they were hoping that Sun Jiping would score them an overwhelming victory for the opening match and boost their morale while striking at their opponents. Zhong Yiwei wasn't hoping for Fang Daxu to score a point when he arranged for Fang Daxu to be their first player, but for him to utilize the knight's defensive capabilities to their fullest, thereby dragging the match on and forcing Sun Jiping to expend more energy on it. At the same time, they could minimize the impact of their opponent's fierce arrangement. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yet in the end, Fang Daxu didn't do a good job, unable to achieve any of his goals. So all Zhong Yiwei could do was use his own composure to minimize the impact this defeat would bring to their team. Zhong Yiwei's actions helped calm the players of Mysterious Fantasy quite a lot, as expected. However, Luo Tian, who was up next, didn't seem to be adhering to expectations. The effects of Sun Jiping's overwhelming performance couldn't be completely neutralized by just a few words and a calm attitude from Zhong Yiwei. "Do your best." Zhong Yiwei didn't say too much. The more he said, the more nervous he'd seem. If he was too serious about a match where they only needed to get 2 points, it might have the opposite effect of making the players panic. Luo Tian nodded and took a deep breath before heading to the stage. As for Happy, Zhong Yiwei looked around and saw Mo Fan standing up. This guy hasn't seemed to have played any matches before. How come he's become restless today?" Zhong Yiwei said, trying to strike at Mo Fan emotionally. However, he got no visible response, not even a glance before Mo Fan walked away and onto the stage, making Zhong Yiwei suspect that his voice just now had been too quiet for notice. "Ha ha, don't be offended. He's always like this. He even ignores me, usually," Qiao said. "Ha ha ha." Zhong Yiwei laughed dryly, evidently not believing Qiao's words. On the other hand, Happy's other members felt like Qiao was sticking gold on his face. Mo Fan ignoring him? More like absolutely hating him. The players of each side had already entered the stands, and their characters were loaded into the map. Mysterious Fantasies Luo Chen had played as a core member for 2 years, using an elementalist character. After the commentator gave some vague background information on Luo Chen, he couldn't be bothered with this unimportant and small character from a relegated team anymore. His interest was more on Mo Fan, enthusiastically regaling everyone with the tales of deception in the heavenly domain. Hey, don't forget your impartiality." As the commentator spoke excitedly, the program director hurriedly gave him a yelled reminder. The commentator snapped out of it and hastily added, "Of course, this sort of behavior shouldn't be encouraged. We hope that everyone can play fairly and peacefully. Okay, the match has begun, let us turn our attention to the match." The commentator knew that his ramble about script picking wasn't very appropriate, so he quickly stopped himself and turned to the match. After the defeat last round, Mysterious Fantasies player was much more careful. Compared to Luo Chen, Mo Fan had very little fame in the pro circle, but Luo Chen didn't dare underestimate him at all. As he had his character move forth, he continuously used small skills to test out his surrounding, guarded against being closed in on. Ninjas weren't the best at close combat, but they were very good at hiding their movements and getting close to their targets without being seen. From this point of view, ninjas had an advantage over classes like the elementalist that feared being closed in on. It was because of this that elementalists would put priority on guarding against this. The current Luo Chen was cautiously having elementalist move forwards, using different moves and techniques, yet he never caught even a glimpse of Mo Fan. The audience was much more clear on Mo Fan's whereabouts. From the start, Mo Fan had chosen a roundabout path, preparing a sneak attack on his opponent as expected. Currently, Deception was already watching Luo Chen's elementalist from the shadows, but Luo Chen had yet to realize this. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, thinking that Deception was about to find a chance to close in, but all Deception did was patiently follow the elementalist around, as if waiting for a chance. Everyone had no choice but to continue waiting. Chance! 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 The commentator had already yelled out chance thrice, but Mo Fan continued to abstain from action. The commentator didn't dare yell it anymore. This thunder without rain put him in an awkward position with his yelling. However, even if he didn't yell aloud, he would still keep track in his heart. It wasn't just him, but the entire audience that was keeping tracking of Mo Fan's opportunities. He didn't strike. He still hasn't struck. Fuck, that was a great opportunity, but he still didn't take it. Slowly, more and more people began to lose their patience. This Deception seemed to be merely following Luo Chen's elementalist, making Mysterious Fantasies members anxious as hell. Yet this guy never struck. It was as if just continuing to stalk his opponent would give him a victory. Mysterious Fantasy started out anxious, but slowly became impatient as well. Zhong Yiwei turned his head around, smiling falsely. "I say, this player of yours sure is careful." Careful? This was something the commentator had also said, but now it didn't seem appropriate to use this word anymore. If this was considered careful, then careful must be feeling very pressured. "He just has enough patience," Qiao said with a smile. "Is that so? Then why don't you tell me how long he can wait?" "If you don't tell me, then I'll really have no way of knowing," Zhong Yiwei said. "Don't worry, he'll strike when the time is right. Don't think too much about it. Go and think about what to say to your team after your second consecutive defeat." Qiao replied. "I wouldn't do something unnecessary like that," Zhong Yiwei said, turning his head back and ignoring Qiao. On the field, Deception was still following his target. Luo Qian had carefully moved all the way until he finally arrived at where deception had started out, but still didn't find his target. Luo Qian immediately hesitated, not knowing where to go next. He helplessly turned around, choosing another path and following it carefully like before. The audience was being driven crazy. The previous match had been extremely direct, with the opponent being cut to pieces almost instantly. Although the result wasn't ideal, it was at least satisfying to watch. Now the second match was an extreme contrast to the first. Last match was a swift 1 minute 17 seconds, and now it had become an unending stall. It had been 3 minutes since the match had started. At a pro level, this was enough time for the match to have come to a close. Yet in the current match, the two sides hadn't even clashed once. Luo Qian's elementalist was already wandering around aimlessly. Yet the target he was trying to find, deception, was following after him closely without him knowing. The boo started again, all yelling for Mo Fan get out. However, Mo Fan didn't adhere, continuing to follow Luo Qian. Patient, huh? Zhong Yiwei turned around again, sarcasm on his tongue. Yep, patient. Qiao nodded in affirmation. So he's just going to be patient like this forever? Of course not. Haven't you seen that many people have already lost their patience? Qiao pointed at the jeering crowds. Those without patience will only lose. As Qiao's words fell, Zhong Yiwei startled, turning to the match. As expected, Luo Qian had already begun to lose his patience, his technique becoming more and more mechanical. The opportunity had arrived. Chapter 973. A Scrap Picker's Talents. Luo Qian's half-hearted wariness made Zhong Wenyi feel the urge to rush onto the stage and whip that guy. You're in the middle of a match. How can you be so relaxed? In reality, patience wasn't something that could completely disappear all of a sudden. Patience had to be gradually worn down. Luo Qian was no exception. The crowd was no exception. Even Zhong Wenyi was no exception. If he had been patiently and calmly watching the match, he would have noticed Luo Qian's movements losing shape long ago. He wouldn't have abruptly noticed it just now. The expression on Zhong Wenyi's face suddenly changed. Right when he was about to cry not good, Mo Fan's deception finally moved. Ninjutsu, disappearing body technique. During these 30 seconds, ninjas could climb in all sorts of angles like a spider, allowing them to attack from a blind spot. In the beginning, Luo Qian had been wary of this, but his guard had already gone down. Mo Fan had thoroughly checked the surrounding terrain. His figure slowly inched closer towards Luo Qian's elementalist in a strange manner. It was a very ordinary strategy, but the patience and concentration displayed by Mo Fan was quite frightening. It wasn't just strolling down the road towards his target. He had to ensure that he wouldn't be noticed, so he couldn't be careless at all. Due to his long scrap-picking career, Mo Fan was exceptional in both these areas. Most pro players didn't have that type of experience. As time passed, Luo Qian's movement started to become sloppy, but Mo Fan still didn't show himself. When concentration faced against carelessness, the result was obvious the moment deception made a move. Ninjutsu, shadow dance. When deception began his assault, he immediately started off with a high-level skill. Countless shadows of deception suddenly appeared in front of the already jittery Luo Qian. Let alone figuring out which shadow was the core, Luo Qian wasn't even able to react in time to the incoming attack. The shadows pounced on him, and the combo count skyrocketed. Mo Fan had been patiently waiting for an opportunity to the extent that everyone had started feeling annoyed. But as soon as he attacked, his agility didn't lose to sun-dripping at all. This was also a habit acquired from scrap picking. If he wasn't so decisive, he would have turned into Scrap, who knew how many times in his scrap-picking career. But because of his habits from scrap-picking, while Mo Fan acquired several strengths, he also acquired several flaws. Although Mo Fan's offensive was very fierce, he lacked the ability to consistently extend his combos. It felt a bit like Cheng Yaojin and his 3-axe stroke star. When he scrap-picked, even if he attacked to kill his opponents, he would usually only choose characters with only a sliver of health left. As a scrap picker, picking a fight with a group of full health players was just asking for his own death. Frequently killing these types of low health targets led to Mo Fan being exceptional at short bursts of damage, but his attack afterwards felt rather weak. Sun Jiping destroyed a knight in 1 minute 17 seconds. On the other hand, after Mo Fan successfully closed in on the Elementalist, he was unable to quickly end the battle in a short period of time. In comparison to his sudden ambush with several high-level skills linked together, his following attacks made it feel like the offensive had a strong start but weak finish ***. Normal players might not be able to notice such a minute difference, but Zhong Wenyi was a former pro player with a wealth of experience. He immediately noticed it. It's an opportunity. Steady, steady. Zhong Wenyi couldn't help but blurt out. He completely forgot that Luo Chuan couldn't hear him at all. However, Luo Chuan didn't disappoint him. After being caught off guard, he started steadying himself. Don't feel too delighted just yet. Zhong Wenyi turned his head to glance at the relaxed and smiling Qiao. Ha ha ha. Qiao laughed. Zhong Wenyi turned his head back and suddenly froze. After Deception's 3 axe strokes, his offensive instantly became weak. Luo Qian steadied himself and right when he was about to launch his counterattack, he saw that Deception was running away. Yes, running away. The battle wasn't over yet. Luo Qian's Elementalist hadn't started his counterattack yet, and Deception was actually running away. Luo Qian hadn't predicted this would happen. When he started chasing after him, Deception had already disappeared without a trace. Luo Ji suddenly also froze at his seat. Happis Mo Fan is really surprising. The commentator was also stunned, but he couldn't be idle, but I have to say, this is truly a scrap picker's style. Deception had disappeared, but that was only in Luo Chuan's perspective. Everyone else could see Deception's location from the god's view on stream. He had gone into hiding again. It was just like in the beginning. He was following Luo Chuan's Elementalist closely. The match once again circled back to the very beginning. It was just that this time, Luo Chuan wasn't nearly as calm as before, he was searching frantically for traces of Deception. On the other hand, Mo Fan was as calm and patient as ever. His previous burst of attacks didn't seem to make him feel fired up. This was another characteristic of a scrap picker, restraint. Let's say there was an extremely precious piece of equipment in front of your face. How many players could restrain themselves from picking it up? Most would rush forward to give it a try even if they died, but Mo Fan would never do so. He would always wait for the right opportunity before acting, even if he wasn't able to get it in the end as a result. When he felt like the situation wasn't suitable for him to continue, he wouldn't continue even if the crowd's boos instantly erupted. This type of playstyle was clearly unpopular. Unfortunately, these boos didn't help Zhong Wenyi feel any better. Even if Mo Fan failed to win over the crowd, he would at least win over his opponent. This 1 point was already on the verge of being lost in Zhong Wenyi's eyes. Even if Luo Qian learned from his past mistakes and didn't dare be careless, his mentality had already tipped off balance. In this situation, it wasn't just patience that was necessary. Calmness was needed too. However, Luo Qian wasn't calm at all. He treated every tree and blade of grass as an enemy, throwing his magic around aimlessly. He's lost it. Qiao shook his head. It was as if Mo Fan heard this evaluation. He suddenly made his move. Ah! Mo Fan didn't choose to use disappearing body technique to find an opportunity to move closer. Instead, he directly revealed himself. The commentator cried out. Luo Chuan was surprised by this sudden appearance, but he immediately followed up with a bunch of attacks delightedly. His Elementalist staff waved. However, not even a spark flew out from it. What is Luo Chuan doing? Is he posing? The commentator was puzzled. Luo Ji wanted to cry. After putting in the correct inputs, he heard a system notification, on cooldown. Such a low-leveled mistake happened to a pro player. The extent of Luo Qian's instability could be seen from this. He hastily chose another skill and couldn't help but check which skills were on cooldown and which skills weren't. He had been throwing out magic spells randomly along the way. It was just like Qiao said. He had completely lost it. There was no purpose or decision-making in his choices. He didn't even remember which skills were on cooldown. As a result, Mo Fan once again got the initiative. At the same time, this wave of attacks left Luo Tian in despair. His ability to resist fell to zero, so much so that he couldn't even steady himself like before. He was like a noob, randomly throwing skills trying to escape from the predicament. Against this type of defense, even if Mo Fan was lacking in his ability to follow up, he was more than good enough to deal with it. As a result, he didn't retreat this time. A short moment later, Luo Tian's Elementalist fell. The second round of the match concluded. The post-game statistics on the screen made the entire crowd boo loudly. 8 minutes 12 seconds. This match actually took 8 minutes and 12 seconds. In the individual competition, this was absolutely an anomaly. In any case, Happy pocketed that 1 point. Mo Fan quietly went off the stage. Not bad. Qiao clapped. The others from Happy applauded his performance. Mo Fan didn't say anything and quietly returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. His eyes were fixed on the stage. Who knew what he was thinking? Team Mysterious Fantasy's Luo Tian went down from the stage too. His face was pale, and he stumbled on the way over. You lost your calm. Zhong Wenyi hastily covered up his inner thoughts and said to Luo Tian. You actually found his weakness, but you didn't do a good job turning that into an advantage. Zhong Wenyi followed up. Unlike before with Fang Daxu, he didn't find an excuse like you just too nervous. This time, Zhong Wenyi really had seen an opportunity for Luo Tian to make a comeback. Unfortunately, Mo Fan immediately chose to run away, making Luo Tian instantly feel lost. Next time. Zhong Wenyi patted Luo Tian, telling him that he can take a break. For the third match, Team Happy's Wei Chen came out. A look of pride showed up on his grisly face. He glanced at the player seats for Team Mysterious Fantasy and waved his hands. This senior's about to go on stage. Is there a need to play this match? Why don't you just forfeit? Zhong Wenyi ignored him. He nodded his head to the player, who would be playing for this third match. That player stood up and headed over to the stage with his head held up high. There's really no need to play this match. You guys need 2 points. What's the point of fighting for this 1 point? My recommendation is that you just play around and save your time and energy. Wei Chen followed up. The referee immediately ran over from the stage and threw a yellow card at Wei Chen. Inappropriate remark. First warning. If you violate the competitive integrity of Glory a second time, the committee will think over your qualifications to compete. The referee said gravely. F***ck, I can't even make a joke. Wei Chen defended himself. The referee didn't care though, he turned around and went back on stage. Their demands are so strict nowadays, ha. Wei Chen said angrily towards his teammates and then walked onto the stage. Translator's thoughts. Nomiumi. Asterisk it's used to describe someone with a limited repertoire of skills. It's the same Cheng Yao Jin from the previous TLN. The saying is Cheng Yao Jin and his 3 axe strokes, or Cheng Yao Jin and his 36 axe strokes. His weapon is a broad axe. His skills suck, but his luck is good. 3 axe strokes is enough to defeat a weak opponent. But against a strong opponent, even 36 axe strokes is not enough and he runs away instead. Chapter 974. Forced into helplessness. The third round of the individual competition began. The characters on both sides loaded into the map and prepared to fight. It was just like Wei Chen said. In theory, this round was pointless for both sides. This single point wouldn't affect the overall outcome of the match. However, competition was not as simple as adding 2 numbers together. This point wouldn't have any effect on the outcome of the match, but the winner of this round could affect their team's momentum in the following sections of the match. Team Happy had won 2 rounds in a row in the individual competition. Their morale was undoubtedly at a high. As for Team Mysterious Fantasy, losing 2 rounds in a row in such an extreme manner was a heavy blow to their morale. Zhong Yiwei pretending that it wasn't a big deal wouldn't be enough to neutralize the effects. Neither team dared to overlook how this round would affect their morale. The characters quickly finished loading into the map. Wei Chen's Windward Formation was without a doubt the character in the spotlight in this year's Challenger League. Although Team Excellent Era had one Autumn Leaf, Life Extinguisher, and Dancing Rain, these were all all-star characters. Players were used to seeing their greatness, but Windward Formation? This character had come out of nowhere and appeared with 8 pieces of silver equipment. In the pro scene, most subs didn't have characters that enjoyed such beautiful equipment. Team Mysterious Fantasy had been a bottom-tier team in the pro scene. Let alone subs, their team didn't have a single character even among their main roster that had 8 pieces of silver equipment. Facing Windward Formation, it was Team Mysterious Fantasy that looked like a grassroots team. The commentator joked around and introduced these 2 players in this way. Okay, the match has started. In the previous 2 rounds, Team Happy won in surprising ways. Will they surprise us again this round? Wei Chen. I think the older folks might be familiar with him. He was Team Blue Rain's very first team captain. The number 1 Warlock, Swaxa, was actually created and brought into the alliance by him. Those who have watched his matches in the past definitely have a certain impression of him because he has a yes, very distinctive personality. Next, let's enjoy this round. Little Demon, bring it on. Wei Chen typed out in the all chat at the start of the match and then just stood there. Windward Formation didn't seem to have any intentions of advancing and simply waited for his opponent to come to him. This Team Mysterious Fantasy player didn't know. He just treated it like an ordinary provocation and had his character charge ahead at full speed. Halfway through, he still hadn't seen Windward Formation. He felt like something wasn't right. Usually, at this point, both sides should have already come across each other in the middle of the map. Why was there no sign of him? Not good. This Team Mysterious Fantasy player was using a sharpshooter. He turned around nimbly and raised both of his guns, cautiously pointing to the left and right. The crowd was waiting for him to hurry over to Windward Formation spawn location and start fighting. Who would have thought that this guy would start admiring himself and stop halfway there? At first, they were puzzled. Then, they realized what he was doing and suddenly roared with laughter. This scene clearly illustrated why every round in a match wasn't as simple as counting points. This player had clearly been affected by the previous match. After not seeing any traces of his opponent on his way over, he thought the opponent had employed a strategy similar to deceptions and immediately began cautiously checking his surroundings. It didn't stop there. After looking around and failing to notice anything, he extended his search radius. He didn't hurry forward and began spinning around in a circle. The crowd roared with laughter again, but after laughing, they started feeling a bit tired of it. How long was this guy going to stay overly suspicious? The crowd's laughter made everyone on Team Mysterious Fantasy feel very embarrassed. However, they had no way of telling the player on stage. They could only continue watching with faces flushed with embarrassment as their sharpshooter spun around, not moving towards Windward Formation's location. Ha ha, little child, you think you can find this senior just spinning around like that? A message from Wei Chen suddenly popped up in the all chat. The crowd went into an uproar. In theory, this guy shouldn't know anything about his opponent's movements. However, he had been standing in the same place for quite a while. The other side still hadn't appeared. It wasn't hard to guess that his opponent was running around in circles, but this guy took advantage of it and put on an act. This was too much like trying to hit a snake with a stick, but seeing the snake curl around the stick. When Team Mysterious Fantasy's player saw these words, he became even more nervous and started searching even more frantically for Windward Formation. Where was Windward Formation? He had finally started moving, but he wasn't moving towards his opponent. Instead, he walked over to a big rock near his spawn location and quietly crouched down behind it. Despicable. Too despicable. The rules didn't forbid this type of strategy, but pro players valued their images. There would be so many people watching them every round. In the eyes of the spectators, this strategy was too shameless. This wasn't just playing dirty. It was being dirty. Even the commentator noted it. After seeing windward formations move, he also felt powerless. As a professional commentator, he had done his homework beforehand. He obviously had some understanding of Wei Chen's background, but he didn't have that much time. He had only skimmed through a few articles relating to Wei Chen. Shameless, unscrupulous. The information that he had seen was filled with all sorts of synonyms for these words. It wasn't convenient for him to directly say these words as a commentator, so in the end, he just said that Wei Chen had a very distinct personality. Now, he finally witnessed this distinct personality. He couldn't even make any comments on it. As a result, the entire stadium was silent. Wei Chen's windward formation just sat there, hiding behind a rock. Team Mysterious Fantasy's sharpshooter continued to look at everything suspiciously. The commentator didn't know what to say. The crowd was speechless. Was this a match or a farce? Seeing how Wei Chen would say a few words in the all chat from time to time, everyone in Team Mysterious Fantasy felt a bit regretful. Maybe they should have listened to Wei Chen and just forfeited. Wasn't that actually a good suggestion? The other side was calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. He didn't seem to be embarrassed at all, hiding in a corner. On the other hand, their player was being overly suspicious. He had told himself that he would try very hard. After the initial fun and embarrassment, Team Mysterious Fantasy started to feel some sympathy and bitterness. It would be better to just lose this round, than to watch their teammate keep trying and making a fool of himself. Zhong Yiwei could feel his team's emotions. He turned around and said a few words to a player. Forfeit. Tang Xin heard his coach's decision. He was still astonished. Even though he had thought about it, he still gave up on it, but now, the coach had actually decided on it. Tang Xin was Team Mysterious Fantasy's captain. The Pro Alliance hadn't approved of a coach position. The team captain had a lot of power. Coaches did not enjoy that same authority. For example, if the team wanted to forfeit right now, besides the player playing on stage, only the team captain had the power to make that decision. As a result, only the team captain could go and talk to the referee. If Zhong Yiwei went to the referee with his position as a coach and told him that his team would forfeit this round, the referee would simply ignore him. Are we really going to forfeit? Tang Xin hesitated. Even though the team captain had that right, it was still an individual competition. The player on stage hadn't given up yet. Making this decision would certainly hurt the player who was trying so hard. It's fine. Zhong Yiwei made his decision. What he wanted this round wasn't a victory because that 1 point wasn't important. Zhong Yiwei had wanted to utilize this match to win back some morale to the team, but their player was just being toyed with. The other side was happily waiting for his exhausted opponent. If this continued, their chances of losing were very high. This result would be an even greater blow to their morale. Even though winning in this situation would certainly be a huge momentum swing for their entire team, Zhong Yiwei wasn't willing to gamble because he could already tell that giving up on this match would be freeing for the entire team. This round was too sullen and depressing. Okay. In Team Mysterious Fantasy, their coach was supreme. Tang Xin could only respect Zhong Yiwei's decision and walked over to the stage. No one was allowed on stage in the middle of a match. When Tang Xin got close, the referee blocked his path. Tang Xin told him what he had come over to say. The referee was startled. He made one final confirmation with Tang Xin. After confirming it with Tang Xin, he returned to the stage and went over to Team Mysterious Fantasy's player. Tang Xin didn't return to his seat. He had to pick up his player here. He was certain that this decision would definitely make his player very disappointed with himself. He had to do his best to console him. Soon afterwards, the referee told the Team Mysterious Fantasy player on stage that the team had forfeited this round. And just like that, with neither side meeting each other, Team Mysterious Fantasies player left the stage. The referee announced Team Happy's victory. What? Wei Chen was still hiding behind the rock, thinking of what else to say next, when he suddenly saw a notification that the other side had left the match. He was puzzled. In a match, there were times when you were aware that you were outclassed and admitted defeat in a stylish manner, but the two sides hadn't even seen each other yet and the other side already forfeited. Wei Chen got up from his seat and saw Team Mysterious Fantasies player leaving the stage. He walked down from the stage filled with bewilderment and looked at Team Mysterious Fantasies side. Now you forfeit. What were you doing before? We didn't know you'd be so shameless. Team Mysterious Fantasies players were all cursing in their hearts. They revealed all sorts of unfriendly looks towards Wei Chen. However, just like Zhong Yiwei predicted, this loss actually made everyone else ease up quite a bit. The player who had been forced to forfeit was sitting in a corner, staring blankly into space. No one knew what he was thinking. The team captain, Tang Xin, was sitting next to him, trying his best to console him. Then, everyone heard Wei Chen's words after he returned to Team Happy's seats. How was that? I played pretty well, didn't I? Chapter 975. Gun Fu. Cough 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 cough. Wei Chen's remark sent Team Happy into a fit of coughs. Everyone used this method to dodge the question. They all refused to answer it. However, gods were still the mightiest. The look on Yixiu's face didn't change. He calmly replied back, "You typed pretty well." "Ha ha ha, that's what I meant." Wei Chen laughed, sending Team Happy into another fit of coughs. The individual competition was over. Team Happy won all 3 rounds, taking 3 points for themselves. Having not won any points in the individual competition, Team Mysterious Fantasy needed to win either the group arena or team competition. As for Team Happy, after winning these 3 points, the group arena wasn't as stressful. The deciding battle would definitely be the team competition. But since Team Happy needed to win more than 8 points to qualify out of groups, they already knew that they needed to win the team competition, so their mentality was no different than before. Winning all 3 points in the individual competition made their morale soar. As for Team Mysterious Fantasy, after 2 losses in the individual competition, the 3rd round made a turn for the better. When things moved to the extreme, they could only move in the opposite direction. In the 3rd round, Wei Chen beating their player in such a manner made Team Mysterious Fantasy furious. Under the instigation from the experienced Zhong Yiwei, their morale ignited once more. It was only a pity that this 3rd player could only become a sacrificial pawn for Zhong Yiwei's morale boost. At this moment, Zhong Yiwei didn't have the time to console this player. The break between the individual competition and the group arena was rather long. After both sides made their preparations, they went into battle once again. The fires of the competition grew increasingly stronger. Okay, Team Mysterious Fantasy versus Team Happy. The 2nd round's group arena will soon start. On the broadcast, advertisements would be played during the break time. Just before the group arena began, the broadcast returned to the program and the commentator began his work once again. In the previous battle, the commentator practically didn't utter a word near the end. Usually, this could be considered as a broadcasting accident, but it was unprecedented this time. The commentator didn't speak when he was meant to. It seemed like Wei Chen's super shamelessness had stunned everyone. Everyone understood the commentator's reaction and forgave him. The players on both sides have now entered the stage. On Team Happy's side, the first player to go out is Bao Rongxing. This player is the definition of a rookie. He'll frequently make extremely low-level mistakes. Who knows what type of performance he will give in a crucial match like today's. On Team Mysterious Fantasy's side, the first player to go out is Tang Xin. This arrangement is a little unexpected. As Team Mysterious Fantasy's captain, Tang Xin could be considered their team's best player. According to the usual convention, this type of player should be the last one in the group arena. I wonder why Team Mysterious Fantasy made such an arrangement. We all know that Team Mysterious Fantasy has their own dedicated coach to guide them. There should be a reason for this arrangement. We'll only be able to figure out what his intentions are from watching the match. Okay, the match has officially started. The commentator had been awkwardly silent in the previous round. It was as if his words had been transferred to this one. He talked non-stop as soon as he started. The characters on both sides are moving forward. Neither of them are employing any tactical moves. Are they planning on directly confronting each other? Oh, Tangxing has changed his pathing. He's started to take a roundabout route. It looks like he's planning on catching his opponent off guard. Okay, Tangxing has successfully circled around to the side of his opponent. Bao Rongxing hasn't noticed him yet. Tangxing is moving closer step by step. He can already start attacking at this distance. But Bao Rongxing still hasn't noticed him. He's still moving forward like before. That shouldn't be happening. It's already been this long and he hasn't encountered his opponent. Shouldn't he know that the opponent isn't just charging forward? Tangxing is by steamed bun invasion side. He still hasn't attacked. At this moment, I think many people are thinking the same thing as me. Remember the second round of the individual competition? Is Tangxing planning on using this method to fight eye for an eye? Oh, he's not doing that. Tangxing has attacked. He's taken the initiative. As the commentator shouted, the two sides started their first exchange. Tangxing's character was a sharpshooter. It was the class that their coach Zhong Yiwei once used. Zhong Yiwei also placed a lot of hope and expectations on him because of this. Under his guidance, hints of his past self appeared in Tangxing's playstyle. Gun Fu. This was what Zhong Yiwei had been most proficient in. After becoming the coach for Team Mysterious Fantasy, he had done everything he could to help Tangxing. He could be considered one of the rare bright spots in this weak team. Gun Fu didn't mean that the sharpshooter would go up close and start brawling, but it also didn't mean that the sharpshooter would move too far away from the opponent either. The crux of this playstyle revolved around the 4 words having room to maneuver. What exactly this entailed depended on every player's skill level. Tangxing's Gun Fu maintained about 5 units from the opponent to freely move around. It was a rather ordinary level for sharpshooters proficient at this playstyle. He was very far away from a top god like Juzukai, who maintained about 3 units. 1 unit was the length of 1 step taken by a character moving normally, so Gun Fu was usually divided into X steps. How many steps was the best depended on each player's preference, but those who could use 3 steps Gun Fu could also easily do 5 steps Gun Fu. However, those who could only use 5 steps Gun Fu would find it extremely difficult to do 3 steps Gun Fu. Every step required a faster reaction time and higher technical skill. Tangxing had limited talent. After receiving Zhong Yiwei's guidance, he became specialized at Gun Fu. Unfortunately, he could only reach 5 steps and couldn't go past it. There was nothing Zhong Yiwei could do about that. In the past, his Gun Fu had also only reached for steps. He couldn't advance any further. He was fully aware of the helplessness of lacking talent, so he couldn't demand Tangxing to break through to 4 steps. He could only have him continue improving his utilization of 5 steps Gun Fu. 5 steps Gun Fu was more than enough to deal with a rookie like Bao Rongxing. Tangxing's sharpshooter rushed forward and quickly entered a 5-step radius. Zhong Yiwei nodded his head in satisfaction at Tangxing's skillful Gun Fu. Steamed Bun looked somewhat panicked after being ambushed. It looked like he had no plans on resisting. Steamed Bun invasion stumbled about from Tangxing's sharpshooter. Running away seemed to be the only thing on his mind. Zhong Yiwei laughed loudly. That was too much of a rookie's reaction. He had no idea what to do when caught unprepared. He didn't have the experience to make any subconscious decisions. The only thing he could do was run. I truly don't understand why you keep using a player like him again and again. Zhong Yiwei looked towards Qiao. What's the problem? Qiao asked back. What the problem? Do I really need to point it out? Zhong Yiwei saw Steamed Bun invasion sorry figure. I think the problem is with you. Isn't running away the correct way of dealing with Gun Fu? Qiao said. The smile on Zhong Yiwei's face suddenly froze. Qiao's words were simple, but he understood his meaning. In more professional terminology, running away translated to constantly moving and altering the distance between the two sides. The crux of Gun Fu was distance. If Tangxing controlled the distance, Gun Fu's characteristic of freely maneuvering around would be fully utilized, but if he couldn't control the distance, Gun Fu would be disrupted, giving the opponent an opportunity to counterattack. Steam Bun Invasion was running and stumbling while being chased by Tangxing's sharpshooter. That, along with him clearly being a rookie, made it difficult to connect it with tactics. After listening to Qiao's words, he looked more carefully. Steam Bun Invasion was running away like a dog, but he was successfully dodging attack after attack. Because Tangxing needed to chase his opponent, he was unable to control the distance between them. Is he intentionally moving like that? Zhong Yiwei looked left and right. He couldn't help but think it didn't seem to be the case. If it was intentional, why did it need to look so ugly? But then again, this kind of ugliness would very likely lower Tangxing's guard. From the individual competition, it could be seen that Team Happy's players didn't care about their images at all. They had no intentions of trying to gain the crowd's favor. They used whatever methods they could to win. For a team like that, pretending to be a fool to make the opponent lower his guard was as easy as pie. Tangxing! Don't fall for it. Hurry up and see through it. Zhong Yiwei started to worry. He had placed Tangxing first to establish a psychological advantage because he knew that Team Happy certainly put Goji Qiao last in the group arena. If the two sides fought evenly in the first 2 rounds, Goji Qiao would determine the winner of this group arena. Even if they had their most outstanding player Tangxing go last, Qiao wouldn't be afraid of him at all. Thus, he might as well just put Tangxing first and hopefully have him beat more Team Happy players. That way, they might be able to have their remaining 2 players face Qiao. Wouldn't a 2v1 give them a psychological advantage? But now, Tangxing might fall into a trap. How could he not worry? Not good. He was roaring at Tangxing in his heart to notice, fearful of the consequences, but then, an opening appeared in Tangxing's Gun Fu. Zhong Yiwei, who was also an expert at Gun Fu, and immediately noticed it. And closely following it, a brick whistled by. Chapter 976. Steam Bun's Vanishing Step. Thwack! The sound of a brick smashing into a skull was clear and crisp. This brick was an expected follow-up in the eyes of Qiao, Zhong Yiwei, and other skilled pro players. It was something that should have happened. However, in the eyes of normal players, it was completely unexpected. What they saw was Steam Bun Invasion being chased all over the map like a cowardly dog. Tangxing's rhythm had become passive, creating an opening. This was pretty high-end, so it wasn't something just anyone could see. Yet this rookie who was completely unworthy of the pro stage in Zhong Yiwei's eyes not only saw it, but managed to grasp it. It was just that this brick was as inelegant as always, as if he had only managed to achieve it through pure coincidence. Was it a coincidence or? Zhong Yiwei was a little doubtful at first, but that doubt soon disappeared because the brick was only the beginning. After that, Steam Bun Invasion, who was originally at a disadvantage, unleashed his counterattack. Brawler skills came one after the other, instantly becoming a combo of skills. Tangxing's sharpshooter's health plummeted. The advantage he had obtained through Gun Fu was soon turned around by this wave of counterattacks. Steady now! Zhong Yiwei secretly wiped away some sweat. Tangxing wasn't Mysterious Fantasy's captain, and the player Zhong Yiwei gave the highest regard to for nothing. He might not have been able to take the counterattacks, but he quickly steadied himself after that. He threw out a grenade and then jumped backwards with the help of an aerial fire, hoping to create some distance between them. Who would have expected his opponent to be so fast to prevent this? After avoiding the shockwave from the explosion of the grenade, he charged forth with an attack readied, swiftly tossing a fistful of sand at the other. Tangxing turned his view hurriedly. He could take the damage from sand toss, but not the blind it would induce. Yet just as his view turned, he heard another thwack of a brick becoming intimate with his sharpshooter's head. So fast. Tangxing was shocked. The brick had come immediately after the sand toss. This was a speed that even Tangxing could only be ashamed of not having. This seemingly noobish rookie wasn't as simple as he had initially imagined. With the brick smacking into the back of his head, it had the priority of an attack from behind, and the sharpshooter immediately entered a dizzy state. Steamed Bun Invasion's next attack quickly followed, an uppercut launching the sharpshooter up into the air. The dizzy state wore off as soon as the attack hit. His character was already airborne, but Tangxing didn't panic, turning his view and hoping to continue his offense. The aerial combat skill of Gun Fu was very impressive as well, especially if you managed to combine it with aerial fire. You could create amazing combos and attacks. Tangxing wasn't skilled enough for that, but he could add a little into his mechanics every now and then. Yet, turning his view all the way round, he was surprised to realize that he hadn't seen Steamed Bun Invasion at all. Where was he? Tangxing was wondering in surprise, but then took another hit from Steamed Bun Invasion. The shock he felt from this couldn't compare to his shock at getting hit by a few bricks. He was here, but unseen. This technique, this was the legendary Vanishing step. Even in the pro circle, this was a skill at the cream of the crop and very few could master it. Yet now, a rookie that often made rookie mistakes no less, was somehow able to use such a high-end technique. Tangxing was dumbstruck. Zhong Yiwei, in the audience, was also dumbstruck. Spectators often wouldn't be able to tell when Vanishing step was being used. However, Zhong Yiwei had experience and judgment, and he was also very familiar with Tangxing. Seeing Tangxing's sharpshooter look around, he had been silently praising the other for being so calm in such a disadvantageous situation, but then he realized that after turning his view, Tangxing's sharpshooter didn't take any action and seemed to have no intentions of attacking Steamed Bun Invasion. Zhong Yiwei immediately managed to figure out that it wasn't that Tangxing missed the opportunity, but that he had none in the first place. After turning his view around, he never found Steamed Bun Invasion. Then what could it be? Obviously Vanishing step. Alighting on this thought, Zhong Yiwei forgot to close his gaping mouth. He subconsciously glanced at Qiao. Qiao's smile looked very enigmatic. So happy really would do anything for victory, huh? Even an expert who could accomplish the high-end technique Vanishing step was pretending to be a complete noob. What couldn't they do? Pretending to be a swine to eat a tiger asterisk. Zhong Yiwei's head was filled with this phrase. His mental representation of Steamed Bun Invasion became more and more towering. What was this person's true strength? His original research and understanding seemed to be completely wrong. What should he do? Zhong Yiwei was extremely anxious, but even if he thought of something now, what could he do? He couldn't communicate with the in-match Tangxing. Once the match started, everything relied on the player. Tangxing was obviously also caught completely off guard by this Vanishing step, getting beaten to the ground by a round of combos from Steamed Bun Invasion, even taking 2 sweeps. Tangxing had even forgotten how to use the basic quick recover. Zhong Yiwei's mood fell further. However, he didn't blame Tangxing. This unimaginable strength of Bao Rongxing's was something completely out of their expectations. Going up against an expert that had mastered Vanishing step was a bit too much for Tangxing. However, Tangxing soon steadied himself. His stupor just now was because of surprise. He was already used to being intimidated. Mysterious Fantasy was a weak team and he was a player with limited skill. In his 2 years with Mysterious Fantasy, he had been continuously engaging with players whose strength was beyond his. This was the story of Tangxing's pro career. He was very experienced with fighting stronger opponents. What this experience gave him was mostly calm in facing such perilous situations. If he really could use this to win, then he wouldn't be such a weak player. Seeing Tangxing steady himself again, Zhong Yiwei sighed. He knew that this was something brought to Tangxing by Mysterious Fantasy's situation in the Alliance. However, after he sighed, his eyes lit up. The calm that Tangxing had when going up against experts allowed him to occasionally grasp some opportunities, especially those who were proud and underestimated their opponents, or the young and inexperienced. Bao Rongxing being proud and underestimating them? Of course he hadn't. To win against them, he didn't care about how inelegant he had to be. Was there any pride in that? As for inexperienced, this newbie who had barely experienced any pro matches had pretty much no experience. The experience from peaking in the arena was completely different from pro match experience. Vanishing was a player that Vanishing could win against. Seeing Vanishing calm down and engage the other again, Zhong Yiwei suddenly found a new hope, staring at the match intently. An opening. Zhong Yiwei's eyes lit up, but it seemed as if Vanishing hadn't seen it and the opportunity passed. Zhong Yiwei shook his head and sat up straight. Yet it hadn't been 5 seconds before his heart leaped again. Another opening. Yet Vanishing still wasn't taking advantage of this opening. Or rather, he didn't even try. What on earth? Zhong Yiwei couldn't understand. The first opening came and went quickly, so it was normal that Vanishing wouldn't be able to grasp it. However, the second opening was a big one. There was no reason that Vanishing wouldn't be able to use it. Could it be? Zhong Yiwei glanced at Qiao on Happy's side. This guy still had the same smile on his face as before. Those 2 openings were traps. Zhong Yiwei felt enlightened. Pro matches were always like this, full of feints and traps. Everyone was trying to find openings, but had to be careful that the opening they found wasn't actually bait. Realizing that Vanishing wasn't a simple character, then what else could those mistakes be? Did this even need an explanation? Vanishing was doing the right thing, he had to maintain this calm. Zhong Yiwei nodded in approval. Thus, the calm Vanishing continued to stall with steamed bun, not daring to be impatient and waiting for a better chance to turn the tables. There was a song that was appropriate for the current situation, waiting and seeing, fading away quietly. Vanishing's sharpshooter's health began to fade quietly, just like that. This was because he never managed to find a better chance to turn the tables. The openings that his opponent gave all seemed fake to him, like there was a label trap pasted on it. In addition, he, who had positioned himself in the place of the weaker player in his mind, gave up on attacking directly, and instead went on the defensive, making sure he was as safe and secure as possible. Defending and counterattacking was the usual strategy of the weak. Unfortunately, this time, his strategy wasn't very appropriate. No matter if it was him or Zhong Yiwei, they had both deeply misunderstood steamed bun. What sort of player was he, really? Their understanding was continuously changing. Currently Vanishing thought that steamed bun was an expert, so he went on the defensive, immediately receiving a round of vicious smacks from steamed bun invasion. Steamed bun was having so much fun smacking him that his attacks became full of openings. Yet Vanishing, over here, shook his head telling himself no, these aren't openings. Such ridiculous openings had to be traps. He continued to wait and see. Disregarding his slowly fading health, he himself ended up desolate and heartbroken as well. Zhong Yiwei was much more experienced than Vanishing, understanding what was happening after watching for a while. This Vanishing was actually like they had originally thought. He wasn't pretending or anything. Upon being ambushed by Gun Fu, something he couldn't deal with, he ran. While running, he found an opening, so he counterattacked. His counterattack hit, so he made a follow-up combo. This was something every player of Glory should be able to do. As for that vanishing step, it might really have been a coincidence that he moved into Vanishing's blind spot with a step. Then all the openings now were real? So seeing that Vanishing was letting all these opportunities slip away, Zhong Yiwei was anxious to the point where he wanted to stomp his feet. He hoped that Vanishing could quickly figure out what was happening. However, Vanishing's mind was set this time. In the end, he never found the opening he wanted and was wiped out by steamed bun invasion. When he came down from the stage, his was still wearing a perplexed expression. He felt exactly how he felt against the experts and gods he had faced in the past. Though he had lost, he had done all he could. Zhong Yiwei wanted to cry. This was no expert. He really was just a rookie. Chapter 977. Main target. Seeing Vanishing standing calmly in front of him, Zhong Yiwei didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only let loose a deep sigh. What? Vanishing still hadn't comprehended what had just happened. You worry too much. Zhong Yiwei shook his head. He didn't mention how he had been worried too. However, he soon realized it. That guy really is a rookie. You placed too much importance on him. Zhong Yiwei pointed to the stage. Ah. Tang Xing was astonished, but... Zhong Yiwei laughed bitterly and shook his head. He knew what Tang Xing wanted to say. Sit down and just keep watching. Zhong Yiwei said to Tang Xing. Then, he told the second player, who would be going on stage, be aggressive. Punish him for his mistakes. Tang Xing sat in a daze on the side. He saw his teammate walk onto the stage and fight with Bao Rongxing. He launched an aggressive offense at the very start and won with just a sliver of health left. Tang Xing glanced at his coach in bewilderment. He didn't know what Zhong Yiwei wanted him to see. Zhong Yiwei's face was ashen. If the player coming down from the stage had been his player, he would have given him a fierce scolding. You went in at full health to fight someone at half health, yet you almost died. That performance had been too trashy. As for Team Happy's Bao Rongxing, Zhong Yiwei was also puzzled. This time, he wasn't full of holes like he had been in the previous match. When he fought against this Team Mysterious Fantasy player, he would sometimes make a sudden move, which even an experienced veteran like Zhong Yiwei couldn't comprehend at all. Has this Bao Rongxing reached a level so high that even I can't understand it? Zhong Yiwei noticed Tang Xing's confused gaze, but he really couldn't give him an explanation at this moment either. This Bao Rongxing had completely befuddled him. Next up for Team Happy was Tang Ru. She quickly and easily cleaned up that nearly dead Team Mysterious Fantasy player. This player came down stage dejectedly. Zhong Yiwei wasn't able to scold him for his trash performance. Their third player stood in front of him with fear, waiting for guidance. How could he not feel afraid? He originally thought that they would face Qiao with a numbers advantage and build a psychological advantage, but everything was reversed right now. The other side still had Qiao leisurely sitting there. On stage, there was still a practically full health soft mist. Let alone Qiao, Tang Ru wasn't a player to be taken lightly. Battle Mage and Yi Qiao's teammate. Those two phrases F*King put together were terrifying enough. Then, there was Tang Ru herself. Her technical skill was impressive, and her fighting spirit was inextinguishable. Just these 2 points made her a headache to play against. And she was also super beautiful? Don't think that such a stat had no effect during a match. When facing a hot girl, players would sometimes have a mentality that they shouldn't have in a match, like holding back, showing off, teasing, etc. All of these could lead to a tip of the scales. And even if this player could beat her, he would have to face Qiao next. Towards this player, Zhong Yiwei couldn't say anything but good luck. Did you not hear what Tang Ru said to Team Happy when she was about to go up? She asked Qiao, do you need to warm up? Qiao just laughed. He didn't reply to her question. As a result, Tang Ru didn't give him an opportunity and killed her nearly dead opponent without fooling around. Not only was Team Mysterious Fantasy able to build any sort of psychological advantage, the confidence of these two formidable opponents caused their third player to utterly collapse. The group arena ended shortly afterwards. Team Happy only needed 2 players to beat all of Team Mysterious Fantasy's players. After this round, Team Happy had won all 5 points. The situation had now become a you die or I die scenario. The outcome of the following team competition wouldn't only decide the winner of this match, but who would make it out of groups. At this point, it was impossible for Team Happy and Team Mysterious Fantasy to both make it out. The loser of this team competition would have their journey cut short. The notion spreading around before the match of how Team Happy and Team Mysterious Fantasy would have a tacit agreement to send Team Trader out of groups had now been completely dispelled. But then again, in this group with 5 teams, one team would have no opponent to play against every round, so it was easy for a hole to appear. For example, in this round, if Team Happy and Team Mysterious Fantasy really did make a tacit agreement before, there was nothing Team Trader could do. It didn't happen in the end. Both teams were fighting to the death, but at this point, Team Happy's psychological advantage over Team Mysterious Fantasy was quite obvious. The team competition had been the section of the match that they needed to win from the very start. They had mentally prepared themselves for this a long time ago. However, Team Mysterious Fantasy thought that they could end this battle in the individual competition or group arena, yet the life of death match had dragged onto the team competition. It wasn't like they hadn't considered the possibility of this development, but there was no way they would be as certain as Team Happy. The pressure on them suddenly multiplied. The entire team was quiet. Even Zhong Yiwei couldn't squeeze out a smile. In the end, he also thought that their defeat was imminent. But he knew that he was the pillar of their team. At this moment, he could not collapse no matter what. Even if he was only pretending, he had to show his unwaverable confidence in the team. Zhong Yiwei looked at everyone in Team Mysterious Fantasy one by one. He noted everyone's expression. He didn't immediately say anything. Encouragement needed to be done at the right time. The situation and the words mattered. Zhong Yiwei had been a coach for 2 years and was quite proficient at his job. He gave the players some time. After digesting their current situation, Zhong Yiwei clapped to get everyone's attention. Then, he began admonishing them. Did we already lose? How come I seem to remember that there's still 5 points waiting to be taken? We didn't perform as well as expected in the individual competitions, but that doesn't mean we need to be discouraged. Next up, it's time for us to show our team's strength. Do I need to repeat what our advantages are? We are Team Mysterious Fantasy. We've always been challenging opponents far greater than ourselves, but when did we ever fear them? Everyone has been too relaxed because of the Challenger League. Have you guys forgotten about the courage that you've always had? That's perfect then. It's time to summon up that courage. Happy is very strong? What about Excellent Era? Such a powerful opponent is waiting for us in the later stages. If we get discouraged, how are we going to challenge Excellent Era? How are we going to make it back to the Alliance? We can lose, but no team can scare us. We came here to challenge Excellent Era. We're not even scared of Excellent Era. So does Happy count for anything? Forget about those previous losses. The match has only just begun. Focus. Go on stage and beat Happy. Yes. The players in Team Mysterious Fantasy heard Zhong Yiwei's speech and their spirits instantly surged. These players were about to go on stage. Under their captain Tangxing's lead, they lay in wait. I hope you guys haven't forgotten our arrangements for the team competition. Zhong Yiwei said. Of course. The team competition players nodded their heads. They looked towards Happy at Happy's cleric and Wenny. For Team Mysterious Fantasy, he was their target. The experienced Zhong Yiwei saw through the weaknesses in Wenny, so he formulated a strategy targeting their healer. Players on both sides, get ready to go on stage. When it was about time, the referee called out to the players. Go. Beat them. Zhong Yiwei and the other players, who wouldn't be going up, cheered on their 6 players. On Team Happy's side, Qiao personally led the team onto the stage. He heard Zhong Yiwei's shout and even turned his head to smile at him. Zhong Wenny was thinking about some way to respond to Qiao's smile when his 6 players turned their heads to look at him. They were in utter disbelief. What's wrong? Zhong Yiwei didn't know what had happened. He saw the 6 turn around and followed their gazes. And Wenny was still sitting in Team Happy's seats. This? Zhong Yiwei was shocked. He hastily turned to look at Happy's players. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6? Yes, 6. Zhong Yiwei counted again and confirmed it. Team Happy had sent out 6 players in this team competition, but they actually weren't bringing a healer? The team competition hadn't even begun yet, but just looking at the players sent out, Zhong Yiwei was already dumbstruck. It was only until the players next to him called out to him did he wake up. He saw that the referee was urging the 6 players to hurry up and go on stage. They were currently walking slowly onto the stage, stalling for time. They turned their heads every 3 steps, looking hopefully at him. And Wenny wouldn't actually be playing in the team competition. Their original plan had been completely messed up. They were hoping that their coach would hurry and give them some sort of instruction. Zhong Yiwei understood. He wasn't allowed to say much right now though. He could only point towards Happy and say, "Steamed bun." The 6 players heard his words and nodded their heads. Steamed bun, that was obviously steamed bun invasion. The 2 sides went to their respective seats. They swiped their cards and logged into the game. When they entered the competition interface, the 6 players saw the other side's arrangements and suddenly wanted to cry. And Wenny had been their main target, but Wenny didn't go on stage. Steamed Bun became their new target, but the other side put Steamed Bun as their 6th player. At this point, they couldn't look for their coach for any guidance anymore. For a moment, the 6 players didn't know what to do. Zhong Yiwei saw the display from the stream and also froze. He could already figure out what his 6 players on stage were thinking, but there was nothing they could do because there were still no rules in the alliance regarding coaches. According to the rules, his usage as a coach in a match was very limited. He could only study the opponents and make some arrangements before the match. As soon as the match started, the players could only rely on themselves. In the current Glory competitive scene, coaches changing their planned strategy right before the match wasn't a thing, so when an unexpected situation occurred, Zhong Yiwei could only feel powerless. As a result, he usually made a few backup plans, but this time, he could never have imagined that the other side would play the team competition without a healer. Chapter 978. Flimsy Tactics. Hello friends, let's return back to the stage. Happy versus Mysterious Fantasy. This match will determine who will be eliminated during this knockout tournament. On the screen now is a list of the players who will be going on stage from Team Happy. Looking at this list, I'm sure those who have been paying attention to Team Happy must have realized something. After the ad break, the broadcast returned to the competition stage, and the commentator incessantly started talking. Yes, Happy's team composition doesn't have a healer. What a bold move! To dare to make such a move in a life and death battle, we have no choice but to recognize Happy's courage. I think this arrangement is surely a huge surprise to Mysterious Fantasy. I hope that their plans won't be thrown into disorder because of this. It wasn't good for the commentator to be biased towards one side, so after admiring Happy, he gave his blessings to Mysterious Fantasy to make up for it. Unfortunately, the commentator's remark was spot on. Team Mysterious Fantasy's plans had been completely thrown into disarray because of Team Happy's surprise move. After the 5-second countdown, the battle began. Zhong Yiwei didn't want to look at the screen. Happy's unexpected team composition had disrupted his arrangements. As a result, his value as a coach couldn't be shown in this team competition. Everything depended on the players on stage to resolve. And for Team Mysterious Fantasy, without the guidance from their coach, they had undoubtedly lost their main pillar of support. When the battle began, Team Happy's 5 leading players rushed towards Team Mysterious Fantasy's location like wolves. The players on Team Mysterious Fantasy still hadn't moved yet. They were currently discussing what to do in the team chat. And Wenny's little cold hands wasn't there. Steamed Bun Invasion wasn't there either. Who should they target among Team Happy's 5 players? Qiao, Sun Zhiping, Wei Chen? Even if these 3 were gods of the past, they were still towering mountains compared to them. Qiao Yifan. He had come from Team Tiny Herb. Even though he didn't seem to have made any accomplishments in Team Tiny Herb, just being accepted into Team Tiny Herb made him appear more precious than them. Being a part of Team Mysterious Fantasy truly meant that they were the bottom rung of the pro scene. Getting noticed by a top team like Team Tiny Herb was only a dream to them. Besides these 4, there was only Tang Ru left. She was an extremely beautiful girl. They had cast their glances on her not just a few times off stage, but right now, in this life and death battle, they placed their attitudes towards beauties aside. Even though Tang Ru wasn't someone easily provoked, compared to those 4, her background seemed the least impressive, no? If you had to pick a persimmon, pick a soft one. Tang Ru was soon recognized as their new main target. Afterwards, the Team Mysterious Fantasy players finally shifted into formation. After confirming their target, it wasn't hard to execute their practice tactics. Zhong Yiwei saw his players begin to move. Every character was methodically arranged. It looked like they had a clear plan in mind. What were they planning on doing? Zhong Yiwei could no longer remain calm. He anxiously stood up, staring at the screen. The players on both sides began their first exchange. Team Happy was in an X formation. Sun Zheping's Another Summer of Sleep and Tang Ru's Soft Mist stood at the front. Wei Chen's Windward formation and Qiao Yifan's 1-inch stood at the back. Yixio's Lord Grim was positioned in the middle. It was a very ordinary and unsurprising formation. After Team Mysterious Fantasy saw Team Happy's formation, they quickly adjusted their formation. They shifted towards their main target, Soft Mist. Their captain, Tangxin, quickly spoke in the team channel, Heavenly Lightning, Earth and Fire. Heroic Leap to split them apart. Cloud Grasping Fist to grab her? Team Mysterious Fantasy's first 5 players consisted of a Sharpshooter, Elementalist, Knight, Chi Master, and Paladin. 2 long-ranged offensive classes, 1 mid-ranged class, 1 close-range defensive Knight, and 1 healer and defensive Paladin. The cautiousness of a weak team was completely revealed by their team composition. This team composition didn't have much close combat ability. It was clearly because Team Mysterious Fantasy didn't dare to directly confront other teams. Because of this, they needed to use other methods to obtain victory. After their captain finished giving out instructions, the 5 Mysterious Fantasy players rushed towards Happy. They took the initiative and launched the first attack. Too impatient. Zhong Yiwei stomped his feet in worry. He had brought this team up with his own hands. As soon as he saw their formation, he could already see through their intentions. However, attacking first wasn't their Team Mysterious Fantasy's strength. What's more, their team composition didn't have powerful surprise attack capabilities. It had to be said that the strength of Team Mysterious Fantasy's players was limited. In terms of tactics, because of the existence of their coach Zhong Yiwei, the players were used to listening to his orders. Their ability to create their own strategies became even weaker. The thinking behind their plan had some clear problems. How could such crude tactics not be cleaned up by Team Happy? Team Happy had Qiao, the most senior of the 4 master tacticians. Numerous glory tactics had been invented by him. Zhong Yiwei himself didn't dare to say he was more capable at tactics than Qiao. Right now, these Team Mysterious Fantasy players, who were used to relying on someone else's tactics, went up to battle against Qiao. A dull grey once again consumed Zhong Yiwei's heart. But Team Mysterious Fantasy's players couldn't feel their coach's current emotions. They had already started their attacks. The Elementalist cast a Heavenly Lightning, Earth and Fire. The Knight used Heroic Leap, directly splitting the line between Soft Mist and Lord Grim to separate Soft Mist from the rest of her allies. Bang! A gunshot sounded. Mysterious Fantasy's Elementalist hadn't noticed at all. Lord Grim's attack forced him to cancel his spell cast. The Knight had already rushed forward with Heroic Leap, but while he was still in the air, he was suspended where he was. Soft Mist's spear was raised high in the air, stabbing him and making him appear like a piece of clothing hung out to dry. That was just the visual impression in that instant. Circle Swing didn't give any time to pose for a picture. As soon as the spear struck him, he was flung down without any delay. At this moment, Mysterious Fantasy's Chi Master had successfully executed Cloud Grasping Fist and dragged her towards their knight. The others weren't able to protect her. This grab struck, and Soft Mist was dragged over. The knight pierced by her spear, as well as the remaining arc of the Circle Swing, were pulled over to the Chi Master as well. The Chi Master crashed into the ground, struck by his own allied knight, who had been smashed down by Circle Swing. The crowd erupted with laughter. That scene was too funny. The Chi Master using Cloud Grasping Fist reaped what he had sown. In the first exchange alone, 2 players from Team Mysterious Fantasy had been knocked into the ground. Their opening move was going extremely poorly. Tang Ru's Soft Mist was full of life though. She didn't panic after being pulled into the enemy ranks by Cloud Grasping first. Instead, she took the opportunity to attack. The two on the ground hadn't gotten up yet, and the sharpshooter and paladin were already being forced back by her. They had originally planned on grabbing Soft Mist and killing her, but after she was grabbed, they were the ones being forced into helplessness. Team Mysterious Fantasy's first wave of attacks looked very embarrassing. Tang Xin's sharpshooter stepped back 5 steps. It was the distance that he was most familiar with. Following afterwards, he was just about to unleash his gun Fu when a hexagram prison suddenly erupted from the ground. Tang Xin hastily jumped out of the way in fright. Windward Formation's hexagram prison had been avoided, but Lord Grimm's anti-tank missiles were still flying towards him. Tang Xin wanted to dodge again, but Soft Mist had already reached him. Not only was their target Soft Mist not beaten black and blue, she became the dagger that was lodged in the chink of their armor. At this moment, Tang Xin deeply felt like his plans had been terrible. The other side took advantage of it and turned the tides in their favor. Tang Xin's sharpshooter was pressed on both sides and had no path for retreat. Fortunately, he had teammates to help him. The knight got back up and rushed over with a shield strike. Soft Mist had no choice but to dodge it. The Qi master punched and sent a dragon wave flying over. But then, he saw a figure descending from the sky. Another summer of sleep had landed with a collapsing mountain. His body ate the dragon wave, and his sword slashed fiercely towards the knight. The knight raised his shield to block it, and a loud muffled sound erupted. While making his declaration, another fierce character from Team Happy had approached. Sun Zhiping's experience was far richer than Tang Ru's. Compared to Tang Ru, he knew more clearly how to make things difficult for Team Mysterious Fantasy. His first strike was blocked by the shield. He didn't mind. He began ferociously slamming down on the knight's shield, forcing the knight to take step after step backwards. The shield could greatly reduce knockback effects. However, it couldn't completely resist Sun Zhiping's frenzy. The knockback from skillfully linked attacks forcibly broke through what the shield could take. The knight continued to be forced back, giving Soft Mist a new path to maneuver around in. With a dragon breaks the ranks, Soft Mist sent the Qi master flying far away. Tang Ru didn't have her Soft Mist chase after him. She turned around and began attacking the knight, along with Sun Zhiping. That knight was unable to get away from Sun Zhiping. He could only watch helplessly as Soft Mist attacked. He could only hope that his teammates could break through and rescue him. However, when he turned his head to look, their elementalist was jumping like a rabbit under Lord Grimm's gunfire, and their team's sharpshooter was being suppressed by Windward Formation's long-ranged curses. Their sharpshooter wouldn't be able to escape for a while. Warlock attacks weren't as simple as just damage. Many of their skills were catered towards control. As for their Qi master, he was still trying to get up after being sent flying away by Soft Mist's dragon break the ranks. As for their paladin? Oh, their paladin was still there. Furthermore, another summer of sleep and Soft Mist were pushing him towards his own paladin. They wanted to get rid of both him and the paladin all at once. Chapter 979. The Greatest Weakness. Happy's playstyle surprised even the coach, Zhong Yiwei, let alone the Mysterious Fantasy players on stage. They dared to fight openly like this without even bringing a healer? What kind of arrogance and confidence was this? However, when they saw characters Another Summer of Sleep and Soft Mist push their knight towards their paladin, Zhong Yiwei reacted at once. Happy still had a strategic target. Their first target was still the healer. This was a very traditional, standard, and unsurprising fighting style. However, by spreading out, scattering Mysterious Fantasy's formation, and then switching targets, the thought process behind their tactics were much more elaborate and ambiguous. In comparison, the way that Team Mysterious Fantasy's characters started to cut in by throwing 3 skills at Soft Mist was straightforward, rough, and crude. Happy's fighting style was rich in variation, so when their true intentions were revealed, it was very likely that it was already too late for the opponent to stop them. This match was exactly like that. Mysterious Fantasy's knight served as Happy's tactical cover. After pushing him for some distance, Another Summer of Sleep and Soft Mist immediately ditched him. They rushed towards the paladin, who was not far from the knight, in unison. Mysterious Fantasy's paladin had been actively healing the entire team. The knight became his main target, after being pincered between two people. However, the two characters that had been pincel attacking the knight in the previous second had now turned the points of their weapons towards him. The paladin obviously wouldn't stand still to fight back and resist head-on. However, when he turned around, Qiao Yifan's 1-inchish had managed to sneak behind him. He didn't know when that had happened. An ice boundary was cast and it trapped the paladin within it. Smaller boundaries were connected by larger boundaries. While the paladin was suppressed, another summer of sleep and soft mist arrived and started their wave of attacks. The paladin had nowhere to go, so he could only use his skills head-on. First, he used a holy shield technique to protect him from the front, then a life activation to immediately recover some of his health. This was followed by Angel's Might, which put the paladin at the center as a ray of light stretched out in 360 degrees, so it not only delivered damage to targets within the lit area, but it would also create a strong knockback effect, which allowed him to be immune to knockdowns. Neither Sun Jiping nor Tang Ru's classes had no way of negating Angel's Might's knockback effect, but both of them did their best. Although Angel's Might had a knockback effect, but as an interrupt skill, it would only be effective towards skills that required the user to be immobile while casting. In comparison to other interrupt skills, it was fairly inferior when compared to the types of grabs. Another summer of sleep wasn't able to stop himself from sliding back. He carried his greatsword on his back, and his surroundings turned red. The greatsword boiled like blood, as it continued to swell and get bigger. When his sword was drawn down, the blood erupted and a cloud of bloody mist immediately spread out. This was the big, level 70 skill of the Berserker, Crimson Storm. As for Soft Mist, her spear transformed into a dragon when she swung it. Although she was retreating, her transformed spear's magical battle aura surged ahead. Its blast managed to strike the paladin. Although Angels might manage to force another summer of sleep and Soft Mist back, it couldn't avoid either of the two's big moves. The summoned Holy Shield technique couldn't resist the two skills at all. The shield was blasted to bits, and the erupting, boiling red color of the magical battle aura completely swallowed up the poor paladin in an instant. After Qiao Yifan's 1-inchish was finished with his support as a phantom demon, he didn't stand around and do nothing. He attacked with his katana to help dish out damage. Too fierce. Happy's response is truly fierce. We need to remember that they didn't bring a healer. When faced with the paladin's Angel's Might, they continued to deal damage despite having to bear the damage taken. The broadcast commentator exclaimed unstoppingly, "This mysterious fantasy player is in danger. He's in between Happy's pincer attacks, so he can only pray for his teammates to arrive quickly to save him. Now, where are his teammates?" The broadcast screen switched to the other members of Mysterious Fantasy. The knight had been heavily targeted by another summer of sleep and Soft Mist, but now it was his turn to proactively intercept the two. The Chi Master, who had been blasted away, was now rushing forward. Since he had mid-ranged attacks, he punched out a sky-piercing strike towards Soft Mist and another summer of sleep. However, with a flicker, another summer of sleep circled around to Soft Mist's front. He used his body to take on Chi Master's sky-piercing strike. Soft Mist wasn't interrupted by the attack, so she continued to attack the paladin furiously. The paladin's Angel's Might wasn't able to turn the tides. After giving himself 2 instant and strong heals, he used Firm Will to boost his defense. He then spun his view around in an attempt to see if any of his teammates could quickly come to his rescue. Unfortunately, before he could wait for his teammates' attacks to arrive, Yixiu's Lord Grim and Wei Chen's Windward formation had found some openings to throw some skills his way. The paladin could only rely on his class-powerful defense to stay alive. Finally, the knight from his team rushed to his side and activated Holy Punishment. Tang Ru's Soft Mist had to avoid it. The moment she moved aside, Sun Jiping appeared with his greatsword and parried the Holy Punishment head-on. Using an attack to parry Holy Punishment, the broadcast commentator uttered in disbelief. Luckily, the audience could only hear his voice, and not see his face. Holy Punishment's attacking rhythm was controlled by the controller, so it didn't have a set rhythm. In addition, its damage could layer on top of another and increase. The commentator didn't know whether using an attack to parry such a skill was courageous or insane. The clanging of weapons between the two characters rang incessantly. Mysterious Fantasy's knight couldn't really believe what was happening. Someone actually dared to use pure technical skill to take on holy punishment. Was he being looked down on? Even a clay person had a bit of temper star. Such an abnormal scene was happening to him. His self-esteem took a lot of damage. He started to focus on holy punishment while disregarding everything else. All in all, it was difficult to hold back holy punishment with just technical skill in the first place. After Sun Jiping's Another Summer of Sleep had parried for a bit, he couldn't keep it up after the opponent increased his speed. Normal attacks couldn't parry holy punishment, so he had to counter it with skills. However, all skills would have a cooldown time, so while holy punishment wouldn't have this problem, Another Summer of Sleep eventually used up all of his skills. When he could only use normal attacks to counter it, Mysterious Fantasy's knight felt really at ease, and attacked again and again. The numerous consecutive attacks pushed Another Summer of Sleep to the point that Another Summer of Sleep couldn't hold on any longer. "You idiot! Watch where you are going!" However, the knight's oppressive attacks towards Sun Jiping angered Zhong Yiwei to the point that he cursed out loud. The knight furiously pursued Another Summer of Sleep with attacks, and gave up the chance to protect the paladin, who was left there by himself. What other possibilities were there for an exposed healer, except to get beaten up? The broadcast followed the knight's crazy holy punishment, but the position he had left was even more exciting. Soft Mist's battle spear turned and stabbed fiercely towards the paladin. Although Mysterious Fantasy's Chi Master picked out a chance to do something, it wasn't a class that specialized in fighting at close distances. The advantage in mid-range attacks and support couldn't save the paladin. In Mysterious Fantasy, the one that had the best chance in saving the healer was the knight, but this guy had been led away by Sun Jiping's forceful response. When the broadcast switched back to this scene, the commentator suddenly came to realize the truth. Amid the courageousness in Sun Jiping's attacks, there was also a devious trick. The knight player only managed to realize what happened after the holy punishment had finished. He hurriedly tried to turn back to save the healer, but how could Sun Jiping let him off the hook so easily? He pursued the knight with a chain of wild slashes. All the advantages he gained from the holy punishment was taken away after a few attacks. They had a healer with them, so theoretically, exchanging blood shouldn't be a disadvantage. However, the problem was that they were about to lose their healer. Lord Grim and Windward Formation on the other side exchanged positions. Under the coverage of Lord Grim, Windward Formation managed to summon Death's Door. Players who wanted to step ahead had to consider again. Being captured by Death's Door couldn't be countered by mere controls. At least, low-ranked pro players in the league like the ones in Mysterious Fantasy didn't have this confidence. The crucial issue of saving the healer was changed into breaking Death's Door. Since Death's Door's caster was under the coverage of Lord Grim, members of Mysterious Fantasy all switched their firepower that way. Zhong Yiwei once again sighed. He couldn't even curse. It could clearly be seen just how little hope he had left. Happy was leading his team by the nose. The disparity between the two teams in terms of tactics already put in Zhong Yiwei in despair. In his heart, he faintly felt like even if Happy hadn't come out with something unexpected leading to his plans being ruined, even if his tactical arrangement had been in place, the other side had Qiao leading Team Happy, while he himself was off stage unable to do anything. Team Mysterious Fantasy would have fallen either way. He continued to look for holes in Team Happy. Sometimes it was because the healing wasn't enough. Sometimes it was because Steamed Bun was a novice. However, Team Mysterious Fantasy's biggest weakness had been grasped by the other side. Coach. For Team Mysterious Fantasy, their wins were because of the coach, their losses were also because of the coach. Because of the difficulty in coordinating with the team, the effectiveness in coaching was limited. Mid-match, the coach's plans might fail. It was also possible that unexpected things could lead to changes in the situation. In a normal team, the team captain would make immediately adjustments. However, Team Mysterious Fantasy depended on their coach. Their tactics would immediately crash down. Their defeat was simply logical. Zhong Yiwei, who had been uneasy and nervous the entire time, calmed down at this moment. He already knew what the results would be. No matter if the outcome was good or bad, it at least gave him a peace of mind. Team Mysterious Fantasy's journey stopped here. Zhong Yiwei was upset. If he hadn't overthought things, if they had won one more point than Team Trader, if they had maintained a qualifying spot the entire time. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Team Mysterious Fantasy would be eliminated. Chapter 980. New competitive format. Glory. When the team competition was replaced by this massive word, Zhong Yiwei had completely collapsed on his seat. Although he had seen the lack of initiative Mysterious Fantasy had during the team competition and guessed the results, with the match still ongoing, he still bore hope for a miracle in his heart. It was only until now that Zhong Yiwei's hopes finally turned to ashes. Excellent Era was in this season's Challenger League, which was quite the blow for those who wanted to return to the Pro League. In truth, Mysterious Fantasy had long since been prepared for an extra year in the Challenger League. Now, however, they had been eliminated without even meeting Excellent Era. That was inexcusable. Zhong Yiwei was the true core of Team Mysterious Fantasy. In successes, he contributed the most; in failures, he couldn't escape the responsibility, and this match had completely revealed to him how little control coaches like him had over the situation under the current rules. Zhong Yiwei felt that his future was even bleaker than Mysterious Fantasy's. The players of both teams came down from the stage one by one. Mysterious Fantasy's players gathered around of their own volition, yet their coach didn't say a word, sitting there so silently, it was scary. They didn't dare make any noise either, just standing there with their heads bowed, quietly waiting. Yet, next to them, laughter and celebration filled Happy's player stands. At the same time, in the audience, the few Happy fans as well as the Qiao fans were cheering in excitement. In the media seating area, Chang Xian was almost jumping in joy. They won. Happy won, brother Qiao. There were quite a few reporters around them, so Chang Xian stayed discreet, simply pulling on Qiao Guangqing, who sat next to him, and sharing his joy. Not bad. Qiao Guangqing squeezed out a smile. He was surprised that Happy had really managed to obtain such a one-sided victory and guarantee Mysterious Fantasy's elimination. Could this Happy really pose a threat to Excellent Era? Qiao Guangqing couldn't help the anxiety in his heart. However, looking at his fellow reporters, he found that they were rather happy that Happy was advancing to the next round. It was just that they were happy for a different reason. Chang Xian was happy because he had feelings for Happy and hoped that this team could do better and walk further. As for the other reporters, they were hoping for a drama-filled clash between Qiao and Excellent Era, so none of them wanted Happy to be eliminated too early. 10-0, Happy eventually defeated Mysterious Fantasy with such a huge lead. This result was probably very unexpected to most people, right? However, you have to admit that this is an appropriate conclusion to this round. Team Happy is the biggest surprise of the season for the Challenger League, and two ex-pro teams have already fell to them. Who knows what other surprises they'll bring us in the following events? Let us wait and see. The commentator for the broadcast was finishing up on his commentary for the match. The other 7 matches had either already finished or were nearing their end. The final rankings of each group would be decided today, and on the electronic screen, facing 4 different directions, the rankings for each group was shown on each on. Those groups that still had a chance were at their most nervous, but this had nothing to do with Mysterious Fantasy anymore. After standing around and staring at their coach for a while, they finally heard their coach speak. "Let's go." Zhong Yiwei stood, calmly calling his team over. Admonishment? That would do nothing now. Encouragement? That could wait until after he secured his own future. They hadn't even advanced past the group matches. Zhong Yiwei was very clear that this wouldn't satisfy their boss. Especially since this match had exposed a lot of problems. There was a big question mark on if he could still stand with these team members in Team Mysterious Fantasy. Team Mysterious Fantasy left silently like that, and not many people noticed the departure of these failures. The audience was all watching the remaining matches while keeping an eye on the rankings. Group B was the first group to settle on its advancing teams. Happy was first and Trader was second. The second group was Group D. Excellent Era's first place in this group had been set in stone from the beginning and ended up with a full 40 points, showing off Excellent Era's absolute advantage in the Challenger League. Everyone in this group could only hope for second. As the last two matches ended, Group D's second advancing team was decided, a team called the Limit of Heat. The third group that had its advancing teams decided was Group A. Jade Dynasty obtained first with a small lead, and the second team was one called Scorching Fields. And this team, according to the rules of the Challenger League, would be Happy's next opponent. Group C's matches still hadn't finished, but not many people cared. Their half had Excellent Era, and no one believed anything that happened in this group would affect Excellent Era's dominance. The 8 quarter-finalists were all decided on this night, and the next round's match arrangement would be automatically generated. The following matches for the Challenger League would continue in a knockout-style best-of-1 game with no difference in home or away. The map would be decided by the hosting party, all made by the Glory Game Company specially for the following games. With a match every week, the champions would be decided in 3 weeks. As for the competitive format, it would go by an entirely new format which would be used for the first time ever in the Challenger League offline tournament. The new format decreased the 3 parts of the game to 2. The individual matches would be removed, leaving only the group arena and team competition. However, the group arena would be changed from 3-on-3 to 5-on-5. The scoring system would be the all-new headcount scoring system. For example, if, in the group arena, someone was overwhelming enough to wipe out all 5 members of the other team, they would get 5 points. If 2 people managed to destroy all 5, they would get 4 points, 3 people and they'd obtain 3 points, 4 people and they'd get 2, 5 people and they'd get 1. If all 5 people went up and weren't able to defeat the other team, they would lose and would get no points. The team competition would be the same. The points depended on how many people were left on your side, a point per person. The final score would be the total of the two. Because of the change in the scoring system, the format was all too new. After the Alliance leaked this, experts immediately began pointing out that this would lead to a revolution in glory tactics. As opposed to simply pursuing the final victory, players needed to consider a lot more under this format. The game would become a lot more complicated and there would be much more to it. For the analysts who wouldn't be hurting their waist when they stood and talked, they admired the new rules. However, for the actual participants, the pros, changing their habits would be something extremely annoying. So it didn't matter if the change made things better or worse, they wouldn't welcome it no matter what. It was just that when it made things worse, they could reasonably complain about it, but this sort of format where they couldn't pick out any major flaws, they could only go and get used to it. The Alliance planned to first test it out in the Challenger League to see how things went. If it was all right, they'd implement it in the Pro League playoffs. As for if the regular season needed changing or not, they'd have to do some more research. The new competitive format wasn't some sort of big reveal for everyone. When they started looking into it, the Alliance had gone to the clubs to see their opinions on it, as to avoid making some absurd rules and causing a riot. Being able to share this plan of theirs meant that the clubs wouldn't have anything to say against it. As for the participants of the Challenger League, they were insignificant and powerless and could only go along with it. Because of the addition of the headcount scoring system, the new format would be more complicated as experts had analyzed. But no matter how complicated the competition was, they could still make certain of their victory. If you won both the group arena and the team competition, then there was no need to take the headcount into account when deciding a victor. The headcount would only be necessary if the victors of the group arena and team competition were different. Those who thought the headcount scoring system was only for deciding a victor under these circumstances were too naive. If a victor couldn't be decided, they could add another match. The Alliance welcomed more matches for more spectators. Otherwise, why would they have 2 rounds? They'd just have each match be a team competition and leave it at that, simple. Not doing that was naturally because one-on-one duels were an irreplaceable format that the audience loved. However, this sort of amalgamation of different match styles of the past had caused matches to end early. Especially with the appearance of such a situation in the finals of the last season, the Alliance was resolute in wanting to change this. In theory, the same thing could happen with the new format. For example, if one team got 5 points in the group arena and then killed 2 of their opponents in the team competition, then the match would end early. However, the probability of this happening was extremely low. In the Pro League, 1 versus 3 was already a very rare event, so while 1 versus 5 might not be impossible, the probability of something that happening couldn't be lower. Anyways, 5 points, 4 points, even 3 points would be highly unlikely in the group arena. After all, the group arena was a fair, one-on-one sort of fight. Getting 1 or 2 points in the end should be the most common conclusion. However, the team competition would be different. It would be easier to gain points in the team competition than the group arena because the team competition was only fair at the very beginning. When the disadvantaged side began to lose players, the gap would grow. The advantaged side keeping 2 or even 3 points would be common. Only 1 point would be less common in this circumstance. Considering all these factors, the team competition wouldn't be affected much if one team could only get 1 or 2 points in the group arena. That meant, with the new rules, the team competition was a heavy deciding factor. However, this was under the assumption that you didn't let down your guard during the group arena. With each part tying to the other, the game's competitiveness and viewership were assured, while reducing the chances of an early finish to the minimum. The Alliance was full of confidence to this new format. The 8 quarter-finalists of the Challenger League would be graced with the chance to be the very first to try the new format out. Chapter 981. New Stage and Final Stage. There would be 10 days of rest after the completion of the group stage. The next stage of the tournament would begin on the 16th of May, a Friday night. There would be 3 rounds over the next 3 weeks until the Challenger League champion was crowned. The teams eliminated in the group stage returned home one after the other over the next few days. Many player teams felt very satisfied because they had managed to reach this step. They received quite a chunk of prize money from the Alliance. Their trip could be considered worthwhile. The team most unwilling to leave was Team Mysterious Fantasy. After the end of the second day of the group stage, the press released news that Mysterious Fantasy's coach, Zhong Yiwei, had stepped down from his position. Reporters tried to contact him, but all of their requests were declined. The official statement from Mysterious Fantasy said that from their 3 seasons of experience, they felt like coaching wasn't suitable for the current Glory competitive scene. The following 5/9 issue of the Esports Home also published this piece of news. However, most of the news was focused on Team Happy, the team that had eliminated Team Mysterious Fantasy from the tournament. Changxian prepared a detailed introduction on Team Happy long ago. What's more, he had revised it multiple times after consulting Team Happy. Now that Team Happy had attracted so much attention, Changxian finally had the opportunity to bring out the article that he had been holding onto for so long. Team Happy had finally been introduced on the front page. Apart from that, how could they not want to know the team's thoughts? In the same issue, Changxian also did an interview on Team Happy. Changxian had finally made it into the spotlight this week. Through his relationship with Happy, he alone took up half of the space given for the Challenger League. The other 2 reporters, that had come specifically for the Challenger League, were filled with envy. They had also grabbed onto Team Happy. They had looked to do interviews for Happy and had written also introductions for them, but how could they know as much as a team reporter like Changxian? The final articles chosen to be published were all Changxian's. Becoming a team reporter for an internet cafe grassroots team? In the beginning, the 2 had laughed at Changxian's decision, but now they couldn't even force a smile. Let's see how long his pride will last. The 2 thought venomously, and began cursing for Team Happy to hurry and get eliminated. If they couldn't profit from it, then the material was worthless in their eyes. As for Cao Guangqing, he deserved to be an experienced reporter. He didn't even try and fight with Changxian for Team Happy. He continued to insipidly write about his specific topic. This week, he analyzed Team Excellent Era's situation with the new tournament format. The Challenger League entered the next stage, while this season's Pro League had entered the final stage. 5/10. The 34th round of Season 9 of the Glory Alliance. Team Tyranny and their Heavenly Kings had steadily held the lead since the start. Even now, their position at the top of the regular season standings remained unshakable. In addition, with their efficiency at earning points, breaking the record for total number of points won in a season was no problem for them. However, trying to beat Team Excellent Era's Season 2 record would be practically impossible. That season, Team Excellent Era won a total of 276 points. It didn't seem like a very high number from a total points perspective, but that was because the Alliance only had 16 teams at the time. Back then, there had only been 30 matches in a season. Thus, comparing their total points would not be a good comparison, so comparing the average number of points won per match would be more fair. In that case, Team Excellent Era won 9.2 points per match on average during the second season. This record was ridiculous to the point of being untouchable. With only 4 rounds left the season, it was already hopeless for Team Tyranny to challenge it. However, just being able to vie for the record already showed Team Tyranny's unquestionable dominance this season. In second place was last season's champions, Team Samsara. This season, they strived to defend their title. Even though they had been suppressed by Team Tyranny in the regular season, the playoffs and the regular season were unrelated. Team Blue Rain pushed them down last year too, but who won the playoffs in the end? The regular season had more matches over a longer period of time. It tested a team's consistency, but the playoffs was an elimination tournament. 2 matches would determine the winner. It tested a team's explosiveness. 3rd, 4th, 5th place was Team Blue Rain, Team Wind Howl, and Team Tiny Herb respectively. The number of points between the 3 teams was very close, so it was not possible to distinguish which team was better than the other through placings. However, Team Wind Howl failed to even make it to the playoffs last season, yet now they had turned a new leaf this season, becoming a powerhouse no weaker than Team Blue Rain and Team Tiny Herb. Tang Hao's transfer had already been considered last summer's most successful transfer. The fight for the last 3 playoff spots for the 6th, 7th, and 8th place team were very extremely intense. Team Misty Rain was in 6th place. They had no strong teams in the next 4 rounds, so their situation was looking up. Team 100 Blossoms was in 7th place. They had lost too many points during the start of the season. They only started catching up after they managed to recover. Their situation was somewhat grave. Team Void was in 8th place. The Ghost Duo had lasted for so many years. They had always placed neither low nor high as if they were stuck at a bottleneck. Their performance this season had its ups and downs. Even though they still held onto their playoff spot for now, many people considered them as the team most likely to disappoint. If they lost their playoff spot, they might just keep falling from there. What were the chances of Team Void losing their playoff spot? It was actually quite likely. Team 301 was biting at their heels. Team 301 was the model example of an average team. Their players weren't the best and their characters weren't the most powerful, but the team operated extremely well. Their team's performance was very consistent, and they frequently made it to playoffs. Their performance this season had been affected by Xu Bin's departure. If not, they might have forced the inconsistent Team Void out long ago. The teams closely behind Team 301 were some of the great mysteries of the season. Radiant, Conquering Clouds, Heavenly Swords, Parade. These 4 teams moved up and down the rankings together. They were neatly in order from 10th to 13th place. It was truly surprising. In the beginning, their initial impression was that they should be pacing back and forth between the relegation zone. Instead, they had actually run past it into the middle zone. It was even possible for them to make it into playoffs. Teams with all-stars like Royal Style and Seaside had been forced behind them. The original 10th place team, Team Thunderclap, also surprised many. Now, they had been pushed aside too. These 4 teams benefited the most from the new game update. However, only the Club Guild elites competing for wild bosses in the game knew the real reason why they were performing so well. However, as the season proceeded towards the final stage, the focus of the teams shifted again. Many pro players withdrew from the game and began focusing more on their matches, especially the teams bordering on the edge like 100 Blossoms, Void, and 301. How could they dare to be careless now? As soon as these teams started focusing on the matches, those 4 teams obviously met with trouble. From a points perspective, they could still make it to playoffs, but in reality, these 4 teams knew in their hearts that they had only been profiting at the other's expense. Taking advantage of them was just a one-time thing. They still didn't have the strength to rival them on equal footing. The Pro League and Challenger League had reached their most exciting stages. However, because there was quite a wide skill gap between different teams in the Challenger League compared to the teams in the Pro League, everyone's attention was more focused. Thus, apart from a few teams, the majority of the teams weren't under much pressure. Team Excellent Era's opponents wouldn't go so far as to not sleeping, trying to figure out a strategy on how to beat Excellent Era. Everyone would laugh at them, treating them as silly people with their panties in a bunch. 10 days passed by quickly. It was finally match day. Among the 8 teams, the highlight match would be between Team Jade Dynasty and Team Trader. Group B's Team Trader made it past a former pro team. They were clearly the biggest dark horse in this offline tournament. They had spectacular performances against Group B's Team Happy and Team Mysterious Fantasy. In this match between Team Jade Dynasty, no one could be certain that Team Jade Dynasty would win just because they had once been a pro team. The Dark Horse's journey ended here though. The highlight match ended dully. From the group arena to the team competition, Team Jade Dynasty seemed to be following a routine. They kept advancing step by step until Team Trader finally fell. The matches for Team Happy and Team Excellent Era were without any suspense. Player teams were easily beaten by them, so the most interesting match was the one between Group C's first seed and Group D's second seed. The strength between the 2 teams was quite close. Even though the quality of match wasn't that high, it was at least exciting to watch. Unfortunately, if this type of excitement was enough to satisfy the crowd, why would pro teams need to exist? The quarter-finals ended just like that. None of the matches made anyone's blood race. Even the media reports towards the matches felt dispirited. However, thinking of the next confrontations, everyone's spirits rose. In the top half, Happy and Jade Dynasty would clash. This should be a fairly high-quality match. As for the second half, players who supported Excellent Era and had yet to tire from them winning would continue to be in admiration as their gods crushed enemy weaklings. 2 more matches. On the morning of the second day, Guo woke up from her dream with a smile. Sunlight had already filled her room. The joy from her dream had yet to recede. She looked to the side and noticed that her roommate Tangru was nowhere to be seen. She woke up so early? Guo muttered to herself. She got out of bed, washed up, tidied everything, and then left the room. The corridor was extremely quiet. Guo reckoned that the others were still sleeping, so she didn't go to bother them. She went downstairs, ate breakfast, and then headed over to the internet cafe practice room. Excellent Era had booked their own hotel, while the liveliness at the start of the offline tournament was no longer as crazy. Of the 19 teams at this hotel, only 3 remained. Everyone was together in the same place during this period of time, and everyone shared glory as their passion. The players all loved to play the game, so even though they were here to compete against each other, they still became good friends off stage. Those who could make it to this stage of the Challenger League were outstanding players. As a result, Guo was quite enthusiastic about recruiting these people for Happy. But even if they were outstanding, many of them had their own foundations in the game. Most of them shrugged off her attempts to recruit them. Guo had lots of experience with the game. She understood all of that, so she wasn't impatient. Her chasing Hes added many friends in the game during this period of time. They could meet again in the heavenly domain. In comparison, more people were more interested in Qiao. What was surprising to Guo was that Qiao didn't seem to avoid many topics, even though he had always acted mysterious in the past. What's going on? Guo was puzzled. What do you mean? I was using someone else's name before. How could I not try to keep a low profile? Qiao said half-jokingly. Chapter 982. Team Jade Dynasty's consistency. Was the fake identity the reason why Qiao had always been hiding? Qiao didn't seem to be serious when he said that this was the reason, so Chengguo wasn't certain. Before Chengguo met Qiao, if it was said that God Qiao didn't accept interviews or do endorsements in order to focus on competing, Chengguo would have believed it. She knew him better now though. Chengguo always felt like even though Qiao's dedication towards glory wasn't false, he wasn't so dedicated that he would refuse to do anything else. After knowing him for so long, Chengguo felt like Qiao must have many reasons for hiding. For example, in the beginning, he didn't want his family to find him after running away from home. Keeping a low profile because he was using a fake identity was a very understandable reason too. Qiao was probably too lazy to deal with that stuff anyways. These may all be reasons for why he had molded his image as this mysterious god. But now, his family problems weren't as serious as back then. His fake identity problem had been resolved. Thus, of those 3 reasons, 2 were no longer problems. It made sense that Qiao would push the boat along the current and stop hiding. Chengguo continued thinking about it as she walked towards Happy's practice area. It wasn't empty at all. Everyone in Team Happy, including Mo Fan, had gotten up even earlier than her. All of them were busy in front of their computers. Why didn't anyone wake me up? Seeing how enthusiastic everyone was, Chengguo felt very ashamed and grumbled to Tang Ru. I didn't think everyone would be up so early either. Tang Ru said. Was this all a coincidence? Chengguo said. Yup. Tang Ru nodded her head. When I got here, Qiao and Old Wei were already here. What's everyone up to? Chengguo looked around in a circle. The majority of them were practicing. Only Qiao, Wei Chen, and Sun Zhiping were circled around a single computer. All 3 of them had their hands crossed over their chests. Their expressions were grave as they stared at the screen. There was a glory match recording being played on the screen. After Chengguo went closer to take a look, she could see that it was Team Jade Dynasty's match. The offline tournament had been going on for a month now. Not only did she recognize every player on the remaining teams, she recognized the characters on each team too. The screen was currently displaying one of Team Jade Dynasty's matches in the group stage. Chengguo watched for a bit, but she didn't see any problems. Team Jade Dynasty was heralded as a pro team, but their performance was always very mediocre. In their next match, more people actually favored Team Happy. After eliminating Team Everlasting and beating Team Mysterious Fantasy 10-0, no one doubted that Team Happy was the real deal. However, beating Team Excellent Era. Very few people believed that it could happen. But in many people's eyes, Team Jade Dynasty wasn't even as good as Team Everlasting or Team Mysterious Fantasy. When they fought against Team Happy, wouldn't they lose even more miserably? However, Chengguo saw how solemn the 3 gods were as they watched Jade Dynasty's match. She felt like there should be a reason, so she was too afraid to rashly come out with her wise opinion on the matter. She watched along with them for a while longer. This match ended with Jade Dynasty winning the team competition. What do you think? Qiao spoke. Your analysis is reasonable. Sun Zhiping nodded his head. What's going on? In the end, Chengguo couldn't help but interrupt them. Oh, we're studying Jade Dynasty. Qiao turned his head and saw Chengguo. He gave her a quick explanation. Is there a problem with Jade Dynasty? Chengguo asked. Jade Dynasty's performance has always been quite mediocre, but being able to maintain that performance the entire time shows how terrifyingly consistent they are. Qiao said. What does that mean? Chengguo didn't understand. It means that they've always been more than up to the task 1 star. They have the ability to win their matches in a more dominant manner, yet they only play at this current level. Qiao said. Why is that? I don't know. Qiao shook his head. Maybe it's because they're intentionally showing that they're weak, or maybe it's because it's a way to practice their control over their rhythm. In short, this isn't Team Jade Dynasty's true strength. Chengguo said. It's just a guess. For now, all three of us acknowledge that it's a possibility, Qiao said, while pulling out his QQ. He clicked on a profile picture in his friends list. His QQ trembled and then he sent a hello hello hello. Then, the QQ interface showed that the other side was typing, but no reply came after a long time. Qiao waited patiently and typed again. Is it that bad? Even your typing is this slow. Chenghua moved closer to take a look. Her jaw dropped. The other side's name was Yu Wenju. Why did Qiao look for Team Blue Rain's captain? Chenghua was puzzled. Then, she saw the other side's reply. They should be suppressing their rhythm deliberately. But I don't think that it's because they're pretending they're weaker than they actually are. They should be playing slower and more patiently in order to play more consistently. Their playing looks as if they're out of practice. It's as if they're still familiarizing themselves with new characters. As I thought. Qiao replied. That's just my own opinion. Yu Wenju expressed. Okay, I've got it. Sorry. If you're sleepy, then you should go back to bed, Qiao said. Qiao closed the chat window and then looked towards Wei Chen and Sun Jiping. His opinion is the same as ours. It looks like that really is the case. Chenghua figured out what had just happened. She stood on the side, dumbstruck. These guys analyzing it was fine, but even pulling along Blue Rain's Yu Wenju and having this top master help them analyze it too. This is breaking the rules, Chenghua said. Breaking the rules? Qiao turned his head and looked at Chenghua. What rule did we break? This. Chenghua didn't know what to say. There was no clause in the rules that talked about this, but Chenghua felt like it was the big bullying the small. If Jade Dynasty knew about it, they'd probably be crying out of grievance. Those three weren't even done yet. Should we go ask Zhong Xinjie and see what he thinks? Wei Chen said. Him? Qiao checked the time. He gets up from bed, washes, eats breakfast, exercises on a punctual schedule. You can't take away even a second from his routine. Let alone when he replies, we can't even count on him replying. Isn't there another master tactician? Sun Shiping said. Xiao Shiqin. Qiao asked. I think that's the name. Sun Shiping nodded his head. Can't you pay more attention to the younger generation? You can't even remember their names. Qiao looked at him disdainfully. Yeah. What does yeah mean? Stop wasting time. Go ask him. Sun Shiping said. Do you not understand what the situation is? Do you know which team he's on? Qiao said. Which team? Excellent era. Qiao said. Oh? Do you not read news about transfers? Qiao said. Never. Sun Shiping said. Qiao actually already knew that. The person in front of him never cared about that stuff. For him, who cares if there are any changes in a team? Just chop them to pieces. What's the difference? Asking him probably wouldn't be too convenient. Qiao said. Yeah. Wei Chen nodded his head. Who knows, he might just intentionally try to confuse us with his analysis. Wei Chen thought about Xiao Shiqin from a shameless perspective. Right. Sun Jiping nodded his head. That's possible. People who play with tactics have dirty hearts. Yes, all of them are shameless. Wei Chen immediately expressed his approval. Sun Jiping's evaluation of tacticians clearly included Qiao. After all, he was one of the 4 master tacticians. Ha. Qiao laughed dryly. You're not even ashamed. Wei Chen shook his head and sighed. And you even think of it as something glorious. Sun Jiping also sighed. He looked at Qiao like he couldn't be saved. Ha. Qiao laughed again. Says the two who were beaten by me. It looks like Team Jade Dynasty won't be easy to deal with. As expected, Wei Chen switched subjects. The switch was stiff, showing his shamelessness. Yeah, from our analysis, Team Jade Dynasty might not be hiding anything in terms of their play style. What they've hidden is the strength of their characters. Qiao obviously wasn't going to waste time arguing. He followed along and started talking business. The strength of their characters can't be considered weak. Wei Chen looked through the information he had. It was all the detailed information that could be found on the current Team Jade Dynasty. Chang Xian had organized it and handed it over to them. There were already plenty of level 75 players after 5 months. Level 75 orange equipment naturally weren't as rare as before. For a former pro team like Team Jade Dynasty, even if they couldn't get it themselves, they could still use money to buy it. Orange equipment had a drop rate, after all. Their value couldn't be compared to silver equipment. If a team set their sights on going pro, if they didn't even have the heart to spend some money on orange equipment, then it was best if they disbanded. Team Jade Dynasty hadn't given up after so many years. They could still invest some money into equipping everyone with level 75 orange equipment. If these characters were still hiding strength, then only silver equipment could improve them. Does Team Jade Dynasty have such a backing? Wei Chen wondered. I don't know. Qiao was also at a loss. If they weren't in the Challenger League, those in the competitive scene would have probably forgotten them already. Maybe they got some sort of sponsor, so they have money to spend now. Cheng Guo interrupted at this moment. Her opinion was very reasonable. This came from her personal experience. Team Happy's outstanding performance in the offline tournament had already attracted several organizations who wanted to discuss a partnership with Team Happy. Of course, no one had signed anything yet because all of the organizations still needed to wait and see. Just their current performance wasn't enough for them to want a long-term partnership. But if Team Happy actually beat Team Excellent Era, their talks for a partnership would intensify. The current Team Jade Dynasty seemed to be hiding their strength. Cheng Guo suddenly thought, could this team have gotten this type of support? Chapter 983. Happy's Fanclub. Sponsorship? Qiao shook his head. A sponsorship was a business move. The sponsor needed to benefit from the sponsorship, so organizations usually looked for strong teams, teams with lots to talk about, or teams that would receive a lot of attention. The Challenger League viewership was very small. Few sponsors would gain any benefit from sponsoring Challenger League teams. Happy receiving sponsorship talks was an exception. Even though Happy wasn't a strong team in many people's eyes, Happy also never lacked topics to talk about. Happy was receiving more and more attention too. Even so, no one had reached out for sponsorship yet. It was clearly because they felt like Happy still hadn't reached the level they wanted. The business didn't want a short-lived night-blooming cactus, but a long-lasting partner. In the Challenger League, there was only way to achieve this, getting the final victory. This time's Challenger League had excellent era. If Happy actually won, the attention that Happy received wouldn't be on the same level as the past Challenger League winners. The current interest towards Happy had much to do with excellent era. It was the existence of excellent era that gave them such value in this year's Challenger League. Jade Dynasty's performance in the Challenger League had been very mediocre too. Even though they had excellent era as a touchstone, they should be in the same boat as Happy. They had to at least beat excellent era first before getting any sponsorship offers. Cheng Guo's deduction wasn't logical. But from this perspective, Qiao thought of another possibility. Jade Dynasty had switched owners. Teams and clubs were similar to companies. They could be bought and sold too. If Jade Dynasty had been purchased and the buyer had a lot of money, having a strong backing all of a sudden was an extremely likely possibility. Why bother thinking about it so much? Sun Zhiping said, even if we can't see through them, we just have to prepare for them well. When the time comes, we just have to beat them. There's no other way. Qiao nodded his head. Since they couldn't get a read on Team Jade Dynasty's true strength, they had no way of preparing for them in a targeted manner. If they rashly came up with strategies, it was very possible that it would come back to bite them. As a result, this week's practice was just to work hard and improve without any big changes. Jade Dynasty's players continued to go to the internet cafe in the hotel to practice. When they saw Happy, they would smile and greet them. Everything seemed warm and friendly. At this moment, only these two teams were going in and out of the internet cafe. The other team was up against Excellent Era next and had already given up. They might as well take the week off and have fun, so they had gone off to tour City B. They hadn't come to the internet cafe a single time this week. In the blink of an eye, it was match day. The esports home published bi-weekly. The Monday issue was after match day, so it introduced the contents of the match and commented on the predicted results. The Friday issue was before the next match day, so it was mostly trivial news, as well as predictions and preparations done by the teams. The Challenger League may be a small steamed bun, but it had juicy meat. There was no lack of things that needed to be written. 8 p.m. Offline Tournament Stadium. The number of matches every week became fewer and fewer, but the number of viewers only increased. After Team Happy entered the stadium through the player passageway, they headed over to their seats. Suddenly, they heard a crash. A distance away, in the audience behind their player seats, was a huge banner, Team Happy. Certain victory. Then, they saw a bunch of people sitting there and cheering loudly. Who? Guo was surprised. Even though there had been a few Team Happy fans before, she had never seen this kind of support. Yixiao's personal fan club had once gathered together and cheered them on, but who would have thought Team Happy would finally have a fan club too? Guo felt delighted in her heart. But in the next moment, she heard a crash from nearby. Another banner had dropped saying, Team Jade Dynasty. Certain victory. It didn't matter whose banner was bigger. The typeface for Team Jade Dynasty was superior to Team Happy's. The fan club over there looked at Team Happy's fan club in delight. They started cheering loudly too. All of a sudden, Team Happy's fan club had been drowned out. But Happy's fan club weren't afraid of this kind of challenge. They started shouting loudly too. There were even a few curses mixed in. Soon enough, just cursing out loud wasn't enough. They started throwing whatever they had in their hands like water bottles at Jade Dynasty's side. This time, Jade Dynasty's fan club looked as if they couldn't hold on. They didn't counterattack with weapons of their own. Even when Happy's fan club had been cursing at them, not many of them cursed back. Right when Happy's fan club were immensely proud of their victory, the stadium's security guards rushed over and surrounded them. Guo was very worried for them. She hastily ran over to talk to the security guards. Then, she saw the security guards give a harsh warning and picked out the guy who arranged the long-range attacks, preparing to escort him out of the stadium. This time, Happy's fan club refused to cooperate. After another loud commotion, the security guard said something again and the commotion gradually died down. The lead instigator left, but he wasn't escorted out. He was simply placed in another seat. The turnout for the semifinals wasn't bad, but the Challenger League's popularity was limited, so the majority of the stadium was still empty. This lead instigator was thrown into a lonely and desolate section filled with empty seats. As for Jade Dynasty's fan club, they had victorious smirks on their faces as if they knew this would happen. Guo saw this and was extremely unhappy, but Yixiao knew with just a single glance that Jade Dynasty's fan club was experienced and organized. They had experience watching these sorts of matches and knew their limits. On the other hand, Happy's fan club were much more wild. Creating such a commotion would obviously force the security guards to come out and stop them. Team Jade Dynasty arrived too. They saw how the previous scene unfolded and couldn't help but look towards Team Happy and chuckle. The player seats for the two competing sides were located near each other. This time, the fan clubs on both sides had gathered behind them. They hadn't even started fighting yet, and a dispute had already arisen. Happy and Jade Dynasty was just an ordinary match with nothing to celebrate about. It was easy to imagine just how intense the struggle would be between two teams with a deep rivalry. The players sat down in their seats. Someone from Jade Dynasty said something to the fan club behind them as if to appease them. Guo noticed this. She couldn't fall behind. She also stood up and turned around. Then, she saw the faces of the fan club filled with expectations and suddenly didn't know what to say. A person suddenly jumped out from among the crowd, waved his hands wildly at her, and shouted, "Boss, boss, it's me! It's me!" Before anything else happened, security guards immediately rushed over. That person immediately shrunk back, but he was still pointing fiercely at himself. "It's me! 7 fields! 7 fields!" Ah! Chenghua was dumbfounded. For a moment, she couldn't remember who that was. The others already learned from 7 fields and started introducing themselves. "Guild leader, it's me, Cruel Shadows. It's me, Flying Ghost. Little Lobster. Banner Wastrel. Frozen Mast. It's you guys." Chenghua blurted out. She had seen these names many times before, but they were a bit unfamiliar to her. All of them were members of the 10th server's guild Happy. They were the first few to join the guild and helped build the guild up from scratch. A few of those guild members had reached the heavenly domain. A few continued to stay in Happy. Others started their journey anew after arriving in the heavenly domain, but there were also a few who stayed in the normal server and continued to play there. For example, the ones who had come from Full Moon Guild like 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon's group. They had originally been veterans from the heavenly domain, but had come to the new server after the 10th server opened. For normal servers, the end goal was to reach the heavenly domain. Thus, it could be said that, in glory, those who switched to the new server to restart their journey were dedicated to staying in the new server. They wouldn't go to the heavenly domain. Otherwise, it was all meaningless for them. 7 Fields and the others hadn't been from a club guild. They didn't come to the normal server to build and grow a certain guild. The reason that they came to the normal server was because they didn't want to play in the heavenly domain anymore and only wanted to enjoy the normal servers. As veterans, their skill level was higher than all of the noobs in the new server, so they became Happy's backbone. The backbones of the guild always carried a certain amount of influence. The Fu had long since abandoned the heavenly domain, so they obviously didn't have any favorable impressions of the heavenly domain. Due to their influence, quite a few members of the 10th server's guild Happy stayed in the normal server instead of leaving for the heavenly domain. And now, they had come over to the stadium to support their team. Chenghua didn't know where these guys were from, but all of them had gathered behind Team Happy, becoming a solid support group for them. "You guys?" Chenghua started to get emotional. She was someone who could easily make friends with others, but she didn't know what to say towards these familiar faces. Qiao quietly stood by her side. The players immediately became excited. "Ah! God Yi! Look!" Qiao had left the normal server too early, so a lot of them weren't very familiar with him. 7 Fields knew him though. They had met quite early on, even before Steam Bun. "Where's Little Moon and the others?" Qiao asked 7 Fields with a smile. "Ha ha, sunset clouds and drifting water live too far away. It wasn't convenient for them to come visit. Isn't Little Moon sitting over there?" 7 Fields pointed. The lead instigator, who had taken the lead in throwing a water bottle at the opposing Fanclub and had been put under house arrest in an empty area, was Sleeping Moon. "Ha ha ha ha, it's actually you guys." A person suddenly got up from Chengguo's side. Steam Bun had stood up on his seat and waved excitedly towards Happy's Fanclub. Oh, it's Steam Bun. That fool." Everyone roared. Qiao was a god. When they faced him, they always felt pressured and didn't know what to say. However, when they faced Steam Bun, they immediately became close. Steam Bun had come from Guild Happy, so they knew all him very well. "Ha ha ha ha, watch me F***ck these guys up." Steam Bun pointed towards Team Jade Dynasty. 1v5. "Do you dare?" Happy's Fanclub shouted. Chapter 984. Jade Dynasty's boss. The fanclubs for both teams had come, so the teams had to interact with them, of course. For Jade Dynasty, the team and fan interactions were peaceful and harmonious. The team thanked their fans for their support and the fans didn't stop shouting encouragements toward the team. For Happy, their team and fan interactions were rambunctious and like a riot. Nothing needed to be said about Steam Bun and his pals, but they weren't unfamiliar with Tang Ru either. It was just that Tang Ru was extremely headstrong and fierce in game, so while she might have had a lady's voice, many people suspected. Now that they saw the player behind the character, they found that, not only was she really a girl, but she was also immensely beautiful. Everyone was rather embarrassed to speak for a moment. Apart from those two, there was also Luo Ji, who had been a part of Guild Happy for a long time, becoming close with the other guild members and even provided them with many walkthroughs and the such. In the eyes of rookies and noobs, Luo Ji was also an expert among experts. Now, seeing that he was even part of the team, who wouldn't nod and say, an expert as expected. Qiao Yifan's 1-inch was usually being power leveled by a different person, so he hadn't had much interaction with Guild Happy's members. However, since his name was a part of the guild, he was one of them, so there would naturally be this sort of closeness. Over on Happy's side, there was a rowdy atmosphere, often catching the attention of the security guards. So Happy's players didn't dare to make any sudden movements. There was a gap between the audience seating and the players' seating, and this was for the safety of the players. According to the rules, the audience couldn't enter the surrounding areas. However, sometimes fans would want autographs, and after getting the permission of the players, the guards would let it slip occasionally. However, one of Happy's fans had already been dragged out today for overstepping their bounds, so they became the target of the security guards' watchful stare. Because of this, they obviously couldn't be as casual as they wanted to be. They were all chatting happily, but they could only yell across the gap at each other. Jade Dynasty's polite interactions were done in a few moments. That was when they saw Happy's rowdy and laughter-filled area, which didn't seem to be ending. They felt conflicted. They kind of envied Happy's closeness with their fans, but at the same time they were disdainful of their grassroots demeanor. However, their thoughts then changed. Even if they didn't consider anything else, with just Godji Qiao's identity alone, Happy was far above their entire team. What sort of right did they have to be disdainful of the other's grassroots demeanor? Jade Dynasty's players all felt a little down, dully sitting there and waiting for the match to start. Their fan club had also gone quiet, sitting there and watching Happy's side. Talking about envious, it was the fans who were truly envious. The pro teams of today sat high above everyone, and their players were all celebrities, becoming more and more distant from their supporters. This sort of close and familiar interaction was something they could only dream of. Seeing the cheers coming from Happy's side and comparing it to their own rather cool airs, one person sitting in Jade Dynasty's player stands turned and smiled at another, saying a few words to him. After that person nodded, the two stood up together and walked towards Team Happy with a smile. Yifan had long since noticed these two. These two had never appeared in Jade Dynasty's lineup before, and today was the first time they had shown their faces. However, they couldn't be players either. The offline matches didn't allow the changing of your lineup mid-tournament. In addition, the person on the right seemed older, probably around 30 years old, while the one on the left was relatively younger, about 25 or 26 years old. Seeing the two approach, Yifan stepped forward to meet them. After the others noticed, they all stopped their conversations and turned to place their gaze on the two. "Hello, Godji." The two initiated greeting upon coming forth. "You are Zhong Jian." The relatively older one on the right introduced himself. Yifan paused for a moment after hearing this before giving Zhong Jian a closer look. Soon he remembered. "It's you? It's been quite a while, I didn't even recognize you. For insignificant people like us, it's already enough of an honor if Godji has heard of our names before," Zhong Jian said with a smile. "What are you saying?" Yifan smiled as well. Zhong Jian was also a first-generation pro player and was Jade Dynasty's captain back then. For the first 2 years, he led Team Jade Dynasty from the very bottom of the alliance. Compared to the captain that had led his team to gain 2 consecutive championships in both years, he was as opposite as could be from Qiao in the alliance. From this point of view, saying he was an insignificant person wasn't being modest for Zhong Jian. However, considering his individual strength, Zhong Jian wasn't as insignificant as his team, who always placed last. Yet in the Pro League, strength didn't always mean a good record, and a good record was what truly proved your strength to people. With Jade Dynasty coming in last place for 2 years in a row, a record that couldn't be worse, he, as the captain and ace, took the blame for it. In the second season, the Alliance began to relegate teams, and Team Jade Dynasty, at the bottom of the ranks, was relegated. However, Zhong Jian received some invitations from other teams. Just when everyone thought he was going to take the chance to escape the sinking ship, he stayed and pulled Team Jade Dynasty back into the Alliance against all of the pressure and friction against them. After that, he retired. Then after that, there was no more news from this player. Back then, glory wasn't so grand as it was now, and pro players wouldn't make enough money. Retired pros lived normal and simple lives. As for a player like him, from a shitty team, there would be little effort made to seek out his circumstances and whereabouts. Qiao had never thought that, after all these years, he would meet this person again in the glory circle. And he was even standing with Team Jade Dynasty, which he had once fought alongside with. Could it be that he had gotten rich over these years and bought the team? As Qiao was wondering to himself, Zhong Jian introduced the young man beside him to Qiao. This is the boss of Team Jade Dynasty, Qiao Jie. Oh. Qiao was guessing if Zhong Jian was the boss, yet in the next moment, the boss had been introduced to him. Speaking of which, Qiao really had no clue who Jade Dynasty's boss was. The information Chang Xian had given them didn't say much either. However, this man, who was only around 25 or 26, obviously couldn't have always been Jade Dynasty's boss. How old would he have been back then? Probably only 16 or 17. Yet after this introduction, and when he made a surprising move by coming forwards to ask, "Qiao Jie? Is it that Qiao Jie?" That was when the young boss nodded with a smile. "Yes, I'm that Qiao Jie." "Who is this?" Qiao and the others all looked to Wenyi. "He's a best-selling author," and Wenyi explained. "Author?" Qiao scratched his head. This identity seemed very distant and alien to him. Wei Chen was even more exaggerated, and took several big steps over in a rush upon hearing what they were saying. "Author? Where is he? Let me see. I haven't seen a live specimen before." As for Chen Guo, she was quite curious as well, but she wasn't as exaggerated as Wei Chen. This was because she saw a thick air of ignorance for everything non-glory related coming from Wei Chen. "Greetings, author. It's an honor, an honor." Wei Chen came up and grabbed the man's hand, shaking it with vigor. "Big boss Wei. I watched a lot of your matches as a kid," Qiao Jie said with a smile. Oh, really? Do you want my autograph then?" "Ha ha ha ha," Wei Chen said without any embarrassment whatsoever. Qiao Jie smiled without saying anything in response. It was clear that he wasn't Wei Chen's fan. However, his words had already revealed some information. He was someone who had remained a fan of glory for a long time. "It seems like Boss Xiao is a fan of Jade Dynasty," Qiao said. "Yes, I've always been one," Qiao Jie replied. "You must not have had it easy then," Qiao commented. On that side, Zhong Jian rolled his eyes. These words were a little mocking, and yet it was the truth. Jade Dynasty wasn't anything impressive, yet they could still gain a fan that was so loyal to them throughout all these years. This was indeed not easy. That's true. Even Qiao Jie himself agreed. Jade Dynasty's battle records have never been that good. It makes people rather worried. However, in the past, I could only be anxious about it and do nothing else. Now things are better. I have the power to help the team I support, and I'm quite relieved with that. Jade Dynasty should be rather relieved, too, having a fan like yourself," Qiao said. "Ha ha," Qiao Jie laughed a little. He had wanted to say more, but saw the referee walking over. Seeing both sides look over, the referee waved his hand. "Go and prepare. The match is about to begin. Then let's talk after the match, yeah?" Qiao suggested. "We could also talk as the match goes on. I want to listen to what a god thinks and sees about the match," Qiao Jie said. "No problem." We're sitting pretty near each other, after all, Qiao agreed. Then please? Please? They might have said please, but they didn't sit together immediately, but returned to the player stands to prepare for their upcoming match. As for words like, I wish you the best, they wouldn't say it. They were opponents after all. Wishing the other the best would be equal to wishing for your own failure. This sort of cliché words couldn't be more empty if said here. Happy returned to their players' stands, but their hearts were in turmoil. They could tell what the situation was between Qiao and Team Jade Dynasty through these few words. Qiao was a fan of Jade Dynasty from long ago and continued to support this team throughout the years. It was unfortunate that this team never lived up to his expectations. Yet this young man grew day by day and became a best-selling author, a successful person, so he bought the team that he supported. Such support from a fan was probably the first of its kind in Glory history. The only people who could be put on the same level were the people who played Glory and ended up making their own club and pro team to enter the alliance like Heavenly Sword's 5 young masters. This explained Jade Dynasty's miraculous history. However, this would be no help to the victory of the match. It was better to not get distracted by such trivial things. Seeing that the match was about to start, Seven Field stopped the others from bothering the members of Happy any longer and took command, telling the people who were meant to hold banners, the people who were meant to be cheering to cheer, immediately beginning their support parade. Jade Dynasty's fans obviously refused to be beaten, immediately doing their own thing in order to compete with Happy's fan club. On Team Jade Dynasty's side, Qiao sat in the seat closest to Happy, as expected. After glancing over with a smile, their team's first member stood to go up. Chapter 985. Hidden Strength. With this new tournament format, how should the teams choose their pick order? The teams worried, and the players were also concerned as well. Everyone was vigorously researching and discussing such topics. Using the previous group arena strategy of placing the ace players at the end to hold the bottom line was too conservative and quite undesirable with the new rules. However, directly placing these ace players at the front of the lineup also seemed excessive. In the competitive scene, 1v3 sweeps happened too rarely. The remarkable displays often seen in the group arena matches usually consisted of a two-player up and down. This so-called two-player up and down was a situation in which one player, after defeating their first opponent, also took their second opponent to half health, or possibly, after defeating their second opponent, they had little health left while facing the third and fell quickly. Even this was already considered a rarely seen success in the group arena. Thus, even if an ace player appeared first, they wouldn't necessarily bring their team a huge advantage. The good steel still had to be used on the blade of the knife. While previously, the ace players had fought towards the end to guard the mountain pass, now they had to do their best to gain an advantage when there was an opportunity, in order to achieve victory. In this way, appearing on stage at the most optimal time was key. For example, if an opponent only had half a person remaining, sending out the ace player at that time would maximize the chances of victory. After going through a lot of analysis, the current consensus was that, in this 5-person group arena, ace players should be placed in either the third or fourth position. Except, even in this way, the group arena scoring was far more complicated than the team competition. The future development of the group arena should be stable. Teams should focus on not losing too many points in the group arena, and using the team competition as a tiebreaker. At present, the forecast predicted that the future competitions would head in this direction. Except today, when Jade Dynasty went on stage, their first player was actually their captain, the Blade Master, Lin Yi. Looking at the previous matches, wasn't Lin Yi Jade Dynasty's most outstanding player? Now, astonishingly, he was the first to step on stage. Did he have that much confidence, or was there another reason for such an arrangement? Jade Dynasty's boss, Qiao, hid his smile the entire time. He turned towards Happy, making an inviting gesture towards Happy. Qiao smiled, immediately patting the people next to him. Forward. Oh. Immediately, Happy's fan club surged because of the person that stood up. Steen Bun, 1v5. Obviously the fans didn't care whether or not this was realistic. Either way, this was a cheer, If it wasn't grandiose, then how could it be called a cheer? Ha ha ha. Steamed Bun laughed. With his personality, he didn't care at all about what order his opponent sent out their troops. He waved his hand, turning to his group of in-game friends and pumping his fist in the air. 1v5. Steamed Bun yelled out. From the bystander's point of view, this really was an arrogant and shameless guy. Jade Dynasty's fans had long started booing. After this was said, Happy's fans really felt too embarrassed to earnestly respond. Them shouting was just shouting, they obviously also knew that there was no way a 1v5 would happen. Using this to challenge other people, wasn't this just asking for their faces to be slapped? Both sides' players immediately went unstage, swiping their account cards to enter the game. Happy's players all looked at each other. All of their screens were stopped on the character loading image. After the characters had finished loading, the screen would display the character's equipment for the entire audience to see. Sure enough. Lin Yi's character, Blader Master 10,000 Swords, struck a pose. Just from the character's attire, everyone could see what was different from before. As soon as the equipment viewer was opened, a line of glittery silver names jumped out. From head to toe, 10,000 Swords had 7 pieces of silver equipment. Although this was one less piece than Windward Formation. In reality, Happy's silver equipment wasn't evenly distributed. Wei Chen's Windward Formation had 8 pieces, but the rest of Happy had far less than that. Furthermore, Yixiao's Lord Grim only had a single silver weapon, Myriad Manifestations Umbrella. When it came to silver equipment, Yixiao mainly prioritized his teammates. Yet, most pro teams wouldn't be this ridiculous and heavily favor one character over another. Although the core characters would definitely consume more resources, they wouldn't go so far as to give one character 8 pieces of silver equipment while leaving another with only 1. Adding on to Jade Dynasty's shaky foundation, Lin Yi's 10,000 Swords equipment level likely represented the average of the team. An average of 7 pieces of silver equipment, this armor surpassed the Alliance's average level. Sure enough, Jade Dynasty possessed a lot of hidden strength. However, of 10,000 Swords 7 pieces of silver equipment, not a single piece was level 75. After all, level 75 materials were very limited. Right now, in the Alliance, level 70 equipment were widespread. All of this was accumulated over the years while the level cap had remained at 70. If any team really wanted to upgrade their equipment over the course of a year, they would have to monopolize the Heavenly Domain's uncommon materials. Trying to do this would make any team go insane. Jade Dynasty's circumstances were well understood. Thus, Happy's players maintained calm expressions. Jade Dynasty being able to acquire this many pieces of silver equipment so quickly probably wasn't due to financial resources alone. After all, Qiao Jie was only a young writer. No matter how well his book sold, there was no way he could compete financially with people like Luo Guanning. Moreover, Luo Guanning had a 5-man crew. Even with that, they had only managed to obtain a total of 20 pieces of silver equipment when they had entered the Alliance. Although Jade Dynasty was in dire straits, when all was said and done, they had started off as a member of the pro circle. After so many years, they still hadn't given up. No matter what, they still had to have accumulated resources. Xiao Jie's investment this time had probably come at an optimal time, exploding forth all of Jade Dynasty's accumulated resources. Additionally, that Gai Zhongjian perhaps was also a crucial figure in breaking out Jade Dynasty's potential. Back in that era, he was a pro-level player. If he still hadn't given up after all these years, then his achievements in glory wouldn't be a small matter either. As Yixiao waited for the people to realize Jade Dynasty's circumstances, unstage the first round of the group arena had finally begun. After the countdown finished, both sides' characters entered the map, and the competition officially began. Jade Dynasty's boss, Qiao Jie, had indeed done as he promised. As soon as the competition began, he gathered together with Yixiao to chat. "I think your team's current player is really interesting," Qiao Jie said, his voice giving off a kind of pompous tone of seniority, but to tell the truth, Yixiao wasn't really at an age where he could be looked down upon. 25, 26, there was basically no difference in age between the two. Your team's player also seems quite steady, Qiao replied. A team captain needs to be like this, Qiao sighed. It looks as if he still isn't the ace player of Jade Dynasty, Qiao said. Qiao smiled, immediately asking, from God Yi's perspective, which of our Jade Dynasty's players do you think is our ace? Qiao also smiled, turning to look towards one of the players on Jade Dynasty. Your ace player would find it difficult to guide your troops into battle as the core. He's instead acting as your final line of defense. God Yi indeed has a good eye. Qiao gave a thumbs up out of praise, also turning to look at this player within Team Jade Dynasty, the cleric Lu Shalin. However, God Yi's statement that a cleric isn't able to guide troops as the core, I think that's a bit old-fashioned. Qiao said. Actually what I wanted to say was leading, not guiding. I used the wrong word. Sorry about that. I'm sure you know that I'm no writer. Qiao said. Qiao stared blankly, suddenly not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Leading, guiding, these two phrases only differed by 3 letters ***. The meanings were indeed a bit different. He had thought about picking a fight with Qiao to prove he was superior. He didn't expect the other party to immediately use a wording error to cover this up, conveniently mocking his own identity as a writer at the same time. It seems that God Yi also has a card up his sleeve when it comes to responding to this threat. Qiao composed himself and continued to ask. In reality, as long as he's not the core player leading the team, there's really no need to specially respond, Qiao replied. Really? Qiao smiled again, not saying any more. He went back to his seat to continue watching the competition. This guy really liked to smile, the dim, faint kind. At first, looking at these smiles easily created good feelings in people, thinking that there was a good reason for his modesty. However, after these kinds of smiles came time and again, they no longer conveyed that same meaning. Instead, there was pride and conceit. He used this kind superiority-filled expression to express his disapproval of the other party. From Chen Guo's perspective, it would be better if he directly said, "You truly are an idiot," to his heart's content. This guy's smile is truly annoying, Chen Guo said to Qiao. He's annoying even when he doesn't smile, making this team to cause trouble for us. It's truly troublesome. Qiao said. Offstage, the exchange stopped at this point. Onstage, Steam Bun Invasion and Lin Yi's 10,000 swords had already exchanged blows for quite a while. Neither side had specific tactics for this round, directly heading for the middle of the map. As soon as they met, they began to fight. Mechanics, awareness, judgment, a battle without much scheming. With more experience, more solid tech skill, and better equipment, Lin Yi very quickly gained the upper hand. He didn't have the strength to completely suppress Steamed Bun, but his steady and unaffected state of mind nevertheless partially restrained Steamed Bun's derailment. Although from time to Steamed Bun would jump out with an ingenious move, it didn't have any psychological impact on Lin Yi. Though this kind of randomness couldn't possibly follow any rules, Lin Yi actually managed to use his steady mind to remain completely unaffected. Qiao glanced over at Jade Dynasty. Coincidentally, at that same moment Qiao also happened to look over towards him with that same smile again. His superiority seemed to say, "Look, I know." The opponent's first player had been chosen as a tactical move with purpose. It seemed as if they had guessed Happy's intent. Although no one knew how skilled Qiao was at glory, as a fan of Jade Dynasty from the early days until now, he was clearly a glory fanatic. It appeared that when it came to glory, this guy also had some skill. 7 Fields and the others had been wildly cheering for Steamed Bun in the beginning. At this point, they were feeling a bit depressed because they could all see that the present circumstances were quite unfavorable towards him. If even the audience members could tell, then the circumstances were quite obvious. The commentators nearly announced the results. It looks like the outcome of this match is already clear. Qiao moved closer to say. Everyone can already see the obvious, but there's still one more person who isn't so sure. Qiao said. Who? Qiao didn't understand. It was so obvious. Who couldn't tell? Look, Qiao held out his hand, pointing towards the screen. Our steamed bun is still fighting energetically. Chapter 986. Crucial point. On screen, steamed bun invasion looked like he had just gone on stage. He was filled with energy as he continued to clash with Lin Yi's 10,000 swords. From time to time, he would make a weird move that would be calmly received by Lin Yi. However, that was all. The situation stayed the same as before. Lin Yi firmly grasped the pace of the match. If not, how could even the normal audience members already be certain of who the winner of this fight would be? Qiao Jie saw this scene and smiled. He's quite tenacious. He said. Tenacious? You're mistaken. That's not tenacity. He hasn't even started considering giving up or persevering. He's just continuing to keep his own pace. I won't deny that Lin Yi has the fight under control at the moment, but it's still too early to say who will win and who will lose. Ha ha. Qiao Jie laughed. He found it beneath him to argue. In his eyes, Qiao was just believing in his own lies. Just look at the situation. You're saying it's still too early? Xiao Jie's gaze turned back to the stage. Steamed bun invasion had once again done an incomprehensible move. When his powerful knee strike smashed towards 10,000 swords, Lin Yi had his 10,000 swords calmly step to the side and prepare to counterattack. Who would have thought that steamed bun invasion, who had whistled past him, would suddenly turn his head and shout at 10,000 swords? Brawler skill, threaten. Threaten didn't deal direct damage. It was classified as a spirit attack, and it reduced the target's attack power. Spirit attacks could not be avoided. It could only be defended by the appropriate resistance skills, or lowered or cancelled by the spirit stat. Looking at it from the effects from this skill, steamed bun's abrupt threaten didn't make much sense. Maybe he planned on trading blows with his opponent. He had caught his opponent off guard and lowered the opponent's attack power. His powerful knee strike may have been dodged, but his target had been successfully threatened. However, because of the momentum from his powerful knee strike, he continued to fly past his opponent. 10,000 swords attack power might be reduced, but it wasn't like he was routed or stunned. He continued to ready a counterattack and chased after steamed bun invasion with a downwind sword slash. Steamed bun's reaction speed was fast, but this downwind sword slash had been timed perfectly and struck him. Steamed bun invasion was hit and slid to the side. Lin Yi's 10,000 swords immediately followed up with a triple slash, pursuing while also attacking at the same time, but who would have that thought as soon as steamed bun invasion steadied himself, he would ricochet towards 10,000 swords. Lin Yi was caught by surprise. He saw a sword light flash towards him. It was actually another downwind sword slash that had come from steamed bun invasion's brawler this time. The priority on triple slash couldn't contest downwind sword slash's priority. Not only was 10,000 swords momentum halted, he had been struck stumbling. The stadium exploded into an uproar. Those who were a little slower might even be confused about steamed bun invasion's class. How did he use downwind sword slash too? Those who were faster had already recognized that this was the newly added brawler skill, Tooth for Tooth. Tooth for Tooth was an active ability. When attacked, the character would still take damage, but the character would remember which skill was used. That skill would appear on the character's skill list. The number of uses and the skill effects was determined by Tooth for Tooth's skill level. In addition, the amount of mana used for the skill would be double what it originally was. Clearly, steamed bun invasion had activated Tooth for Tooth earlier. When he was hit by downwind sword slash, he remembered the skill and returned it back to its owner. From this point of view, another issue came up. He had used Tooth for Tooth, but he had also used Threaten beforehand, so the damage from the opponent's skill had been reduced when it struck. Thus, steamed bun invasion's downwind sword slash had also been reduced. Returning the strike had been a good move, but that previous Threaten still didn't make any sense. But even so, the downwind sword slash had caught Lin Yi off guard. Steamed bun took this opportunity to strike back and begin his fierce assault. Happy's Fanclub spirit revived at once. They shouted "Steamed bun" loudly and cheered for him, but at Happy's player seats, Sun Jiping had his brows furrowed. He was thinking back to that previous scene. It just so happened that the screen did a replay of Steamed Bun's counterattack. After looking at it again, Sun Jiping moved closer to Qiao. If that threaten hadn't debuffed, then downwind sword slash would have been faster and the knockback would be stronger. It would have sent Steamed Bun Invasion flying into the air after his powerful knee strike missed. He would have been knocked back farther away, and he would have needed to quick recover. If he had used downwind sword slash like that, he might not have gotten the same results. Qiao said. So that guy? Don't ask me if he did it on purpose. I have no idea either. Qiao said. And this was why Steamed Bun's derailment playstyle was so terrifying. His completely unexpected move could be utter trash, but it could also be a brilliant turning point. When it was utter trash, you could laugh at it all you want, but when it became a turning point, it would be a deciding factor. And this deciding factor was impossible to defend against. Even someone as skilled as Sun Jiping needed to think about it after the event took place. When playing in a match, there was no time for so much thinking. How many people could instantly recognize the subtle involvement this move had? The expression on Xiao Jie's face turned ugly when he saw Steamed Bun's counterattack. However, Lin Yi was a steady player. He quickly got out of Steamed Bun's assault and once again regained control of the situation. Steamed Bun's counterattack looked like one final desperate struggle. Xiao Jie let out a sigh of relief and glanced at Happy's side with delight. He saw Qiao turn his head and look at him too. He immediately smiled. He really knows how to surprise people. And isn't that why he's so interesting? Qiao smiled. Yeah. Xiao Jie nodded his head. Suddenly, he heard a cry of surprise from the venue. Xiao Jie turned his head and saw that Lin Yi's 10,000 swords was being slapped into the ground and beaten black and blue by Steamed Bun Invasion's tyrannical chain punch. What happened? Xiao Jie was shocked. The situation had been stabilized just moments before. How did it flip all of a sudden? It just so happened that the screen showed an instant replay. Powerful knee strike. Another powerful knee strike. This time, the distance between the two sides had been very close. Lin Yi's 10,000 swords had been in the middle of a combo. He had used Headwind Strike when Steamed Bun Invasion suddenly burst forth with a powerful knee strike. Blood flew out from Steamed Bun Invasion as he slammed into the Headwind Strike head-on. However, Steamed Bun Invasion forcefully broke through the sword prison just like that and followed up with a tyrannical chain punch. The airborne 10,000 swords crashed to the ground, following which was the current scene. Xiao Jie was astonished. For a final desperate struggle, it should be one last struggle. How could someone facing death do a final struggle again and again? If he kept on struggling, that only meant one thing. This person couldn't die. Maybe claiming victory already really had been too early? Xiao Jie thought to himself, but he refused to accept it. In terms of equipment, they were stronger. In terms of players, they were more consistent. In terms of the situation on stage, they had always been winning. Just looking at their health bars, even though Steamed Bun Invasion had done 2 desperate struggles, he hadn't pulled it that much closer. He had taken downwind sword slash full force. He had completely eaten a headwind strike too. The damage from headwind strike was quite high. In addition, Lin Yi had control of the situation for most of the battle. 10,000 swords had 50% more health than Steamed Bun Invasion. Could Steamed Bun Invasion actually make a comeback? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Jie couldn't bother with going over to Happy and letting out a smile showing his superiority. He stared closely at the screen and saw their lead, yet he couldn't help but feel nervous. Xiao Jie's nervousness was deserved. Steamed Bun started to slowly make a comeback. The steady Lin Yi was already having trouble controlling the fight. Whenever Steamed Bun went off the rails, he would always deal significant damage towards 10,000 swords. Although Lin Yi was sometimes able to strike back, it wasn't as effective as Steamed Bun's attacks. Xiao Jie became more and more uneasy. He was even somewhat angry. It looked like he wasn't happy with Lin Yi's performance. Unfortunately, his anger couldn't be transmitted into the fight. The health bars of the two characters grew closer and closer, bit by bit, all the way until both sides only had 8% health left. Happy's Fanclub had gone crazy. They took whatever they had that could make noise and started making as much noise as possible. Under 7 fields lead, they cheered in unison, "Steamed Bun." Steamed Bun didn't let them down. On the other hand, Lin Yi's performance was disappointing compared to the start of the fight. Jade Dynasty's Fanclub was cheering on their team captain, but when Steamed Bun Invasion led with 5% health compared to 10,000 Swords' 3% health, they had trouble bearing it. He had such a huge lead, and he actually lost it? But no matter if it was 5% health or 3% health, a single wave of attacks could end it for either sides. The match had reached this point. It just depended on who would grasp the final opportunity. The fans on both sides and the players on both sides were standing up, staring closely at the match screen. Steamed Bun Invasion. In the final moment, Steamed Bun Invasion once again made another strange, unconventional move, helping him grasp the final opportunity. 10,000 Swords only had 3% health left. He was unable to grasp the final opportunity. Steamed Bun Invasion had won the first round of the group arena. Oh. Happy's Fanclub cheered. The team also clapped in celebration. Jade Dynasty's side was rather quiet. However, this was a group arena, so with the other side only having 5% health remaining, from an overall perspective, it wasn't too bad. Even so, when Jade Dynasty's team captain, Lin Yi, came down from the stage, he was met with harsh rebuke from his boss, Qiao. What was that? You had such a big lead, and your opponent actually turned it around? With that type of performance, what type of example are you setting for your teammates? Sorry. Lin Yi's face carried a trace of exhaustion, but he could only quietly accept the boss's fury. Chapter 987. Whose mistake was it? What's with that guy? Chenghua couldn't bear Xiao Jie's behavior any longer. If the match was played poorly, it was normal for post-match critique. It was just that when pointing out mistakes, it was best to console the player first and then calmly analyze why the match had gone the way it did. Everyone had their own way of communicating, but starting with criticism outright was no good. Although Lin Yi lost the match, he had lowered his opponent's health down to 5%. That was still an acceptable result. However, he originally had complete control over the fight, but in the end, his opponent stole away the win. Such a fall was the true reason why Qiao wasn't happy, which was why even though the outcome wasn't too bad, Lin Yi was still extremely indignant. Chenghua stopped watching. After all, this was the other team's matter. It wouldn't be good to butt in. After being admonished, Lin Yi quietly sat to the side. The other players came over and patted his shoulders to console him. As for Qiao, after venting his anger, his mood seemed to have taken a turn for the better. He looked very satisfied with his strict way of handling the issue. He even had a smile on his face as he turned to say to Happy, "We actually lost with such a big lead. We've really made a fool of ourselves in front of God Yi. If it's just because of us making a comeback, you shouldn't blame him too much." Yifan replied. "What do you mean?" Qiao said. "If he had been picked to go first because you guys guessed that our first player would be Steamed Bun and specifically made preparations on dealing with him, then the person who arranged for him to go first should be the one responsible for bearing this loss." Yifan said. "What are you saying?" The expression on Xiao Jie's face changed. Yifan smiled. He had seen through it all. Usually, the team captain was responsible for the pick order. However, from Xiao Jie's bossy rebuke, it looked like the team owner not only guided the general direction of the team, he even interfered in the team's tactical arrangements. An amateur leading experts was always a major fear. As for Qiao, he couldn't be considered a complete amateur at Glory. After all, he had been a fan of Glory for so many years. Even if he hadn't eaten pork before, he had seen pigs run. Just because he didn't have pro-level technical skill, that didn't necessarily mean he didn't have pro-level tactics and theory crafting. It was similar to how although a football coach might not be an outstanding football player, but the coach still had the qualifications to tell the team how to kick the ball. It was the same reasoning. Since he was interfering with the team's matters, when something happened to the team, he should naturally have a clear idea of knowing where the problem lay. Was it because of a bad pick order or because of the player performing poorly? Lin Yi lost the match. When he came down, he was yelled at by Qiao. Chen Guo didn't like his conduct, but Qiao didn't even put it in his eyes. Qiao couldn't distinguish between right and wrong. Qiao didn't know if Qiao actually had the skill to control the team in such a manner, but from what he saw in the first match, if Lin Yi had been placed specifically to deal with steamed bun, then that had not been a wise move. Sure enough, after pointing this out, the expression on Xiao Jie's face turned even uglier. It appeared that he really had been the one to make the arrangements, so when Lin Yi had control of the fight, he had been delighted, feeling that it was because of his own genius that allowed Lin Yi to suppress his opponent, but after a comeback was made, he suddenly became furious. He thought that Lin Yi failed to see such a good opportunity. He had placed victory right before his eyes, yet Lin Yi couldn't even grab it. In his eyes, Lin Yi was utter trash. But now, Qiao actually said that it was problem with the pick order? What do you mean? Qiao glared at Qiao. He didn't even act as polite like before. Judging Lin Yi to be steamed bun's bane is a mistake. Qiao said. Based on what? Qiao called into question. Based on the results of that round. Qiao smiled. What a joke. Qiao sneered. What does the outcome of a single round prove? What's more, Lin Yi had complete control of the match in the beginning. If he hadn't been careless? Once is carelessness. Twice is carelessness, but being careless continuously? Have you not considered that there might be another reason for it? Qiao said. So you're saying that it was because of the pick order? Are you saying that he shouldn't be matched against an opponent that's too easy, so he won't easily underestimate his opponent? Xiao Jie's voice was filled with ridicule. You should think about the specifics yourself. Qiao smiled. He didn't give him a detailed explanation. What? You don't know? Qiao sneered. Qiao said helplessly, don't tell me you're hoping that I'll help you analyze how to beat my team. Then how about you enlighten me after we beat your team? When the time comes, it won't affect the big picture anymore. Qiao said. You guys are going to need a lot of luck then. Qiao said. Don't worry about it. Qiao said coldly. The current him had completely torn off his initial modesty. After this loss, his pride, his arrogance, and his conceit had been entirely revealed. From this perspective, Qiao wasn't a sophisticated person. His ugly side took form with just a slight pull of the trigger. On stage, the second round had already begun. A Ghost Blade player from Jade Dynasty came out to battle. From a team composition perspective, Jade Dynasty had its own unique characteristics. Their team's main roster consisted of 4 swordsmen, a berserker, a blade master, a ghost blade, a spell blade, as well as a healer. This Ghost Blade player was one of their main roster players. His character was called Anxious Ghost. He was a fairly standard Ghost Blade player that walked the middle road, a Phantom Demon Sword Demon hybrid. Steamed Bun Invasion only had 5% of his health left. The two sides clashed. Not waiting for anything surprising to happen, Anxious Ghost made quick work of him. The previous round had been a narrow victory over Lin Yi, but Hes Fanclub cheered as if Steamed Bun had done a 1v5. Nothing really happened this round and Steamed Bun was killed. Hes Fanclub immediately began jeering at him without mercy, and they even took something as unrealistic as a 1v5 to jab at him. It wasn't them being mean. It was because they viewed Steamed Bun as their friend, a brother who had once played with him in-game. It was a form of teasing between bad friends. Steamed Bun shook his head as he went down from the stage. He actually seemed a bit angry at his quick loss in the second round. I only had that much health left. They didn't even give me some steamed buns to recover. Ari. Everyone on Hes' side laughed. They saw Steamed Bun sit down dejectedly. No one went over to console him though, because everyone knew there was no need to. Sure enough, 5 seconds later, after hearing the Fanclub's teasing, Steamed Bun turned his head and started chattering away. This guy even tried to climb over the wall between the players and the crowd, but the security guard stopped him. The security guards were at a loss. They had seen fans rushing towards the player area, but they had never seen a player climb towards the fans. Was that in accordance with the rules? The security guards didn't know. They hadn't noticed in the rules whether a player was permitted to leave his seat and go to the audience. Who would think of doing such a thing? Not long after Steamed Bun went off stage, Team Happy's second player came up. It was coincidentally Team Happy's Ghostblade Qiao Yifan. Qiao Yifan's Ghostblade, 1-inch Ash, was a pure phantom demon though, which was a lot worse at 1v1s. He only had 2 pieces of silver equipment too, while Team Jade Dynasty's Anxious Ghost was the same as their captain's 10,000 swords. Anxious Ghost had 7 pieces of silver equipment. From just their characters, 1-inch Ash was at a fairly large disadvantage. But in terms of player skill, Qiao Yifan was much more consistent than Tang Ru and Steamed Bun. He had come from a champion team too, so he had solid fundamentals. Even if Team Tiny Herb never gave him a chance to play in a match, just from their practice quality, how could a team like Jade Dynasty, which had been relegated for so many years, compare to a champion team? Moreover, after receiving wholehearted guidance from a godlike Qiao, his class change was a huge success. At this point, Qiao Yifan could already clearly feel the advantages from changing classes. He was like a fish swimming in water. His intuition and awareness were like a match made in heaven with phantom demons. He had never felt such comfortableness and freedom when he had played as an assassin on Team Tiny Herb. As his skill level increased, this feeling of comfort became even stronger. Qiao Yifan simply loved this class too much. His control over the class had reached a point where his character would move however he wished it to. For Qiao Yifan, it greatly made up for his confidence, which he had always been lacking. He no longer doubted himself. He firmly believed that he would become an outstanding pro player. The fight began. Team Jade Dynasty's Anxious Ghost raised his sword and charged over. In the previous fight, he made quick work of the nearly dead Steamed Bun invasion. Victory had been easy. It wasn't enough. The current him was in high spirits. His thirst for battle was also extremely fierce. He hated how he couldn't immediately start clashing with his opponent and fight a real battle. Qiao Yifan did not directly rush towards Anxious Ghost and instead took a different path. He began circling around from the side. This battle would begin with an ambush from one side. It had to be said that Qiao Yifan's difficult practice for half a year as an assassin had helped him grasp the techniques of an assassin. For example, a sneak attack was something that assassins needed to be proficient at. Qiao Yifan wasn't great, but he had tried his best the entire time. His grasp of it might not be very high level, but it was at least very solid. He wouldn't lose it just because he had changed classes. The Phantom Demon 1-inch Ash sneak attack route was extremely precise. He circled around diagonally. When he showed his head, he was already behind Anxious Ghost. Idiot! Behind you! Seeing this scene, Shou Jie suddenly cursed anxiously. Qiao Yifan wasn't in a hurry to attack. He hid himself behind Anxious Ghost, observing his movements. Chapter 988. Ghost Feast. Those who had been following Happy's matches all felt that this moment was very familiar. In the match against Mysterious Fantasy, Happy's Mo Fan and his deception had followed their opponent in the same patient, careful manner, waiting for the perfect chance to strike suddenly. After gaining the upper hand, he didn't linger, but quickly retreated, before repeating this process over and over until his opponent was dead. Seeing Qiao Yifan's 1-inch Ash also quietly sneaking behind his opponent, everyone couldn't help but remember the match that day. Though it was a different player, they were from the same team, so they might use similar play styles. If that were true, then that would make things very boring, no? Boos rose from the crowd. It was evident that Mo Fan's play style wasn't liked. If you managed to burst your opponent in a sneak attack, that would be pretty great to watch, but Mo Fan's repetitive play style, always doing a hasty retreat just as the match was coming to a crescendo, might have been familiar and comfortable to him, but the audience was always denied that last breath of relief because of his rhythm, and held it in uncomfortably. With this experience in their minds, and seeing Qiao Yifan seemingly about to do the same thing, the crowd loudly expressed their displeasure. Amidst the boos, Qiao Jie glanced over at Happy. Now, he wasn't nervous anymore. This sort of stalling playstyle was rather annoying. However, this was a group arena and not an individual competition, so every player had the chance to fight multiple players. And this sort of stalling playstyle, while not very fun to watch, tested a player's skill and required them to expend a lot of concentration. In the group arena, players couldn't only focus on defeating their current opponent if they wanted their team to win. They also had to conserve as much energy as possible while defeating their current opponent, so as to do as much damage as possible to the next opponent. Therefore, this sort of playstyle that required a player to expend a lot of mental energy wasn't very appropriate for the group arena. As if hearing the crowd's boos, the Jade Dynasty player on stage suddenly went on high alert. After rushing through a good portion of the map and not seeing the opponent, you would usually realize the other planned to ambush you. This was a very common tactic, but for Happy, they needed to be more careful. This was because they had Deception's endless stalking and Windward Formation's shameless and dirty hiding and sneaking. Both were rather disgusting to deal with. But with Mysterious Fantasy testing out the waters for them, Jade Dynasty's players were prepared for this. Upon realizing that the opponent had such intentions, they didn't panic, instead heading resolutely towards Team Happy's spawn point. This was thanks to the experience they got from the match Happy had with Mysterious Fantasy. This was to prevent the other from finding some random place to huddle up and making them waste their energy and time for nothing. Seeing his team's player reacting so quickly and accurately, Qiao Jie nodded in satisfaction. They had done careful planning on going up against Happy, and this sort of situation was the kind they put the most thought into. The decision the Ghostblade player had made was in accordance with Qiao Jie's thoughts, making him feel secure. Even though 1-inchish wasn't huddled away at the spawn point, there would be no problem, so long as they followed the current strategy. Just as Qiao Jie was thinking this, a blade flashed on the field and Qiao Yifan's 1-inchish attacked. Although Jade Dynasty's player had prepared to head off to the spawn point to check, that didn't mean he had let his guard down. Qiao Yifan's sneak attack wasn't very well timed and Anxious Ghost rolled, easily dodging the strike. While he got up, he sent a Moonlight Slash back. 1-inchish jumped backwards to dodge, and the flash of energy swept past the tip of his nose. Anxious Ghost followed up with a full Moonlight Slash. Moonlight Slash and full Moonlight Slash were two different skills, but since the combination of the skills was cool and practical, one would follow the other more or less 80% of the time, as if they were two parts of the same skill. 1-inchish had dodged the Moonlight Slash, but was struck by this full Moonlight Slash. After receiving the blowback, he rolled twice before managing to quick recover and steadied himself. Seeing Anxious Ghost approaching, blade in hand, he turned and ran. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Qiao Jie immediately laughed aloud. This was exactly what failing to steal a chicken and losing a handful of rice asterisk was, in his eyes. This ambush of Happy's was too weak. Not only did he fail to gain the upper hand, but he also fell into a disadvantageous position and was now being chased by their player. Qiao Jie was inwardly delighted and involuntarily glanced over at Happy. Qiao Jie hoped that Happy's members would display a bit of anxiety on their faces. Yet when he turned to look, they were all sitting calmly as if waiting for a fish to bite, especially Yi Xiao, who was even smiling. Qiao Jie wanted to say something, but seeing how no one turned to pay him any attention, he held back. On the field, Qiao Yifan's 1-inchish turned and darted into a small alleyway nearby. The map they were on was an ancient town. Under the fading light of the setting sun, 1-inchish immediately turned upon entering the alleyway. His shadow was still stretched out and left behind him. When Anxious Ghost charged over, he immediately saw this and sped up to give chase. TSK, the small details are what decides victory. Qiao Jie lamented. The current match, Happy vs Jade Dynasty, was being streamed. Currently, the different angles and shots included the streaked one. Just now, They had given a close-up of the lengthy shadow stretched out behind 1-inch Ash, and the commentator was analyzing the mistake made by Qiao Yifan. "You should have your back to the setting sun, not your face," the commentator expressed. Yet he saw 1-inch Ash stop, huddling behind a wall and setting down a sword boundary to increase his strength and intelligence, preparing his ambush. This? I believe that Jade Dynasty's player couldn't possibly not be ready for this, the commentator said with confidence. Using the corner to make a sneak attack was a commonly employed tactic, so how could a pro player not be prepared for such a happening? As expected, Jade Dynasty's anxious ghost didn't walk along the wall when he came in pursuit, but used an extra 2 steps to send himself into a rather large pathing curve. This way, he could gain some distance and guard against an ambush. What pro player wouldn't know to do this? Even so, 1-inch Ash's tachi still swung up, a moonlight slash was sent at anxious ghost, character and sword flying at him. TSK, this ambush. The commentator was about to comment on this ambush and Qiao Yifan's attack from before and how childish they were, but anxious ghost seemed to have become dumbstruck, lifting the tachi in hand, but not seeming to know what he was doing. 1-inch Ash's moonlight slash struck its target. After Moonlight Slash was a full Moonlight Slash, the same combo, expect that Qiao Yifan followed the knockback effect with a Ghost Slash. Anxious Ghost's momentum in the air immediately increased, like a cannonball, flying head first into the mud. The Jade Dynasty player quick recovered, making Anxious Ghost's original head into the ground into a diving forward roll. As he rolled, he turned. A flash of energy from his sword darted out from beneath his arm, sending out a sword draw as he got up. Yet, the sword struck air since 1-inch Ash hadn't even approached him. Over there, the edge of the blade was unsheathed and the power of phantom ghosts flowed out and under. 2 consecutive boundaries were cast. The commentator was really busy now. Not only did he have to analyze the situation at hand, he was inwardly wondering how Anxious Ghost had been successfully sneak attacked by 1-inch Ash just now. It shouldn't have been. Such a simple ambush, even he could dodge it if he were up there, no? However, the 2 sides were locked in intense battle now, so there was no time to replay the previous scene. The commentator could only pay attention to the current happenings. Yet as he stared at the match and continued to speak and speak, he spoke until he was struck dumb by his own words. Happis 1-inch Ash has lain his 4th ghost boundary, turning this small area into a ghost boundary encyclopedia. Jade Dynasty's anxious ghost doesn't seem to be able to do much. High walls surround his left, right, and back. The only escape route is blocked by 1-inch Ash. Take a look, everyone, 1-inch Ash hasn't thrown all his ghost boundaries in a pile together. There are layers to this arrangement. This way, if anxious ghost tries to charge out, he'll be stopped by one of the layers of ghost boundaries, making it hard to get a good rhythm down and making things easier for 1-inch Ash. Sword draw. Oh, anxious ghost still maintains a very good reaction speed, he dodged it. Ooh? What's he trying to do? Anxious ghost keeps moving forward, but that's a wall over there. Oh, he bumped into the wall. Oh, it's the Seed of Darkness, or the Dark Boundary, as it's more commonly known. Sorry, there's too many interwoven ghost boundaries that even I didn't notice it. When did 1-inch Ash lay it down? Anyways, anxious ghost stepped into the dark boundary, and he couldn't see under its blinding effects, so he ended up walking into a wall. This seems rather ugly. Dark boundaries' effects have worn off. Anxious ghost turns. Wow, he's frozen now, an ice boundary. 1-inch Ash has the absolute advantage here. To be honest, I want to just announce his victory now, but the happenings from before taught me a lesson, so let's finish watching the match first. The commentator continued to analyze the situation and even made a joke about himself. Last match, the commentator hadn't been able to help announcing Lin Yi would win, but ended up getting his face slapped. So, in this match, he didn't dare jump to any conclusions though Qiao Yifan had the absolute advantage. Anxious Ghost has been trapped there by 1-inch Ash, unable to escape. Happis player has used the terrain to its fullest, perfectly utilizing the advantages of a ghost blade. Okay, now the scene we're giving everyone is 1-inch Ash skill situation. We have the production director to thank for capturing this scene. Look, everyone, all of 1-inch Ash's boundaries are currently in use. All of the ghost boundaries in his skill build are currently on cooldown. Seeing the rotation of these cooldowns, doesn't everyone think this is a beautiful rhythm? I feel like if there was some music to go with it, it would be even better. Oh, 1-inch Ash has quickened his pace, sending out all his ghost boundaries. Now, there are a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, everyone, I can't seem to make it out clearly either, but with 1-inch Ash sending out all these boundaries, does he want Ghost Feast? Amazing, 1-inch Ash has activated Ghost Feast, making all the ghost boundaries erupt, immediately taking the rest of Anxious Ghost's health with them. 1-inch Ash won. What a beautiful victory! The commentator yelled, forgetting his composure. Chapter 989. The cautious Qiao Yifan. Amidst the silence, someone from the crowd started clapping, which quickly spread until applause erupted around the entire stadium. Happy didn't have that many fans. There were even quite a few people who didn't like them. However, even people who had well-defined likes and dislikes appreciated brilliant performances. Everyone had seen Qiao Yifan's prowess in this fight on the Jumbotron in front of them. Such a convincing performance truly deserved such wild applause. They now had a completely different view of that rash and initial sneak attack. It was without question to lure the opponent into his trap. Its purpose was to draw Anxious Ghost into the necessary position. Friends, I don't think you guys have forgotten about the sneak attack from the corner. Let's take a look at it again. When the commentator reviewed the match, he impatiently had the stream cut to that moment. The clip had already been prepared. However, the fight never stopped, continuing all the way until Anxious Ghost was killed. As a result, there had been no time to show the replay. It could finally be played now. Everyone watched the scene again from Anxious Ghost's perspective. When Anxious Ghost chased after 1-inch Ash to this little alleyway, 1-inch Ash had already disappeared. However, at the corner of the street, a shadow extended on the ground. Anxious Ghost noticed it and immediately ran towards it. Before he reached the corner, he moved in an arc, putting distance between the two before rushing forward to attack 1-inch Ash, who had been lying in wait. The twilight from the setting sun shone down, making things seem real, yet unreal at the same time. From Anxious Ghost's point of view, only 1-inch Ash could be seen. The sword light had been completely hidden by the setting sun. Anxious Ghost wasn't able to see the attack coming. Then, he was thrown into a corner until his defeat. So it was like that? The commentator gasped in admiration. Happy's player cleverly positioned himself so that the sunlight directly shone on him and covered his attack. Everyone paid attention. 1-inch Ash jumped when he let loose a moonlight slash. This jump put this sword light in a position where the sunlight would also conceal it. Everything had been planned accordingly. Happy had a clear strategy going into this battle. I'm sure everyone knows that even though the maps used in these matches are temporary, once the league started, all of the maps were available for download and use. The maps used in every match are announced beforehand so that the teams can prepare ahead of time. From the looks of it, Happy has put a lot of work in this area. What about Jade Dynasty? The player was also a Ghost Blade. Even though he's a hybrid Phantom Sword Demon, he could have taken advantage of the map too, yet he didn't notice this point. That victory was beautiful. Let's all remember this player's name. Qiao Yifan. He truly should come out and accept our applause. Unfortunately, this is a group arena. He still needs to continue playing, but worry not. There's still a long road ahead of him. I believe that this player certainly has a bright future ahead of him. Speaking of which, Qiao Yifan was originally from Team Tiny Herb. For some reason, he never appeared on stage with them and left after being there for a season. Seeing Qiao Yifan's performance today, I wonder if Team Tiny Herb is going to regret their decision. Amid the commentators' praise and the crowd's applause, Team Jade Dynasty's defeated player came down from the stage. The praise and applause was for Qiao Yifan. For him, it only made it that much harder to bear. He walked very slowly as if he didn't want to go back to the player bench. Their boss, Shou Jie, was sitting down with a dark face. Seeing his player coming down slowly, he snorted coldly and ignored him. He called over Team Jade Dynasty's third player. Be more mindful. The opponent has a strong grasp of the maps. Be careful and don't make the same mistakes. And Qiao instructed impatiently. I understand. The third player was Zheng Shengqiao, a berserker. His character severed yearning. After being given sincere advice from Qiao, he headed towards the stage. The third round began. The current situation was very unfavorable towards Jade Dynasty. 1inch had consumed lots of mana, but he had only lost 20% of his health in the previous round. Happy had nearly a one-person lead over Jade Dynasty. Even with a disadvantage, Qiao was sat quite upright. He didn't smile as he turned his head over and talked to Qiao. The match began. Due to Qiao Yifan's outstanding performance in the previous round, the commentator couldn't help but reveal a bit of bias towards him. At the start, he talked about what Qiao Yifan might do since he wasn't at full health and he didn't have much mana left. After his concern for Qiao Yifan, he introduced Jade Dynasty's player, Zheng Shengqiao. It was somewhat awkward for berserkers to play in group arenas because of their signature skill Blood Awakening, creating the unique health trading play style. Because of how trading health changed the pace of the match, it made things too difficult for berserkers. In a 1v1, they could easily make this decision, but in a group arena, if they traded away their health cleanly, how were they going to take down more than one opponent? Although berserkers became stronger the lower their health, they weren't so strong that they could just instantly kill an opponent. Directly trade away 90% of their health at the start? That wasn't how trading worked. When they traded their health, they would lower their opponent's health to around the same range. If a berserker's health was low, but the opponent's health was high, don't think that was the berserker trading away his health. 99% of the time it was just the berserker getting destroyed. Their class's feature made it challenging for them to participate in the group arena, especially when the opposing side held the lead. Qiao sincerely instructed his team's berserker, but his expression was still grave and stern. He clearly knew what a predicament they were in. They knew. Qiao Yifan knew even better. It could be seen that from his previous performance, Qiao Yifan had made ample preparations beforehand. He had taken it very seriously and played very carefully. He had even taken note of the sunlight at the corner of the street and utilized it to his advantage. How could he not have been prepared for his current situation? Zheng Shengqiao didn't hurry and search for 1inch. Qiao Yifan also didn't go on the defensive to protect his lead. The two cautiously and patiently looked for opportunities. Qiao couldn't help but feel somewhat fretful upon seeing this scene. He had figured that the other side would be more proactive and bold because of his lead. Certain decisions that might not be considered under normal circumstances might be made as a result. After all, he had a health lead as a backup. Thus, he had instructed Zheng Shengqiao to take advantage of the other side's mentality. But from the looks of it, the other side didn't have that sort of mentality. Qiao couldn't help but feel doubtful. In the previous round, Qiao Yifan had taken the initiative and lured his opponent into a trap, but in this round, he had actually become more careful. Let alone boldly attempting it when there was a 30% chance, the current Qiao Yifan turned a blind eye to even a 50-60% chance. He was looking for an even more certain opportunity. Xiao's prediction was completely wrong. He couldn't help but feel unhappy. On stage, Zheng Shengqiao had long since noticed this point. After some more careful probing, he decided to abandon Xiao's advice. The other side wasn't falling for it. Unable to bait the opponent, Zheng Shengqiao could only search for an opportunity to forcefully break through to the opponent, but Qiao Yifan refused to face him directly. Qiao Yifan weaved in and out of the alleys as if it was his own home. Zheng Shengqiao was puzzled. It was a new map for both sides. How come the other side was so familiar with it? How could he know this map like back of his hand? Zheng Shengqiao, who had been chasing him the entire time, was starting to become impatient. Every time he reached a corner, he lifted his head to see where the sun was. He had to think about whether that place might have trap set, a dead end, or if it could be completely sealed off by ghost boundaries. Because of all the thinking he needed to do, he often lost his target, making him feel even more annoyed.
Are you planning on running around until you recover all of your mana?
Qiao couldn't bear it anymore and spoke to the other side through the all chat. Glory characters had basic health and mana recovery, but it was very slow in real combat.
If not, wouldn't the matches go on forever?
Qiao knew the other side didn't have that goal in mind. These words were purely to provoke him. At Happy's benches, Qiao actually went over to ask Chen Gui, did Yifan bring recovery equipment into the game?
Do you think everyone thinks like you do?
Chen Gui felt hopeless. Qiao had done this before, but it had actually been a very bold move. Bringing 2 sets of equipment increased the character's weight significantly. Fighting would feel different. It was hard to say if bringing an extra set of equipment was actually helpful or harmful, so the switching equipment playstyle only lasted a short while before becoming non-existent. It was considered okay to bring 1 or 2 extra pieces of equipment, but the end result of carrying 2 full sets of equipment might just be dragging the character to their own death. Even Qiao only dared to do so against Team Everlasting. If he had to compete against similar level experts, he would need to carefully ponder over it. I feel like with Yifan's skill level, bringing an extra set is still quite reasonable. Wei Chen gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. His words meant that Yifan had the ability to toy around with Jade Dynasty's player.
Do you really think Yifan's as shameless and unscrupulous as you guys?
Chen Gui was about to go crazy.
I think it's just because Yifan's rather cautious.
Qiao said. Yeah, he's probably overestimating these Jade Dynasty players.
Wei Chen said.
We also figured that Jade Dynasty was hiding their strength.
Qiao said.
Yes, that's right. If it wasn't for that, he would definitely have brought another set of equipment.
Wei Chen said.
Yeah, he definitely would have.
Qiao nodded his head.
Get out of here.
You two, F*CK off.
Chen Gui yelled. Chapter 990. Remaining mana. Qiao and the others were all joking around off stage, while Yifan, on stage, was completely unaffected by his opponent's taunting. Jade Dynasty's Qiao had no idea as to where 1-Inch was or where he was heading, but the audience could clearly see how 1-Inch was darting in and out of the alleyways with familiarity. This sort of play style was usually very unpopular, but because of Yifan's brilliant performance last match, the audience's tolerance for Yifan's playstyle had obviously become very high. Even the commentator was praising Yifan's patience, saying that it was rare that someone kept such a cool head when they were in the lead by a full player in the group arena. Okay, Yifan's 1-Inch has once again managed to sneak behind Severed Yearning once again. Will he manage to grasp an opportunity this time? The commentator kept his eyes on the match. Hes approached, but this position doesn't seem very appropriate for a Ghost Blade's ambush. Let's see what Yifan will do. Oh, he's laid down a ghost boundary. It's a flame boundary. Seems like Yifan also knows that this environment isn't too great for ghost boundaries, so he's aiming to deal damage. Jade Dynasty's player noticed, turned around, collapsing mountain. He has a very fast reaction speed. It looks like Qiao was waiting for 1-Inch to strike. Yifan has backed away. Seems like he felt that this opportunity wasn't a very good one. However, it's obvious that Qiao isn't willing to let Yifan go so easily this time, and he's pursuing. Exchanges like this have happened several times already, and Yifan has continuously managed to slip away, utilizing his familiarity with the map. However, this time, it seems like Qiao has gained a better understanding of the map during the match. He refuses to be shaken off. Who? This place? The commentator made a questioning sound before he started to become excited. The broadcast very cooperatively flashed to the area the commentator had noticed. The audience looked over, and immediately understood the commentator's excitement. This area had a very similar terrain to where Yifan killed his last opponent. A brilliant performance was about to follow. the audience perked up, and some even began applauding. As for Team Happy's supporters, they had already begun to cheer and yell with excitement. Jade Dynasty's members were extremely anxious at this moment. It didn't feel good to be spectating this at all. They could only watch as their teammate fell into the opponent's trap, but were helpless to do anything about it. Half of Jade Dynasty's players had even stood up, but their boss, Qiao, was still sitting, unmoving, though his own anxiety was evident. His gaze even revealed a hint of rage, clearly unhappy at how his players were continuously falling for their opponent's tricks. Under the eyes of the people, Zheng Chaosheng didn't fail their expectations. His severed yearning took that final step. A ghost boundary practically matched the timing for this step, coming down on severed yearning's head. Qiao Yifan had perfectly timed the skill, beginning to cast it beforehand, and just finishing the cast with this step. Deng Shengqiao was shocked, but didn't panic. He wanted nothing more than for Qiao Yifan to stop and face him head-on. With a colliding stab, severed yearning charged at 1-inch Ash. 1-inch Ash whirled around in a dodge, bounding to switch of positions with severed yearning. After the colliding stab, severed yearning spun around and Zheng Shengqiao only noticed the terrain of his environment then. His heart missed a beat, feeling dread rising. However, he was already trapped in a ghost boundary and 1-inch Ash swung the Taikai in his hand. Ghost boundaries came down one after another. The audience yelled and cheered, abandoning all pretense, while Jade Dynasty's players all felt like crying. Deng Shengqiao struggled, wanting to break out of the encirclement of ghost boundaries, yet was met with failure after failure. Compared to the Ghost Blade of last round, Berserkers were a lot better at breaking through, but didn't have nearly as high of a resistance to the effects of ghost boundaries. Falling into a CC chain like this was much more troublesome for Zheng Shengqiao than for the last match's Ghost Blade player. Severed Yearning's life dropped constantly, the audience applauded thunderously, Jade Dynasty's players sat silently and boss Xiao Zhi's expression made him look like he was ready to eat someone. Qiao Yifan has done it yet again, an amazing performance. However, this sort of playstyle consumes a lot of mana, so it seems that this time he won't be able to wipe out his opponent. That's perfectly fine though, being able to expend all your mana in the group arena means you've truly done everything you can. Qiao Yifan has reached this limit wonderfully. If Happy wins the group arena, then Qiao Yifan would have made the greatest contribution. The commentator kept praising Qiao Yifan's performance, noticing, at the same time, that 1-inch Ash's mana might not be enough and therefore wouldn't be able to keep up this playstyle of layering ghost boundaries in excess. Ah! So close! A split second after the commentator finished analyzing the situation, he gave a cry from a sudden change on the field. Meanwhile, the audience suddenly gave a loud collective sigh at the same time. Severed Yearning almost charged out of 1-inch Ash's encirclement. Though Jade Dynasty's player fell into a trap, it seems like he hasn't given up yet, seeking opportunities whenever he can. The commentator, having almost focused completely on 1-inch Ash, finally decided to spare a few thoughts for Zheng Shengqiao. Ah? Qiao Yifan's control seems to be too spread out this time. Seeing the two's exchange on the field, the commentator suddenly came up with this comment. Compared to the complete control of the match, Zheng Shengqiao's Severed Yearning could still find some opportunity to try and break away from the control. Though he hadn't succeeded, he wasn't losing as badly as 1-inch Ash's previous opponent. I feel like Qiao Yifan might be thinking too much. Seems like he's controlling his rhythm on purpose to not completely deplete his mana so quickly. However, this leaves room for his opponent to struggle. Actually, in a situation where he has such an advantage, why doesn't Qiao Yifan just use up the rest of his mana to maximize his damage? I doubt anyone would be disappointed in him if he eventually lost the match, the commentator said with some confusion and disappointment. Just as his words fell, the two on the field began their first ever head-on exchange. Deng Shengqiao might not have been able to break through, but was able to deal a lot of damage to 1-inch Ash. Qiao Yifan won't be wiped out before even depleting his mana, right? That would be such a shame. Qiao Yifan, he demands too much of himself. Seeing how Zheng Shengqiao gained the upper hand in this exchange, the commentator began to worry. Again? It seems like Zheng Shengqiao is very confident in himself. Dark Boundary. This dark boundary was very timely, otherwise he might really be able to hold on against this barrage. I hope Qiao Yifan can take advantage of this opportunity and regain control over the situation. Yet Qiao Yifan didn't accomplish what the commentator was hoping for, continuing to stubbornly keep his slow rhythm and not depleting his mana to set ghost boundaries like in the previous match. If it's just like this, I feel like there would be no need for this trap. I think Vanishing Qiao would be more than willing to just fight Qiao Yifan head-on, right? The more he spoke, the more the commentator felt disappointed in Qiao Yifan's actions this round. Vanishing Qiao is getting more and more confident as he fights, his status is at its peak. Slowly, the commentator's attention began to shift to Jade Dynasty's player. Blood Sword, Destruction Slash, brilliant. Soul-devouring Crimson Grip, missed, what a shame. If that grab hit, it would have changed the situation completely. Vanishing Qiao's Severed Yearning might not have broken through, but he has gained the upper hand now, unleashing his own barrage of attacks. Qiao Yifan is struggling to endure. Under a situation where he originally held the upper hand, Qiao Yifan didn't utilize his ghost boundaries to their fullest, so 1-inchish lost a lot of health as well, with only 10% remaining. Now, what he is about to face is an even fiercer offense from his opponent because Blood Awakening has now been activated. Wait, it's been activated. The commentator suddenly realized something was wrong upon coming to this. He was dumbstruck for a long while, and it wasn't until the two on the field engaged with one another that he noticed the health of each character falling and suddenly realized Severed Yearning's Blood Awakening had already been activated because his health had already fallen by more than 50%, and this all happened without any fanfare. All he had noticed was Qiao Yifan's hardship in taking these attacks, but he hadn't noticed how Qiao Yifan's 1-inchish had been quietly chipping away at his opponent's health all of this time. That's right. This wave of damage wasn't nearly as elegant and consistent as the last match. However, if he was as liberal with his mana and consumed it like he did in the last match, how much damage would he be able to do with the little mana he had left? Yet now, using the head-on exchanges, 1-inchish might have lost a lot of health, but he had also drained Severed Yearning's health by quite a bit. But how much mana had 1-inchish used during this fight? 10%. He had only used 10% of his mana to take over 50% of his opponent's health. This was a shocking result, and 1-inchish had taken a lot of damage to achieve it. Though he still had almost 20% of his mana left now, he only had 10% of his health. He might have been able to save some mana, but did he have enough health to use it? Just as these doubts arose in the commentator, he suddenly understood. It's coming. Thus, all the people watching the broadcast heard the commentator abruptly say these words. What was coming? Just as the audience was lost in their confusion, 1-inchish suddenly sped up the pace, ghost boundaries flashed continuously all over the field. This extravagant scene had 1-inch's mana plummeting, yet at the same time it quickly depleted Severed Yearning's health as well. It's enough. Qiao Yifan's remaining mana is enough to wipe out Severed Yearning. Severed Yearning is a berserker, so he doesn't have the same resistance to ghost boundaries that the Ghost Blade from last match had, so ghost boundaries deal significantly more damage to him. Qiao Yifan's remaining mana will be enough to take him out. The commentator quickly shared his findings then, but he had forgotten that the previous analysis was all in his head. Suddenly announcing this made the audience extremely confused. However, the current situation on the field became the best annotation for the commentator's words. 1-inchish completely took back control as he sped up without warning. Severed Yearning, who had seemingly taken control of the field for a while, was immediately drowned in ghost boundaries. He couldn't orientate himself or find a way out. His health depleted rapidly. His blood may have awakened, but there was no place to utilize it. He was securely locked in 1-inch ghost boundaries. Finally, 1-inch mana was no more, and with the last powerful skill that consumed it, Severed Yearning's life was gone, too. Qiao Yifan had successfully taken out his second opponent. Chapter 991. The Older the Wiser. The system announced 1-inch's victory, but the stadium was completely silent. The final turnaround had happened too quickly. Everyone had yet to comprehend what had transpired. The vast majority of the viewers as well as the commentator felt like Qiao Yifan had been playing way too cautiously. He had lured the opponent into a trap, but he failed to perfectly restrict the opponent. The viewers and the commentator had overlooked the fact that, while Qiao Yifan's 1-inchish lost a huge amount of health, he also successfully lowered his opponent's health. The commentator explained how Qiao Yifan played this match, waking up the viewers watching the stream. However, the stadium didn't have a commentator speaking. Amidst the silence, everyone watched as Team Jade Dynasty's player Zhao Shengqiao stood up and walked down from the stage. In any case, Happy had won again. There was no doubt about it. As a result, the first to react were Happy's supporters. Even if they didn't understand the contents of the match, just the result deserved applause. Ding Shengqiao received the cold shoulder like the previous player. The boss, Shao Jie, ignored him. Zheng Shengqiao sat down nervously. The fourth player went over to Shao Jie for instructions, but he saw Shao Jie wave his hands at him with a look of disgust. He didn't say anything and sent him away. Shao Jie used silence to express his displeasure with his players. The fourth player was Jade Dynasty's fourth swordsman. His opponent was still Qiao Yifan, except Qiao Yifan's character 1-inchish only had 10% of his health left. He was nearly out of mana too. Even so, this spellblade still felt fearful. This time, Qiao Yifan didn't drag the fight on. 1-inchish headed straight for his opponent. Without any mana, 1-inchish couldn't use any skills. He could only use basic attacks. Not long afterwards, the opponent killed him. Qiao Yifan lost. He got up from his seat and got ready to leave the stage. This time, the stadium wasn't confused. They didn't hesitate and applauded wildly. Even if many of them weren't able to understand the contents of the previous match, Qiao Yifan finishing a 1v2 in the group arena was clear as day. For a phantom demon, which did not excel even at 1v1s, being able to accomplish this was very impressive. The applause towards Qiao Yifan wasn't lacking. As Qiao Yifan left the stage, he heard the thunderous applause and felt a bit dazed. Once he confirmed that the applause was for him, the formerly invisible Qiao Yifan felt moved. When he looked towards his team, his teammates also stood up and welcomed him with applause. Qiao Yifan felt moved once again. He also felt somewhat embarrassed. He rushed off the stage and walked over to his teammates. "How does a 1v2 feel?" Qiao asked. "Pretty good." Qiao Yifan scratched his head. The smile on his face brimmed with happiness. "Take a break. Watch us next." Qiao smiled. Qiao Yifan nodded his head. He and everyone else returned to their bench. Team Happy's third player didn't immediately take his baton though. Old Wei. Yishi looked around. He discovered that Wei Chen was at the very corner of their player bench. His head was buried in his arms, and he was scrunched up like a ball. Who knew what he was doing? Wait. Let me finish smoking." Wei Chen raised his head. He let out 2 puffs of smoke from his mouth. Chengguo was furious when she saw this. The stadium was a public venue. Smoking was not allowed inside. However, this guy had hidden himself in a corner to grab a smoke. Chengguo didn't know what to say. As the oldest in Team Happy, Wei Chen truly wasn't a role model for his peers. After breathing in 2 puffs of smoke, Wei Chen clapped his hands and stood up. Who knew where his cigarette had gone off to? He walked over boldly and nodded his head fiercely at Qiao Yifan. "Little fan, you played pretty well." "Ha ha?" Qiao Yifan laughed foolishly. "Watch me next." Wei Chen's arrogance pierced the heavens as he spoke. Chengguo didn't even say good luck to this guy. Wei Chen didn't need this kind of encouragement. He walked onto the stage high and mightily. The stadium clapped out of politeness towards the next player. Then, they saw this guy wave his hands to send his greetings. He looked like he was enjoying it very much up until the applause died down. Only then did he finally climb onto the stage. Soon afterwards, the next round of the group arena began. Team Jade Dynasty Spellblade vs Wei Chen's Warlock, Windward Formation. Okay, I'll give you 3 minutes to come find me. If you can't find me, you should just forfeit. As soon as the match started, the first thing Wei Chen did was type this into the all chat. Jade Dynasty's player ignored him. In that match, Mysterious Fantasy forfeited to Wei Chen because that point didn't even matter to them. In fact, that forfeit actually raised their team's morale. It was a trade-off for better psychological stability. In this group arena, no matter how lacking a team's morale was, it didn't make sense to directly forfeit. Everyone treated Wei Chen's words as psychological warfare. No one took it seriously, but in the next second, everyone actually saw Wei Chen's Windward Formation decisively run into a corner. This guy had actually started hiding. The crowd went into an uproar. All sorts of rowdy jeering and whistling sounded. There was even some applause, but it sounded very weird. The applause was clearly a sarcastic one. Chenghua felt so ashamed that she wanted to crawl under the seats because Qiao Yifan's outstanding performance had helped Happy win a lot of fans. Chenghua reckoned that all of that work had instantly been undone by Wei Chen's dirtiness. Jade Dynasty's Spellblade wasn't affected by Wei Chen's words. He didn't directly head over though and instead took a more roundabout path. This was the first time Jade Dynasty's player went along a more strategic path. He walked around, but wasn't able to find the target. Wei Chen was still hiding in a corner near his spawn point, not moving. The commentator suffered the most. No matter how experienced he was, it wouldn't be enough. One side wasn't moving. The other side was running around in circles. What was there for him to do? Calculate the distance between the two players? Jade Dynasty's player ran around in a circle a few times but still didn't see his opponent, but continued to look around. This player had clearly underestimated Wei Chen's shamelessness. He didn't think Wei Chen would go so far as to do such a disgusting move. However, Wei Chen still did it. He sat in a corner near the spawn point like a cat. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes passed. Wei Chen typed out on the dot, 3 minutes is up. You still haven't found me. Go forfeit. The stadium suddenly made all sorts of noise. However, the player booths were soundproof. The players wouldn't know what the stadium's reaction was. After all, Glory was different from other esports. Leaks could be game-changing. As a result, players on stage were practically sealed in. Even if he could hear the crowd's reaction, Wei Chen definitely wouldn't bat an eyelid towards it. He shouted for the opponent to forfeit, but there was no reply. Wei Chen continued to grumble, "Why aren't you forfeiting? Do you think this is fun for me?" The crowd suddenly felt the urge to curse at him. That was exactly what they wanted to say to Wei Chen. Jade Dynasty's player ignored him, but after running in circles for 3 minutes, he had to start seriously considering that his opinion of Wei Chen's shamelessness had been way off. The Spellblade turned around and started moving towards Windward Formation's spawn point. During this time, Windward Formation kept on typing messages, using all sorts of unscrupulous words to provoke Team Jade Dynasty. He obviously used Qiao Yifan's 1v2 a lot. The viewers finally got something. The viewers confused about Qiao Yifan's second win had been explained through Wei Chen's trash talk. What an incredible player! The viewers, who now understood Qiao Yifan's play, admired him even more. At the same time, they also felt sympathy. How did such a player have such a filthy teammate? Finally, Jade Dynasty's Spellblade reached Windward Formation's spawn point. He started moving slower, carefully observing his surroundings. Wei Chen's trash talk continued as if he didn't know his opponent was nearby. Everyone had one thought right now. They hoped that Jade Dynasty's Spellblade would hurry up and uncover him so that guy could shut up already. He's getting close. He's getting close. The viewers had an omniscient view of the match started to become excited, but the moment the Spellblade was about to make the last step to find his opponent, Windward Formation suddenly ran out of his corner and started moving. F***CK. Many people in the crowd cursed inwardly. How did he know? No one understood. He probably cheated? Quite a few people had started doubting Wei Chen's morality. In any case, the Spellblade missed his opportunity. He wasn't able to find Windward formation at the spawn point, and that guy's trash talk kept on pouring out. This time, the Spellblade was finally a bit confused because he had lost all sense of direction. He started wondering if Windward formation was even there. He is. He's about to come too. The viewers hated how they couldn't rush over and tell the Spellblade what was happening. From their god's view, they discovered that after Windward formation went in a circle, he had circled around to the Spellblade's back. The commentator became excited too because, after Qiao Yifan's 2 matches, he started taking the habit of paying attention to the map's terrain. When he switched viewpoints, he suddenly realized that after Windward formation circled around, the distance, angle, and terrain were all favorable towards Windward formation. The commentator immediately said this point and couldn't help but sigh. It looks like Team Happy's veteran and Team Blue Rain's former captain isn't as boring as everyone imagined him to be. I only have one thing to say: the older the wiser. Chapter 992. Victory Boos. The viewers watching the broadcast could hear the commentator's words, so they understood how impressive Wei Chen's play was. However, the lesser skilled members of the audience couldn't see anything special about it. They continued to boo at Wei Chen. Amidst these boos, Windward formation moved into an exceptionally good position. Perfect timing and advantageous terrain. Everything was in his favor. As soon as he attacked, he forced Jade Dynasty's Spellblade into a difficult situation. Warlocks excelled at controlling situations. Their attack range was higher than a Spellblade's. In addition, Windward formation silver weapon, Death's Hand, gave +4 to spell casting distance. The Spellblade was being toyed around by Wei Chen like a wooden marionette. The crowd was still booing wildly, hoping for Jade Dynasty's Spellblade to teach Wei Chen a lesson, but they soon discovered that it was the complete opposite from what they had hoped. Jade Dynasty's Spellblade was actually being destroyed by that dirty, shameless guy. The boos stopped. The crowd had mixed feelings. For a moment, they were unable to give any applause to Wei Chen, even though he had beautifully grasped the distance and pace of the fight. At the same time, the other match taking place at a different stage had officially ended. 1v5, what was thought to be impossible, was established on the basis that the level of the 2 participating sides were close. Continuing their streak from the last match, Excellent Era's Sun Strong once again swept through the group arena alone. In the follow team competition, after easily killing one of the other side's players, Excellent Era ended the match early with all 6 of their members intact. There were many Excellent Era fans at the stadium. Although they couldn't help but focus more of their attention on the match between Happy and Jade Dynasty, Excellent Era sweeping through this match was still welcomed with applause. This kind of achievement wasn't anything to be proud of for Excellent Era, but they wouldn't refuse the passionate support of their fans. Excellent Era's players stood together on stage, waving their hands towards the audience. The broadcast officially announced Team Excellent Era's advance to the Challenger League's finals. However, it looked as if Team Excellent Era didn't care who their next opponent would be. After satisfying a few requests for signatures and pictures, Team Excellent Era exited the stadium. They didn't even bother waiting for the other match to end. Qiao Jie noticed Excellent Era's arrogance and felt extremely unhappy. He couldn't bother bickering about it at this moment though. It was still a question whether or not Team Jade Dynasty could beat Team Happy. Team Jade Dynasty hiding their strength was originally supposed to be a surprise for Team Excellent Era, but when they faced Team Happy, Qiao Jie was shaken. After all, he had been a fan of Glory since the very beginning. He was no stranger to the names Yi Qiao, Wei Chen, or Sun Jiping, so after hesitating again and again, Qiao Jie reluctantly decided to reveal his surprise ahead of time. With that, he thought beating Happy wouldn't be a problem, but even after switching to superior equipment, Qiao Jie was unable to see any sort of advantage. They were being dominated from start to finish. This match didn't even look like a competition between 2 equals. They were still being beaten even after switching equipment. If he had left the surprise until the end, how badly would they be losing? Qiao Jie didn't dare think about it. Seeing Windward Formation force his team Spellblade into all sorts of predicaments, disgust was written all over Xiao Jie's face. He hated losing and loathed this kind of performance. He had bought Team Jade Dynasty to have fun, not to endure suffering. The Spellblade was finally defeated. Wei Chen won effortlessly. If the part where he had shamelessly went into hiding had been removed, the crowd would have been very willing to give him a round of applause. However, with that sort of opener, the crowd felt like the quality of the match had been dragged through the dirt. To think he won like that, everyone thought to themselves. Xiao Jie continued to sit there, not saying a word. They let the players swap on their own. They were already on their last player. As for Happy? Including Wei Chen, Happy still had 3 players. Yifan and Sun Jiping had yet to even make an appearance. Xiao Jie didn't have any hope towards this Spitfire either. He only hoped that he would lose without making a fool of himself and not give a shameful performance. The poor Spitfire player didn't have any confidence either. 1v3? For a small character like himself, such an achievement only appeared in his dreams. He didn't dare think about who the next player on Happy was. He was afraid that he might not even be able to beat the player on stage right now. What shameless method would this despicable guy use to deal with him? The Spitfire player trembled with fear as he walked towards the stage. He swiped his account card. A short moment later, the match began. A string of letters popped up in the all chat. Is there any point in trying to fight? Why don't you just forfeit? The boos from the crowd nearly shook the stadium. They had never seen someone so shameless before. Couldn't you try a different method for once? The viewers saw it clearly. While Windward Formation typed that out, he once again hid in a corner just like in the last match. What about Team Dynasty's side? The Spitfire player carefully moved along a strategic route. The thought that Wei Chen would do the same thing as in the previous round didn't even cross his mind. Not just anyone could fathom such shamelessness. But after going around and around, he was unable to find his target. Jade Dynasty's player was forced to lower himself and consider things from a shameless point of view. No way, right? He questioned his own guess as he controlled his character to move towards Windward Formation spawn point. The crowd was in an uproar. If this kept going, it wouldn't be a copy of the last round, would it? Boos and shouts erupted. Even Happy's most loyal supporters felt too embarrassed to say anything. The Happy Fanclub formed by 7 fields and the others had shrunk down into their seats. It looked as if they were ready to slide to underneath their seats at a moment's notice. Fortunately, Jade Dynasty's player wasn't as stupid as everyone thought. After seeing his teammate get ambushed by Wei Chen's Windward Formation, how could he not be on guard against it? As he approached the spawn point, he changed his pathing, going along the route that Windward Formation had previously used to flank his teammate. Beautiful! The crowd couldn't help but cheer. Right now, they weren't concerned about the competition between the 2 teams. They just wanted to see that despicable warlock get taught a lesson. They hoped that the Spitfire would surprise that guy from behind and make him piss his pants in fear. This scene was about to happen. The Spitfire slowly approached, but Wei Chen's Windward Formation remained still. If this was before, he would have already started running, right? Shouldering countless people's hopes, the Spitfire finally circled around to the spawn point. Wei Chen's Windward Formation didn't seem to be aware of him. Arrived. He simply said in the chat. What's arrived? Everyone was puzzled. They hadn't thought that it was just a casual greeting. Weren't they playing a serious match right now? Unfortunately, the poor Jade Dynasty player was also puzzled. He had been startled by the sudden question. Then, Windward Formation's attack flew at him. Jade Dynasty's player wasn't so confused that he had forgotten what he was doing. As soon as he saw the opponent attack, he instinctively dodged and counterattacked. The 2 characters immediately started fighting, exchanging blows. The crowd started discussing amongst each other. They didn't think that this scene was as simple as it looked. Happy's warlock must have some sort of disgusting trick up his sleeve. What could it be? Everyone thought to themselves. As they thought about it, they saw Team Jade Dynasty's Spitfire fall. Done? Everyone was dumbstruck when they saw the word glory jump onto the screen. Where was his signature despicableness? Where was the shamelessness? Why was it over already? The stadium didn't have a commentator helping them, so they were all scratching their heads in wonder. However, those watching the broadcast had already been told by the commentator, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, that this was just an ordinary fight. Happis Warlock was more or less too lazy to move, so he just waited for the Spitfire player to come. Then, the two sides fought, ending with the Spitfire falling. The viewers watching the broadcast were cursing, while the crowd at the stadium were still puzzled. They felt like they had missed something. Everyone was staring at the screen, hoping to find something from the replays. But they still weren't able to see anything. The crowd watched as Wei Chen walked out from the stage, also completing a 1v2 like his previous teammate. However, they had no idea what to do. But after seeing that guy waving his hands towards them, a single thought formed in their minds. Boo at him. Keep booing. The crowd once again booed the winner. And then, they saw this guy continue waving his hands, welcoming their boos. Did he not understand what these boos meant? The boos suddenly became louder. Wei Chen acted as though there was no one there and returned to his seat. In the group arena section, Team Happy had won 3 points. It could be considered as an impressive result. In the next team competition, as long as they killed 3 of their opponent's players, they could not lose the match. If they killed another one, the match would end in their guaranteed victory. The pressure had been piled onto Team Jade Dynasty. Qiao Jie no longer stayed silent. He got up and walked towards the players. What did you think about your performances in the group arena? Qiao Jie asked. No one in Team Jade Dynasty uttered a word. It looks like all of you know and feel ashamed. What about the following team competition? What do you plan to do to win? Will it be like the group arena? Stroll right into the opponent's trap? Get crushed by the opponents? Qiao Jie said. Of course not. Someone suddenly lifted his head and gave a smile full of confidence. Chapter 993. Deciding match. The person who spoke up was Team Jade Dynasty's cleric, Lu Shalin. Qiao Jie had personally scouted him. In his eyes, he was an outstanding cleric. When Qiao Jie purchased Team Jade Dynasty, he naturally stuck him into the team. Lu Shalin could be considered as someone under his personal command. Qiao Jie had originally intended on directly handing Lu Shalin the team captain's position, but he wasn't stupid. He knew that he hadn't brought half of the team over. He had only brought one person. An individual's power was rather weak, even if he had the boss backing. It might not be enough to convince the rest of the team. As a result, the team captain was still Lin Yi. Apart from that, Qiao Jie even asked their former captain, Zhong Jian, to help. Thus, when Team Jade Dynasty's ownership changed, no one was unhappy. It was just that, at this moment, Qiao Jie was not happy at all. He had thought that they were in a superior position, but he didn't see any of their superiority in the group arena, which made him seriously question these players' ability to perform. If not, how could they have lost in such an ugly manner? Right now, if they wanted to reach the finals, they needed to win the team competition with 3 or more players surviving. If this team continued to perform the same way that they did in the group arena, it would truly be hopeless. Fortunately, the true core of Team Jade Dynasty would finally be coming out. This was Team Jade Dynasty's true power. Just wait and see, Happy. Qiao Jie shot a glance at Happy. An arrogant and proud smile once again appeared on his face. The break time in between the group arena and team competition quickly passed. Jade Dynasty's players readied themselves. There was nothing new to their player list. It was the same 5 players from the group arena along with Lu Shalin. Do well. Take revenge. Qiao Jie yelled to his teammates. Ha ha, revenge already? Then what will happen when you get eliminated? The person who replied was Happis Yi Xiao. You truly deserve to be called a god. You're quite confident. Xiao Jie's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. His politeness at the start of the match was non-existent. And I should be. Qiao nodded his head towards Xiao Jie's remark. You'll pay the price for your conceit. Xiao Jie sneered. Qiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and I thought you were conceited. You didn't give any advice to them for the team competition, right? Xiao Jie's face darkened. He hadn't said too much in the team competition, but he still said a few words. He had purchased Team Jade Dynasty so he could enjoy planning strategies with the team. I hope you didn't. If not, the Alliance might have to work overtime and convene a meeting to discuss the new competitive format if this match ends too quickly. Qiao said. Ha 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 ha. Chen Guo was unable to keep up her image and started laughing loudly. She had long since gotten a bad impression of Xiao Jie since long ago. Xiao Jie always acted as if his beliefs were infallible. If the team played spectacularly, it would be because of him. If the team played poorly, it was the fault of the players, he wouldn't blame himself at all. If Qiao hadn't returned fire, Chen Guo would have rushed forward to say a few words herself. Fortunately, Qiao did it first. His replies were much more brilliant. This type of reasonable and justifiable trash talk was truly Qiao's strong point. The Alliance wanted to test the new competitive format in the Challenger League, but they forgot that there was a huge skill disparity in the Challenger League. Didn't Excellent Era quickly and easily finish up and go home to eat? If Happy crushed Jade Dynasty and also finished early, what conclusions would the Alliance be able to come to with this Challenger League experiment? That truly was quite an incisive question. Hang in there. You have to hang in there. Chen Guo added fuel to the fire and blurted out a few more words. HMPH. You won't be smiling in a bit. Xiao Jie replied. Of course. Chen Guo said proudly. She was usually the one who was the more worried, but in this critical moment, she was suddenly filled with confidence. She firmly believed that Happy wouldn't lose to this team. That wouldn't be professional. Team Happy's participating players started going on stage too. Because only 3 players had appeared on stage in the group arena for Happy, it was still unknown who would be going on stage in the team competition. The players who closely followed the Challenger League were quite familiar with an eye-catching team like Happy. They paid particular attention to this issue. Even the commentator was guessing who Happy would send out for the team competition. It was only until Happy's players started going on stage was the answer revealed. The one in front was Qiao. He wasn't just a god in Team Happy. He was someone who remained unsurpassed in the glory scene. Behind him was Sun Jiping. With the name Blood and Blossoms, he was only one step away from the peak of glory. From the boos from the crowd, it wasn't hard to guess who was next. Wei Chen. He would win by any means necessary. He embodied the concept of shamelessness. After the boos, the crowd suddenly started cheering and clapping because this was another player who had won through solid fundamentals in today's group arena, Qiao Yifan. He had come from a top team and had similar accomplishments in the group arena like Wei Chen, but the treatment towards him was the complete opposite. It was certainly a wondrous scene to look at. After Qiao Yifan, the next player was clearly quite popular as this player received many cheers. This player had always received a lot of attention over the entire course of the offline tournament. Tang Ru. Not only did she possess incredible mechanics, she also had outstanding looks. After appearing in the offline tournament, she received all-around attention. Chen Guo had received not just a few requests for Tang Ru. There were even many powerful people who directly looked for Tang Ru, trying to recruit her. These people seemed to have a good understanding of Happy's situation. As a result, they felt like the reason Tang Ru was willing to play for Team Happy was definitely because she didn't fully understand her own value, and in order to recruit such an outstanding player in all regards, many teams were willing to pay a high price for her. This was why the clubs were quite confident. Unfortunately, they didn't completely understand Tang Ru. They thought that they could move Tang Ru with very generous offers, but these had no effect on Tang Ru. What exactly did she want? This was what the various clubs wondered after getting in touch with Tang Ru. Unfortunately, no one could find the correct answer. They could only watch quietly as Tang Ru performed spectacularly again and again for Happy. It made them lament. Such a pearl was being thrown to the swines right in front of them, but they were unable to save it. It was truly too regretful. After Tang Ru was Happy's cleric, and Wenny. Healers were a rather mild and not very eye-catching class that made people's blood boil. In addition, all of his other teammates shined too brightly. When Wenny appeared on stage, the atmosphere in the stadium clearly became a bit colder, but Wenny didn't mind because he never felt like he had done anything to deserve their cheers. If someone actually cheered for him, wouldn't that be more strange? When he came onto the stage, he saw that Jade Dynasty's cleric hadn't gone to his seat yet. Instead, he was waiting on the side for Happy's players. Qiao, Sun Zhiping, Wei Chen, Qiao Yifan, Tang Ru. All of them passed by him one by one. He kept a smile on his face and didn't pay much attention to them, but when he walked by, he came over and welcomed him. Hi. Lu Shalin extended out his right hand. Hi. And Wenny naturally shook his hand. In this team competition, the two of us will be the ones who decide who wins and loses. Lu Shalin said. Then, he drew back his hand and left with a smile. And Wenny was startled. His hand was hanging still in the air. The other side had only shook his hand casually. As for Lu Shalin's words, it wasn't hard to figure out what he implied from the way he shook hands. He was hinting that the huge disparity between the clerics would decide the winner of this match. What an arrogant guy! Wei Chen exclaimed. The rest of Happy had heard Lu Shalin's challenge to Wenny. Ha, psychological warfare? Boring. And Wenny shook his head. Not entirely. Qiao said, healers are frequently the deciding factor in the team competition. This isn't a bad tactic. I'll still do my best. And Wenny said. Everyone will. Qiao smiled. Then you guys work harder. It's best if you don't need this senior to rescue you guys. Wei Chen said lazily and then headed towards his seat. In this team competition, he was their sixth player. Happy's players took their seats and swiped their cards. After checking everything, the characters on both sides entered the waiting room. Once the countdown reached 0, the two sides loaded into the map. Happy versus Jade Dynasty. The deciding battle that decided who would advance to the finals officially began. The players on both sides spawned at the corners of the map and started moving. Both sides had studied the map previously. As for their opening moves, none of them started discussing them when the match started. They had already made preparations beforehand. Afterwards, they would need to make the appropriate adjustments throughout the match. Team Jade Dynasties for swordsmen circled around Lu Shalin, maintaining a complete formation before advancing. Team Happy's 5 players separated and ran randomly around the map like they had no solid strategy planned. Of course, no one believed that Happy didn't actually have a strategy going in. The commentator looked around the map through his god's view, observing the movements of Happy's characters to determine their intentions. 1-inch and Little Cold Hands are fairly close to each other. They aren't moving forward as fast as the other 3. The attackers clearly aren't going to be these 2. As for those other 3, Qiao, Sun Zhiping. One is the battle god, the other is the former number 1 berserker. I think besides Han Wenqin, no one is more aggressive than those 2. As for Tang Ru, even though she's a rookie, her aggressiveness isn't lacking compared to her seniors. In terms of style, I don't think there's a player combination that's more aggressive than these 3. Chapter 994. Now Hes Dead. What the commentator called the strongest offensive trio in all of Glory didn't stick together. The 3 characters each went down different paths. The broadcast switched to a bird's eye view of the entire map, with the players of each team outlined by different colored highlights. All the pathings of the players became much more obvious. From the bird's eye view we can clearly see the movements of the players on each team. Jade Dynasty's players are more concentrated, maintaining a formation as they advance together. Team Happy, on the other hand, is completely scattered around, apart from 1-inch Ash and Little Cold Hands, who are just barely in range of supporting each other. The other 3 characters have all pulled away, but from the directions they're each heading in, their intentions are rather clear. It's a little hard to believe, but these 3. It seems like they plan to surround Team Jade Dynasty. The commentator's tone was very doubtful. However, the developing situation gave them their answer. Team Jade Dynasty, advancing forward in a straight line, met Sunjaping's Another Summer of Sleep first. With a greatsword in hand, he charged right towards the front of their team's formation. He was a single man, but he seemed to have the air of a general leading an army of thousands into battle. Jade Dynasty's formation didn't change. The 4 swordsmen charging forward to meet their opponent while maintaining their positions around Lu Shalin's cleric. However, none of them could resist looking around as their characters charged forward.
Sunjaping was just charging over on his own? There really wasn't anyone nearby to support him?
Don't let him close in. That was when Lu Shalin gave that order. The spellblade among the 4 swordsmen stepped forward, an earthquake sword sweeping out. Sunjaping's Another Summer of Sleep sidestepped it and continued to advance. Jade Dynasty's berserker then jumped out, also wielding a greatsword, and charged furiously at Another Summer of Sleep. However, his charge was just a feint. The real attack was the ghost blade hiding beside him, sneakily summoning a ghost boundary. He swung his blade down, but then saw Another Summer of Sleep abruptly swing his broadsword at him. Clang! The ghost blade hastily raised his sword into a guard, sliding back several units, but still managing to take the blow. Following that, the Blade Master and Berserker executed a pincer attack against Another Summer of Sleep. The Spellblade's wave formation had trapped Another Summer of Sleep within as well. They were really quite surprised, not expecting for Sunjaping to charge right into their formation like that. This was underestimating them. Even though Jade Dynasty might not have been the best, they had once been pros. They didn't think that they had fallen to the level of being underestimated like this. They decided to punish Sunjaping for this. Yet that was when Tang Ru's Soft Mist arrived, spear raised, charging over at their flank with a dragon breaks the ranks. Lu Shalin smirked. What was this? Support? These 2 were both recklessly charging into their formation, not supporting or working together. This was the level that Happy's tactics were at? One of the legendary for master tacticians? Lu Shalin thought to himself and then turned his view, seeing a glimpse of Lord Grim from a different direction. So he had snuck around their back and was still on his way over. Lu Shalin was really almost about to laugh out loud. So he wanted to use wave after wave of furious attacks to mess up their formation, huh? The problem was, they were absolutely terrible at controlling the pace. They were just coming out to get killed one by one. Take out the Berserker first, Lu Shalin ordered, not telling the 4 swordsmen to deal with the 2 newcomers yet. That was when he saw Soft Mist not even bothering to help Another Summer of Sleep and instead charged at Lu Shalin's cleric. This isn't something unexpected. Lu Shalin kept up his smile, backing away a few steps and entered the ghost boundaries and wave formations of their Ghost Blade and Spellblade. This was originally a defense against Another Summer of Sleep, but now it also acted as the perfect protection for Lu Shalin. As expected, Soft Mist didn't dare to follow him into such dangerous territory and could only change directions to go and assist Another Summer of Sleep. Never mind Lu Shalin, even the commentator felt like Happy's strategic arrangements were terrible this round. This round of attacks from Team Happy wasn't executed very well. First of all, Sunjaping made the mistake by facing his opponents head-on. He completely underestimated Jade Dynasty's players, and him being surrounded means that the second wave of attacks from Tang Ru didn't work very well. They've lost their goal for this wave of attacks. I trust that Happy didn't intend to throw Another Summer of Sleep into enemy territory and then pull him out again. Now Yixiao's Lord Grim is approaching as well, but can he turn the tides alone? Oh. He's stopped. It seems like he doesn't intend to charge into the fray. It's true that the situation isn't the best, but he can't just give up like that, can he? Are they giving up on Another Summer of Sleep? It seems like it. Soft Mist is preparing to retreat. Ha 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 ha. On the player stands for Jade Dynasty, their boss Qiao finally witnessed a situation he could enjoy. It was unfortunate that he couldn't talk to Qiao now. After all, that guy was currently trying to awkwardly clean up after the strategic disaster he had planned, no? Hey, I say, is this your strategy? Qiao called out to Chen Gui, who was watching the match on Happy's side. Yet, at the same time as his shout, the audience suddenly cried out in collective shock. Qiao turned his head back around to see Lord Grim, who hadn't jumped into the fray, suddenly break his weapon in two and stretch out his hands. Then, Lu Shalin's cleric was grabbed, and Soft Mist's retreat seemed more like a pursuit. What? Qiao stood suddenly. These words were heard by all the viewers watching this match. What they heard, naturally, wasn't Xiao's yell, but the commentator, who had only just been commenting on how terribly Happy was doing, suddenly stop and cry out in surprise. This scene was too unexpected. Because the stadium itself had many angles being played together, the audience there could see what was happening. However, the TV broadcast only had what the program director showed them. Most of the time, only one scene was being played on the TV, and the scene just now hadn't been broadcasted on TV because the program director had not been expecting it at all. By the time he saw it and hastily switched to the correct angle, Lu Shalin's cleric was already flying through the air, eventually landing in Lord Grim's hands. Cloud-grasping fist? Was that a cloud-grasping fist? How did Lord Grim manage to use cloud-grasping fist? We all know that unspecialized characters can learn all of the pre-advancement skills from every classes, but this doesn't include skills beyond level 20. All the skills learned beyond level 20 are only available after job advancement, unless. It's an equipment bonus. The commentator yelled out in realization. If it's an equipment bonus, then of course he'd be able to use it, God. What sort of weapon does Lord Grim have? We knew it could change forms, becoming weapons of all sorts of class types so that Lord Grim can fully utilize all of his skills, but now it seems that there are skills built into the weapon too. That means Lord Grim is no longer limited to those low-leveled skills. Though these skills won't be at a very high rank, another skill means more options and more combinations. For example, what we're seeing now is a cloud-grasping fist. It might not have the same speed and range as a maxed-rank cloud-grasping fist, but its usage here might be the deciding factor of this match. Jade Dynasty's cleric has been abducted from their formation by Lord Grim just like that. Okay, he was stolen a while ago, and now he's already dead. The commentator had yelled excitedly, only focused on analyzing that cloud-grasping fist and forgetting to talk about what had been occurring. When he got back to it, the cleric of Jade Dynasties had immediately received a beating. Soft Mist definitely hadn't been retreating just now, but running over to kill her target. The four swordsmen Jade Dynasty panicked, forgetting about dealing with another summer of sleep. This wasn't a fair trade at all. How were they going to fight without a healer? The four hurriedly ran over to help, but that was when two others arrived. One was 1-inch Ash, who arrived with his ghost boundaries that immediately came down in a chain. This was the layering playstyle that he had used in the group arena. No, to be accurate, it was even more fierce, even more swift, because what he needed to do now was block them, stall for time, so he didn't need to consider how long this could last. As long as he stalled them for a little bit of time, allowing them deal with the cleric, he would have done his job. On 1-inch Ash's other side, Little Cold Hands charged out, not to heal, but as support for their offense. A holy commandment was branded on Lu Shalin's cleric, raising his damage taken by 30%, as if afraid he wouldn't die fast enough. While one side was bleeding, the other side had just bled. Question: what does a berserker that has lost blood do to the people that made him lose blood? In the public chat, another summer of sleep suddenly sent out this sentence. The four people freaking out at being blocked by 1-inch Ash saw this and turned their cameras, only to find another summer of sleep with Berserk and Whirlwind Slash activated, charging over. The four hurriedly attempted to parry. As expected of a Berserker that had lost enough blood, the addition of Berserk transformed him into a hurricane and blew them everywhere. However, the four had no time to think about themselves. Cleric! This match depended on the cleric's survival. That was when they saw a sentence in the global chat, coming from Lord Grimm. Your cleric said this would be a battle between two clerics. Now he's dead.
What about you guys? Are you going to continue?
Chapter 995. Life isn't fiction. Not a sound could be heard from the stadium. Compared to the Jade Dynasty players on stage, the crowd had watched as Jade Dynasty's cleric was grabbed from inside his team's formation and beaten to death. Cloud grasping a healer wasn't anything new. Even in the arena, players in team competitions like to use this move to create an opening. The prerequisite was naturally that the team had to have a Qi master. Yes, a Qi master. This class was the prerequisite. Happy didn't have one though, so Jade Dynasty hadn't taken any sort of precautions against this move. However, a cloud-grasping fist actually appeared. Jade Dynasty's cleric was kidnapped and wasn't able to resist. Then, Lord Grimm and Soft Mist ganged up on him. On the side, Happy's cleric also helped out. In a moment, there would be a holy commandment, the next, there would be a sacred fire. Jade Dynasty's cleric wasn't even able to defend himself. He was being kneaded like a piece of dough. Even when he turned into a corpse, the corpse was sent flying with a blow-away attack. Qiao threw out those words in the chat at the same time. Bang! Jade Dynasty's cleric flew past 1-inch Ash Ghost boundaries and landed in front of the rest of Jade Dynasty. Nothing was worse than having the cleric killed in a team competition. The only exception was if the team didn't bring a cleric in the first place. Team Jade Dynasty clearly wasn't the exception though. What's more, they regarded their healer as their core. The healer was 6 feet under. The core had died. It was exactly like Qiao had just asked.
Was there even a need to continue?
The outcome of the match was soon decided. Happy easily won. Looking back at their run through the group arena, everyone realized in astonishment that this match wasn't as intense as they had anticipated it to be. Happy won the match without much trouble. But Team Jade Dynasty's players didn't think the same. The instant the winner of the match was announced, the cleric Lu Shalin rushed out from his seat in a frenzy. In this match, the viewers weren't even able to see his character name clearly or show his cleric's ability before dying. Everything was because of that stupid cloud-grasping fist. Yes, such a crude method that even normal players used had been the deciding move in this very important match. There weren't any deep or complex tactics involved. Sun Shiping and Tang Ru simply drew their attention, allowing Qiao find the right opportunity to launch a sneak attack. In reality, there was a single prerequisite that allowed for this to happen. Team Jade Dynasty didn't know Lord Grimm could use cloud-grasping fist. If they had known, they would have protected their healer differently and paid particular attention to Lord Grimm. They would have treated him more like a Qi master. No matter what, Lord Grimm wouldn't have been able to stand behind them so casually. He wouldn't have been able to lift his hand, whisk him away, and kill him so quickly. Lu Shalin refused to accept the result. He refused 100, 1,000, 10,000 times. The outcome had nothing to do with strategy or skill. It was only because their team Jade Dynasty didn't know one small detail. Happy had an unfair advantage. They should be feeling ashamed at such a victory. Wei Chen was the first to get up from the player seats on Happy's side. As soon as he got up, he stretched his body so fast. I had only just fallen asleep. You? Seeing Team Happy's players come out one after the other, Lu Shalin pointed his hand at them. He was so furious, he could only shake with anger, unable to say anything. What could he say? Happy should have told them that they would use cloud-grasping fist, so Jade Dynasty could be on their guard. Lu Shalin obviously knew that was impossible. Thus, even though he refused to accept the results, he was unable to find any convincing arguments. After saying you for a while, just before Happy left the stage, he jumped out. What type of F*King class is an unspecialized? They're allowed in a competition. He was already grasping at straws. The Alliance never had any restrictions or requirements towards characters. There simply hadn't been a precedent for an unspecialized before. There was no rule stating that unspecialized characters were forbidden. Lu Shalin's argument had no effect on Happy's players. They just kept talking and laughing, completely ignoring his existence. They left the stage and celebrated their victory with the others. Lu Shalin still wanted to rush over and argue, but someone grabbed him from behind. He turned to look. It was Team Jade Dynasty's team captain, Lin Yi.
What are you doing?
Lu Shalin furiously threw Lin Yi's hand off of him. He clearly didn't have much respect for this captain of his. A loss is a loss.
Lose with dignity,
Lin Yi said.
Dignity?
Wow, you've really got some. You can accept such a stupid loss. Lu Shalin shouted. That's the way competition is. At least, next time we won't make the same mistake. Lin Yi said.
Next time?
When's that? Next year. Lu Shalin ridiculed. You can hang around the Challenger League for 3 years because you can put up with such stupid losses, but not me. I don't think it was a stupid loss. We just lost to something unexpected. In the end, it's because we didn't prepare enough. That goes for the team competition and the group arena too. Lin Yi said. Lu Shalin listened and then laughed. So it's like that. You want to look for an excuse for your trash performance in the group arena? So you're actually very happy that we lost in this team competition. This way, it proves that you're not actually incompetent, right? Calm down. Lin Yi felt helpless. He could understand Lu Shalin's feelings though. Losing in the Challenger League was a huge blow because this meant that another year had been wasted. It was even more painful than losing the championship title. If you lost the championships, it wasn't the end of the world, but losing in the Challenger League just might be the end of the world. Didn't Team Everlasting disband this season because of their consecutive losses in the Challenger League? Team Jade Dynasty being unable to make it through the Challenger League year after year made the players live in fear every day. Perhaps one morning they would wake up and suddenly be told that the team was disbanding. Everyone go home. This was the life of those at the bottom of the competitive scene. It was similar to those at the bottom of society. They couldn't talk about their dreams or goals. Just surviving was already difficult. Jade Dynasty had walked along this arduous path year after year. No one understood the fear and desperation of being at the bottom better than them. Xiao Jie's sudden appearance had been welcomed with heartfelt gratitude. They at least didn't have to worry about their team surviving for a short period of time. But they soon realized that their new boss wasn't as pure as they imagined him to be. He eagerly wanted Team Jade Dynasty to return to the Alliance and return to the soil where the pro players truly resided. Who didn't want that? Team Jade Dynasty had persisted year after year for this very goal, no? But in order to realize this goal, they had to face reality. Team Jade Dynasty had participated in the Challenger League for 3 years. How far their strength had fallen could easily be imagined. Indeed, Qiao Jie had brought along a pretty good player. At the same time, he had found their former captain Zhong Jian as a helper. Using the experience accumulated from all these years, along with solid financial backing to massively upgrade their equipment, the entire Team Jade Dynasty had been reborn. But even so, immediately returning to the Alliance this season was too early, no? No one wanted to be in the spotlight more than Lin Yi and the other players, but a reborn team with new characters and equipment needed time to get used to. Their new cleric became their core. With their core changed, the entire team's strategies and tactics also needed to be revised. Apart from that, this season's Challenger League had an unprecedented mountain to climb, Team Excellent era. It wouldn't be exaggerated to call Team Jade Dynasty's situation this season as a mess both internally and externally, but their new boss, their new core player? They viewed this as a challenge and also saw it as an opportunity they could grasp. If they could beat Team Excellent era and return to the Alliance, Team Jade Dynasty would instantly rise and return with their heads held high. After that, the two had actually started talking about becoming the champions. Team Jade Dynasty's players couldn't adapt to such a sudden change. They didn't know how they had suddenly gone from worrying about the survival of their team to becoming the champions. It wasn't like Team Jade Dynasty's players didn't have such ambitions. However, their boss and new teammates' attitude were too exaggerated. As the team captain, Lin Yi had specifically looked for Qiao Jie to discuss this issue. The boss completely ignored his worries. He lost himself in his own methods. For example, not using good equipment and waiting until the final battle to catch their opponent off guard. In his opinion, Team Excellent Era losing their heads out of fear at such a scene was too much of a joke. At that time, Lin Yi was also helpless, just like how he was when facing Lu Shilin now. This new boss and new teammate were too much in sync. It wasn't without reason. Both of them were extremely conceited. A lot of clearly difficult problems were solved by them with a laugh. Team Jade Dynasty had taken off under these circumstances. Qiao Jie repeatedly reminded them to preserve with their strength, so they could surprise Team Excellent Era in the finals. The famous author Qiao Jie treated his team like a work of fiction. He thought everything was under his control. If he wanted the team to suppress themselves and then reveal their true strength, then it would happen. If he wanted them to disguise as pigs and then eat the tiger, then it would happen. He treated reality like a work of fiction. Everything would unfold just like how he intended it to, but when what happened in reality completely went against the plot he had thought of, his faithful believer, Lu Shilin, who had lost himself to this imaginary plot, took the lead and collapsed. Chapter 996. Deliberate Provocation. All of Lin Yi's persuasion couldn't calm Lu Shilin down. However, what else could he do? Even if he made a huge scene on stage, he couldn't alter the results of the match. That would probably only get them thrown out of the stadium by the security. Lin Yi felt that he could no longer communicate with this guy. He could only take the rest of the players back to their seats. However, when he looked over, Boss Qiao Jie also had an angry look on his face. "You guys go back to clean this stuff up. Leave me alone." Qiao Jie pointed towards a group of players off stage. As soon as he said this, he turned and left without looking back. Lin Yi and the others looked distressed. After staying in Jade Dynasty for this long, they had only thought about going their separate ways in the event that the team was unable to go on. Yet, they had never considered a result like what had happened today. None of them could be considered extremely strong players. Without this kind of team, they might never be able to become pro players again. Lin Yi sighed. For them, this competition had only decided whether the team lived or died. However, Lu Shilin was actually acting like it was the end of the world. Indeed, this was also a type of mockery. After Qiao Jie left, he disappeared in the blink of an eye, walking away without looking back once. Jade Dynasty's players had definitely seen their end as pro players, and their hearts ached. However, at this time no one went up to the boss to beg or give an explanation. After a year of getting to know each other, they knew what type of personality their boss had. His conceitedness made it so that he wouldn't go back on his word even when he knew he was wrong. Lin Yi stood in place in a daze. He didn't chase after his boss, nor did he immediately leave. Instead, he turned around and walked towards Happy. Seeing Happy celebrate made Jade Dynasty's players feel envious. When Happy saw Lin Yi head towards them, everyone in Happy restrained their emotions. They should show empathy towards the feelings of the losers. That was a good match. Lin Yi extended his hands towards Yi Qiao. Even if that loss spelled the end of his career, Lin Yi didn't lose the professionalism he should have. The respects paid to each other by the team captains before and after the match were too often just for show, but Lin Yi remembering to do this even with this kind of outcome showed his sincerity. "Thanks." Yi Qiao shook his hand. "Don't give up. Keep working hard." "I want to." Lin Yi forced a smile. "I'm only afraid that there won't be any more opportunities for us." Everyone in Happy was startled. Chenghua pointed towards Qiao Jie disappearing into the passageway. Could it be that those words weren't just out of anger? They had seen Qiao Jie flare up at them. The match had just ended though. In the time it took to raise his hands, he disbanded the team under everyone's eyes. Who would easily accept such words? As a result, they just treated those words as a burst of anger from Qiao Jie. However, from what Lin Yi seemed to imply, those weren't empty words. "I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. I wish you all good luck." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he turned around and got ready to leave. Ah! Wait! Chen Guo suddenly jumped out and shouted towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi stopped his footsteps and turned his head. Those weren't just words of anger from your boss. Chen Guo was still pondering over this issue. She couldn't believe someone would handle things so unreasonably. I'm afraid not. Lin Yi quietly said. Then what do you guys plan to do in the future? Chen Guo asked. I don't know yet. For players at our skill level, we probably won't get any offers from teams. Lin Yi laughed at himself. Today's match is probably our final match. Ah? Chen Guo hesitated. She appeared to be thinking over how to word her reply as she turned her head to look at Qiao. Our boss is trying to say that if you guys don't have any way out, you guys can come over to Happy for now. Qiao spoke for her. Ah. Lin Yi was shocked. But? I'm afraid you probably won't have the chance to be a team member. There are still a few suitable positions related to glory work. Qiao said. Lin Yi listened and understood. They were all people from the same scene. How could he not understand Qiao's implications? These positions were what many retired pro players hoped for. After all, glory was what they were best at, but the problem was that Jade Dynasty's players weren't at the point where they wanted to retire yet. If the circumstances allowed it, they were more than willing to continue as a pro player and compete on stage. Even though they knew their skill levels were limited, they felt like it was still too early for them to be certain that they had no room for improvement. If Lu Shalin was here, he would probably immediately jump out and question it. What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm not good enough to be a pro and that I'm only good enough to do miscellaneous tasks? However, Lin Yi knew that the other side had good intentions. Perhaps only a team of old players like Qiao, Wei Chen, and Sun Jiping would truly understand and sympathize with such players, who were at the end of their road. Thanks. Lin Yi first expressed his gratitude, but I think it's best if I discuss this with my brothers first before coming to a decision. No problem. Chen Guo nodded her head. Leave me your contact info. The two exchanged contact info. Lin Yi thanked them once more and then turned around to return to his teammates. As they left, they constantly turned to look towards Happy. Their expressions were filled with surprise. Lin Yi had clearly told them about Happy's intentions. Lu Shalin was still petrified on stage like a statue. He stared blankly at this scene. Suddenly, he woke up and jumped down like a madman, pointing at the departing Jade Dynasty. Then, he pointed at Happy and shouted, "Good! I get it now. You guys were working in collusion with each other. You guys have already been bribed, which was why you guys intentionally performed poorly in this match. Too despicable. I'm going to complain. Referee! Where's the referee?" This guy had gone absolutely mad. He actually thought that a normal conversation between the two sides was a shady business deal. Such a grand line of thinking made everyone surprised. Even the experienced Qiao had never seen such an extreme person before. F***CK, what's with this guy? Steen Bun, it's time for you to shine. Wei Chen responded and immediately cursed. Okay. Steen Bun jumped out bravely. How should I do it? Kill him? Stop. Qiao hastily stopped him. What? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it. Lu Shalin looked as if he had found a magic treasure that could reverse the situation and furiously retorted. Don't stop me. I'm about to cripple this shameless B*****. Wei Chen couldn't bear it anymore and was prepared to personally take action. Lin Yi and the others were about to leave when they heard Lu Shalin lose his mind. Shao Jie had already disbanded the team, but in the end, Lu Shalin was still one of their teammates. They saw this guy causing trouble and even thought of himself as correct. He actually accused them of playing a fixed match. They couldn't help but get angry. Jade Dynasty's players came back, ready to drag Lu Shalin away. Let go of me. You shameless B*****. Don't you have any sense of professionalism? Lin did everything he could to break free as he cursed at his teammates. The expressions on the players of Jade Dynasty were ashen. If they really had no professionalism, they would have already beaten Lin to death. Just look at Team Happy's Wei Chen. Wasn't he already preparing to come over and beat him up? The crowd went into an uproar, but because they were rather far away, they could only see it happening. They couldn't hear what the two sides were saying. It looked like Team Jade Dynasty had gotten into a dispute with Team Happy. In the end, Qiao was the most experienced. He didn't attack the unreasonable Lin, nor did he try and reason with him. He blocked Wei Chen, while shouting left and right, "Security! Security, help! There's someone here who refuses to acknowledge that he's lost the match." As he shouted, someone laughed. When he looked at Lin, he felt like he wasn't that annoying anymore. He was just a brat who didn't get what he wanted. The security guards noticed these movements and rushed over. Not even half a minute after Qiao started yelling, they had reached the scene. Qiao and the others hadn't even said anything to them yet, when Lin looked as if he was clutching onto his last hope as he grabbed the security guard's hand. "I'm going to report them. These guys colluded to play a fixed match." Everyone slapped their hands to their foreheads. The Alliance obviously had a disciplinary committee to handle these matters and there were means to make a report, but the security was not responsible for it. These two systems were completely unrelated. The security guard was experienced at dealing with these issues. After being grabbed onto by Lin, he didn't force him off. Instead, he warmly encouraged him, Okay. Calm down first. Here, speak slowly. It's like this." Sure enough, Lin started talking. Then, Happy and Jade Dynasty watched as this noisy kid was escorted out by the security guard. He got his life saved. Wei Chen said with certainty. Qiao didn't bother with this braggart. Lin Yi's group said farewell to Happy again. This time, Happy was ready to leave too. Chenghua boldly walked towards Seven Fields and the others, who were staring foolishly at what they had just witnessed, and waved, "Let's go celebrate our victory." Tonight, Team Happy had a reason to relax. It had been a long and arduous journey, but they had finally reached the final step. Next up was Team Happy's goal for this entire year, Team Excellent Era. Excellent Era had arrogantly left, not waiting to see the results. After they left the stadium, before they could even sit together at the hotel, they already got the news. Team Happy had won and would be their opponents at the finals. That fast. Everyone in Excellent Era was shocked, seeing the time. Even though Jade Dynasty was a weak team in their eyes, wouldn't Happy also count as a weak team on the same level as them? Yet Happy beat them in such an overwhelming manner? On the way back to the hotel, no one in the team talked about the upcoming finals. This was a rare scene. Chapter 997. Excellent Era's exclusive interview. The Challenger League had finally reached its last stages. 2 days after the match against Team Jade Dynasty, the media began to harass Team Happy, all wanting to interview Qiao. The finals of the Challenger League. The showdown between Team Excellent Era's ex-captain and Team Excellent Era for the right to return to the Pro League. For such a spectacular topic, even the Pro League matches could be pushed to the side. And within this topic, the most exciting aspect was Team Happy's exceptional performance. This built up anticipation for the possibility of a task once thought impossible. Happy's strength wasn't nearly as bad as people had thought. If you took a look at the victories they had scored in the Challenger League all the way until now, almost all of them were one-sided victories. Among these defeated opponents, there was Everlasting, Mysterious Fantasy and Jade Dynasty, these 3 pro-level teams. Even though these 3 were all very weak pro teams, they hadn't been a threat to Team Happy at all. In other words, Happy's strength was far above theirs. Them challenging Excellent Era wasn't arrogant or absurd. The winds were changing. At the beginning, everyone thought that Happy was just looking for death, wanting attention, shameless, but now more and more people began to become interested in Happy, eager and expectant for what they would do next. This sort of enthusiasm was real and not just people who wanted to see Excellent Era fall and therefore supported Happy, like it was in the beginning. Back then, their support of Happy was just to embarrass Excellent Era. Truthfully, they didn't believe Happy could threaten Excellent Era. However, now their support was more and more real because they began to acknowledge Happy's strength. This would, without doubt, make them even more anticipatory, because now there was an even bigger chance of seeing Excellent Era get humiliated. Some reporters went in-game and randomly interviewed random Glory players, asking them about their thoughts on this match. After asking several hundred people, they compiled their results and surprisingly found that the number of players supporting Happy exceeded the number of players supporting Excellent Era, a whole 68%. And when the reporters asked for their reason in supporting Happy, the gist of it was a single sentence: it's fun to watch the drama unfold. From this point of view, a newly brought-up army, a team that came from an internet cafe, defeating the Glory powerhouse Excellent Era was evidently more unexpected and more interesting than Excellent Era winning. An upset was very attractive to many people. However, this was only a hope. Another media outlet also went around interviewing random players and didn't ask for hopes, but estimations. In this round of questioning, Excellent Era was far in the lead. 91% of players estimated that Excellent Era would win the match, even though many of them had said they hoped Happy would win. On the Monday issue of Esports Home's Weekly, these two interesting results were discussed together. At the same time, Esports Home also had what each thought of the upcoming match. This was something other media outlets didn't have. On the weekend, both teams were harassed by many different reporters from different media outlets, but both teams rejected interviews. After that, they went to the reporter they were familiar with to have a chat. Excellent Era had Qiao, while Happy had Chang Xian. The two reporters that had practically been silenced because of Excellent Era being relegated, now had monopoly of all the best resources. Esports Home had resolutely expressed that the final match of the Challenger League had to be fully and comprehensively reported on, even if that meant giving it a portion of the sections reserved for the Pro League, which was just finishing up and in its most crucial moments. As for the Alliance, they also placed great importance on this Challenger League match that was the most popular one yet. On the weekend, they had been extremely busy. After talking things over among themselves and contacting the necessary outside parties, they made a last-minute change to the location of this final battle. To better present this match that had captured so much attention, the Alliance decided to move the finals to the Lulisong Sports Arena in the north sector of the city. The largest difference between this stadium and the last was that it was fully equipped with holographic projectors. The Alliance had decided that the finals of the Challenger League would receive the same treatment as Pro League matches, and that meant displaying it through the holographic projection technology to the audience. This aspect was added mostly for the audience. There wasn't any difference for the two competing teams. The holographic projectors just changed the way the match was shown. For the participants, they were still in the player booths, sitting and competing in front of their computer screens. They couldn't see the holographic projections, that was an omniscient view. However, the media to the Alliance to the passion of the normal players clearly showed that the amount of attention this Challenger League match was receiving was unprecedented. It wasn't just because there was a powerhouse superstar team like Excellent Era present. To be honest, the reason it could attract so much attention was mostly because of the drama Happy had created. As the match approached, how did each side see things? This was what the media was looking for and what the players were curious about. So, on the Monday issue of Esports Home, they found their answer. In the interview with Excellent Era, Happy hadn't been mentioned even once. What Excellent Era was so fixated on discussing was just one name: Qiao. Qiao is a good captain. When Excellent Era's boss, Dao Xian, spoke of this, his expression was tinged with complicated emotions. He asked the journalist for a cigarette, and from what the journalist knows, Boss Dao had already quit for a while now. That's what the reporter, Qiao, had written in the interview with Excellent Era. Qiao is a good captain, very impressive. He's brought an honor onto Excellent Era that no one has managed to surpass. This is something that we can't deny. If possible, I really hope that Qiao and Excellent Era could be frozen in that perfect moment in time and continue that way forever. Unfortunately, nothing in this world stays the same. the alliance develops, glory moves forwards, we also have to keep moving forward. If we stand still and isolate ourselves, then I feel that we would have trouble keeping our competitiveness. Excellent Era is actually a very good example of this. After getting our 3 consecutive championships, we couldn't keep surpassing our limits, only hoping to keep our current pace. Yet that led to us watching as the other teams caught up one by one, snatching the championship from our hands. So in these years, Excellent Era has always been pursuing change. I hope we can find a way to survive that better suits the current situation of the Alliance. That's the only way to allow Excellent Era's continued and stable development. This sort of change, naturally, requires a cost. I had mentally prepared myself for this, but to be honest, I hadn't thought Excellent Era would be relegated. Being relegated was an accident, but what I say is that everything has its pros and cons. The year of rest we got after being relegated might just be the relaxed atmosphere we need to turn things back around for ourselves. Excellent Era might not be in the Alliance anymore, but if you ask me, I think Excellent Era is always looking forwards, positive, never giving up, no matter where we are. We only have one goal, the championship. We will never give up on working towards the championship. However, the road to this goal is longer than usual this time. We have to start from the Challenger League, and here we met the greatest player we at Excellent Era have ever had, Qiao. Yet now he's our opponent. To be honest, this is more surprising to me than Excellent Era being relegated. Recently I've heard people from other teams say, and of course, our reporter friends ask me, saying everyone is very curious, wondering if Qiao had a spat with Excellent Era. Otherwise, why would he suddenly come back after retiring and go against Excellent Era in the Challenger League? Why Qiao suddenly retired and suddenly came back? I think you should ask Qiao this question. Though I'm close with him, I'm not a part of his mind. Of course, I understand everyone's troubles. Qiao never accepts interviews from the media, so getting an answer from him is practically impossible. How he thinks about this exactly, I can't really guess, but I believe that I can tell everyone for certain that Excellent Era and Qiao have no bad blood between them. Whenever there's a fluctuation in performance or rumors of transferring in the teams today, it'll always come with guesses like that. But in reality? It's baseless rumors. Excellent Era and Qiao have no bad blood between them, but if you want to say we have some differences in opinion, that's true. Like if I say snails are delicious and you say pork is delicious. Can these differences in opinion be called bad blood? These differences in opinion exist wherever people exist, so I won't go on about it. Now Qiao is our opponent, and to be truthful I'm still not very used to this situation. How did Qiao become our opponent? But this is all right, I respect his decisions. This time, let's battle it out as opponents. Of course, if he's okay with it, I wouldn't mind going out for a drink together after the match. Excellent Era's interview was attended personally by their boss. This was extremely rare. And in the interview, Excellent Era's boss seemed to have completely opened himself up, confidently, eagerly, and directly answering many of the questions everyone had about Excellent Era and Qiao. The only question he avoided was why Qiao came to the Challenger League to face off against Excellent Era. He kicked that question to Qiao for him to answer. Those who were kept in the dark naturally would come after Qiao for questions, but those who knew wanted to flip the table in rage. For example, Chenghua. Shameless. Chenghua slapped the newspaper onto the desk harshly, as if she was hitting Dao Xian with this slap. Dao Xian had answered all the nice things and thrown the one trapped question right to Qiao. That was such a sly move. Chapter 998. A storm is coming. Excellent Era's boss Dao Xian personally accepted an interview. This was definitely giving them enough face. However, after compiling the draft, Cao Guangqing had experienced the cunning and intelligence of a boss-level figure. In the interview, Dao Xian fully expressed his and Excellent Era's tolerance and understanding of Qiao's actions, but it was this move that was a needle hidden in silk. Excellent Era was so understanding and generous to Qiao, but Qiao had led a team against them into the Challenger League, ready to fight to the death with them. With this, their images in the eyes of the public were clear. The only words, apart from traitorous, that could be used to describe Qiao's actions was biting the hand that fed him. Spectacular! Qiao Guangqing couldn't help but exclaim to himself as he compiled the draft. So, how would Happy deal with this? Though Excellent Era and Happy weren't sitting face to face together, one couldn't forget that the reporters interviewing the teams were all from esports home. They could easily guide the interview in any way they wanted to, and they could make the two interviews match each other. Qiao Guangqing was responsible for Excellent Era's side. He was only disappointed at not being able to interview Happy himself, getting Chang Xian to go for him. Yet when Chang Zhan came back and compiled his draft for Qiao Guangqing to see, Qiao Guangqing was furious. In Chang Xian's draft, he saw that the other had written, when the past was brought up, Captain Qiao smiled and then lit a cigarette, before eagerly beginning to chat with the journalist. As expected, a famous teacher trains a fine student. This saying was extremely similar to the situation where he wrote about Dao Xian asking the journalist for a cigarette. However, under the same situation, Dao Xian had made a needle in the cotton move, while Qiao kicked his legs up and said, "No comment." Qiao Guangqing wanted to slam the desk and scold Chang Xian for this, then he'd be able to finally get everything he was holding in regarding Chang Xian off his chest. However, Qiao Guangqing knew very clearly, this wasn't that Chang Xian didn't put effort in, but that his interviewee wouldn't cooperate, avoiding the topic. If it was so simple to get what you wanted to know, then a journalist career would be far too easy. This draft gave Qiao Guangqing sufficient reason to doubt Chang Xian's ability for a while. Despite being doubtful, he still had to use the draft. Even though it hadn't captured the point, this was still an exclusive interview. Currently, only Chang Xian could successfully interview Team Happy. The two reporters that were sent specifically to report on the Challenger League had become especially awkward once the tournament had reached the finals. That was because the two finalist teams didn't accept interviews from just anyone, forcing them to join the other reporters and media, lying in wait to ambush the team's players for just a few questions here and there like paparazzi. Compared to the amalgamation of what scraps they could pick up, God knows how much better Chang Xian's draft was. However, Qiao Guangqing was already prepared for the harsh scolding he was bound to get when turning these drafts into the editor-in-chief. As expected, not even an hour after the drafts were given in, the editor-in-chief called Qiao Guangqing's mobile and unleashed a torrent of curses at him. Although the draft that wasn't up to standard was Chang Zhan's, the editor-in-chief's first sentence was, "Little Chang is a newbie, so it's natural that he might not be able to do well, but are you a newbie, too?" Like how Qiao Guangqing ignored how hard it would be for Chang Xian to talk Qiao into giving up information, the editor-in-chief also ignored how Qiao Guangqing didn't have any control whatsoever over the interview Chang Xian did with Happy, and slammed the big black pan onto his head star. However, the end result was the same as Qiao Guangqing scolding Chang Xian. Though he had gotten shit for it, the draft still had to be used. They had hoped that they could get some tension and drama between the two sides, but in the end, one talked about the weather while the other focused on the food. In the end, Chang Xian's interview of Team Happy deepened everyone's understanding of Team Happy as a team, while Dao Xian's personal interview once again stirred up a wave of hatred for Qiao among Excellent Era fans. The continuous implications resulted many uncertain Excellent Era fans, who thought that there might be more to the story, resolutely standing to the side of their team. In the next few days, Cheng Guo didn't dare look at the discussions going on online regarding this topic. So was afraid that if she did, she'd die of anger. It was a good thing that the atmosphere in the team was stable, and Qiao was as calm as always. This time, Cheng Guo didn't get mad at Qiao for being so calm. The finals were approaching and she was grateful for Qiao's attitude, otherwise if he was easy to anger as she was, he'd have his mind in chaos and wouldn't be able to compete properly. Yes, compete. The current Qiao was completely focused on the finals. These days, he was often discussing things with Wei Chen, with Sun Jiping, with all the members of the team. This wasn't a last-minute effort. They had started preparing to defeat Excellent Era from summer last year, when Excellent Era was relegated. Glory had an online game as its foundations, and this made it so that it wasn't just the tens of minutes on stage of one's performance that would influence the final result. A minute on stage hid 10 years of work. This saying was more or less appropriate for Glory as well. In this year, after putting everything they had into these behind-the-scenes work, the tens of minutes on stage was about to arrive. When it came down to it, everything depended on these tens of minutes. No matter how well you prepared, how much effort you put, if you didn't perform to your best in these few minutes, everything would be for nothing. How would Team Happy face this final battle? Qiao didn't even know. All she knew was that this was what Qiao had been talking to the others about recently. Some she heard, some she didn't, but she never went and asked. She hoped that Qiao could focus his time and effort completely on the competition. There was no need for him to explain anything to her. At this time, Qiao seemed like the person in Team Happy with the least to do. Though she was usually passionate and energetic, she didn't seem to have any intentions on joining in any time soon. What she could do now was make sure to not bother anyone. With this, she felt content and not at all left out or lonely. Seeing everyone so busy, she only felt security and warmth. At times like these, Qiao was reminded of another person, a person who was currently in enemy territory. Su Muqing. What was she feeling now? Was she like the members of Happy, doing her best in preparation for the match? Though Qiao hated Excellent Era now, she wouldn't find any wrong in it. This was the professionalism a pro player should show. They should put their best efforts into any match. Though a lot of uninvolved people tried to place many unneeded expectations and implications onto this match, Qiao could clearly see from Qiao, every day, that Qiao didn't care at all about anything outside of the match itself. Taking revenge because he had been forced to retire? He wasn't doing that. Having conflicted emotions because he couldn't bring himself to fully cut ties with Excellent Era? He didn't have that either. Yes, that's how it was. There was no good or bad, it seemed cold and cruel, but he faced glory and competition with this honest attitude. This was the oldest god of glory in her eyes, and with just this, Qiao felt that her years of being his fan hadn't gone to waste. This was someone worth respecting with all your heart because he could do what no one else could. For example, Qiao understood this logic and approved of this attitude, but she just wasn't able to accomplish it herself. She was unable to face Excellent Era with a calm heart. Thinking of what Excellent Era had done to Qiao, she would just love to see Happy rip them apart 100 times, and them tearfully kneeling in regret beside them. Time went on, day by day, and the match day was getting closer and closer. Qiao made sure to take over anything that could disturb the others, while doing a good job on staring into space. Even if Chang Zhan came over during this time, he would only be able to interact with Qiao, and when he saw Qiao's seriousness, Chang Zhan didn't dare to bother the other members of Happy. Friday. Match day. Esports Home released an issue. Team Happy and Team Excellent Era's face-off in the Challenger League finally made the headlines on Esports Home's weekly issue, the topic bigger than any of the pro matches that were due to happen the following day. On those headlines, the two words Qiao were even larger than Happy. This was originally a fight between two teams, but for the media, who liked this sort of drama, focused on Qiao versus Excellent Era. If Happy didn't have Qiao, then no matter how talented they were, the fact that they were in the Challenger League meant that even at a time like this, they probably wouldn't be seen anywhere near the headlines. In this issue, the reporters at the front lines hadn't managed to get any first-hand information. Chang Zhan didn't want to disturb them, and Excellent Era had also closed themselves off to train, so Cao Guangqing couldn't approach them either. However, in this situation, it gave them room to express their own opinions, describing what they had seen and thought. Thus, that tension of a storm about to come was fanned and fueled to its highest by the two. The two reporters took note on what they had seen and heard, describing the two teams they had interacted with in the past few days, and placed that on the section left for the Challenger League. A costly section like the headlines obviously wouldn't have anything with actual, realistic content. It was usually just for the title to attract readers. Esports Home's Friday weekly issue was sent to the newsstands all across the city in the early morning, and it was at that time that Happy boarded the Alliance-arranged coach to the stadium. Although the match was in the evening, they had switched stadiums, so the teams had to warm up and familiarize themselves with the environment. After contacting Happy for their opinion, they sent someone over in the early morning to get Happy to the stadium for warm-up. Excellent Era also got the same call for their opinion and were currently also on their way over to the place where the final match was taking place, Lulisong Sports Arena. And then that's when the two teams met at the entrance to the stadium. Chapter 999. Warm Up. Hey, old Yi. The one to greet Happy wasn't a random person, but Excellent Era's boss, Dao Xian. As he called out, he walked over briskly. His tone of voice and conduct didn't lack cordiality. For a moment, Chen Guo felt dazed. Had she confused him with someone else? Qiao smiled and waved. It could be considered a greeting. You guys came quite early. Dao Xian smiled. You guys did too. Qiao said. Dao Xian's gaze shifted towards the members of Team Happy, sizing them up. He was a senior member in the scene. Wei Chen. Sun Riping. If he tried a bit, he could recognize them. However, as the boss of a powerhouse, he didn't need to waste his time trying to make friends with players past their prime, so he treated them the same as ordinary players. He nodded his head as a greeting to the rest of Happy. Who would have thought? Your team is quite interesting. Happy, right? I never noticed that our neighbor was a crouching tiger hidden dragon. Dao Xian said and gave a smile towards his team. If their boss was smiling, how could they not do the same? All of the players in Team Excellent Era started smiling. After Dao Xian was done talking, he didn't wait for anyone in Happy to give a reply. His eyes turned toward someone in Team Happy. Tang Ru. The only person in Team Happy who truly interested Dao Xian was Tang Ru. However, Excellent Era's battle mage position was taken by their ace player, Sun Slong. Dao Xian didn't have any intentions on replacing him. It was just that when he saw Tang Ru in Happy, he felt even more regretful than the other teams interested in Tang Ru. Miss Tang, it's nice to meet you. Dao Xian ignored everyone else and specifically singled out Tang Ru. With Tang Ru's background, she was someone who had experienced many things. She could handle any situation. She gave a polite reply towards Dao Xian's greeting. Then, she heard Dao Xian say, "Hey Miss Tang, someone as talented as you definitely shouldn't stay buried. After this match, if you're interested, you can contact me at any time. This is my business card." Hey, what are you saying? Chen Guo was listening on the side and flared up. Dao Xian's words implied that he considered everyone else beneath him. Not only was he trying to recruit her in front of everyone, he was also hinting that Happy losing the finals was set in stone. I'm not saying anything. Dao Xian smiled. His tone of voice was confident and at ease because Tang Ru had already accepted his business card and nodded her head, saying thanks. That's enough chit-chat. I'll see you guys tonight. Dao Xian called out to Excellent Era's players and started walking away. Excellent Era's players followed their boss. Not a single one glanced at Happy. Only Su Muqing remained behind. She acted as if she didn't know and started talking to Qiao and the others. Dao Xian obviously knew about it, but when he turned his head and saw this scene, he didn't say anything and left along with the others in Excellent Era. That guy is too infuriating. Why didn't you have any reaction? Chen Guo looked around. Qiao and Wei Chen were usually experts at making people angry. Why were they so calm? I just felt like it. Such a powerful boss personally ran over to talk some trash in front of us. It's not a trivial matter. I felt like I should give him some room to express himself. Wei Chen said in deadly earnest. Oh? Who was that? And Wenny and Lu Ji asked curiously. Dao Xian thought he was some top dog, but he forgot that he was too high up. Ordinary people wouldn't recognize him. His trash talk had been prepared quite meticulously, but unfortunately, he didn't think that there were people in Happy who didn't even recognize him. They just saw him give Tang Ru his business card. Is he a scout? If Wenny and Luo Ji had to make a guess, they would most likely give this answer. Chen Guo wasn't able to get angry. She pulled Su Muqing over and chatted about all sorts of things, but despite this being before a big match, she didn't mention glory even a single time. Chen Guo was clearly avoiding this sensitive subject. After all, no matter how clear Su Muqing's position stood, she was their opponent this match. Even if she faced them as a professional, what type of feelings did she have in her heart? As a result, Chen Guo felt like it wasn't good to talk about glory. After entering the venue, both teams had people specifically to receive them, and Su Muqing had to go back to excellent era. The two teams were led to their lounges. The appropriate arrangements had already been set up in the venue. The two sides each had 2 hours to get used to the setup. Team Excellent Era said that you guys can enter the stage first to familiarize yourselves with the setup. The employee passed on the message. Okay. Thank them for us. Qiao nodded his head. Okay. I'll relay it to them. The employee immediately left. The people in Happy wandered around their huge lounge. Even Wei Chen was deeply moved. In his generation, even pro teams didn't have such luxurious conditions. Stadium? What a joke! At that time, who had such nice accommodations? Finding some sort of building that could house a few hundred or a few thousand people was enough for a match. It hadn't even been 10 years since then, and teams now had their own arenas. Glory's growth could only be described as rapid. Not bad. Not bad. Really not bad. Wei Chen touched and looked around. His spirit was trembling with excitement as he waved, "Come on. Let me see what the setup is like on stage." Everyone in Happy left the lounge and walked through the player passageway to arrive at the stage. From the audience's seats, there wasn't much of a difference compared to the previous venue. The accommodations were about the same. However, the decorations were completely different. The player preparation areas were all on the south side. The stage was split on the east and west. The center of the stage was a vast empty area, where the holographic projections could be shown. After nearly a season's baptism, the holographic projection technology was quite mature. Those in the crowd would absolutely have a different experience than those watching at home. It wasn't just as simple as the atmosphere. After this change, the number of seats filled up in a stadium soared. The Alliance and the various teams had benefited greatly. This method would continue to be improved. After Happy walked around their preparation area, they went towards the stage. For the players, the empty area in the middle for the holographic projections wasn't important because they wouldn't be able to see it in the middle of a match. The stage was their true battlefield. Each side had 6 booths for the maximum number of players inside a team competition. The computers in front of the seats were all set up uniformly. It was an Alliance standard. Players could bring their own mice and keyboards. It was easy for them to plug those in. However, before the match, they would undergo an inspection to see if they complied with the Alliance's regulations. If a player forgot to bring their own equipment out of carelessness, there was no need to worry. The Alliance wouldn't cancel the player's qualification to compete. The player could borrow a teammate's or use standard equipment provided by the hosts. The players could start warming up on stage. The necessary inspections had already been done. The regulations for this year's Challenger League finals was quite strict. It was completely in line with the Pro League. Everyone in Happy went to their side. They turned on the equipment and tried them out. Even Chen Guo got to experience the feeling of a pro player playing on stage. After checking out their equipment, they left and saw Wei Chen standing alone on stage staring blankly at the rest of the stadium. Chen Guo didn't go up and bother him. She learned from Wei Chen and looked around. A retired old soldier like him had never thought he would return to such a familiar scene, but such a scene was happening today. What was he feeling right now? Chen Guo turned his head to look towards Wei Chen. Then, she saw Qiao also standing next to him. The two seemed to be having a good time smoking. The smoke swirled into the air for everyone to see. Chen Guo was speechless at these two. Can't you leave some room for others to get emotional? Although Wei Chen had never been on such a large stage, as a veteran of the scene, he had frightening adaptability. He wasn't like the young ones who checked out each seat curiously. 2 hours soon passed. Team Excellent Era's players could be seen. In reality, the warm-up for the two teams didn't conflict with each other. The 2-hour time limit wasn't really a time limit. If a team wanted to spend another hour, it wouldn't violate any rules. It was just that right before the match started, all of the equipment would be inspected one last time. At that time, players were required to leave. As a result, Excellent Era saying Happy could go on stage first was an unnecessary courtesy. Their arrogance as a powerhouse showed. Only the players from Excellent Era came to warm up. Dao Xian didn't follow along. When they saw that Happy was still there, they didn't say anything. After taking a look at their preparation area, they went to their area on stage. Just when Happy was about to leave, someone in Excellent Era suddenly said, "Hey!" Everyone in Happy stopped. It was Sun Song, who refused to give up even after being ridiculed numerous times. Ever since the offline tournament started, I won every match 1v5. Sun Song held out his hand and waved it. Tonight will not be an exception. This kid is hopeless. Chen Guo was helpless. Even she remained aloof at Sun Song's taunt. Sun Song's cried the wolf is here, yet the wolf never came. Who knew how many times this joke had happened? Everyone in Happy ignored him and left the stage. At 8 p.m., the Challenger League finals officially started. Chapter 1000. A 3v1 arrangement. As expected, the finals didn't disappoint. There was still an hour left before the match officially went underway, yet the Lulisong Sports Arena was already completely packed. This wasn't Excellent Era's home stadium, but the influence of a powerhouse was not something those at the level of Jade Dynasty or Mysterious Fantasy could compare to. In the finals, Excellent Era's fans gathered together. There were plenty of local fans and City HS most loyal fans, who would always follow the team into battle as Excellent Era's Iron Fan Army. They too graced their presence for this match. Banners in support of Excellent Era could be seen all throughout the stadium. However, those hoping for tonight's victory were in the minority. More of them were pointing towards next year, pointing towards Excellent Era's sweep through the alliance. Just like the survey had found before the match, even though many were hoping for Happy to win, more people's predictions favored Excellent Era. As Excellent Era's most loyal fans, how could they doubt the superior team? In comparison, those who hoped for Happy to win just wanted drama. Cheer for them? They were afraid that others would think of them as idiots. Despite the trend, there just happened to be a bunch of idiots. Among the sea of Excellent Era banners, that bunch held up Happy's logo high and shouted that Happy would topple Excellent Era. They became the joke of the surrounding people, but they didn't care. They were staunch supporters of Happy. The players and the characters from Team Happy had a connection that stemmed from the game. Happy! Happy! Seven Fields led everyone to shout with all they had. It was a reminder to everyone, don't ignore Happy. Excellent Era's fans quickly discovered this small group of reckless people and flung all sorts of insults and biting remarks at them. Seven Fields and the others remained unmoved as they continued to express their support for Happy. At 7:30 p.m., the lighting in the stadium gradually began to darken. Everyone immediately became excited because this indicated that the match was one step closer to starting. Whether it was the broadcast or the holographic projections, all of them required light. Watching a glory match was similar to watching a movie. As soon as the match started, apart from the stage, everything else would be pitch black. If not for these conditions, it would have been very difficult for Qiao's face to not have been revealed after so many years of playing. When the lights went completely dark, the host began calling for the players to come onto the stage. First up was Team Excellent Era. The person at the front was Xiao Shiqin, who had transferred to the relegated Excellent Era because he was confident about Excellent Era's future. The spotlight shone on the player passageway. Xiao Shiqin walked out and waved to the crowd. He was no stranger to this scene, but it had been a year since then. When he saw the projection of life extinguisher appear next to him as he walked out, even Xiao Shiqin felt fascinated. The brought-to-life character made a heroic battle pose. The crowd applauded. Afterwards, the spotlight shifted to Excellent Era's second player. The holographic projection on stage also changed. This was the new way players came onto the stage. The crowd's spirits were thoroughly ignited. Excellent Era's fans cheered. The last player to come out was Sun Slong. He and the pose struck by his character One Autumn Leaf made the crowd's cheers reach its highest point. After Excellent Era was happy. When the host announced their name, the stadium erupted with boos. When the host introduced Happy's first player, Qiao, the boos reached its highest point. There were even curses and insults thrown in as well. When Qiao's character, Lord Grim, appeared on stage, the crowd roared in laughter. It was just a model, so the proportions didn't need to be rescaled. The character was larger than a real person. As a result, the character's equipment was even more clear, and the joke that was Lord Grim's mix and match equipment was magnified. Lord Grim's equipment was all level 75 orange equipment, but it included cloth, leather, light, heavy, plate armor. How could the crowd not laugh? Such a dress style was too much of a novelty. The crowd became even more hectic with their laughter. As Excellent Era's fans laughed at this set of equipment, they continued to curse at the ungrateful traitor. Some fans even tried to rush on stage, but were quickly stopped by security and kicked out. Towards such a controversial match, the organizers had made plenty of preparations towards possible behavior like that. After Qiao, the boos towards Happy clearly lessened. At the end, when Lu Jian and Wenny came onto the stage, there was practically no noise at all. Seven Fields Group continued to cheer, but in this packed stadium, what noise they could make was rather small. After introducing the players, about half an hour had passed. The two sides sat at their respective benches. At the player preparation area, Excellent Era's boss, Dao Xian, personally came to watch over the match. Before the match started, he once again came over to give a polite greeting to Qiao. Under the gazes of so many Excellent Era fans, he had to put in enough effort. Soon afterwards, it was time for the final preparations before the match. The list of who would be playing in which match had been set. It could not be changed anymore. However, there had been a leak. With the new change in format, the Alliance might change this fixed player roster to teams picking their players at the match continued, but these were all after matters. The usual format would be used in this match. When it was almost 8 p.m., the host called for the first players on each side to go on stage and get ready. Happy's first player stood up. Tang Ru. The first player sent out by Happy was Tang Ru. This was Qiao's arrangement. She herself liked it too because the first player sent out by Excellent Era should be Sun Strong. Tang Ru liked to fight against skilled players. From Qiao's analysis, the combo of Sun Strong and One Autumn Leaf wasn't something anyone in Happy could beat face to face. Qiao had formulated many plans. In the end, he decided on Tang Ru first, meeting force with force. If the fire inside Tang Ru was ignited and she went beyond her limits to win, then that would be great. If not, with Tang Ru's battle mage style, Sun Slong would also have to go all out. As a result, the second player sent out would be Mo Fan. Mo Fan's quiet and extremely patient style would make it so that Sun Strong would have nowhere to vent all the pent-up energy he had from the previous match. That pent-up energy would turn into annoyance. With that mentality, it would be easy for openings to leak. Mo Fan slowly contending with him was the most suitable. Even if he didn't win, Wei Chen would be up third. His shrewd and dirty style would be enough to deal with the extremely gloomy Sun Strong. Tang Ru, Mo Fan, Wei Chen. These three were the first three players in the group arena lineup. This arrangement was to deal with Sun Strong alone. Even though Sun Strong had yet to beat them in a verbal battle, that wouldn't make Qiao underestimate his skill in glory so much so that he even arranged a 3v1 specifically to target him. Tang Ru headed towards Happy's booths on the right side. At the same time, the matchup for the first round in the group arena was announced. Team Happy, Tang Ru, Battle Mage, Soft Mist. Team Excellent Era, Xiao Shiqin, Mechanic, Life Extinguisher. Xiao Shiqin. Hearing this name come out, Tang Ru stopped in astonishment. She turned her head to look. She hadn't walked far yet. She could clearly see from Excellent Era's bench the person who was about to go up was the one wearing glasses, the player who looked like an intellectual.
It's not Sun Slong?
Tang Ru wasn't the only one surprised in Team Happy. Everyone looked towards Excellent Era's bench. Their expressions of surprise made Sun Slong delighted. Sun Slong was clapping and laughing out loud. He was pointing at Happy as if they were monkeys at a zoo.
You thought the first player to be sent out would be me?
You've been fooled.
Ha 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 ha.
Sun Slong wasn't going to let this opportunity pass and immediately called them out. Xiao Shiqin turned his head to look at Happy and smiled. Then, he turned his head back and headed towards Excellent Era's booths on stage. Happy didn't underestimate Sun Slong, but from the looks of it, Excellent Era didn't underestimate Happy either. Was Sun Slong provoking them with a 1v5 intentional? Or did the team make adjustments because of his brainlessness? Trying to figure that out was pointless at this time. Sun Slong not going first made Happy's battle arrangements pointless. What's worse, Excellent Era very likely read Happy's likely plan and made their own counterplan. Xiao Shiqin versus Tang Ru? Just from this matchup, Qiao could smell hints of a counterplan. Having a highly intelligent tactician deal with a battle fanatic like Tang Ru was most definitely the correct choice, but then again, an intelligent player like Xiao Shiqin wouldn't be on the losing side towards any type of play style. Him leading might just be a safe arrangement. The unexpected arrangement disrupted Qiao's plans. He had to analyze the situation. Even though the lineup had been set, he could give different instructions to the players depending on the circumstances. Qiao looked towards Tang Ru. He saw that when she found out that she would be facing Xiao Shiqin, she let out a rather regretful expression. Qiao understood Tang Ru's expression too well. It was just that she was giving out this expression towards a player like Xiao Shiqin. If the other side knew, who knew what they would think? Xiao Shiqin was an all-star player too. Even if his title as a master tactician stood out more, even Sun Slong wouldn't be certain he could beat him in a 1v1. For a player of this caliber, let alone Xiao Shiqin, even if Zhong Xinjie came over with his cleric, it would be hard to say what the result would be.